Shabbos, Beres Shol, Yisrael Rabba, Achron Shol Pesach, Plan Fliegen Schlag, Schlangen, the Moshe Sheldon Kirchner of Chicago. Sheldon Kirchner. Sounds very familiar. Oh, that's really good. Back to Mark Ferguson in honor of my son Yechiel Mechel on the occasion of his 9th birthday. Michael and Cheryl Katz, the York that are both and Katz, then because that's my father, they come have an aliyah. Vladislav Zakharov, the murder, which name for myself. Yitzhak Ben Avram, all made. The rest you will see. If you're thinking, rebelling the whole everyone team with the same Herculean strength, purely sleeping and running a few, trying to make sure that only on this year will completely point so everyone can regain, watching up from behind, Ashrefa, Yishpeh, Mark, Yishpeh, from the rest you will see. Anyway, our month, we're going to be all the time in the same block. It's the same on one time the next. It's a yellow, and you will say, question. Does anybody know what a fungus is? A fungus. It's a word in Spanish. Oh. For what? Yeah, very good. Was you know today's not right? Back in the day, you did. Wow. You guys get medical. No, I'm going to use sound. Yeah, so we're going to learn about fungus. Fungus, one of the things we're going to learn about is a ram that is almost a ram, but it's not a sheep, it's not a ram. It's in the 13th month. A sheep is up to 12 months. A ram is the second year. It's fungus in the 13th month. So, yeah, it's an easier task for me. A lot of you need it. Oh, my God. What are you doing now? Sadly, which is melody dot and we're holding 6-7 lines from the event itself. Toy Dominai, you have it? But always say, what's a curse of play? Think about it for a second. What's a curse of play? Is it being polite? You not to play with somebody who play with you. Well, Taylor, I mean, that was an unbelievable set. It's always so fun to watch people end up going off many times, when they show that they're growing. So, the really going talk about also when it comes to signing a price gift.
He's on Twitter, Taylor Rizzo.
Over here on the human of Playboy. He says that a price of play is not being polite. It's when somebody does a favor to you, you owe him. You must to him like a slave is mishubit to a master. And the greater the favor, the more you mishubit. You have a shibud.
You guys having fun out there or what?
Yes, you have a shibud. That's what the Rabbi says, that he can't take a present. Someone comes in, you can't take a present from someone. Why? Because then you owe him. Like you physically owe him. Not like you owe him a theoretical thing. You owe him. Gave you a bottle of wine that you should have said you should have told people. Oh, I'm not. Play the night. The play is a person playing everybody. Thank you for saving me. How do you know? We're talking about the suffering. The whole suit was suffering. In general, when the puzzle talks about a suffering, it talks about the flour, the oil, and the wine. I'm going to try to point out where we're talking about only the wine. So this we had yesterday. I did this chart, as you remember. From this concept, we learned all sorts of things. The red is a meal, the green is a riboy, and so the words on zeba, those two words. So from the I learned fight. And there's something like that. The zeba teaches us one. So you might say, but
wow, so many words, so little laughs. Remy Nasseri.
It's not, why can't it be so many words? Why do you use special words? Okay, about Genesis. Says Gemara, it's the something I mean, how many can lesson how many breads come to Paida? It's like 40. There's so many breads, so that's instead of gonna suffer. So my Nail knows it. You can find the nugget first. It's nugget. He also comes, he has 3 korbanos, and that's 3 persons to bring bread. Now, you still have to bring wine with it with the nugget. Says the Gemara, says about Kamina Hutcher Shneim, over here by the nugget, he's only holding 2,000 people. I didn't even. But by the Odo, are you Australian? In college, speaking with Bucha, there are 4 types, but not so long. Tells us, with all the types of drugs, you can't get away with it. You still have to bring this up. You never want to hear this. Says you want to look at one of the found never open it up. When they tell you, why you go back over here, partial. Let's see that another. Okay. Why oil is a type of a medava, so isn't it included in the Fali Neder, the second line from the top on the puzzle? The Fali Neder, the medava, that you're included. So the other one I mean about Sisem Bishul Hashem Cloud. The Fali Neder, the medava cloud. So you have to do a bounty job there. Very good job. And the cloud because you're very worried that people will have trauma from all of the time. Sometimes I just feel right in the right? Because like, a little scary. Not anymore. Once you did the dance. Anyway, check this out. If you have to look closely though. Each one of these is a character. Yeah, but you know, you guys controversy. Oh, I didn't even cop. I'm looking together with you. I didn't cop with you. You guys cop what's going on with this nether? You don't sign. What? You cop. You know that well? Every show has this Nagara Plus machine. You probably have it in the right also. It's very close from Nagara Plus. And you know, you could donate to the discovery, you could look up different tests and all sorts of stuff. Okay, you've done it. I'm not sure what this is. It's a woman, it's a whole thing. Because he's number 1. Meiser gets a red with a paintbrush, every pink animal. This guy's involved with this guy. Different guy? I think so. I think so. Only in America, I think they wear the black top in the whole thing. It's a whole thing, you know, in America, it's unbelievable for black hat. I don't want to say it. But people drive with the black hat, and even if it's feeling the car, they're saying it like this, they don't take it off. The whole costume, they don't take it off. It's pretty much more relaxed. So if you're ever wondering who his costume is, it's a 6 minutes before you go. What? This is like one of those moments, right? But they were the people that they're trying to hold service, right? Yeah, the whole thing, the costume service. Yeah, it's a big thing. So, also, you see the shtickle, that's not true. It's also okay, so anyway. Plus, now we saw all the characters there. I see some short. We were talking all of these are included. You have to do what? We're talking about the whole day today is all about. But I see some short. All these guys, and then they talk with the place up in the car. The awesome fact, they all need this song. That's a plot. The following that they're going to double, right. So now we're going to go to the next one. I've got big balls! If I didn't have them, so it's in the first and puppet only in the double. So knocks out all the other guys from the cloud. Because if we stop over here, cloud is a generalization, includes everything. Prat, in the cloud, the top. Cloud in the prat, and the Torah is telling you exactly what I want. But once the Torah adds another cloud, it becomes a sandwich. that it's not everything, and it's not only the cloud. It's something in between, right? A cloud means everything. A cloud means only these two. When we have a cloud, and then a cloud, and then a cloud, so then the generalized, but it has to be similar to the cloud. But I know is level cloud. The rest is fire. Boom. You can do that for fire. Slow moving to this. Oh. So I add some stuff, but I just took off some stuff. So I added the current nicer place. Further the color. And the cloud is, well, by the way, we're not doing a lot of talk about the clouds. We're going to have trauma, the dust. Cloud, the cloud. He after dog and look in a cloud. It's similar to the cloud. What's the similarity? Not a problem for you to go to the outside. It doesn't come for sin, so that would take off the cloud. Notion. A function of that, oh, you can't be large and say, ball, okay. I'll be the corner of my present, but I'll include the corner of my present in both. So, what do we have there? So, I want to show you, I just redid the initial chart for a second. First of all, Oila. Include the negative double. You know what we're doing? So I look at everything out. Let's do it for a second. Hash the Oila. That the Oila takes out the car and the Meister and the Pesa. Cloud problem my research. So what does it get include? I took out the car Meister and Pesa. So what does it include? Not trying to follow from the Queen of the Oila. I've called Shainan Queen of the Oila. It's something that we're not included right now to do. Lahavi, when this comes to include, love this country, the offspring of country, who's more awesome. So he goes over here and get a whole thing. Tura means if you find a nicer, bigger animal and say, I want this to be instead of the original, that's awesome, but it becomes just like the original. And that also requires instruction. The offspring over here, there's a little baby here. This little baby, black fluttering, the black also requires instruction. The other abdomen, a moisture, how do you do that? See? Let's see. Okay. The oil that comes, that's what we learned yesterday. We have extra. Is what extra, but you have extra funds in this amigdash or extra wine that goes over the top. So you buy, you sell it, you buy an oil for the kids and stuff. But also, Shanuka Fleuria, that's the famous one that we showed anyways for listeners. So anytime Papa must buy, because this is the owner diet, this might be a different one, maybe some fruit. Yeah, the fruit is different. That is one. So anytime the Katas must die, the Ashram basically takes on, you try to get it removed, and what happened? What? You understand like the manager said, the white oil, okay? Oh, you sell it, and you buy another, okay? What do you read? The call is welcome to the bottom line is, at the end of the day, because it tells us that all these things require something besides the conscious knowledge. So let me just see. Okay, sure. So it comes out like this, a little bit of a change than what we had before. The bottom line is, Vasisa Yidra Hashem Oila, we learn, not, the red means to me, not a B'chor Maaseh. Oi comes to include, that's how we started the signal. Zeva comes to exclude. The Chal Neder Nedava comes to, anything that comes to a part like a chatos, and then the rest are just lucky and Shana Kagiga, that's not really sugi, but the top changes slightly. Okay. That's like the response of Sugi. So in other words, hey, I'll tell you this, just to remind you what it looked like when we started this year, it looked like this. The Gemara changes basically a few of the Limudim based on the cloud, Prophet cloud. Okay. Now the Gemara, last time, it's for you with Rothschild, I'm learning, the Rothschild found another organ double, you want to leave out. So now we have to discuss every single time we have an oath. So, let me just show you what I did real quickly. I don't know if it's going to help. Yes. So I have four, the Gemara is going to tell you four oaths. There's oila oizeva in the same concept as please. Oila oizeva, the puzzle that I just showed you, yeah? Here, look over here. This puzzle. You see, it says 3 times oizeva, oilezava, oiz. I just put them together like this. And basically, it gives you the 4 options. If you have 2 different kiyuvim, but it's the same type of carbon, let's say it's an oila, but there's a nether and a double. So it's 2 different things that are running from oizeva. Oil, the oil, and then people are going to supplement it. What do I do? The following nether oil and double, when the carbon is different in both the type of carbon and the type of avera, or the type of thing. And then you have polymerization saying it's the same field, but 2 different types of carbon. Let's say it's an adova of an organic slumber. It's the same, but different carbons. Organic slumber. And finally, you have the same field and the same type of carbon, like an oil when it comes to nether and slumber. That's what I learned. So let's read inside. The 4 more oils. Still down this oil with brush or how you name it up, and we can just leave it on the screen, Mark. So why do I need to split it up? This is something else, and have a nice nether with double, maybe bring this up, and maybe I can give both a nether and a double. So for my daughter, what's a nether? You remember what a nether is? What's an adult? How do you know? How do you remember? Oh, you said beer. You want to remember the beer? Start with it. So we do zouk. I raise zouk is a beer, is a dough, and it belongs in the zouk.
Hey everybody, I grew up with the worst parents. No, they're older. They told me, okay, Jesse, you're older. You can decide which house you're going to spend the holidays.
What, you remember that?
I'm always like, I liked it so much better when the courts did that for us.
Yeah, no, it's an older video. Usually don't show that. It's not accurate because when it doesn't go inside, let's flip this on the fire powder inside and just go. Whatever.
And I especially, I was thinking,
Come on, Shlomo.
we both got a cool dad.
The what? What's nice and nether together by the socket? You have to listen to some really cold the nether and then the dog. Only the Yoshi. Yesterday we had this whole thing with the dog. Remember with the Trump? Kebab, dog. You know what I see that video? They're not small, not as up to date on the video.
I tell them all the time I don't believe in God.
Same thing.
Every time they say, well, we're going to keep praying for you. I totally believe in God. I just need to
holds that the fault connects what he says. That it's not two things. And say positive, you have to do both of them together. So that's why it says always separate. You don't need to be both. The Vaka Hebrew is the fault that connects them. In this case, it's not connected one because there's an oil. That's according to Yoshia, that they get connected, people with that word Yaakov. Now we have the whole thing. You need Yaakov, you don't need Yaakov. By it's short of Hamor, Yaakov. So the son says that by Kalamino, he doesn't say Yaakov, he doesn't be together. The Vaka Hebrew puts together. That's why I share it with you. To me, it's good news. Good news because they walked away. That means maybe potential. Do you get some? You don't like it? It's really funny because you played with. Oh, there's a reason for it. You said you're the worst parents, right? You said that when it's ceasefire, they start opening up the thing, and this is and they're watching them, and you know where all the guys are going now. Boom. That's what we call it. It's true. This is. Another way to you understand what I mean. Why do we need to fight? Something like Camino. I see niggas with every point of sight. I see the double with every point of sight. What if I see niggas with the double? What do you bring two proposals together? Hurry a lie and hurry a soup together. This is going to sound maybe one something should be good for both. Much more. No. You need to bring it. Oh, you can there. There's no longer whatever. There's no talking about, you know, I mean, they can come see early, but then we'll slum them up. So I'd say I bring two super buttons of oil and a slumber. One is another and the other. You know, you come. Doesn't matter. The slumber is another. The oil is another. Our ACOG, the lights are only slumber and the water, the problem, the two types of profiles. The oil is something different than what. Both together. You're not really showing the double, both in the double. She never ever. They're both one of them. This is what maybe one is something for both. Hey, my friend, other the kids are four different possibilities, and that's why I need four different colors. And that's one of those. Oh, you saw that long of the section at the beginning of the process. It's your something like Camino, how many days from isolation from the net. Maybe you need to bring yourself when they do one over, one from but it's another. You know, it's from the cover, but the both of the cover. I don't know, I stay on there. But one of the not only from it's two other ones coming in from the cover. It's comfort. It's a reason. You know, it's from the cover, the middle of the cover. It's possible, the middle of the cover. And it's from my country. The mindset at the end of the day, it's oil. I'm telling you, it's easy to get money, right? You give me a lot of money. You told me to show that you remember somebody else?
If you're working in a corporation, you have to watch a video for training.
Back to the show, back to the show. Remember there's three stages of oil? There's three types of oil and three stages of oil. And in seven says, what do you tell me? One of the three and three and one is the same as three. So means that you and other people that watch it, you got it? You remember what? So 2-2. What's a 2-2? Remember what's a 2-2? Hold on. Yeah, what?
You just moved into town this week. What part of town are you living in?
Whoa, we even know the details. That's all this is. Great, yeah. And so, what people are 2-2?
And I don't think I've ever heard these. My goodness, just really breaking new ground.
You see no better than me. See, this is the problem. Yeah. Okay, it's not about
whatever it is, it's the worst part of town. I can tell you that right now.
And what else? And a 1-3. A 1-3 or 3-1 is equal to 50. Okay, good. That's different too. We're going right there.
What are your nearest major
Oh, I don't know. No?
It's a shitty neighborhood, Jesus. Yeah, that's fucking
That's just so many. From Chicago, come to
there's a tranny sleeping in it right now.
in her shopping cart.
Yeah, that's where you really know what it's like on Santa Monica.
So, English is one of the two Schlummen and 2 others are welcome. Maybe you can work something. He's maybe something. Come on. I don't know Schlummen, why is it Schlummen? Nothing, someone got coming out and they think my sister others. I think that's when you do 2 others. One is another one is another, so very different. You know, so something that comes up. So we do stay on the you know, I said this here. Oh, it's one sorry. One nether or one is up. This is in the summertime. One is over the month. Much more.
It's better than the University of Phoenix. Actual Cedar Oilo. Your name is ready. Seeds. I liked it a lot. No.
But it says Netter Oila.
I think you're is Oila. All this right now.
Okay, so you're both Nerola?
Yep.
So this is your order. Excuse me? No. Absolutely not. What's the problem? It's just one recess.
I think this is, a really good show for you to be doing, so that, 5 years that you put in, all of a sudden you're being exposed to,
But next time, write your full name so there won't be confusion. What are your names? Shlomo Salman Ben Gedalia David.
Next, the Rich said that he says, I really like Oila. One is enough. Why? You don't need something Oila per bottle. But he doesn't learn the Oila. Make the hanging like or even outside. Now the Gemara focuses on the word Oila. What does he do? Because he already learns it in Oila per bottle. Money per bottle, what does he do with Oila? Animals, not literally 2 types of animals. Cow and a sheep. 2 types.
I've been in LA so
Half of a cadmino, you have 2 sheep. This is what you're talking about. Maybe one or something else. Come on, constantly effort lovely.
All right, well, there she goes.
What is it also?
Los Angeles, everybody. It's Gypsy Jones.
I was at my school.
She's on Twitter at
Okay,
Gypsy
they come
Jones.
different days. So they need to give me something.
We
Come
have
the
a
same
young
time.
lady
Maybe
who
one
is
second.
21 years old, and she writes a
Learn the English, a new song in her voice, and you can look up. Try and come up. It's always music.
on episode 100.
Ela שכתבתי שמצטער בהאשם לטעון לסוף.
It's
It says in the Mishnah.
the Frankenstein.
I pointed out.
The great.
I don't know if
Now
the
leave
list, but
Topsy,
remember,
ladies and gentlemen.
we have a list of 10 different korbanos. Different towns, different countries. And it says the 5 of the korbanos need the sum of 5 don't.
Okay, I think my friend's a psycho.
You have on the
And I
right
don't know what
side
to
of the
do
first country, you have
because he hasn't
the carpets and all.
done anything, but I just
But the
know it's
carpets and
coming.
also
There's still like
also has a situation where they're doing
self-defense
this
classes
stuff.
I
When?
can take for a future
By the
psycho.
Torah.
There is no end to that joke, but if you do know my friend,
Here, this is the Torah,
probably
right?
will kill you in a
He
couple of years.
brings
Okay,
3
great.
korbanos having the
I have
oil.
another friend. His name is
And
Armin.
He also has to
And,
bring
I put
a
the
mix.
pieces together. I figured
Not
out
really.
he's probably Armenian.
How do you know
That
that
is
it's Torah to
true.
bring?
His name is also 75% of where he's from.
Esrailim Soilus. Mincha. 3
And I had another friend say, I didn't know he was Armenian. I was like, yeah, come on, that's common to be named after where
Nobody
you're
answers
from.
questions like
I know 2 Jews named too.
What's the difference?
I mean, that's definitely not their name, but it is what I call
I don't
them.
know if you know this, because I don't know if you learned it. What's the difference between what you have in the beginning? The difference between a mincha is just green by itself,
How's it going?
or a
Things
mincha
are
that comes
good.
with a carbon. It's the same,
The story with
the
this
same
friend that you
flour,
think
the
is
same
psycho.
oil.
Well,
But one
I
green
have
on its
this
own,
like
and one
weird
comes together
premonition
with
that he's gonna be
a
a bad
carbon. You know
guy.
the difference?
I think
What?
truthfully that all
No.
the shit and meeting people
By the way, the soften could be this also. The flour and oil is called the soften also. Sometimes it's called wine.
that to me is a good
Sometimes it's the wine, sometimes it's not. It's a little confusing. When it says it softens, it actually means even the
Yeah,
flour
I
and
just
oil.
thought of it on my way here, and
Okay,
so
it's a
I
very simple thing. No, I'm saying they're identical in what they look like. The ingredients are
If
identical.
anybody's a
There's one
real
major difference.
psycho,
When you green
you
a
just throw
mincha
a
on
bottle
its
of
own,
water at them as hard as
so
you
you
can.
put the meats on the
Remember
gas,
that
the
from
rest
earlier,
goes
you
into the
motherfuckers?
Whereas the one that comes together, you this, the one that comes together with the carbon is all goes on there. So that's why I'm just pointing it out is because what it says The mincha upon my zebach it doesn't have it's tight, it comes together with the carpets of all goes on the back. I thought the mincha upon my zebach really like the mincha upon my zebach. But it's different when it comes to itself. Because even it's one of the other claims that's all you have. The extra mincha. I don't know the mincha upon my zebach is without it. I'm really talking about.
Alcoholic drink.
The mincha upon the part, but I didn't need them to be suffering not. So here the word is suffering wine. I don't know, wine. But not the it needs wine. So that's the reason he dies of oil. And the word oil is oil. Zebach is oil is never doing something. The kids will have in this possible really within the teacher leaves that's the mother of things that the writing is about two of them. The top is also one of the words goes through from so this, to understand that it's very simple, but we learn this number of times we're learning, especially.
Because 59 seconds, they're really gonna love
One thing cool, because if I sound the old one every time, it's unbelievable. It's here.
I'm gonna do some jokes that I haven't finished. These don't have punchlines, but I really believe in the setups at the end, and I can even remind them, even though you just said I go again, and it means that punchlines only set up so better they can't lose, because then they don't know when the end is. And you can just be like, told you so. Yeah, you can just set it up like that. Just do a great remark like that.
Yeah, I could. I don't even think it was.
Yeah.
So,
How do you prepare? How do you prepare? Allie, how do you prepare everything for the mirror? What's the plank?
I found this. I just put it in with the Shabbos. You see how technology. And this chapter, remember this? This was considered top of the line.
Right, and then I hope that something works enough for me to try it out here, and most of the time it doesn't, and I just say, well, I showed up.
Change the side, just the difference.
Nope. I was at work, I've only scheduled one shift a week, and my manager came up to me and said,
it's not all
yeah,
that's
you only have one shift
so,
a week because everyone thinks you're slow.
everything.
Well, you're probably really slow, right?
London.
Yeah,
It's just,
I'm a hostess.
Yeah.
okay. So I'm going to show you this because you're supposed to put it here underneath the
That slow, I think
log.
it just top slow until they
Now,
assume that
so
everything
the bar,
else
now we
is
understand.
Could you walk us through as soon as it
Top
comes?
is the option, and I
Yeah,
put
that's an
it here
example. I just walked into your
underneath the
restaurant.
wrong top.
My name is.
And the hot dogs, comes by the option, they don't go together different times. Like, one is when the finishes is the zero, but it's up the middle. But the point is, when you put it under the wrong
I just walked in.
And when is that
I walked in with the Smart Brothers. All right, here we go.
top?
Hi.
So maybe the wood is about 50 yards, top is in that song. So that's also how you different words. Yeah?
Well, I'll probably be texting first.
All
If
Zeva
I
and the
don't
oil.
want a job, I just need money.
3
So
words.
it's like,
Why?
But you're not
I
going to
deliver
have
the
money
word
if
I
Zeva.
know.
That's
It's
an
a
option.
struggle.
All right, Brian.
3 rounds
thought
you
about
go
it,
back to
but
other news. That's only
But I was like, I have to wear a mask.
when you're equal. I was also the option of option.
But then I was like, I don't
Also,
have
when college
any
trying to do something
so I'll just
different.
be a shitty employee
Then-
until something else works out.
Right, sorry. And also, to allow them to go and drink wine. The Chazos come to give him a forgiveness on.
I just started Accutane,
It's a
which
wrap.
is this pill that gets rid of your acne, but it makes your face extremely sensitive and red. So it's like, what the fuck?
What kind of forgiveness? Or whatever, yeah? What do you get to wrap for?
They should see my pussy.
Right. But it's what you need. But 6 more things that go through forgiveness. What Erica says, it comes for Daiva, it comes for Mitzvah.
No, it's like pretty much not happening
What
anymore.
else? Short songs, Skinarai, Yes, the
Well, when it first came out, it was like pretty dangerous and sketchy.
It's
People
up to
were
you,
like
Mark.
killing
So
themselves,
therefore,
but now they have
the
like new
electric
and
one. That's
improved
why I mean
Accutane that
the
makes you
oil,
want to kill yourself and go
Zeba,
burn
the
your
oil,
face.
the oil,
It's different.
just because it's a condition like this.
Yeah,
Zeba,
yeah,
two
yeah.
conditions with But again, the Chatas Mitzayra means wine. Bema, the condition of Nazir, who told you Zeba, the first as Mitzayra, means how it's like Chatas Nazir. Nazir, what's it like? Oh, yeah, this guy.
I was thinking
Well,
like,
in the beginning of the Nazir.
uh,
Well, maybe it's one of the Chatas in the Ashram. Okay, Nazir. You see over here on this Chatas, because that's at the end. The Ashram is messing up. Okay. The point is, I didn't know it's possible when I'm sorry, everything but enough. Learn something from it. Exactly. The sign. When Chazan is here, see by Nazir, when Chazan is here. Well, he lost so you can Shlomo happens with that. You know, but I don't Shlomo. I don't know if it's Shlomo, but you know, I feel it's Chatos. So the Chatos lose and stuff. I have a little bit of this. So I yes, is ever showing something. Because this story, I have a problem how you
yeah.
the idol
I just have a joke, but I'll save it for
beforehand.
next week because Mama is short on
Well,
new
you also
material.
have to say, I was used to something another. For willingly another called you want to do something when it comes to another who's in the Gava and I know that I need the Zeba for the oil of oil of Mitzvah. The one oil of Mitzvah needs one. They know
Look at the bucket again. Is that okay with you guys? You want to see
when a
another
woman
medium?
birds, she has to bring
This guy is a legend on this show. This week, the Kiltony account actually tweeted out
for
some of your
and a
favorite
bird for a
burgers
concept.
that
She's
pulled out of the
poor,
bucket.
but
And
she
this
breeds
guy's
two
name
birds.
actually came up
Instead
quite
of
a few
the
times.
sheep, for that
You've
would
seen
be
him
the
on the
bird.
show many
But a
times.
regular
Always
one brings
absolutely
a
killer on this
sheep.
show on Roast
And by the way,
These
when
writers
this
around
comes, you have to
excited to
line
see
up a
him
bunch of
in it
sheep.
from
So we're right.
Dan Nolan, everybody.
No? When she has comes and you listen to it. Otherwise, they send out a children to that. They have to bring all the sheep. Cut it. Sheep, bird. They wasn't have to take care of the harder.
I used to shoot heroin, now it just looks like I'm smuggling it.
Yeah.
There's still a bunch of dirty spoons on the floor of my car, but now they're just covered in
Oh.
pudding.
Turning the dot. Nissan, Hadar Global, experts in cross-border payments, the top of the account, the U.S. today, for everything that happened.
First question people always ask me when I tell them that is, how did you get raped in there?
So tomorrow, I
It was always consensual.
oil. Definitely wine with the oil of a Mitzvah. It's the oil of a woman.
Feels not that bad. You can just hang out all day.
I'm going to buy you know, this is sleep in the sun after. Yeah, I learned from the end of the part of the time you were running on, Black Kevin, Zoo, oil of the leather. The Hadith is from my car from. Okay, so let me see.
One day I was walking through the hallway and I got this giant rack of 2,000 pancakes. And I take it to where it starts to fall. I'm like, oh my god, I dropped these pancakes all over the floor.
First of all, let's do
Like
this.
a big klutz in front of the whole chair.
The person has a bunch of newborn
Everybody's
animals.
just gonna think I'm a goofy all the time. And so last night I read
That's
about
as
it in my
good
head and I
as
just
Pet One and a nicer than
wow, that's how you do it. Look at that, Dan. I'm like, look out there. Look what you did. Look at them. Look how happy they are. Oh, they fucking love it. I know for everyone else who came up to me, free jokes, free
you gave him a red dot, and that
personal stuff
becomes
that
my
really did happen to me. That sensual joke is so fun. And one of the interesting things that he did that the other couple people that had really good sense didn't do is he did the one thing that we acknowledge, which is start commanding, and you had it, you looked outward, you said, I'm a recovering heroin addict.
okay. And now for the old technology thing. So every type of one is supposed to say, might be supposed to take a red thing. What happened was, on number 10 it said it's 9, and number 11 it said it's 10. And number 9 it said 10, because we got all mixed up. So what do you do with number 11? Your colors, what do you do with number 11? Well,
And then you raped them.
זה אחד הדומנים ששאר שלום. Window 11 has a shlom. It's Polish, but it's not a nice shlom. Why is this stuff? What are these stuff? So it's a mistake. And the mistake is more common. You have to really suffer with it when the mindset does not require the suffering, right? We already established it here. So far, mindset and Pesach, and now you're telling me, but 11 means the suffering, which is more common than what can be applied. Well, I'll tell you what the says. That's why talking down. I'm going to show you all this and that other stuff. But the person has 3 ribuy words, 3 words. Allah, and Zeba. What thing has 3 korbanos that need the 3 ribuy? The only thing I can think of is the mitzvah. Alright, don't ribuy. I was in the live on the continuing one and so I was having pinchos on Rothschild the Rabbi's English Labyrinth. Well, and I'm saying we're getting Jesus. I just don't know the new thing. As tomorrow English Labyrinth, I didn't. If the game is suffering, everything up there. From the word from where I did, also vertical, so we had to come in and do people. But the office law, perhaps, when it comes to the individual, that could have to do with suffering. The first thing that I had a problem with, Rabbi said, and this should probably be as well, is just yesterday we learned that a yachid does have to do with suffering. I'll remind you that we talked yesterday about what products you have to bring in young. The Shalmi and Shalmi Simcha and Oilas Riya. And the Gemara already established that those need to be suffering. Why do you want to do it? Our Yachad love. The Gemara said the big thing is on your Yachad told me. Of course we do. You say the Pshat is beautiful. Since so many Yidden companies are making Pshat today to bring the Oilas Riya or the Shalmi Chagiga, the Shalmi Simcha, is considered a carbon tzibur. Yeah? Interesting Pshat. Because the tzibur comes. Imagine Oilas Riya. Why is it different than the oila of a woman who gives birth? Why would I say she has to, but he doesn't have to? So that the Chamina Hanamini doesn't change for Willie's mouth. Saying, a woman gives birth. Everything could be every day of the year. There's no specific time. However, those Willie's man, but the Klein Gadol who brings his carbon super every low, he doesn't have to do himself. So that's what I'm is special. His carbon is different. No. Oh, what have you done? The rabbit is the palgos. Here we go. The palgos. What's the palgos? The palgos is a sheep that was supposed to, if it's in the first 12 months of its life, it's called a calf. From 12 months on, it's called the adult. Month 13, I think it's something we want to discuss. Is it a real, if me ask not even,
Interesting set this week where accidental. I've always said you are one of the most accidentally hilarious human beings.
So tomorrow, I'm going to show this to you something. It's not forever. Is in its own category. Meaning, check this out. If a person makes a nether on the bring a kevis or an iron, he wouldn't be able to bring a palgos. It's its own little category. A 1 month category. It's not. If you did bring a palgos as a cargo, maybe it's the iron, then the oil and law in the zip code. You have to pretend that it's an aisle. Just to remind the oil. The aisle over on the left means 2 servants and 4 little servants, versus the partners on the right only doing 1 and 3. He has double amount of flour and one extra loaf that diet. So what you do is you bring the most, you bring all the flour and oil of the larger lamb, and make it condition. You make it if it's not a ram, we'll see in a session. But you have to bring it in the carpet. Maybe this guy, man, like it doesn't work for you. You need another carpet. One of you, when you're in, when the rabbis apologize, I need the process. Oh, he says that the carpet, even though it's all in the category, you bring the stuff on it. And when the dark father Almighty argues on the good and on the nice and master, he brings this, so it's out. Or you can give them something that makes it nice. That's the point of the top. Or you can give them something nice. It's a category by itself, and it's a person that tells you that in a person's heart, you bring this part. What is it? I don't know what it is. It's either a kevis or an aisle. It's not a category by itself. So what do? Oh, my nice, you bring your powers and you make it condition. You say good, but it's only a suffix. But what's the condition you say? If it's an aisle, so I'm giving the two sorrows of flowers to that. If it's a kevis and only needs one, so I'm giving it one, and the extra will just go as an above on the bed. But it's a suffix. It's a color, Jewish, right? You think the Torah is coming to tell us that if it's a suffix animal, you bring it. That's not how it works. What's that? You're probably got you. You're right. Probably about to have a problem. I don't know if you thought.
Is that true? Where'd you meet the factor?
Next figure. Probably also the shorter alpha, the alpha, instead of possible difference. The shorter alpha, I'm not going to learn more chicken. The voice. There's a problem.
Well, Tracy it's her committed to do this.
She was real
I am not a kevis.
Oh, yeah, the back. Oh, yeah.
I am not a oil. I'm reminding you, he's not 13 years old. He's 13 months old. He finished his first year and started his second year. Got it. Just like I do.
Respond to a
Okay,
that's
got it, Sean?
notorious for decoding people. Am I correct?
Probably this is different. Is it Sahim or like a
Oh, yeah.
Look at the short alpha, Oi, Binza. A short alpha, my Kamaloi, my official finish to look at possibility islands and feathers. Very simple about. There's a difference again, there's a difference between the Nesachim of the ram over on the left and then the Nesachim of
This lady named
and also when it comes to bulls,
she
the
said,
bulls and there's a
I
calf.
gave head for 3
The calf
hours
is a
straight
year old,
today.
but everything above a year,
Never did
they
it
don't
that
talk
long.
here's how they do
To
it,
which
right?
you tweeted directly after.
Sweet. What's a
Don't
calf?
for 3 hours.
You know what year is a
Next
calf?
time, don't me up
Anything
instead.
below a year
I
is
only
for a
last
calf.
15 seconds.
2 years old.
Like a YouTube ad.
Right.
That's actually a good joke.
Maybe the Gemara does and says, listen, it's like a sheep. Once it's 13 months old, 13, 14 months old, it's already apart. So maybe it should have different type of Nesachim. Down the way, man, the short hair effort. Like what? All bulls are in the same time. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Also, the difference between the Nesachim of a year old and a 2-year-old. You're on the hard with you, so let's keep on making differences. When it turns 3 years old, maybe it has even more to suffer. I'm learning how to play the Iowa effort. Oh, yes, if I
His response was, again,
not how to learn. You can see it's still the Nisky Kevin and Nisky Iron. You also have a Nisky Kish on the series. Oh, tomorrow, maybe also by females looking at many teams, a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. And learn how to say no, no. It's only by the males. Oh, you can use it. Oh, you know, that year, we have the 8. So, I think, sorry, but that was the question. If the calf is really bad and it's 8 to go, That means the dog is
I'm
good.
really having an allergic reaction.
Cat is
Can't
bad.
breathe well,
Wolf is
and my
good.
face is so
Goat
swollen
is
red.
good.
What do
Cat's
I do?
bad.
She tweeted
So
out.
the one that punishes
And
the
he
cat is
responds
good.
the next
And
day
the one
after
that
all those
punishes
other
the
tweets.
dog
He
is
goes,
bad.
I guess that's
You
what
make the
happens
prejudice
after
all
3
over your body
hours.
saying it comes out not good.
That's funny, dude.
What?
This is funny. Look at this.
Right.
I was reading
So
these
if you
by
do that
myself,
prejudice, it comes out
stoned
not
on
good.
my
And
patio
the bunny's going
yesterday, dying of laughter. That's right. By
It doesn't
myself,
work out. It
picturing
doesn't work.
Jeremiah laughing.
So they say, I forgot who says it, it is just for Hasidim.
Okay, wait a second. Hold on. Too much faith in the book.
Calves.
I didn't even notice this
Yeah,
one
but that's
2
something
days
else.
ago.
Veal. I think veal is
She
good.
tweeted
And
again.
cattle
This is
under 11
just
years
a
old.
random girl. By the way, she only has
Okay.
5,683
Say
followers.
because
Her
the
actual
goat
Twitter
has
handle
a
is
beard
HALEHXEVY1.
and the cattle
Anyway,
has a
2
mustache.
days ago she
They're
said,
fighting, whatever, but the dog who's completely shaven,
my feet and
what
back
happens
hurt
to the
so
have to
bad!
mix in?
Exclamation point. Bartending is hard. To which
Yeah,
Manuel
but
Ferrer
after the devices can do it. Don't give me more up.
You did it for more than 3 hours?
Maybe he's
Or
in
was it just an epic hit from him?
Yo, so how you be sorry. Maybe I should make a difference between a goat and a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. I mean, my baby, or a papa. All this one, Rava. This is a papa. This is the
10 hours ago.
Rava.
10 hours ago. Ladies and
You know,
gentlemen,
they asked the question over here. Why is it public one? He only asked
10
for
hours
papa,
ago
no?
today.
Unless,
The
you know,
Kill
they add,
Tony
he asked
official
all
Twitter
cheers.
account.
Above
All
the
capital letters Kill Tony
this is
tweeted.
like Benny always
Another
makes
Monday
fun. He
with
says,
another Kill
Makish
Tony at the
to
Comedy Store
what
for
we
Ethan
what
Clifford Man
what are
two
you
weekends.
Lashon Rabbi? And
To
the
which
Hebrew is
the young
Lashon
man
Rabbi. It's
named
like
Brian Vieira
wheat.
tweeted, Young up and
The famous
coming,
Rosh Hashiva
failing
that
older comics. In about
flagged
15
down a
minutes,
car.
you guys
You
will
have
be
room
over
for us to
winky
retire.
face smile.
Was
Clearly
the
making
non-side
a
only have
genuine
one seat.
Manuel
So things
Ferrero
zoomed up.
response to all of us.
He
We're all tagged in this.
fell to the ground. He picked me up.
Remember, Brian Vieira
He
did
picked
not
us
tweet
up.
with
He
a
said. He
winky
picked us up.
smiley face.
We helped each other out. So it says you must listen and go to riot from
Daniel,
the
I love your style.
Wow,
You're
so
on
it's
Twitter
really
in Winter
the
Snake.
Spanish mistake. So you should go to Japan.
Why Winter Snake?
It's
What
called
is that?
so the way it works is you went to a station and you paid for your wine and your flour. And they gave you a separate. And the separate said one of a few different things. But it said beer on it. So it meant that you paid for the second of Wall Street, Biden, Chicago, older and smaller, large and small, not older, large and small, so hard, so everybody, put this away, 150-year-old male. In other words, that answers Robert's question, what? That the nesachim of a female sheep are identical to the male because you get the same settle whether it's a male or female. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day, a wonderful week.
Where is the book? Spreading love throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Yeah, why would you just push it down and get that next turn? Nice order. I used to write it. I love it. It's just so I love it. Accuracy. It's the key to your comedy, bro. It is. There he goes, Manuel Herrera. There he is. Winter Snake. There he goes. One more time for Manuel Herrera, ladies and gentlemen. While you all sat there, Ryan Shaiba ensured tonight's episode. While we're looking at that, what do you guys want to plug? Smaller Brothers have a new podcast with our good friend Daniel Bamford.
I go to the Rabbi side.
I saw it in Tower. I loved it. Give it on
You don't understand. Even one person, 2 people is better than none. Sitting there, the chair just gave a minute ago. The voice I sitting there in Newport,
This
Well,
weekend,
by
well,
the
I was on the
Nugget,
road.
the
I had
famous
the
Nugget,
amazing
she's
pleasure of
I don't know if
listening
you
to
ever
one of
say
my
the last
favorite
name. Tell me.
musicians' new albums. It's
Yeah?
called Bad Chad. It's from the
Yeah?
great band leader, Patty Reagan over there. Patty Reagan's on
This
Twitter at Patty
this is a
Reagan.
reminder of
Anything
this
else,
so
man?
in
What
there.
else is going on?
I'll tell you the truth. It's either 8 days in the Omer or 10. It's not 9, but we're going in order. This job is supposed to be for tomorrow, which is after school. Just you say Spears Omer, then you're supposed to say, and everything will be good.
Check out Stand Up on the Spot every second Tuesday of the month. Here's the company store. Reach out to me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up and check out my website, jeremiahwatkins.tv for my latest TV live videos. I just broke my tooth. I'm mostly
We have
sorry.
a very
Just
special,
say hello.
special message from a very
That's it.
special
Happy to be
group.
here. Love it. It's a city. I'm doing Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, June 2nd and 3rd.
Heilige Defense straight from the Yam to the Yam of Helmet.
Joe joined in Houston, Texas,
He's doing
June
stuff
16th and
himself.
17th.
Maybe one
Comedy
day
Zone
we
in
should collaborate in
Jacksonville.
about Rico in English.
And then Hartford,
Take the juicy
Connecticut, a
stories
bunch of fun places. Fort Worth,
and
Texas,
get it out in the song.
But
next
maybe,
week
do
on
you
this
do the
show,
dots? I can only collaborate with
officially
those
Oh
announced
yeah.
my
I can
entire
hit
huge
this. Him
Monster Energy
keep on
tour
spending
dates
the light.
that are happening in the month of August. I literally go everywhere around the country, some house of blues, some big theaters, some rock venues. I'm super excited about that. So find out more about that on the next episode, episode 211. This was episode 210.
Do that. It's
Brian
a
Redband,
picture,
Congrats,
perfect
and
picture.
thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody. We're going to take a
People
picture
smile
real
over.
quick.
All right, this is something. I spoke to him once about doing that. Yeah, I'll do it. This is Hashem. We'll jump on the bandwagon. We'll see the real light. Thank you, Dobie Spiegelman, for arranging. Pesach is over. Here's a chance, no experience, no crowd. We need a break after lunch. We just wanted to pizza and chill. Motzi Shabbos and plus pizza night. Where is this? But where? Doesn't say the place. Mark, where are we? Yeah, okay, Stevenson Road. I get it. But what city is that? It's a good matzo. Where is it? In Baltimore. 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 What else do we have here for today? We're going to jump in right away. It's a shorter doc. We're going to make it really short because it's very shot here. The official edition, everyone shots. We talk about you writing music on this part economics. Gratitude, love it. We set the sponsored by David Salmon, Benefit and Memory of a remaining small powerful Pine Street Bridge Corner Rock. We set the sponsored Golden Guys, Steve, plus the $5,000. Announce our phone movement, guys, the policy time information, giving us a lot of weight, between policies and much ceiling. Announce the Shane on the mission is anonymous, the previous force name and the recent service for layer bass system. Strong out, keep everybody sticking out on the Tessa. It's a patty at the most I keep exciting. We go to County, Tammy, Island, you came on with every chief and media of life. Hey, I'm going to my companion, all those who talk in the white. From Starlight Time with Fushima, he's a monthly sponsor. Fushima, we may refer to them, Miriam. MUIR. Fushima, that means no weekly, no daily. Everybody's on a different schedule. It's strong guys. We're here. Fushima, all the kind of income that we should have brought out. It's the same what happened. When Esther, it was a yellow, but he was then a yellow Esther. One side, we were holding the Mishnah of Tzaddik on his hours. Rhyming studio, and we developed easy stuff today. Amigos, Shilamigos, Amy, Migdoshes. And the yellow roses, putting a white background with flower in the tree. But other than that, it's beautiful. This is rubbish. It's piled up. This is not. The measuring devices. As a side note, why is it called music? Those players. Why is it called music? The artist I think does explain because you're born with all these attributes. You have you're stubborn, you have fast, you have gaiva, you have all sorts of things, and we're working on them. But everything that we have is with the music. But sometimes being stubborn is very, very important. When learning how to be stubborn, you have to have a little path in your life. You have to have a little guidance sometimes. Depends on what. With the midah. Everything is the midah. And we work on the midah. In other words, we lower that one. I once heard a story that connected to. I don't think the English will connect to so much, and I was thinking maybe not to say it. But anyway, the guy was looking into a sugar for his daughter. He's a wealthy fellow, and he decided to send a private investigator to his business. He's an older guy, he's a 30-year-old guy. What should do for him? She sends a private investigator to the guy's office. And the private investigator comes out and says that he has a temper. So he doesn't know what to do. He looks maybe he's about to die, but he has a past. He's an English. So he goes to meet the guy. He says, listen, I gotta be over with you. I want to be from the daughter, but you're a really good guy. So he says, how do you know me? How do you know? That's the question. So he says, because I think the private investigator. The sergeant says, you said the private investigator?
The next Steven Spielberg might be sitting up there right now. Wait a second, no, that's Afro-Guy sitting there.
What's that? I'm messing with you. This is what I do at work. I need to get my employees in line. I'm not really angry. See what? I'm not angry.
Of course, yeah.
I connect it to a little bit. I use it a few times also, this kind of thing, but it's not good. I don't advise it because every class is a little class, and every joint is a little bit of cut. You understand? This is my sense.
Another thing definitely worth mentioning is that a ton of our friends on a show that's pretty much loosely based on the story of this comedy. A lot of our friends wrote for and are starring in Showtime's new show.
I haven't quoted in a long time, so I got to quote him. He says, what's the idea behind piling it up? It's basically showing you a burden, so I'm trying to give you as much as I can. I can't do more than this. If you give it like a month of this, like you kind of cheap, you know what I mean? It's like,
I love that. Thank you. I was just kidding. We also have we have a band.
חוץ משל קנגודו, sorry, Rothschild that of the Kangolo, which we discussed, he starts off in the morning with one he divides it in half and gives half of the start in the morning, half in the evening. That is flat. Now we explain there's a number of reasons. Because walking with it, you don't want it to spill over. It's hard to divide in half.
Every single week the band comes out and
Neither is allowed. Very same English. Neither is allowed. Very same. Very same is the overflow. The overflow is so this way or now.
Reagan and Jimenez.
This that. Ooh, this is great flesh. Let me finish this up, maybe.
Oh shit. It feels like it's very reggae. Oh!
I'm holding a cup of coffee.
Hot
And I'm
dealers.
looking at the roots, and I saw a sign there to show. My sister Aria. It says, coffee here is free.
Wow, you guys are like from Jamaica.
Up until like this, like 3/4. Anything above that, that's a big check. The idea is, I don't know if you ever noticed, how we make coffee and when the shoulder work, you don't always to the top, always to the top. Before you go to that, and then you take a step forward, you know what happens? You drip, you come. So we'll give it to you for free, but if you're going to mess around and try to dip on our floor, you have to pay money for that. That costs money. There you say it. So, Rabbi Kiva, sorry, let's go back. Courts, Mr. Kandoji, Yiddish Allah, they say Kodesh. Yiddish Allah, they say Kodesh. Kind of common. When the species is very similar in a way. Slightly, or each one is slightly different. Yiddish Allah, they say Kodesh. The measuring devices of the liquid is after which the payment, the oil is measured, is clean, so it has a different. And with the salami, if you're trying to measure the flour, those measuring cups did not have douche. What's the thing? You see, because it has douche, so everything that's up there also has douche in it. You have to explain why. If it doesn't have douche, so everything above does not have douche. That's why piled up flour doesn't have douche. Piled up water doesn't have douche. the people underneath us are not crazy. The people are very same
I
crazy.
am now
What's
going
the
to
adding?
explain the show very quickly.
You can say, yeah, it's fun. The people are very
Idiots, you
same
know what
crazy.
goes on here. A bunch of people sign up for the show.
So,
People that want to
he
get pulled up
argues with the
about
Tanakh.
60 seconds in front
The
of you.
Shin Gemara exactly how
Maybe,
the Gates are the running shoes
find out
that
something about
Hello,
the
Shabbat,
show.
America, Layom,
Just go
this makes a lot of sense.
guest on the
People
show
got
in 60 seconds.
how in the world, and I'm just having trouble mostly understanding how exactly you're going to deal with this pollution. But how do you get there? How does it overflow? You pour the wine, you pour the wine, and you come like this. So what stays on top exactly? Is the stuff you just poured down? It didn't make sense. The stuff you just poured goes to the bottom, pushes up the bottom, and then it comes on top. The stuff that you pour on top, it's not a solid, it's a liquid. Liquid usually drops down and pushes the rest up.
First name out of the
You
bucket.
have to know because the rest of that stuff is already inside the food. It's inside the food, it has a dish up, and now it pops up on top. Okay, it's really covered. You'll be taking a bottle of Cristal, you pour it up to here, and you pour a little bit more, it goes like this. So if it doesn't go into the clear, I can hear it. But that's if it's flour. So yeah, the new stuff that goes on top never went inside the clear. But when it comes to liquid, usually it's all mixed in, and it's all like, how are you putting this big into it? I'm not sure I'm having trouble with it. But okay, but that's what he's saying. That's people what he's saying. You say the lemon shoes that, the liquid is up here from the bottom, it's the top. Rabbi came like that, but the dry is not. So when I first have to deal with this, we put over there. Beginning this is the first word you use. All the measurements. How many measurements were there? None. Here we made it. Have garbage out. According to the mayor, what? All the garbage. There's 20 of them. There's only one. It's either, he says it's two, sorry. Rabbi says there's only one. According to the mayor, it's two. One is a flat, one is a full. Slightly lower than the flat one, but there's only one that goes above the rim. And that's only one. So really holy this. Here, there's only one measuring period for the flour, and it was a flat one. It wasn't even a deep one. Here's the answer that you offer to. Loyalon River Mayor. If the mayor says there's one, 2 point, and one flat one. You might tell me this. What does this mean? Like, all the measurements? Only people. Isn't there like 10 different cable different? It means 10 different measurements. I use this one sleeve. This one is starting to use. Even if I need 3 Australian of flour, I use the one in starting measurement. I do 3 times. Well, there's not 3 different, 5 different measurements. There's not a cleat that holds 3, a cleat that holds 2, and a cleat that holds 1. It's one cleat that holds 1 starting, and it's one that you overload. But it contains all the details, all the shiurim of the Beis Hamikdash. Sometimes we need 2 Australian, 3 Australian, you use that too. Now we're going to explain all 3 shiurim. This is a lot of things. Michael mentioned the original one. It's not a conversation. This is a lot of new stuff. Moshe Rabbeinu will give Kedusha to the clean on the inside and on the outside. Put oil. Remember how we put the oil? You can key to do a C, a U, a S, a X. You have a lot of sheets. How many sheets? 7 or 9 or 7. What are the other ones? That was close. Let's remember X. There's a place to somewhere. Okay, you did it. Okay. You did the main theme. In other words, you don't have to paint the whole thing. You just go like this. On the outside, you do like a cross or a U, and inside and so on. So in this sleeve has the Kedusha on the inside and the outside. And then what? So this, the column is this right over here. Is the rim. Is that what it's called in English? The rim. Is this a Kedusha? If it does, so when the wine piles up and touches this, it gets Kedusha from it. you have this information related to it. And the dry good one, the one with the flour, only has juice inside and not outside. That's why the overflow is not coming. The people saw that this on the fish up, saying the different thing that was this love is really liquid. He argues and he says that the dry good one doesn't have any detail whatsoever. Let me ask you a question. If this cup has zero detail and it's filled up with flour, how is the flour going to keep it? The answer is, the doctor says, it's my mouth. You're right, the food doesn't give it any detail. So my mouth does. I say it should become public.
What else have you been doing for that 11
The icy salsa, first you can eat from the same level, so of course, both the dry and even the liquid does not have juice on the outside. They'll have the time on doing like the money cost, and it's the reason why the reason of the liquid become colors, why is the overflow colors? Because it comes from the inside, already had the juice when it's inside the cup, and then it popped out, so it remains color. Now you have to get in there, and dry goods like flour stays in the top. As you pour it, that's where it stays. It doesn't go down and up. So what if this wine is on the bottom of the cup? It came up and is now above. That might be itself in the cup. But where is the gas of the owner? The guy, the kavana, the bishop, whatever's in the cup, not what's above the cup. So someone if it started in the bottom, it came to the top. But the fact is, we only say it because whatever remains in the cup. Lately, we had a bunch of one-time names. This is one more time in class. This is the name of Rabbi. So merit. The shortest and catching the lower das. I don't need the das of the owner. I don't need his machshava. It becomes color just by being in the shortest, even on the bottom, not on the top. Maybe on the bottom one, and that itself gives you crucial. Rabbi Omar Elohim, the shortest in the catching of the das. Perhaps it's in catching. If the shortest doesn't have any dusha, and only dusha when you have the right mindset. And therefore, the fact is, the hot wine should not be covered. I'm just concerned that people will say, look, here, you had wine in a t-shirt, and you just made it not covered. Well, so after making zero, and say that what? That it's covered. The question is, most of the Zera are very similar. Students are like look at this. So this is the famous Shulchan. Oops. And let's do it again. Another one. 12 lechem hachaim. When do we put it on the Shulchan? On Shabbos. When do you get to eat it? On Shabbos. Interesting situation going to happen. What happens if we just put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever, there's no bread available, you put it on Sunday. Listen to this. Carbon, if it stays overnight, is possible. Why is it possible? We know. Overnight is possible. How come the lechem hachaim is not possible? You know? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos, so it can be possible after one day. So what happens if it's on? Listen to this. It's tricky. Not tricky. It's a shmakazah. What happens if the bread is on the table for 8 days, from Sunday to Monday? From Sunday to Sunday, 8 days. Do you know that, you know? Then there's no way. Why? Because it needs to be on the table for two Shabbos. When does this bread start becoming leaner? After the second Shabbos. 13 days later. So it says in Gemara, if that's the case, see those Halekinus of the Zikun on Shabbos, you put it on the table on Sunday, Riknis of the Zikun, the Shabbos, and then 6 days later on Shabbos, you put the Levaina, the 2 spoonfuls of Levaina on the Mizbeach, Sulah. It's gas. What you do is that it's going to be running. And someone about wait for the second shot. 13 days later, Shafiru Ru al Shukun Young Rabbi, and we got told there's no Marina if the bread is on the table for many days. Now, why? Wasn't on the zero from the only one people are going to say that all you need to do, oh, look, over here, it didn't come Marina because it's honest. So if I want to take a target and save it from becoming possible overnight, then he's putting it in a nice clean that has crucial and it won't become possible either. I can make it zero. Possible. So what's going on is you don't have nothing upon him that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. Those who know better than that's question. But over here, if you say, over here people get confused and say that you can just pick off the one from the top and make it, or from within the feed and make it not one. So you have to make it good. Now, one side is soft and the kids are good. The other is moist and soft. That one have a little, it's almost the same. A little shy of one is moist and soft. Remember, I'll just throw out something. When you have extra stuff, extra of these mincha, because those people who sell stuff to these amigos have to sell always with a little, even store when you sell like a pound of something, you have to add a little tiny drop. Especially, certainly when they sell to these amigos. You gotta be careful with these things. You can't rip off the things. You have to add a little. So what do you do with the extras? That's one way of looking at that. It goes with case on his back. What's case on his back? The desserts of his back. The case is also Russian or fried figs. When his back has a down period, there's no providers. So you grab an animal from within the English that was donated for his case on his back and put it on his back. So my motion is something. What is this motion? What is that goes from the table? Good stuff. Okay, this extra stuff that we saw on the top up here, beautiful. We have to turn it over. What goes above the rib? The other says, no, this man is what we learned. The problem of the Shabbat club is Ma'arba. He gave me something cheap price. The envelope, he sold it, and it got more expensive. The Shabbat Ma'arba, he has to provide the Bisamigos with the cheaper price. In other words, by the line is, the Bisamigos always wins. In all disputes, they still win. That's how they're going to play. We show his money last time. The guy said, I'll provide this amount of food. Right? They show him this English tongue. We provide me, Zaka. How much is a lot of time, by the way? By my daughter's consonant, I thought it shows it. $11. We paid as little as we paid it. We paid $11 wholesale for our shop. I'm assuming it's much more. No, it's really good. What's my That's it? Just a little bit more?
Yes. You're judging other people pretty much, right? You're commenting. Not really, but they sort of, that's really the way I look at it. We're just sort of talking about what just happened. But I'm trying to bring my mom in. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, 18 times they charge you in Miami $50 for I don't know. No?
Not really. I know better spots if I ran the conference.
You know, is the land shop big? One chapter person, the person might be and then the timer is. It's also expensive too.
So you're pretty much positioned. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, give me a spot, Tony. Give me a spot. I mean, there's no one that really is out of doing
that's not going to be short. You get double time for buying your menu.
Adam gets done on this show. Adam was against on the show.
You're talking about the kid says, if the guy is selling this provider, I want to be the meat provider. I want to be the provider of flour and oil and all this stuff outside. So I'm going to price very high. I'm providing that. Then the price drops. So you have to give them some English to the price. It's not like, without getting into it, just a regular house. This amigo has a special thing that they can acquire things with this money. Jews cannot buy with money. They need a kinyan. That you something that you well, let's do a kinyan. But some English can do like a goy. It's going to be tested. But only when it's worth it for it. If money is not good for it, because they made a up on a higher price and the price drop. So basically, it goes back to the lower price. You know what? Actually, you do. Still, but you're always, if it's something that you know going in, no matter what, you have to get into the thing. Shall I say, the average always wins. Okay, so the main this is the shadow most of the song. How did we get extra? Because I provided this image more than it needed. So now they have extra. Why did I provide more than it needed? Because we need a one price, and we got the better deal. It's not the shot like you said before, it's the wine blah. It's a big deal that they made with the wholesaler and got more products. So what do? You sell it, and you buy for money to get to you. I was a little kid, right? I'm right for them. I was a little kid, right? What do you do with the extra wine in the phone and top? And there's that after you can be, might have another card on, give it to all the cards. Get longer, but if you stayed overnight, you possibly know. You're not, if you didn't go over, the piece of medicine is there, you don't have another cartridge. You have another cartridge, and it didn't fill overnight. So you put on the back. In other words, how do you put on the back? You can't put wine in the glass. You need oil. So you sell the wine. Anybody want to schmuck it, you call it for wine. And then you put on Gen 8. So start copy. You know what the is?
Preacher Lawson.
Yeah. Good stuff. Talking about, I don't want to give anybody the now the kids and medicine is there. The guy is them out. No, nothing in them others. Yeah, it's unbelievable stuff. I'm not going to say the names, but upper renders, you know what I'm talking about.
Preacher, you've been on the show a few times, and every single time
I even had to open up here. I opened up a bottle every sugar, and I didn't want to open up. Wow, this house 25 people.
How do you even find out about somebody who
I don't want to open up the magic. I don't want to be message.
Double 17.
With all this stuff. Okay, now we can start. Roll your mother, huh? Oh. Ooh,
Now I feel like you're sort of lying about the story.
Hold on, we're just supposed to behind it. Oh, no, you can say sponsors. Azar Global. Currently got Azar Global exclusive cross-border examinations, payments. Michelle, that cop, please go to shift today because every shit that happened is first red.
How long have you been doing stand-up again?
Kakait Zeh Mahu.
So you're killing it.
What do you do?
Just
Yeah,
like
it's explained, but you know, what do you do with this money that you get from selling the wine and buying oil? You make oil out of it. And what do you do with an oil? Like you always do with an oil. I've also the shame by I would think it's a little different because comes from the money of the people. Maybe the man shouldn't share it at all. No, if they want to get the highs, why not? I give it to them. And I have a right to be able to. Anyway, the funny thing over here that we're talking about, like you said, what is it? Repeat by racist? That we're talking about the wine because of buckwheat. No, what was it? The shot was that the place in English got a deal that they bought them extra. I give it to them. We have a little topic solvers and hybrid on these solvers. He said it was 100% provided from English in the cheap price and the price of cost. The Saudi Rabbi asked to provide it with the cheaper price. The show is going to lie. Like he provided, said he's going to provide it with a higher price. The price is right. The Saudi Rabbi. Yeah, English out here is not word for word when we said on top of it. The sales are for English. This is the shot of Muslims, not the one that goes above the in, but the extra part of it because when you get it, that goes to sell it and that goes to buy a Allah. There's a downtime on.
You had to tell me that I had cancer. How would you do it?
So I made a little this thing. Just to make it exciting. These are the famous things that I always use because you're touching the touching power. Just what's funny about this list, at least in my mind, is that there's 5 X's and 5 checks. In other words, that means these kavanas do not have your salt in the kavanas. You don't bring any flour, oil, nothing, just as is. And the ones that have a nice check, yeah, they do. When you watch the Muslim community, it's hard to all the kavanas need the salt. Besides 5 of them, it's 10, and besides half of them, so it's funny logic. But maybe the child will see it. Oh, you got a card, a nicer, a pesa. So the screen on the left side, the card is nicer, and pesa on top. This one has a similar, one is yes and one is no. Ela just agora deixou de sair, mas chama, ó, the paddles wrong. From 2 from the right. Oh, 5. Ela just agora deixou de sair, mas chama tudo no chão. Because even for the 2 on the right, but I know those, there are 2. There's a practice of yes, and there's a practice of yes. There's a practice of sorry, the practice of sorry, that you have to be like you know. Yeah. This Mitzvah guy is carrying it in flour and oil. The other is practice in Russia.
And I guess that goes worth mentioning when you do say that it's short of one on thing. I guess I don't ever give a shout out on Mr. Ryan giving a lot of middle spots regularly at the ice house for the last few years. So that's really also the thing.
So let me show you this, and this will explain the whole Gemara concept. Now, it's mixed with Gemara, usually in my opinion. It's just that I'm not an artist, and I didn't separate the lines perfectly, but you'll be able to read it. So, red is a negative, green is a positive. Negative means no mincha, and green means yes means. This is that's me, that's me. Meaning if you're going to bring a mincha, it means somebody bring a mincha as a standard, just for mincha. The mincha doesn't require a mincha. You're not doing a mincha with a mincha. But and the word you bring a pint, you have to bring this up there. You have to bring a mincha with it. Is that like shlamim? You have to bring with it. The following that, there's a flavor. What's a flavor? A bakar, meiser, pesach, hatos, hasham. These 5 things, all you must bring it. It's not up to you. You didn't decide to bring it. You had to bring it. It's the first course. It's on pesach. It's on the and finally, the Moradation is what we just had now on pesach. When it comes to this initiative, we do 3 components. You guys know that? No. Extra. The Moradation. Extra.
He really does have a good point. It's a distraction. It's great for more than you don't need to do that. That's a habit that I feel like people that are mellow, that are like using it for a thing.
This is stunned final fruit. It's done. You might have a good CD that you bring to face up. Speak up on those really have to do because I saw it in purple. I can't see this in English. You have the Shami Shakira, you have to bring on the 50th day of Lisa, and also Shami Silk and the Stars. And so that's what I get up is drink wine. You follow I'm not telling you, I ran around the hotel. So the sofa.
I want to see you walk into the room sort of, you know what I mean? Like there's wait a second, what are you doing? Wait, what's going on? I was talking, okay, stop whatever you're doing. To Portugal's grandma.
Maybe everything that goes onto the fair requires a mincha.
There she goes.
Meaning, a mincha should require a mincha. If you bring your mincha by itself, so Hashem, I want to bring you with the flowers, so maybe I can do flower already. I'm going to call you every part, not a minute. Shlomi, I don't know. I'm going to say that. And then I know I'm going to the so that's why you see on the screen, it says, on top of the oil, is it on top of the oil, it's Shlomi.
It's not easy, people.
Maybe I should say those 5 things. For my present time, Rothschild should need me. When I'm learning, I'm telling you in the Dava, I'm winning because I gave him the Dava. You're another. By the way, I want to remind everyone, it's none of my business really, but if you keep making a Dava, you know, it's a good thing to pay back. I was very inspired. That was very fun. My idea is to perform. It's incredible. $180,000 idea. They collected $150,000. It's in a few days. No? Collected into the account. No? I think it's crazy. Okay. Just, and I said something about it, and then he said, oh, people sent me money because they promised money to their son, who, if he finishes Sanhedrin, they owe the son Aaron $20,000. He was shooting him out, which he was doing that. I think he tried to do it right now. He was doing that for a few seconds afterwards. But anyway, people just recently said, oh, you forgot. They sent the money. People forget. He's making a dove on you. So just remind you. That's why I personally, almost every time I promise to show money, I forget. I remember like having a year later, it's very prevalent. And that's why I try to stay away from it as much as possible. But not to give money, but not to promise. And you don't have a phone to remind you don't have anything. And a guy like me, I forget from 10 seconds to the next. How many remember? Oh.
The saddest
Well,
thing
I remember
is trying to
I remember, and I'm not kidding. How 2 or 3 years later, I remember that I gave my husband shul $100. That's it. I said I only $100. So it took me 2 years, and also to my clothes. Oh, I gave the. I think it's only good. It's nerve-wracking. I mean, come back and then you go to the end because it's $1,000. You don't get any more before you let it up. So learn.
That's my
But
favorite.
then it's going to suffer. So hoping that it doesn't going to suffer.
Black guys are wearing Gucci purses.
It's only when it comes to it willingly, and then manchmal heute ist es so, heute ist heute Sapoiz Masarega Burego. Maybe things that come because we have to announce it for money. What are they? Oh, yes, the Shalom Chagiga. These are the things that you guys said. The Oila, you come to this image, the Shalom Chagiga, there's another one. Shalom Simcha. Shalom Chagiga.
There he is.
Have a great night.
The monster.
Oh, you do my idea, son.
His
Yeah,
poor
this guy. I remember the Shalom Chagiga and what? That's the green.
I can't believe a pen made a phone call like that. They didn't take back. I've never
But
heard
we were
of
there
it.
to tell us something.
Okay, so
Masculine is
Cambridge
English.
just filed a sexual
Or it's
harassment
real.
complaint.
All the Syria Katos.
Tony
Another
liked
one. Katos of Yonta.
This just in.
How about learn now? If you pass it in Baka, the Baka would probably Love Yatsu, big Love Yatsu. Goes together and it's mixed in with everything else, all the components, then Baka. Why are you trying to specify them Baka? Learn us lack of love. Imagine Baka the youth of Baka in the double.
Just tell the truth. I can tell right now. Tell the guy loading up the line.
But anything
Right now.
like heels.
What? You're Polly's graphic designer? This is breaking news.
Really hot. Last is rare and clear for showing a proper point that son. That's the last part of what I have over here. This one. The fish in them are oil. Many girls have the mash. Any oil. So it's the oil. Won't be the oil. No, I'm living in a fucking son has to be either from cattle or from sheep. Not a from food. That's why I love it. Remember, there's an oil in it. I really know it's set up. The oil in it. No, it's not a food. It's something that you check. You can look at it for it's not a set up.
Nobody's ever gotten fired on the spot.
What I need to soup in. Mira, poco me lo sé, seriously. Dice, no más, todo no son una poco, que me la soy, yo, for I realize, so I'm saying, ahora, you know, it just says, I'm bringing oil, that's being one out, and one sheep. And one night, that's what it says in the parcel, you know, poco, oil, that's sold by us, and it's something in the poco, so, lots of effort, maybe, lots of, it's up to you. So they ask, how can you bring 2? If you want, I'll give you 2. Another thing you want extra, it's full of love. The machine, the rash masses. I understood it differently, but yes, honestly, it's a good question. When Yonason knows wrong, Yonason says, why would I even have a, why according to Yonason would I have a Hava Milah that is really, because it's another sheep and calves. Look.
So he's always,
the famous
he's one of these guys that's very
Does anybody have a Havamina that lives actually? Maybe I should first pull the father and mother in order to be in order to get the item. She says no, can't be. Why? Because it says the pastor of the Sapper, Shon Hamor, Yapto, you got the word Yapto, I think. Maybe you know how to publish maybe Yapto means woven together. So it seems by a father and mother don't see it. So it means either one or the other. So according to Johnson, but it's the word Yaakov by all. So why would I have a Adam, you know, that after being both of the bull and either off? Well, it's all about you about talking Yaakov. Well, it's a sort of, you know, how you see, really not so. See this? Or then it's talking to him about really not so. Like he's like, actually, it's very important to remember that. What does the boss do? Remind the city after going. It's a living in one clothes.
Still rocking the Pittsburgh outfits.
For that, we need to show you what is this video.
יש לי שתי דרישות ברורות. פתחו את מצרי הורמוז ותשלחו לי מתכון לקבב פרסי. Did you hear it? Send down mental reciprocal Shabbat. Iran sent me the recipe for Persian kebab that I love so much. That's why I decided on a ceasefire from now on.
But you said you wanted the Strait of Hormuz to be opened as well. Why did you give up on that demand?
I said in Hebrew kebab, they open the streets of Hormuz. A letter Bob in Hebrew means either this or that.
I don't understand. He's only right according to one opinion. But according to Rabbi Yonatan, you have to do both. This and this.
Oh no, I think he said black!
Slow down if you're having to do this. He's hoping to crack.
How long have you done? 3 years?
Imagine it gets all
of it in Pittsburgh. How many spots a week were you in?
Ceasefire is over. Okay.
1 or 2. Mostly 1.
We got the Iranian. Okay, now we go back to it. Now we topple them. Who understands this?
How many jobs you worked in Pittsburgh? I'm asking
If
how many times you got a week.
you hold that, if you don't.
I was going up when I was starting stand-up. I was going up here in LA and places
I need a
like
puzzle
this,
to tell me
grinding and rolling at every open mic without a
because
bar.
it
I was going
says,
up, one spot every.
it's as if it says Yaakov, as if it says I need both.
Another spot.
So now what do I need to do?
Another spot. So
I need a puzzle that says I can't move from the puzzle, both card, but not a bird. I need a puzzle to tell me that I don't need both, or one or the other. See everybody about it. I'm going to not think about it. It's two different super puzzles in the house. In order to get one of the puzzles, if you didn't have to think about it, that's made it from the word buffalo.
Backwards like 80s, like Chuck E. Cheese.
It's something that I mean, I really need to follow something that's right. That's only in the first one. Because all this, the sun says I'm bringing in a normal. Maybe you have to bring one sheep and one. I'm not sure on the puzzle for no. Only one dog. One side. The ball. Sitting there. After
Where's this book? Spreading Torah, Nazi Torah. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. What are you saying it for? I just said it. Why did you just keep on confirming what I just said? I have no job. You should be going to Did you either want to do it? Kevin, how good of a graphic designer? Yeah. Good. I love you, Kevin. Welcome to the show. You did it, buddy. You popped your cherry. This is either going to fire you up or you're going to be a big baby. Or my guess is you're going to start writing jokes tomorrow like you've never written in your fucking life. Later, buddy. There he goes, Kevin Budney, everyone. Making a bad example of fist bumping everybody before you ace. Please don't do that. I hate that. I hate fist bumping people. I don't bring guests on for the you don't get pulled out of the bucket for your magical fist bump.
We're actually live.
He does the graphics for my new Crackle show.
Yeah.
It's right around 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's great. All he's going to do an awesome show on Crackle for the Holy Shore podcast show. Yes, that's what it's called. Check that out on Crackle.
I hope everybody in America had a great justice. And we're still doing serious. So in there, you are money, you should do a call. You ready to call.
Pretending not to know. I thought it would be funny.
Remind you of
So you know, Kevin.
these are everywhere today. Is the first of money business because the money is controlled by low estimate. Anybody can jump in to grab a day, a week. But boy, say these are still good. I did not see this one or
Put your hands together for Aaron Thompson.
So tonight, you're all surprised this is by the Yes Dreams. Some of the best songs that Paris can sing. Beautiful. What do you have to say?
So I'm a police officer. I work in South Central. Irvine is down I was at work, had a white water, had a great picture, black to his gun, raise your hands up, come down to your knees, party, you gotta come down, get up here like this. What you doing here? I don't want no shit.
Maybe you'll compose a
Wow,
song.
like Aaron Thompson, that's crazy. Is that true? You're really an LAPD? That is so fucking awesome. Put your hands together for this guy. Working a real full-time job. Working a real fucking job. Being a hero out there. And then we're actually coming in. Yes, this is your song.
Oh, yeah. Great, it's not some. He does very well.
For those of you that are listening to the podcast, Joel's celebrating his fun time over there. Pulling a bag of
Nancy
pot out.
Marcus.
And here he goes.
We got to teach these guys
It's totally
the
illegal.
more they're up on site, I don't
I know. Wait a second. 20 seconds ago, he said he could not tell hello.
we have to see.
That's a pro level right now and shit, right?
Yeah, thank you for that. Now I know how to start answering the cops when they ask me questions. Always 2 drinks right now. Right now. 2 drinks with a big dinner. Man, Aaron, that is fucking. How long you been a police officer for? A real fucking grown man. You single?
The guy right now in charge of all the satellite locations. He's located in the powerhouse of the world.
That's about to cop himself.
Especially because we are talking to stuff about the young family.
I like that. So, is that true? You really have to control the lady? How long have you been there? Whoa, that's crazy.
Is how many sponsors yes, the secretary, the public council, every menu of all the
Insanity. Look at it. He's on fire right now. Yeah, hold on to it. It's pouring more water on the space for some reason. It's mostly an audio podcast. Makes sacrifices for the 65 people sleeping around.
Having same work with having candy items, cake, and honor with every season, meaning of life, spouses, and parties, etc. What do you amazing yes and our complaining of the Eastern Circle and why important times sorrow only after the voices of the day. Very close. Ladies Andrews, Charles, Shaku, Jackson, Julius Castello, Grace Castello, Abram, and Roca Esther. Anyway, month. She's like we are members of this test. We're holding 2 lines down. Taxi Lord Shaman with a little mission that we like half a word with the oil for so many people are afraid to talk about their real job and real perspective. Finally coming back to Israel, it's like people here in that last meeting so you brought up target unit. His answer was unemployed and about it. But for example, I think you just talked about applying for jobs and in and out and applying for jobs at targets. Something right after you can say anything after that. That's hilarious. Look at it's true. You can feel the honest. So even like it doesn't say anything about bigger police officers. The reason why we don't say miserable is
real shit and you're using your experience it's very impressive because so many people don't get on the show obviously do nothing dog shit all day really in bed so fucking long they do nothing they're gonna do fucking nothing and then they after doing nothing they take a nap. Meanwhile, you're out there keeping streets safe and having enough common sense and awareness and enough passion to be able to perform a strong minute something. So wait, what was the answer?
I don't do it, but I hope you don't do it. You should assume the million. It was Shira, the million of say that. The million of say it's a special movement that we say to take a show. I'm going to not only with passion and passion to says in the fossil passion and passion is so 10 minutes and they got minutes longer. Passion and passion and passion. So the first thing, why is the fossil say the word passion and even in Myanmar, hello, the long thing, it's not already the problem of the look. I would say, just like any other look, judge for look of oil, so she can't get to kill look. Why? Actually, she wasn't a son of a son.
I'm a cop, right? And then the drug signal, like, here's what not for you, here's who I am, I'm my shoes up, all that stuff, and then being able to get into your real life, like, hands everything off at the top for the audience. So that's, like, pulling up that back and forth, just dropping that, and then getting into your real shit. Because everybody's with you.
I'd like to. I'd say the worst twice. Twice is actually a movie. The husband has to pick up down and try to go from a single to typical movie. Take it down fast. Regal after the murder, Regal after Regal. Why come you need the first one to come with royal? And even we do not have that sort of thing. Why? It's one lesson. The point is, we were sad. The first one had like crazy. I really be running up on it. Automatically, I can assume. So to the point to get to full look. Actually, so I'm saying, we got the. I don't know the fish. The first time to tell me that you get a good chance. Because everyone forgets to look. So, why is it saying twice? It must be the idea of rebuild after rebuild and the double positive.
Suicide is the craziest thing that we've seen in person. What's like the silliest thing, the funniest thing?
The followers were picking through. Now, the Nazi part, we're going to ignore it. I mean, some part we're going to ignore it. The head on the right, forget about it. We're going to have the three to the left. We will look at the Nazi and the repeater. the highways, the Rikikim movie, has a half a leg. So perhaps divide the half into thirds. Each one, so you can get a third. The highest gets a third. Which way got from it? Now we're going to discuss the final word that's from it at the end of the book. Why does it say Hashem again? It doesn't need to be said at all. Why? Because it's in the word it says that there's oil, Hashem, human. So I don't need the possible to tell me again, right over here, that the Mecca's all the way to every possible. But I already have a possible. I'm just explaining why these words, these words. I was saying, I don't know, I already said it once, right? I'm saying it again to tell you that the word
Why didn't they just put the drugs on the Bible?
It's more than others. Okay, so how do you do it?
And so we are a community-based office.
Maybe have to look at it before you
Community-based.
maybe I have a room
Close to the neighborhood today. Do you wear a cop outfit? Yes. You have a gun? Yeah. The song was about me. Oh, gun in my backpack.
That's it. How long is it keeping the technology?
When's the last day you worked and what did you do? Vacation.
In other words,
What did you
they
do
go,
last day?
the Rikikim, they get an 8 and an 8. The powers get an 8. And the Rikikim get an 8.
Oh, wow, that's cool. What about donuts? You like donuts?
Each one of them.
Yeah, you look like
Take
you eat
take the
protein
calcium, divide it into
donuts.
quarters. So they have a quarter. Another one, the Rikikim gets
Dude, I mean, there's, I don't know how that shit works, but you should definitely fucking with the wealth of material that you have. I mean, all of that shit, you answered every question with a thing, just like nature with all this experience and energy. Has been in. If I read one cool thing that I would definitely do with that type of knowledge and all that stuff is I figure out how to perform in front of all those cops, the LAPD, when they have like
it
events
doesn't
and
matter
shit.
that you're making these judgments, and
And that's been on this last year since you started. Like, I mean, you just started and just started doing that.
you should know
Fucking awesome.
it's lawful emergency.
Well, then, in that
Once
case,
you've been received from your brother's
in that case, I truly hope you'll come see us again
not
soon.
only that,
We'll see you
brother,
next
the
time.
Constitution
Put your hands together for Officer Aaron Thompson, ladies and gentlemen. How cool is that? That is really cool. Fun episode so far, huh? Well, I think it's about to get more fun, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure shit's about to take a crazy turn right now. If this is who I think it is, I think we're all in for a very special treat. Put your hands together for Nikki Reagan.
After the 7 days, doesn't matter. You do 5 days. After 7 days,
Holy shit! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my mom, everybody!
11 days.
It's Reagan's mother, Nikki
I
Reagan!
don't know what you see how to tell us, but these are 6 days of people. These are a different type of
Yeah!
As you can see here in the chart, 4, 5, 6 is a big, let's say, so just an example, this 4, 5, 6, this comes with dialogue. Now, today, the notice is strong, second upon themselves that they, no matter what, let me just go back a second. Look at the Zamakana. She Shomeres Yom Shel Yoyim, so she just has to keep one clean day. But if she's Zamakana, then she has to keep 7 days of no good food. So today, there's no such thing as Ziva days or Riva days. made them all one, because it becomes very complicated to figure out was it damages, even though everything you're not here that repeats 7 days of Tahara. This idea that there's 11 days of Zivah, that's halacha l'mishra. Okay, so the Rebbe Zaria argues on the Kiva, and he says it's not a possible basically that a person gets a half a little more and not a full.
Put the cat in the box, right? Put the cat in the box. Go ahead. Take your time. It's okay.
So it says in Mishnah that basically they hold, this is not Rama hold, that even you have a machlokes here, whether or not a milka that's made of 60 sharing of flour, so 20 sharing, 60 sharing, you add 60 milliliters of oil or 1 liter of oil for that. When a person is in a Torah, right, that's Saras, the Torah says you have an infliction of Saras. If he can't afford the typical abundance of a wealthy person that's being awesome, so the Torah is limited and it says you can bring
standing ovation from the panel for the great Vicky Reagan in the audience. The first ever universal standing ovation in the show's history. That Reagan hiding the blood that fell out of his pocket from his mom. That is so awesome. You're wild. Now I know why you want to hook up with your mom. Are you still married?
Do you
guys try?
They are going to have to explain when you do the first part of the same following years. The proposing sorrow is on one level. And then that time is happening. So we're going to have to explain what do we do this part of the mitzvah of the Lord Shabbat? How does this fit in that no matter how large the mitzvah is, Lord Shabbat will get one mitzvah. Some more than we have how you saw it over the lake. It's true, like every story
It's a real life show.
This is a solo, short person. The features.
Oh man, this is Vicky, that is so fucking awesome that you did this. This is amazing because it's really, that is one of the most, obviously hilarious. But also like experimental. Tonight for sure, you've just been slaughtering, especially in. He's like a wacky, out-of-the-box comedian is what we consider Pat amongst us, right amongst our peers. Sort of like a risk taker, always writing new stuff. And you seem like you're just so proper and cowboy, and all that stuff. Where do you think Pat gets this wild side from?
Measurements of flour, green string of flour. One carbon, one measurement. You get out of the computer. It's something
because he's a little bit like wilder. Is he wilder than his sister too? Is that right? Is the brother and sister?
Everything that the rich person has to bring, the poor person has to bring in another form.
Really? Was he part of the younger Republican Lots Association? Conservative. What do you mean he was so conservative about that?
Even 60
Really? Only in church?
Only in church. Any person who decides to give an adult of a each place to another phone, like me, we start. Let's give a minimum of something that requires one year of
It's so adorable. You explode with charisma after everything you say. What did you always, what was your reaps or I can't tell how much effort you put into that, actually.
Minimum
Try.
as well as is it using expression. He's still on the higher
I'm pretty sure that's diet. Really good question.
I tell you that it is so easy.
No, just kidding.
Very easy, man. Very easy.
Just because I haven't done the show, I'm really kind of confused. Which one is her kid?
A quarter of 12.
Tony, we got a special caller. What's the Jordan?
And I say, Katia, really, you're
But let's first give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Calling in, it's Jeremiah Watkins. And now we silence up all the way. Everybody, shut up. Jeremiah.
For the Cavs. 3.
Yes, no. Actually, you wouldn't believe it, but she is.
Right here, man. Right here, Jeremiah.
For most people, the macro one, they're going to think, the macro is like, oh, you're going to share, highlights, name, costumes, last name, with the payload, plus how much you weigh, and you get to the, it's only like this finishing the macro. And when you already have the macro, it's a human, it's like halacha. So we could say, like,
Wow.
what you're saying,
That's what you wanted to say, Jeremiah. I love it. Matt, how do you...
in other done, the macro maximum, everything to do with Rabbi.
Obviously, you've been waiting a long time. I'm pretty sure Pat's older than you, Jeremiah. Almost unbelievable.
We learn our lesson from the mission. That means each part gets half a million per and this is
So
one.
you can find that out. You can find Jeremiah Watkins on a great many things, including Pat's mom. Yeah. Jeremiah, anything else you want to say before we let you go? I love this one. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen, the great Jeremiah Watkins. A live phone call.
That's the offices
Great
of
comedian and
the artists in the
mother of
world.
Nikki, Nikki, how do you feel now that the secret's out about you and Jeremiah?
This is 12 hidden from the word zip.
Perfect. Pat, what was it like watching your mom on stage and getting to hang out? That's cool about it. You know, it's cool. She was nervous and she did it, but she
Code.
yeah, it was. I absolutely agree with that. And you have so much charisma. Really, really awesome. I really, really appreciate you doing that. That was one of my highlights in this show's history. Our first ever Kill Tony mom. There she is, Vicky Reagan, everybody. Come on.
Oh, yes. Sick.
That's mom. That is fucking awesome. And by the way, that was the first ever all-out standing ovation anyone's ever gotten on this show. Very impressive, Vicky Reagan. Holy shit. It's like fucking fun. She's a cutie, right? I'm jealous of Jeremiah. Hold your thought, Bob.
And
I
Say the mother,
Anyway, we're going to go back to the bucket in a second. Let's get our regular on stage. Every single week we have a comedian who performs a brand new 60 seconds every single week. So she doesn't get pulled out of the bucket. She literally has been doing this since like her 21st birthday. No, that's an old reference. Put your hands together. You know her, you love her. It's the girl you That's all. This was all 10 years ago. 10 years ago. How dare you?
I had no idea. I swear to God. Yes, you did know that. I swear to God. Everybody the listeners will always make Tony bring his life to the stage. That's not true. Not my life. It never happened. Did you have sex with her here at the comedy? Tommy watched the whole time. Now, I thought it was the other girl that's on Saturday Night Live. What's her name?
That was mad at her.
This is the amount of oil.
I don't know who your favorite comedians were dating a decade ago. You just found out.
We started from the beginning.
Like I was saying,
the largest amount.
this young lady writes a brand new minute every single week. Not easy to do it all. Put your hands together for the great Allie Makovsky, everybody.
We started with the reviews of the look. Until we got to the half of the
Be here, getting hotter by day, which is exciting. I'm taking this pill that gets rid of acne, and today's like day 12. And the first month is the roughest month on Accutane. It's what I call personality phase. People always try and act like if you'd rather be deaf or blind. I think blind is not the way to go. I'd rather be deaf. People say that love is blind, and I think that just ugly people think that when they've made a mistake. It's kind of like people who have a long second toe, and they're like, it just means I'm creative. I'm like, no, it just means you want to get home with your ugly ass toes. Had a deaf Uber driver, and that was exciting. I noticed that all the Uber drivers I get that are deaf have lower ratings, and I think it's because people don't realize that they're deaf. They're just having one-way conversations with themselves. Okay.
What was the... Go ahead.
And I kind of like having deaf Uber drivers because I don't have to talk to them, but one time I had a deaf Uber driver who was using his hands way too much, really chatty with the hands. And I was like, how do I say 10 and 2 in sign language?
Awesome. There you go. There's the meat and potatoes of that one. All that stuff you're saying, you just have the way the most common mistake, even when all the best comedians are just starting out, and everyone think that absolutely every single person agrees on something. There's a weird thing you do first few years of comedy where your setups are just naturally too long. We always think that we have to tell everybody everything that you said, you know, would I rather be blind, would I rather be deaf? I don't think blind is the way to go. For no reason, I'd rather be deaf, or even I'd rather be like, it's like anything that you can't cut out, cut out. You got a deaf Uber driver, he's talking with his hands too much, is the entire thing. When you said that, like, you could just, you know, you just get right into it in 6 seconds. It's not 24 seconds, you know what I mean? So, and then once you have that momentum built, once you trim out those, normally they're not always that long, but I'm just saying it just goes to show that it's a natural habitat, a weird habit in comedy that I think everybody sort of goes through.
Maybe the deaf will grab it, like say, like, what do you want to listen to? And he turns off like silence.
Yeah, by the time he's talking with his hands and by the time you have that out there, you're going to get a bigger audience when you got with that setup. And you don't really realize it until you try it without the setup. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, that's all true. We've been following this storyline. The Accutane brings your acne out for it to go away.
You're going to be a breakout star.
Says the Mishnah, we have a coffee here.
Is there any positive effects of that that make you laugh? Oh my god, Ryan, they're so gross. Where's that police officer at?
No, what it does is it pretty much like stops your body from producing oil, so you're like dry. So it kind of has like a double advantage, you know?
Why is that an advantage?
Well, you know, a lot of discharge going on, and it just dries it up. So I'm gonna.
Every
It's not bad. It's your Uber's there. What else is going on?
Have you been dating anyone since the drag was is it drag or is it what? No, when you say discharge, what do you mean?
Well, I haven't joked about it. I just said,
You don't have to say you joke about it.
but I mean, it just feels okay, great. I just have a really leaky puss, and
Jokes?
no, it's not the joke. That's not whatever. Got a leaky puss, and you know,
I guess how leaky is it?
pretty leaky.
Seems like almost from Russia. I was
Yeah, I
asking
don't
you,
know. What was the
after the
question?
fact or before the
How
fact?
leaky is your pussy? Well, no, that's not the question.
If you already did it,
I guess the question is, what's yeah, what are you saying? What's it? It's creamy.
that one is that part. I already
It's true. I don't know what that is. Is it good or bad? Yeah, it's good.
It's like it discharges what cleans your vagina naturally. But it's just a lot because I'm on
Yeah,
hydraulic.
how do you do it? You're not going to
So, but you know what? Let's do. What do you mean? Wait, what were you gonna say?
I love that my set had nothing to do with my vagina until now.
Well, the first follow-up question,
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Three loads for every
Oh, and now that I have a shaved head, I shower so much.
Is that true?
Yeah.
How often?
Like, sometimes I do it to my head.
I see it.
Mr. Watson is
Oh, I thought we were talking about the discharge.
Well, I put
I have a lovely dog. How's that big one? Yeah, what's the difference? That is a good question. What's the now that you've had the shaved head for a few weeks,
So
what's the deal, guys?
so there's no hair to pull or like making out or something, so they just aggressively roast my scalp. Now, since I'm on Accutane, my whole body is really dry, so it's just a lot of damp.
Oh, man.
I'm so grossed out. No, I haven't.
Nah, Nick. A guy on the right. On the right with
All he knows how to do it.
I'm sure if you come out, but if I do mix it, then
Usually, you know, the hair of the chick with this is like fucking,
on the left, you have too much oil, too much
you gotta lose yourself in the moment.
No, pay attention. Use the first part of it. I skip the second mostly, but I didn't show you.
Do not miss your chance to blow.
On top. That's why. You go back one. I will aim my hybrid mission also now we move up
All those ellipticals finally made it worth it. How long do you run the elliptical? Like 8 miles? That's an 8 mile. That's a moment. There you
mix the oil and the oil. If I mix the guy on the right all by himself,
there's that scene where he's just bitching about his life and Aaron looks at him and goes, that's what you should be
So we got everybody. And I mixed the whole three songs with 6 million channels.
So for you, I wanted to ask you, you got them all what to do, and maybe the people who didn't do this tonight or wanted this, or did
You actually bought I mixed the sheet and the cow that mixed before I seen raw for
That wasn't part of this.
I was trying to think about that today, like throughout the week I'll kind of be like what like bothers me, but then I get like then I'm like I just have an annoying, I'm like I'll be okay. Like I hate this, and this, and then I'm like okay, but that's not like a judgment. I'm just like trying to come up with things. So sometimes it'll just happen naturally where like something will happen and I'll be like, oh that's like something that I'm passionate about, whether it's good or bad. That I care about, but it's just like every week I'm kind of like struggling with
the sheep over here. One sunrise, guy over on the right,
That's probably right.
so it's push right now.
next week.
He's 6.
All right, there she goes, the great Ally Makovsky, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
You better never let it go. Whoa.
Tony, I heard that the cop. Oh, sorry. Maybe you should have rappers now since we started. No.
2 minutes.
I was gonna say the cop. I heard he's in the green room yelling, "King Kong ain't got nothing on me." Wasn't worth it. All right.
You guys ready to go really quickly through one more comedian? I went to the bucket. One more name on the bucket. Half-ass audience, but we're gonna do it anyway. Comedians go for Mikey Milios.
Every
Hey,
single
I'm Mikey. I'm from Australia. There's a lot of hipsters in LA. I used to not like them until I figured out what hipsters are. Hipsters is what happens when emos don't commit suicide.
You're in England. How could you tell me that you like to take
So every time I see hipsters, I'm like, hey,
I mix it
man,
with the one with flowers of a red because you have some issue on
gives me hope.
the cure and the oil color
Was at a movie theater today and I had a sign out front that said, recording devices is strictly prohibited. I snuck in a pen, wrote the whole thing down. If anyone's interested in it's touching.
In
I have
this
a
album,
girlfriend. We've been together 10 years.
the only thing I'm saying is part one of the mission.
Do you just feel bad for her?
This
Is
is
that
an
what it is?
album which I would have read, you would have read my album.
To commemorate our 90th
The
anniversary.
mix, the boom,
To commemorate your
and
9-year run.
Anniversary, we decided to get tattoos for his wedding.
did it. That is day,
She
whatever.
got a tattoo on her hip. It's really quite sexy. It says Mikey.
It's okay.
I got a
So,
tattoo on my shirt.
number one, the first part, it's not like a filler. It's only
It's
like
not misunderstood.
Well, I'll tell you this, is I remember you, and I'm sure you remember being on the show a few weeks ago, and it did not go good at all, right? And very sad. Right, it was a whole thing, and it was just not a great time, and this and that. Obviously, you know, something. I mean, I don't know if you just saved your best minutes or not your first minute on the show, but obviously this just went a lot better than that did. So just makes the show fucking, you know, stick with it. Don't give up because you were fucking horrendous a few weeks ago. And that just went extremely well, correct? Okay, right? That's the end of the show. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up due to time. That's Mikey Milios, everybody. Here he goes. Obviously a Greek Australian. Look at tonight's drawing. Make noise. Hey, Planet of the Weasels. Look at that. Ryan Chaibo. That's fucking awesome. Wow. All those prints are available at RyanJainbelt.com. Also, he sells the original artwork on that website as well. That's all available at RyanJainbelt.com. That's how it goes.
Can I say you guys congratulations for Tony for having a fucking awesome show?
Hey, thanks, Colleen. Colleen Shore's podcast show is on Crackle. And he has other, he's in the new Santa Wexler movie on Netflix. Out of Santa's the movie, yeah.
And just follow me on Twitter too. It's fun.
Colleen Shore. Daniel Van Kurt makes a noise for Daniel Van Kurt, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell people tell them Colonel Audio and the season of Bob Barker.
When the Sklar Brothers Dumb People Tell, I absolutely love it. I went and saw it live when I was in Austin, Texas at Moon Tower. We all got to work together. That was a blast. Make some noise for the great Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen.
I think today is like my 1 year anniversary on the show.
Anniversary on the show.
Also, happy Mother's Day to my mom. Thanks.
How about the great Vicky and Pep Reed? He's got a new album out called Bad Chat. I love all of his work. Bringing the Rockets up a new sketch. Check it out right now on YouTube. It's very funny. I check it out. You know the Monster Energy tour in June. Check out those dates at TuneIn.com. Live audience. Thank you so much.
You have a problem. You just said that you're not allowed to mix a word. You're not allowed to mix halom together. You're not allowed to mix halom together after you can mix this the flour and the oil together. The Rebbe said that it's only together. That's the thing. We just believe number one cannot be happening. Number one has to be the kilo or a bio. The bottom line is the bio. Oh, we're going to change from shot. Until now, we thought that this is talking about mixing oil and flour. Now we have a problem to say that it's not because we have a brightness that says you're not allowed to mix things together. Oh, we're not talking about the oil and the flour. We're talking about when, so I just added the word yain, and number one, yain. When in the Sarah Sultan Shines, if you're not supposed to mix the oil and the flour together, a kilo, but let's say, why? Because that was a kilo, you're not supposed to. But let's say you did. Let's say that if the oil and the flour are mixed, then you're permitted to mix the wine. There's the problem. So, right, you mix the oil and the flour, and then you have to do it. Now you say wine. You can't mix wine. But I think the Medra Mamurim is so the Shabbat. The Medra Mamurim is so the Shabbat. You can't mix the and the cow and the
Hi everyone, how are you? Welcome, make some fucking noise! It's a goddamn Monday night. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. Don't tell me this is Brian Redband, everyone. What's up, guys? Tonight on the 1s and 2s, amazing sound singer from the great Ryan G. About to hear drawing tonight's episode of House Artists while you all sit there enjoying yourself. Drawing. Yep, everything's good. Everything's taking place. I'm excited about stuff. The Monster Energy Outbreak Tour is a stand-up comedy tour. Fairmont Buckets and a bunch of other dates leading up to it and after it. All those dates are available at TonyHitchcliff.com. From venues and small theaters all around the country in the United States of America. My first ever theater tour. It's the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour. You just played Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, Rock the Reef Soundgarden was supposed to headline the show 3 days before Chris Cornell died, and they ended up playing a bunch of
I'm not concerned you might go
rock concert, right?
That's how big concern. So mix oil and wine that's
President Fitch, shut up.
So once something's there,
Great, you're putting on a great festival.
that's true.
Yeah. So
number one
yeah.
is
What else? Should we just get into it? Should we bring up tonight's guests? All right, awesome. Two of our favorite guests. They've both been on the show. Oh my god, what are you doing? Whoa, what the fuck is that? You gotta get him out of here. What's going on? No, you gotta leave, dude. No, you can't do that. You have to get him out of here. That's the former Iron Patriot Jeff Crabtree who just stormed the stage. You have to get him all the way out of here. That is so crazy. Iron Patriot, I'm so disappointed. Wow. I thought that was it. I thought that was truly it. I saw him coming out. I pictured this numerous times. He was the entire, he was the band for the first, like, 50, 60, 70, some episodes of the show. He was the Iron Patriot. He wore a suit. Slowly over time, he found out that he was insane. He's been messaging us for a little over a year continuously to no response. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves the #1 live comedy podcast in the world, that's why, not #1 pre-taped comedy podcast. That was creepy. I thought it was a biker. I thought he immediately shaped and lost his bicycle, and he was like going up to his I saw that fucking face. I checked both hands to make sure there were no weapons. But if there was a weapon, I was going to do this crazy front kick. I was half a second away from blasting this way. Exactly. That's what it would have sounded like. That was a very scary moment. I can't believe he thinks that that's okay. Yeah, well, I don't think a restraining order or something. It just got weird. It just got very real. He like looked at the camera and shit. We're gonna edit that out. Wow, that's crazy. So only you guys will ever know that that ever happened to us now. Shout out, make some noise for the Comedy Store staff getting him out of here quickly. Wowzers. I was too stoned, I didn't even flinch. So colors coming at me.
I saw the size of the cup.
They hold this country. That needs to be dealt with. Like people like that guy who wears an Iron Man costume for, he does that thing in Hollywood. Instead of being this guys,
Is that much?
it's not going to
Being this much. That much.
First of all, there's 2 or 3 Iron Men. This is what you have to know. They're getting a lot of attention. He's the Iron Patriot. Is this version?
Okay, I understand why the wine is not bubble.
Because the Iron Patriot fans know they want Patriots. This is a mission that we want to see.
Reload.
He stands out in front like the whole thing is, he thought that he was a part of the show that worked once we got rid of him. He became the #1 live podcast. We got better ratings when we just brought shit off Amazon Prime and other His shit cost $8,000. You guys ready to meet tonight's guest or what? Wow, that was crazy. 2 of our favorite guests, as I was saying before, 2 of my favorite comedians in the world, 2 guys that I helped work with. A bunch of shows coming up for the past and in the future with these 2 guys. Let's see how loud this place can get for the great Sal Volcano and Louis J. Gomez. Wow. Yeah. The best. Yeah. Fucking motherfucking fuck yeah! Louis J. Gomez from Legion of Skanks. We're gonna be doing the Skank Fest at the end of June in New York City. Kill Tony for the first time in New York City. And that's gonna close out Skank Fest. And I believe that, well, at least we're working on it, but to officially announce that you can make sure the guests on that.
What happens when you shut the
there you go, you heard it in your ears. So to close out Skank Fest, it's literally gonna be a super hybrid fucking Legion of Skanks meets Kill Tony Convention Board.
Yeah, we're all New York comics.
That is tickets you guys sometimes like give it away.
Follow
Sal Volcano from the Impractical Jokers is here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited to say that I am doing the Impractical Jokers motherfucking cruise. November 1st through 5th. Me, this guy, the Jokers, Bert Kreischer, Sarah Tiana, a bunch of other amazing comedians. These people can't go to I only have guests on that I have things that I get to promote myself now. It's like, hey, what I'm doing with this guy. I'm excited about that.
Otherwise, if you don't bring the softness, as necessary, don't bring the flour or make a pop. Not that so let's take this and apply it somewhere else. Well, yeah, what comes up on all that? It's a schlong name. They were talking to the audience gets spoken about. So if you talk yourself to start, continue on with it. But really don't why? Is that all right? Continue doing it, otherwise it's going to be possible.
So you guys ready to meet the guys that replaced the old Iron Patriot? I know. Missing 1/3 of the band tonight, but put your hands together for the great Matt Reagan and Joel Jimenez, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins in Las Vegas tonight doing some big boy gigs by himself. Oh! Cheech and Chong! Wow. Joel Jimenez, Joelberg is obviously Cheech. Matt Reagan nailing it as Chong. I've never seen Chong activate his own smoke machine before. Joel Jimenez over there ready to rock and roll as Cheech or some version of Mario. Mario, I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, Chong. Is that paper towel roll?
Right, you have to roll.
Oh, it's weed. Oh, they're chewing.
And it's tougher for over here.
Well, we're going to be dealing with Cheech and Chong tonight. Every week we guess who the band plays at characters. And
so by the time you can bring,
Shout out to LA Speed.
LA Speedweed for sure, taking great care of us. If you like getting high at all in any way, LA Speedweed. Look at their straight fucking doorstep. Well, all the pieces are in place. You guys ready to start the fucking show or what? Live audience, are you guys ready to start the motherfucking show tonight? Then let's do it. I love doing this show with you too. All the guys from New York. Comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds. You know your time is up. You hear the sound of a kitty. Things wrapping up better. I'm sure. Bring up the angry West Coast. It's not that first thing it goes.
They have the same name.
Yeah, well, that means don't go over your time.
The way the Russian service with the flower and oil. Some of them use it.
Anything can happen with this fuck. We've been talking about that portion.
I think it's good. You have right to do this.
So proud.
It's just the weird energy in this room.
We're both shaking up.
We're smoking here. We
Yeah,
got
all
like
things
crazy cool.
They're literally shaking up. It
being a Russian service, you don't have the right to take the Russian service.
was a little bit shaken up.
Hatred.
All the things that come
That was a scary thing. Because that's one of those guys that here, let me put it this way. You know, I make fun of people a lot, and most a lot of people in that market and that brand sometimes things get dangerous. Especially when you see a fighter named Cyborg, a female fighter that absolutely hates me, that's on the front page of ESPN, or sucker punching another person today. And she hates me. She's a Brazilian, and they made fun of her because she took male testosterone. Yes. And so part of me having this, part of being this way and making fun of people and stuff is every once in a while, and I'm not afraid of really anybody, but every once in a while, I like there's certain people that I know. And it just so happens that Jeff Crabtree, the Iron Patriot, the guy who approached the stage tonight, is one of those guys that I literally like, man, if I see him, I need to make sure there's not a weapon in his hands first. Like, that is my, who's the guy that shot fucking, the Beetle? And we're off.
I good morning to you and all those who are live right now. Mamas before Yom Tov. And a good what's a Yom Tov? You're watching this right after Yom Tov. Straight from being here. We are on a sort of a marathon of shiurim to make sure that the Olam has the proper amount of shiurim, what they call behind Chas V'Shalom. Pesach is a big fall behind, and if you don't know the trick, begin to do the daf that everybody's holding, which the Olam is holding the daf to test, whatever it is, that's the daf you do. And whatever you miss, drop down somewhere. You make it up eventually. One day, believe me, you make it up. Today, please stop. And the biggest trick is not to hold the eyes. Learn on Yom Tov. I know it's difficult. After the Suda, after a few minutes here, you don't need that 7 hours nap. You can also do away with 6. It's a reminder, no, you don't see right now in Rothschild. 5 years ago, you're watching some Rothschild. 7.
It's a miracle. Sorry. All right, thanks so much, guys.
Spiritual English is available for education, for this is people, you put anything in there, you don't have to put it in. So somebody put it already this day. But who's that over the vision speak of? Please learn to solve the layer as to the claim of sponsor today. All of the MDOs.com/sponsor. Whoa! Wow! This is nice. This is a nice surprise. Let's see. Cool thing. We're gonna hold you to it, Taco. It looks a little fire. No, look at his eyes. The little looks like you did one too many concerts before, no? He's just sticking out tonight. Wow, not the only one. Okay, Yaakov, I'm looking forward. Cool it is. I'm gonna hold you to it. Listen, usually I don't allow people to go and start doing stuff, but you insist. That's it. You know, we're gonna hold you to it. Ooh, the Rabbi line. Rabbi has wow. Lord said, I get younger. Thank you, Usher Werner from KMR. Thank you. Listen, there's a lot of surprises here today. The Slay Dash Tour.
It's hard. It's so hard now.
Everybody enjoy the learning as well. I'd like to wish you a happy Yom Tov. We should take all the Astros from Yom Tov for us all year round. Thank you, everybody, again. Happy Yom Tov.
It's the farthest west.
Oh, yeah.
It's the furthest west. It's up there. Very nerve-wracking. Didn't think about it.
You ever need to film it?
I don't have that.
I'll give you my text the friend.
You have to bring the friend with you. They have to be in the studio. There's an episode where you I brought my dad.
Did you phone him? Did you phone him in the audience? No, it's so funny because I'm on the phone for a while. You saw the ringer in the crowd. And the camera did, and I'm
It's Chris Harrison.
I bet he still wants to be a millionaire. It's a tough job for a guy who hasn't quite made it yet.
It was at a fast speed or something. But I think what he's saying per song. Okay, what do we have here? Oh! I haven't seen this in a while.
That's what you, your family, and all the thousands and thousands of listeners can listen to your God every single day to the privilege to have a small and play and many more happy, healthy years, not just in your family, and your children, your grandchildren, but also your great grandchildren, and every time even all over the world.
Wow, Shkoya, miss you. You haven't been by the last Shabbaton. You missed it. What, there's more? No, these are surprises. Each one. What is this?
This is not us. You know, a few weeks ago, you caught me in Tom's River and Phil Hendler actually pulled me over to watch you getting it done. And at that moment, it opened my eyes to really think about considering starting the document. So I still consider it. Just know I'm a Christian to give all of us inspiration and continue to do your great work. Good job, kid. And now I have to go because my mind's here again. Oh, it's younger.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, listen. As long as he's going to play. This is Yaakov Shafness. He wrote me a few things in the past. He's a great writer. I like this a lot. I felt I couldn't go on without banging through it. How many minutes are we in? We're doing at a hospital. There are thousands of people learning every single day connecting with others in a steady, consistent way, but behind that, there's other efforts and lasers asking the need for it. The hours, the effort, the constant adjustments, the recordings in multiple languages, the coordination with so many people across so many hours, it's something that can't be fully understood from the outside. It's nothing you can deep the sense. And yet, what trying to do most is not just the effort, the evidence. Something incredibly powerful about these days, especially around Pesach, when the world is scattered around different places in the region. And different schedules, somehow the prayer is being learned in all places and at all places. It's as if a quiet global co-player is rising non-stop listening in the world, and you are just making it possible. Thank you. That is not just a documentary movement, that is the schmear of the values for a living, breathing force that is hard to control. On a personal level, the safety has changed me. Be able to hold on to daily learning, to do chazor, to turn even simple moments of meaning for Pesach into moments filled with fire. That is a gift, a real gift. And I'll be honest, seeing like going out with the look, with that look in your eyes, saying both exhaustion and something, what? I didn't see. So exhaustion as well. Something so deeper. It doesn't weaken the message. It doesn't weaken the message. It literally strengthens it. It shows what prayer looks like when it lives with dependence. Inspires. Learning more is what it shows, but the following the past is how it over and over. So humble and earth with privilege and pardons, to learn from something built such experience of sacrifice. But also, there's such a big change between a sort of the honesty of Yoshi working before something morning, Shlomo working with Mark Ashkenazi online. It's a team, it's a whole team, it's unbelievable. Okay, maybe the team, Koyach, Bracha, and Simchas Halev, and all that we do on this. And then we continue to go together because it's one of the light. Not only that, like some beautiful. All right, now that I have tears in my eyes, we can start with that. So much should sort of the typical very young the curious. Something actually we're holding on it. Isaiah Omon Case. Yeah? Good? Oh, that's the sponsor. Yeah, it's sponsor. That's no problem. They'll have to maybe the editors will put it in. Meanwhile, we can get here goes the official edition of One Shots and second on the Iranian families parents by anonymous with gratitude to Hashem. Ooh. The boy said, today's daf is a special daf. It's daf Peiches. It's the one and only, the parents having the dreams. Favorite daf. Peiches, parents time. It's daf Peiches, the parents time. We live on between the world. Rabbi Moiri, the elder speakers, thank you so much. I did not see this before. A lot of surprises. The second stop is our dedicated memory of Rabbi Moiri, the Shmuel Farber, Hayin, Tzvi, Zoe. This is sponsored by Joe Dallas, leadership for Father Jackie Dallas, and I'm also the witness of Ubi Gashias. I'll be telling you the leadership for our daily politics and the Sigimuri. I'm not as the Busemo. The emotion in the zone announcements for the people first thing I need to come to lay the best and strong out. Totally play two mountains over Cassidy, so Patty Rapping over Cassidy, Senator and Family Candy Island, playing out of the belly, change the meaning of life. Any other money, what's the mountain belly? All those who fucking do I have been broken times apart. Every time they're poor, playing out all money for Premiere is a monthly sponsor. The weekly sponsor is an honor of Martha Smith. Thank you for constant interactions, meetings of your time, particularly today. On Erev Yom Tov, your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch and share the consortium. It's not understood by itself the same way rules. In other words, a person will sit there and run Yishurim on the Erev Yom Tov, and he doesn't get much out of it. So everyone knows this. Everyone knows who Mark Nazi is behind the scenes. When do you want art for the month? You can stay on the 100 people on members from the drop off. I said it came to visit me. I didn't see this for a while, but it came to my front door. We just wanted to hug. We had 2 hugs. Should add 4 Shlema, 4 Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. We love Mordechai Ben Esther. Should add the 4 Shlema before. We were forced to yell at Amir Zev Ben Ayala Esther. It says that he did give Mishnah. Daf Zayin on Beis in the back. There's 7 measurements for liquid. We just finished talking about the 2 or 3 measurements for solids, for flour. Now we're talking about the different measurements for liquid. The Gemara will tell us that we need each and every one. So we start off, it kind of starts off with the largest one. In the Chassid. So here, according to the Chazanish, Hin is about 7 meters. So that's what's pretty much sheer, here it is. Now the Hin, which is 7 meters, and it goes all the way down to a quarter of a loaf, which we call today a revis. So on Pesach night, we're supposed to drink a kois. Each kois should be a revius. That's the smallest shear. And according to the Chazanish, that's approximately 150 milliliters. According to Chaim, it's 86 milliliters. And according to Moshe Feinstein, one should be marked on 100 milliliters, which is easier to remember. The way She says the Mishnah, we start off with the largest measurement. The Mishnah starts off, but then we'll see that according to you, we start off with the lowest measurement. What the Nafim is the measurement says, but over here we start. The largest measurement is about 7 liters according to this, much less, about 4 liters according to the no. The Hatin, there was a measuring cup that was a half a thing, half of that measurement. And we have Shlishi Sahin, Urivi Sahin, Hakevis Yoyin, right? Luz, Lois, Hatzilus, Urivi Sahin, Kival. These are the 7.
Penis is ready to go, like a domino fire on stage 4 on your phone. It's like it's on the way.
The first month of Shabbos after the Shin on Revision is terrace. So he asked for a certain cup. Make a dog. So he wrote a cup that usually to make some dollars. And he said, no.
Can you give us an example of something dirty that you said?
Explained that his wife insisted on that he should use this cup because she got it from neutral and his okay. Now that she's not around anymore, he doesn't use it and wants to knock it on the shear because of it. In other words, that cup was good to, I know you want to be knocking it because of it. And he gave it to taste something. As soon as she was lifted, started being mocked on putting away the equipment that took the water away to use water that was set aside before Pesach. Such a cool look. And the reason why he didn't do it while his wife was still alive is because, especially when they were married, he had his wife to set aside water for it. So she forgot. She says, oh, you forgot. This forgot something in the world. That's such an important homework. So, in order not to hurt her feelings, she never was knocking on it their entire night. After she was lifted, she got him after he knocked on it. Because I think it's not her feelings, but now she's not around. The regular public radio is mostly slave vending. There were different demarcations on the measurement. In my Rashi there, I don't know what everybody else has. In my Rashi picture, I need to mention picture. So look at a typical measuring cup. This one is a Katsi in him. This is a Rabbi saying. This is a little. A Rabbi is a little. It's like the different marks on the actual measuring cup. So in other words, he argues and says the water is 7 different measuring cups. There's one measuring cup that has demarcations in it. Afghan, hard, cutting, the largest measurement didn't exist. The him was used once by Moshe Rabbeinu in order to make Shem and Amishcha lasted forever. There was no purpose for it afterwards. That's it. God will never make Shem and Amishcha anymore. And when you do your spiritual movement, you have to have 7. And you weren't going to go into each step. Why do you have to have 7? And why? Because the other member, why do you have it?
And you were amazing, yes, so much fun.
Hello, we can say it to you.
Isaac Hirsch, ladies and gentlemen.
There was
What is this? What is this?
a measurement called a logan event.
It's on Twitter at
Measure
IB
the
Hirsch.
milk and double. That's what they measured the oil for the double milk every day. Look up to the bucket, look up to the night. So 7 measuring cup is 1.5. Cover up bottles, 3 lines from the bottom, so now, this pattern is going to go from the bottom up. Start from the smallest one. You know what the smallest one is? A Rabbi. Rabbi is little. The Katsi little. Rabbi is saying, Katsi is big. Rabbi starts from the bottom up. And now we have a free because we have this Mishnah. Another one is free. I'm sure what do you need it for? That's it. That's all out. That's so that's happening around. It's nearly that. What is it used for? So in fact, there's something else called 1.5 loaves. The red is in the in the morning. Mark, this is why I was able to come 5 minutes early. I realized I had the extra 5 minutes. I didn't prepare. I'm kidding. The F-shar in the shar of the Katsi load. He says, why do you need a 1.5 load? You just take the half load measurement and do it 3 times. You get 1.5 load. What's the problem? He tells them after the right You can say that in everywhere. Chatzi log, the log loyasis. Then you don't even need the half a log. You don't need a full log. Revi is how you say, hey, the revi is take a becher from, like they say, the small becher. The actual shard revi. I bought a couple of small bechers. Why? Because there's an idea of drinking the entire cup. So if you start off with something large, you're gonna have to drink this whole thing. It's a problem. But if you don't want to get pieces, but you want to drink your beats, you don't want to drink the whole cup. So you get a cup that's 150 milliliters for the drink, or 86 according to the Chinese. Well, she says, according to you, just look at her readings, and with the reviews, keep on pouring until you get to the shoe. You need went to the shower. That was that clock. You know what? He says the reason why we need 1.5 movie is because we had a rule. You cannot use one measuring device for something else. It has one purpose. You can't try to measure 1.5 log with a log being from measure. It doesn't work like that. You learn the Mishnah, there are different demarcations of parts, measure, like your wife's measuring cup. It says a cup, a half a cup, a quarter cup. So two, there was one measuring cup, but it has different markings. Now you give it a layer. Why does the Mishnah say that according to Judah, it goes from the small to now, but it keeps climbing up bigger? According to Rabbi, it starts for the hand goes down. What could be enough for me then? How would we read? I'm going to read it from the root saying Judah is when you fill up the cup and the oil, wine goes over the rim, that's really good. Man, he started off with the smallest share and he went up, he climbed up, and so he's always this statue. Whatever goes above the rim has a dusha like inside the cup. And I'm going to give one measurement to measure of the review. You should measure it. And you'll see that there'll be like a overflow go above. In other words, you're going to try to take the two. I gave you reviews. Take two reviews. Take two of those. You'll make a half a loaf. Man, go man. Some of you need to learn this stuff. But when you're a mayor, you go from the highest share down. It didn't come from one. You didn't know they have more of a motion. Hashem gave them the largest. Only shire the hall, the connectivity. Take from this, and the roots and the overflow is going to flow over. So when you start from the smaller shear, you're going to be left with some overflow. It's going to go above the rim. When you start with the larger one, that's an outlet. It's going to fall to the side. Explain a little bit more in a moment. So let's see what we can do. First of all, this is the over. When it goes over the rim, the color. You can't use the hashtag in the password. That's a good point. Yeah, it's just numbers and letters. And then he gave a shout out to like Falcon or somebody at the end of the thing. So here, the overflow, what goes above, reminds me, it's made a big impression on me. When some gentleman Rabbi asks, there's a sugya that talks about making facial bracha. And it says that, what's the Russian over there? Basically, he gives a raya. The Gemara says that in Tzaitis Mishki, that to have drops of the wine on the outside of the cup is not common. So ask yourself, I'm going to know about how it's like. This is supposed to fill up the kiddush above the ribs. What do you mean for a child? Every time you do that, it's going to give the side. And the fact that the Gemara says that it's not common, that proves that the Gemara doesn't want you, or doesn't think that you're going to go over. But it's actually slightly below the rim. And I took that to heart when I read what he said. And I don't go above the above. I go, a little bit below, maybe. I guess look at what's going on. I said you shouldn't go. You shouldn't have the slishkia. Maybe I should ask him based on his passion. I don't know. Maybe give me a question. What are you thinking? Wow.
I want you to tell this. I want you to tell this audience. I don't think you guys are. I think we're having
when it comes to the overflow, whatever you want to call it, we go both ways. You could say that according to everybody, it's kadosh, it has dusha b'kli according to everybody. It doesn't have dusha, whatever. But we could say that the machlokes is different. Vaha b'milayim. You know, the famous passage they had, the word milayim. What does it mean? According to the mayor, that he started with the hymn, the largest measure went downward. So some of the layers should be constantly closed. But what does the layer mean? It has to be exact. It should be full. Not too much, not below the line. According to the they go from the smallest shoe, from the reveals, all the way up to the head. The layers is really passive. It means that it should be full, meaning that it should go below the line. Very serious. The layer is really big. If you go too much, it's fine. Why? Because, and this, you could explain it before as well. When you go from a smaller vessel, a larger vessel, you're going to have that foam, have those bubbles. And that always, even though you had the right amount to start out with, but when you start pouring it into the fleet, into a larger fleet, it's going to foam up and it's going to create more. Like when you pour soda, obviously when you pour soda, but even with wine, similar, it has some bubbles, and that's why it's okay to have more. If you go from the smaller fleet to the larger fleet, it's okay to have more. But if you go from the larger fleet to the smaller fleet, you don't have those bubbles that much, and therefore that's weak. Okay. That's the bottom question. There's no, it's not necessary to have this giant thing. What do you need it for? Shapir called a little bit more about it. He said, well, you're right. You don't use it now. But what you're going once upon a time, use it. The sentimental value is a sin. The Shem and Zayit sin. Mar Sova, when you do the Shem and Amishko, Mar Sova came to the birth of the habit. Since for generations you don't need it. If you show that the Ignaz, the famous Ignaz, sometimes a hunk took something and made it music, put it away forever. So they took this in and they buried it because it doesn't serve any purpose. That measuring cup stays in the closet with the amigo, it stays in there. Shimon says, since I don't have the hymn, I got rid of it, so now I'm left with 6 tables, 6 measurements. What am I going to do instead? So you won't have 7. What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. You don't know doing it. You need you'll learn in 2 days. That says, halacha l'moshe, it means halacha l'moshe Sinai, that you have to lean on 2 korbanos of the tzibur. You know, when a person brings an individual korban, he leans with all his might on the head. But when the tzibur brings a korban, you don't have to lean on this. Besides, by the parallel davar, and you have rise up. That's halacha l'moshe. Same way you have halacha l'moshe Sinai, so we know from halacha l'moshe Sinai, there's 7 measures. Now you have to figure it out. You have to know. We have to break our heads. Come on with 7. What is it?
Actually, no, this guy.
We're not using it anymore. It must be 1.5 minutes. It wasn't going to tell the bunch of stuff to take. No, we're going one measuring device and you had a mark. That's the word. Oh, that's what it should be. What about the Allah? Less. No, it doesn't have the Allah. You might say, "My shall be dois." Shall be dois. But halacha, what you say, it doesn't say 7 measuring cups. It said 7 shiurim, 7 measurements. You can use all. You can put all the 7 measurements into one cup. All you need to do is make marks in it. It says that in the Mishnah, these now the Mishnah is going to go through all. What do you do with it? You know, I'm going to help it out a little. Rabbi is mad. What do you do with it? Jesus, not even in the Torah. No, we don't really talk about this part of the Torah. We're very familiar with the Torah, the blood on the thumb, and on the toe, and on his ear, and the whole thing, oil, blood. But there's one part where he has 2 birds, and he shot the one bird, then he put the blood of that bird into the water, from a live stream.
Let's talk about it.
The mitre.
You seem like you've been through a lot of shit in your life. You're like Superman turned back to Clark Kent.
These are things that we learn. We have newer, better
job, and then all of a sudden found heroin.
So, Rabbi is mind in the Torah. Rabbi is shaman l'nafsi. So the nafsi is not cooking, and it brings colors, and you need to reveal oil in the collar. Chati lo ma'ayu shaman. What do you do with the half a loaf? Chati lo ma'ayu l'soita. You know, the soita is colors, you take the Megillah, you take some flame, you put it into the soil. There's a half a loaf. The fact that shaman looks like that. The matzah bread is 10 bottles. Pretty not to get a half a loaf. For below, they made it wrong. What do you mean? Every loaf gets a loaf. Every son gets 1 loaf. Says, sorry, lazy love, every sorrow of a minhag gets 1 loaf. So if you're going to make 1 giant minhag, which is 60 Israel, that's the largest one, it said, that's the largest of Bila. So the royal Bila, the Bila in Bila Makeves. If you can mix it in that bowl, the largest amount you can mix is 60 Israel. So it requires 60 more shekels. You know what she was sorry, but you know she can do. Better than the Yaakov, I feel like she was sorry. Even a lot of fruit, about 60 shekels of flour, requires only 1 ruby shemen, not 60 ruby shemen. Shemen might be that is a concept of the minute for the ruby shemen. But any minute is 1 ruby shemen. Says the Mishnah. She saw the pie. 6 ruby. In other words, a half a day. The Mishnah talks about a full day, half a day, a quarter of a day, a third of a day. So what do you do with that way? That's the pie. It's a 6 ruby. Our whole life is a species of English to that. Who Shloshim comes to release an English to the Shloshim next to the Mara, 3.5 loaves to the Mara. That's even called that each thing is that's a half a day. Just really up. That's a lot of oil. Think about it. If a review is 150 milliliters, you're talking about 300 milliliters. A lot. Like 2 kiddush cups. Whatever it is, if you're cutting off, it's 86. You still have 2 kiddush cups. Chatzi lo, we call it. You also have Rabbi with the passion. You read this lumber. Why do you need why do Moshe Rabbeinu has to be the Hadid, the Rabbi Hadid? Why do you even so to give the Kedusha to the water of the Mitzvah, like the Mishnah says, it's outside of that Zara, or outside of it. In English, Rashi says it's outside of that Zara. The E, that takes on a day. Die Nazir, and if it's so the oil, the Nazir, left the Nazir, the side of the bread becomes punished through the shkita. All of here, the oil might be
Mom also started an entire riot at a Little League baseball game that I was playing.
It's in order
Yeah, it was an
to
interesting
measure
thing. There was at the end of the baseball game,
1
really
worth
tight
of
game.
oil
This is
for
on
each
the
and every
Youngstown,
towel,
Ohio,
and it's 6 towels in the morning, 6 towels in the afternoon. Each towel got a ring. Hurry up, hey!
Yes, that was
So it's interesting. We're gonna have the Gemara keep sucking that. I'm already so excited. Hurry up, hey!
Okay. And my mom ended up, my
Hurry up,
mom
hey!
didn't
Eretz,
heard of
miracle,
this. There
Isha
was this,
It comes from a far out
African-American woman
country.
who,
Oh,
when the game ended and we won by like 1 point,
he gives, he's
goes,
a man.
you
He
guys are
gives
all
eight.
cheaters or something
It's
like
like
that.
a
Like there was
good
some close
Stop
calls
Roth
of
said,
being really aggressive. And my mom,
when I'm in
in
football,
public, at a baseball
people
game,
call
in
me
an
and give me
unheard
money,
of maneuver,
and they ask me for details and ideas. When I go down to the show, people come and they ask me for money, and they give me
in front of the
additional ideas.
entire baseball team and in front of
There's nothing. Isha Chelsea, he comes from a far place and gives me an it's home good show.
was a sheriff.
The attorney of the DAF, by a DAF global experts in cross-border cases for Shabbat.com, he's read the shit of the day because every shit that happened was first read.
My mom got her ass beat in front of all my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was obviously like 20 years ago.
Okay.
That's Youngstown shit though. Like it's a different type of thing
Tatzilum,
out there.
Neshko, Yom Nisham. Those are really the vocabulary. Tatzilum, Yom Nisham. So it says in the Mishnah, what do we do with that? It's for the Soika or for the Toida. Those are really the vocabulary. Tatzilum, Yom Nisham. Soika, the
My mom didn't know she was a judo
the water, where's the water?
until she
This is the
said
best I can do. I know we have much better. The hour stuff, which I got from Rothschild. It was already, a Yoshi. He did whatever he could do, and that's it. The water comes from the PR. And the PR itself has a Dusha and gives the Dusha into the water. So why do you have to be constantly
Had her husband coming up to bring it up, find it, coach getting in, and then there's every sideline and every kid was fighting her, pulling her
into the oil of the Toida. Back in the Toida, the bread and the Toida become others than we said before. The same idea. The sheep of the Toida. You don't need a special food to have. Following from Rabbi, we just had him earlier. The son of Rabbi says,
You're gonna have to explain to Isaac. You're gonna have to tell Isaac
half a
at some
loaf.
point that you're going to
This
stay
cow divided the oil for the
tonight's
Rabbi.
show.
And I lie together at a new cost very strong. Important and very strong. That's really she was at very strong.
There you go. Sure, there you go. Shane Smith, everybody going to motherfucking Snake Fest. One of the coolest comedy festivals in the entire world. He's in it. That's how showbiz works, motherfucker. Tony, how old were you during that? I think I was 11 or 12. Did it change you? Were you PTSD from that? No, that was telling you my hometown was fucking ridiculous. I have stories never
Very strong. You light up the candle of Christ. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really? I ran from the scene.
There she comes up. What happens if the menorah extinguishes itself in the middle of the night? If that's an agenda, now what happens? You know, like the menorah on Hanukkah, the wick, the black wick falls into the oil, it muddies up the oil. If that's not, the wick itself becomes terrible. It's an unfortunate. With Diva, you should clean it out. The nose of the Shemin on the First you clean it out, then you add the oil at a wick, and you light it. Listen to you can oil it gas. Listen to Sheva, clean it up with oil. So you do Sheva, give it half a look, start all over with the whole half a look. But you must have perhaps, let's say, from half a look, half of that went down. So now you're left with the release. You're missing the release. So pour in the release. Why start off with the full amount? It's already lit. You pour out.
Really?
Oh, really? I'll tell you what. She did a really show. Obviously, you have to start all over again with this formula. I think you must have because if you have to add whatever is missing, you know, my pizza. If
Back to the bucket we go.
if you're gonna, you know what's missing. Now, if you can't really entirely, maybe you're gonna measure with one of your measuring cups.
Find out everything we need to know.
You're gonna take whatever's left over and put it into the measuring cup. So now you see a measuring cup that it's let's say you have a reviews. You know you're missing a reviews. Let's say you have a half a reviews. So you don't have to put 3/4 of a loaf. Whatever it is. But you have to measure in a special measuring device. That's always good. You have 30 different measuring devices. Because every time it extinguishes at different periods of the night, you have to measure exactly. So that's the money that can't be. It can't be that you're taking the leftover oil and putting it into the measuring device. You can't shut up. Not just doing this too, but it's many measuring devices. That's my raya that we don't have to measure. And just start all over from the beginning. Just put it in a half a load and challenge. Parallel, he said a third puzzle over there. Darcha, slap. So Rashi explains that Darcha, you take the Hadarcha and it's a lotion of Kedutza. The hay and the dalet are changing it. So you sharpen it. Slap, Rechav Bar Emes, the Hanova Tzedek. Because you're so sharp, you set a great shot. Nami, and the Mamish before freebie, Omer of Omer Bill. Ami Lomer of Abomer is Adi Lomer Rebbe. Nerish of Kopso. If one of the candles of an herb goes out, he's dashing Hashem and dashing Aksila, and the oil got discolored, and the wind is no good. So the vessel is still making the rest of the Shemen. Can we go show you that? You bring it up to load. Pour it in.
There you go, yes, the lead singer of the Boars.
Omar, Rabuna Brin, Rabbi Omar Hashem.
The time to give up on comedy is
the
now.
That nobody knows. The Lord did that knows. That the menorah was flexible. The gold is very flexible.
I get it. That's no problem with that. You look like a fucking rock star. You seem like you have an interesting ass life. What are you into when you're, what are you into? What do you do?
This is the
do
glass
you do
that
that
holds the oil.
Like, so do you like rub a magical ball and it just ends up like that? Like an electrical ball or something?
The only way to do it is if you
Convertible? Do you?
But how do you turn it over? You take
Is that convertible also a spaceship from
the
another
stem
planet?
of the menorah and you bend it down.
I feel like
Upside down,
there's
like
something
this.
I like it over here.
And then once you're there,
I've never been a fan of fucking moral mystery. I gotta quack this. If you've ever been a fan of rock and roll or professional wrestling, he reminds you of somebody you know. You're like a guy who
this is the movie.
Cheetos on his fingers. To you,
These are like the time you have like a pizza device, you have a fork, you have like a shovel.
no, he doesn't.
But take a look over here. Bend downward. The voice has straight. Interesting fork you have over there. I was just featuring that. Okay. What's up, whip?
You're on LSD. Are you? Are you really
Bend
in it,
downward.
or is that like a character?
Ladies and gentlemen. Sovar, it says it's made out of a block from Yitzhak, and it's one part piece. I mean, not even in Texas. It was one piece. It didn't come apart. You can't unscrew it. It wasn't made out of different pieces. Clean the boy out though, since you have to clean it out. He loved it, broken out of it. Not for the fact that it's flexible, but I wouldn't have been able to clean it out ever. Basically, I'll ask you a question. It came to those, how do you do it? You south on them, you get the You take apart the vanilla, and take the wood side and put it on. Put it in, or the cotton and you wipe it down, the sponge with the sponge. But right now, I think you put the oil in it and I'm going to see that you can take it apart. Because all my guys got it, the sign is for common way. Who's for common tomorrow in a second. Like, oh, we see the noise and play. And there, the top part never moved. Didn't move. This part stayed stationary. ومن خامر رجلات رو رجلات لسان رجلات رو مثلا going with hash result only logged up. She says, how do you get it? So I asked them to do something look at the last minute. So this is the top of the menorah, the cup of the menorah. So it had they actually, I remember them selling something like this, like a metal piece. Metal piece made out of gold that sat on top. And there was a slider. Open. Take the wick, clean it, pour the oil through that hole.
What else have you done?
And put the wick right back into that hole. Now I do want to say, I asked Josh to do it in another shape. You said it was difficult at that point to do it. It was more like the shape was more like a canoe, like a boat. It wasn't a round shape, so that's okay. This is for illustrative purposes only. What does it mean? I said, people are not going to understand me. It's a thin piece of gold on top. And when you clean especially if it's wide and when he puts the oil in, he doesn't make operations, and he closes it up. He puts the oil through it. Or looking at it, I know you sign up, the menorah and the top left, the part that put the oil in, all comes from that one piece of gold, which weighed about 50 pounds instead of oil. They ain't not fulfilled like we said. These guys, the tools that remove the wick and the oil cleans it out, that was not part of it.
Yes, and then we're here right now.
The law there is still on the top, sorry. They want to come up with it. This is a new sheet. Menorah is above an keeper. The whole menorah came from the big block of gold. The menorah is still like we said. Mark, I don't know if people are ridiculous, I'm curious. 3, 5, they're young. It came from the big chunk of gold. And then he says it's 6 in 1 word. The light never said, wow, 5 p.m. in New York, and almost 50 people on YouTube. 49 people on YouTube.
A lot of more people saying yes out there than people that have seen you in the Venezuela.
Thursday, good time.
Yes, what do your parents do for work?
Don't think it's in 2 hours. We have to finish up here, upload the share, and do another share real quickly right before you upload the Chicago market again. South of the
She stays at home, so your
So,
dad must be
says, we're coming to fix one more thing. It says the actual cup that held the oil is not made out of that people. But it's, the lawyer is telling yourself it doesn't. One says that the cup gets from and the other one says not. They're all agree that the tool's not. I've got the sign there, they argue the problem. The sign here, dissolve, or yes, or it's.
There we go. Yeah, work.
The lawyer had a one teacher resolve. The other lawyer should go, you know that should learn from the people. How do you know that it comes to fluid cups? I'm a lawyer, as all like all these guys. Look, which I my last month of maybe the tweezers and the fork. I'm a lawyer who you saw. Only the lawyer, bigger than the thing. In other words, when you're going to tell you the cups, 2 cups from the that's the water a second ago, we read from the timing of that the cups are not included in that 1 cup of gold. And now you're saying it is. Trade that out of the cup. You're right. Tell me that each 140 you heard something else from me. Ricky Strowman, no more than Minoria, both of that people. Julian McCarthy says that all the Minoria came from the chunky gold. They not go film like he said when they sell, and he holds like this part of the premium that the cups and the tools don't come from that gold. There's a woman like, well, I'm guy in this fucking area. Why? What do I need to cost? It's all these kids. That's it. So payments is just the puzzles are just saying they come from gold, but not from the same chunk of gold, from the bigger gold to the minority gold. Actually, Mars is not the elixir, but I don't need the puzzle for that. That is the important one. This is their self. The hell of their self, the area of everything. Malcolm. So I thought, of course, you puzzles. You make the cruisers out of gold. Females. Let's go back. Females. This guy on top. The cover. I want to say it right now. Is made out of gold. So, what's going to happen? Anybody that ever looked at the menorah and has a piece of metal that covers it, no, it becomes black from the flame, from the ashes. I tell you, because I'm a money cheese, so I was thinking that the Torah says, listen, since it's going to become black, let it go in cold. Use impure gold. Don't use the top quality. Use gold. What do you think? Not the top quality. Take it for a minimum. So not so long. That's why I need a price of telling you no. You make it from the purest of pure. The police are having no good. Thank you for being here. You spread up hard. You spread for all the editors, the artists, the ocean, the stuff. You spread up gold light.
Where's the book? Spreading on Rocky World. Sponsor us here today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Just let him go, Lucas. I want to hear this. I want to hear this ticking time bomb. Esoteric music mixed with classic rock. What is a movie about time and spaces? If we were going to find it on YouTube right now, what would we type into the YouTube search bar exactly? No, it's not you wouldn't write this right now. This would be how we would find the thing that you already said is on YouTube. I think perhaps when you said landed in the space and sky, you weren't guessing that we have powerful Wi-Fi connection right now. And with multiple keyboards in front of him was furiously typing. And like a courtroom reporter waiting to find just hear the
Welcome. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for not falling off the dock. All you guys out there in the face of programs all over the world, keep on sending those pictures, keep on sending the emails. I want to remind the Oilog to say Spirit Soimer. In Switzerland, it's 5 days longer. I use Hamisha Yomi Law Aimer or Law Aimer.
I'd much rather be watching music than the light room.
Hence, sponsor the Swiss Army if you want. We're forced to have more than Jesus people, more than Christophe and Leo, the way Esther before training and go on mdy.com and sponsor. Before he said, check us out, Yisrael Lifters smack in the middle. Wasn't able to get to the actual price list, slowed down for most people, but he tried to get as close as possible to every single week on Friday. Now I know who the other people are. Hopefully I got it. It's his brother-in-law to his left, second from the left, and it's what's his name. Oh, Joey, your boy said, check this out.
Okay.
I've been working the belly.
Search on YouTube to find the movie that you said that you've already made. What would we type into that search bar? Just tell the truth, Landon. And if there's nothing there, it's okay. That's no problem. Just say I didn't make a movie yet. It's okay if you didn't. We all
Well, Mark, for being here, I want to wish you a not much so much abundance and better coming from Faith of Ellie Stefanski, the beautiful young, the your family, and God bless you to Sabbath.
Yishkoyach Baruch Levine. I love you. You follow the good stuff. Okay? So that was a surprise, Rabbi. Thank you. Whoever arranged all the stuff, the consortium, maybe Mark, it's a consortium. Yishkoyach. The official edition of the White Shots, the place I just have to say that it's very young right now, and I do sheer probably like 1 o'clock in the morning. Mark is on 2 o'clock, and now we have to do sheer before young so that everybody's all caught up, especially those living in Israel who don't have something like that. They're going to be wondering who's sheer. So we're hustling to get out as many sheer as possible, sleeping very little. And Beis Hashem Ayanta will catch up on disease. So we start everybody from understanding. Here goes the official edition of the White Shots, except by the Iranian families, prepared by the Nanas, the Hashem. Official edition shots the Daf in Zion. The Adar family dedicated Hashem to success through good outcomes all made. They set the spots of themselves dedicated memory of all the Moidim, the Shul, Barber, Ayin, Tzvi,
It looks like a PowerPoint.
We set the spots by Joel Dallas, the English from college, Jack Dallas, and I'm from group is
This is terrible.
family, but into the English from Rabbi Gordon, Shlomo College, Chicken,
What can you direct this with your
I'm not
imagination?
the Moshe thing is wrong, Every time we speak about the Zelda Festival, so Patty got the more steiging. Some girls and families can be either playing out of rebellion, change my meaning of life. Only on money, yes, and market value. And all the high school stuff in the I have been focused on the part. I saw me before.
This is just footage, even of music.
He's a monthly sponsor. The weekly sponsor in honor of Mark Eshkin.
It's not a
Thank
movie.
you for constant generosity and giving up your time, particularly today. On their young
That isn't
the
a
efforts
movie
are
at
really
all. That's just
appreciated
the
by all
longest
who
line I've ever seen in my life.
It's not understood by itself exclusively. In other words, a person will sit there and run usually on an air gun, and he doesn't get much out of it. They would know who Mark Eshkin is behind the scenes. They do art for the month. I said, this is I've been seeing research for a while, but he came to my door and he just wanted a hug. I gave him 2 hugs. That was cool. We love Mortar and Esther. That was the first name of her. A complete person. We were forced Ayala Daniel Zed, then Ayala Esther. The one side, here we go. We're holding by a brand new Mishnah. Down involved again. I think both had Rahmanis on the Magidishir of Gafyani. This year, the Datum has been relatively easy. And they just found that another easy Shema. But I want to tell everyone, I was asked to tell everyone that YouTube released an AI version that anytime I say the Yeshiva should but if you kind of word, it changes those words into something really different. It sounds weird. So if you hear different voices coming out of my voice, change the setting. The setting that you change, and it won't happen anymore. Especially if you're listening to computer sheer or something, it's going to be unbelievable. The AI try to do it's not very successful. There's wine, like big issues, you can even do the carbonate of wine, just wine, but you do it together with lemon, with the oil. Where do you get this from? You're lying about lying places. I'll follow the yayin. But actually, right. You're lying about lying. I'll follow the yayin. Alpha is the alpha male, the alpha, the number one. Shneil Ahem, base, Rima, is Lavan Bahar, second on the list is from Rima and Lavan. Sigma Babika, at the place called Sigma in the valley. All our rocks are insurance. All lands, we must have all lands, as I said before. All lands in the first mission was. Last time the Omer was only to manage to solve. So Kala Roti doesn't mean all lands, it means assist. Now it means all lands. You get French wine
No, I
You get
agree.
Italian wine, Spanish wine, it's all good. Oh, I love to do cherries. And you kind of, you think it's better to be green. And maybe when maybe that's volume is not green from a fertilized vineyard. It doesn't taste good. So it isn't welcome. Or vineyard that needs irrigation and cannot depend solely on the rain. When you're not in Israel and there are vineyards that different things are planted between the vines. The heter, not relying on parent, but the heter, you not use that. The amazing, we did do from such a vineyard carpenter, and a vineyard Halistine. Now remember, Halistine is going to be grapes that were completely ripened by the sun, so they're super sweet, not good one. In Haiti, caution. If you brought it, the deal of it is fine. This is going to throw everybody for it. We all know that his wine is better than regular wine. Not for the big Sunday. If it's more than a year old, no good. This is ready. This is more than that's a contradiction because it said before, Halistian is muscle. You don't bring sweet wine, the way you shun, and not smoked wine. But it was very into the smoking. A lot of the guys that understand meat, like Kamiansky and Benny and Shmuel, they have smokers. They smoke your meat. That's great for me. Also, yain, but not wine. Wine not. The lemon bushel and not cooked wine. Today, the bushel is a big thing. You cook the wine, you bring it up to some degree, and then bring it down so that it's no problem with yainness. The bushel we're familiar with. In Haiti, and if you bring the bushel wine, you bring smoked wine to the amigo. Also includes even the very sweet wine. Maybe min hadoliyah. You don't bring wine. Here we go. So first of all, I'll show you this, then I'll go back. Hadoliyah means hanging vines, hanging grapes. You want them to be hello min haradiyah from the feet, like the foot. The ones that are touching the ground. Let me just show you this for a second.
So young.
So have that haircut. Does it feel like true? Do you really think that girls think you're gay? Like guys think you're feminist? Yeah. Have you noticed those guys who get too old to get a haircut?
I don't know. It's really hard to breathe. I don't know if like, I'm one of the boys, or if the boys want to be one and
Very beautiful. This is what a young wine looks like.
You see the ones that like the average kind of guy, the fellow guy can't afford anything but the new red wine. It costs the $30, and the wealthy guy that comes with the gift. And I have to say, the price is a great time for me because this year I received over 25 bottles, but really expensive bottles. Probably now bottles in the $200 range.
But then
No,
it usually doesn't.
25, 6 bottles. So I have
It could be M&M or Diet
I
or
open up a bottle basically every single. And tell me, if you want to have sympathy until you come to my table, I went around. I was generous. Around 25 bottles.
Most of the time, this is how I am.
The
Sometimes
Herzog
if
family
I'm
is sending
excited,
the
it's a
whole
little
case of
more
very
upbeat,
expensive
but
wines.
for the most
Excellent,
part,
excellent
it's
wines.
it's like people think I'm high all the time, but I'm not.
It has a X and then no, it's a V. Sorry, V and 3 I's. What's 8? Generation is beautiful.
Keeps you
Actually,
lingering.
looks it's knowledge. I like that a lot. And then somebody sent extreme, like an extreme. What's his name? The guy sent me 5 bottles in a case of soda. One of them was I think rum, which I really like. French one that I don't even know peas, but I appreciate the older ones. I don't know about the mission. The mission doesn't like the older ones. I love them. But seriously speaking, no need to send me one. Please, next year, Aberreno, every year sends me expensive bottles. Lots of it.
Well, I feel like if
I have so many.
someone's gonna be like,
Bring me another guy to learn Torah. Another guy, I'm not joking with you.
I got bunions.
Oh, really?
Well, just one. I had one surgery. The other one still with a bunion.
Damn, you had all-out surgery on your bunion?
All
Yeah,
right.
well, I just have really
And then
good
somebody
health
sent me,
insurance.
who
So
was
they
it?
were like, let's
Do you
not get out
remember?
of the
Oh,
park.
yeah. I don't know. Gave me the Estelle magnet. And she was watching
Yeah, I'm like scared of
Estelle.
being
One
judged
was
for
in
people who want to see my
2004, 2016, and 2021. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
It's the skater.
As a Seder, I'm not going to say which bottles. I don't want to tell anybody that Seder had we opened 4 bottles. Tasting every place we did a different bottle.
Joel Jimenez.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just
a
a
million
chill
words,
girl, you know?
Okay. Thank you.
For
Thank you.
those of you that don't know, Joel Jimenez worked at
Where
a
are
skate
we?
park for a really long time. I know a lot of you are looking
Yes,
at
when
what
she
I
says
was
no
thinking.
good.
That's clearly
Let me just make sure I have all the videos there.
Well, I'm doing that now, actually.
Umin Akromin Wa'avudim. You
No, I got a
should
car, so
bring
I'm like way
wine
more
from
motivated.
the mirages, the
I got a
grapes
super
are on the ground,
fast car.
but also
Yeah,
from
I like
the
it really
vineyards that
going.
are
I'm leading
worked
it
upon,
to
that
this look.
they cultivate them
I got a
twice
super
Oh my God, super
a year.
outback.
Into the
I
month.
do not
And
go
then country like
camping,
the
but I think
you
I
don't
have
put them
to
in
now.
large
And I
barrels,
also think
those
I need to
magnums,
find a
the
way.
large barrels. Hello, the coffee is constantly in the smaller jar. The mouth is a hobbies. I feel you don't, if you ever notice, there's always,
If people in my
you on
work
the top,
call
you
me
don't fill up the
slow,
wine all
and
the
I'm
way
like,
to the top.
is it
Because
because
you're
of
making
how
noise
I
because
talk, or do you think
you want it to have some air space in the bottle to have some aroma, and when you open it up, it pops out, and maybe you
That's
feel
normally what they get people.
you don't take from the top,
I
you
think,
feel
like when they
muffin
put
because of what
it's
looks like flour,
yeah,
which means mold. Here it is, this mold on the top.
yeah.
The light is should last. Don't take the bottom of the barrel
Oh
of the
my
snack.
God, I
Because
love
it's the sediments that sit on
That
the
was
bottom.
so fun.
Everybody knows when you pour some bottles, I didn't really have it over here on London, but sometimes you pour a bottle and it's sediment on the bottom, it gets into your wine and it doesn't, you don't really like it that much. That's not when you put it into the base of English. That's the clear. Hello, maybe in the Shalisha Mahamsa, you have like a faucet in the center of the barrel, shot exactly where it is, but in the third of the barrel. That's where the top is no good because it has the thema, the mold. The bottom is no good because it has the sediment. Take from the center.
Yes, she does. She's been doing it a long time.
Take from the point. How do we check the quality of the wineries? And this part, the guy by Yoshi, by Kanabi, has a reed. Zorak Hakir once the bubbles, the white bubbles start coming up, the mold, and that sort of stuff. He can he whacks, he makes a sound with his stick. Stop pouring. Enough. What I was going to say, why did you say stop pouring? Why did you have to hit something? I was going to say because sound from the voice can ruin the wine, not good for the wine. If you have any of this stuff on the top, get rid of the whole barrel. You don't want any of it. And that matters. Medium, medium, or permanent. The mincha should be, you must have been scanned. The wine should be looking at any wine that has mold. You want it green? Oh, it's just on the top layer has mold. I'm not interested. I want a nice clear bottle. That design over there for all the Gemara. And maybe you may also bring the maybe possible. Do not bring sweet, cooked, smoked wine, and if you do bring, it's possible. Has to be more of a funny ratio. It says in the ratio, and I pointed it out, and the beginning, so you know, I bring this whiskey on. Why can't you bring this wine? Because it's sweet.
I really look up to my sister, actually.
Maybe
She's
partial.
awesome. She's really
But
smart.
after the fact, it's
She
partial.
studied
You just said if you drink
astrophysics,
sweet wine after
which
the
is
fact,
like
it's
regular
partial.
physics, but
Omar Ravino.
and I got a lot of smart people in my family. My dad is a rocket scientist, actually. My sister's an astrophysicist.
Take
And I
the two and you put them together and say whiskey and sweet wine is no good. You must say it's still good. And you say, okay. You're going to both of them say no. Both of them are not good. So actually, let me try to fix the
two moms. They don't really like each other that much.
One is kosher and one is not kosher after the fact.
I don't like posting
Who
like
you the
for
shin
like
shaw when switches there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a disgusting grape. It's a great grape. They make the best wine in the world. Just that so happens to be it sat in the sun a little bit too much. The sun put it in a different direction. The sun is what gave it extra sweet. It's not a disgusting wine. Maybe the era or the sweetness comes from the actual
She's very, very nervous.
species. What's the word I'm looking for? Variety of grape. The entire variety, the sweet variety, that's mulled. That's disgusting, so to speak. We don't want that type of grape. We want a nice red grape, whatever it is, the Sauvignon, whatever it is. You give me some chocolate grape from Mexico, not interested. It's a nice grape. If you have the Sauvignon, the Merlot grape, and the sun hit it over the much on the side, and that's why it's sweet blue. I'm looking for a better word. Not the variety, not the min. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Don't be mine. Not the blend. No, blend is nice. Okay, weiter. And maybe we also live in Rabbi, but how much? Rabbi says you can't bring all this. Let's get into it. Why not? How much is it? Why not the Rabbi? Why not? How much? Oh, that's very short. Like Kevis Yod. It says those two words together: the sheep and the wine. Mata is this also a sheep. Also, a sheep is a year old. A ayil is 2 years old. A sheep is a year old. A guy is told to wine up to be a year old. That's the Gemara. If you're going to compare it to a sheep, you're not going to get the Shana Puzzle, or a sheep means 2 years old. It's the puzzle. I got the Shana Puzzle. What do you think about Tanami? If you're telling me, yeah, 1 to 2 years old. 2 years old is the puzzle. Not after the puzzle. But I got the Shana Puzzle. It's in the foot. If you have 1 to 2 years old, don't do it. You may be kosher. It's not puzzle, it's kosher. If you're comparing it to sheep, it's kosher. My time is long and who said we should be ready? We all know we need to talk. Hello, how did the Rabbi the Sid? It says in Pasuk, don't see wine when it is red. When it is red, it's red when it's a year old. As soon as it switches ages, it starts becoming less and less red, more and more brown. When it's red in its first year, that's when it's the most desirable, it's the most tasty, it has the best taste, and you're concerned, the public is concerned that you're going to drink too much, and you're not going to know how to differentiate between right and wrong. You might do silly things. Because of this process, I'll tell you reality is because of this process. This is the reason why on the Seder night, I'm not drink red wine, I'm not white. But what about the chocolate? So I had an argument with the people I'm talking to, who knows how. I couldn't believe it, because this guy knows his stuff. He's a very, very good. Look, I'm talking knows a lot of things by heart, and you know, he's making figures Friday night. Friday night? Yes, Friday night. Figures on white wine. So I asked him my house, because we share a lot of the same ashkafa. He's also a runner, etc. So, you know, if he comes from a different background, whatever, he comes from a very similar background. So I asked him, he doesn't think that you have to drink red wine on Friday night. So I sent him this morning, I sent him the Gura, the published on base. The Mechaber says you can do on white wine. He brings the Ramban that says it's white wine. But we don't pass it. It says in Shibura that it is better to use red wine on the regular Shabbos. And this is the possible of Peri Yain Ki Shabbos. And not surprisingly, I was a little shocked because what do you expect when you send somebody from Shibura? Yeah, the Highlands is this, and that, and my uncle said it this way, that way.
Jesse, in your real life,
I didn't realize that. Okay. And then start doing red. On the spot. Zot the Gemara. Ein Mevin Loi Min HaTorah. You shouldn't bring grapes that came like these. Our grapes, we don't let them go on the floor. From I didn't have my mission. Have vineyards that are cultivated in the whole, where you take the food and you soften up, you loosen up the dirt underneath the vine twice a year. Aerate it, give it a little air, whatever, these winemakers, they don't deserve it. They need a lot of air, a lot of sun. It's all. There's another There's a corner of an orchard of a harvest. The Rabbi big thing, he cultivated the ground more than everybody. The other common fact made wine, the very Nile of Chad. Typically speaking, I'm the Gemara, the Ziga. Ziga is to dilute the wine. The wine was way too strong. So they typically put 3 parts water and 1 part wine.
Santa Monica Pier. She's teaching a crowd of LA people. Check it out. Hey, and while you're at it, go check out Hollywood Island. The people that wear the costumes there are totally normal.
Diluting. There's also another way to drink water, because the water wasn't sanitized.
Alright, but is that it?
Rabbi Yosef's wine is so strong because he cultivated the land double, that it produced double amount of wine. How? By being able to add double amount of water.
Close out the show with a big bang.
Usually it was 3-1, now
Another
it's
round of
6-4.
applause for Cheech and Chong and Red Band. Everybody's having fun. Yeah, whatever you want.
Says the Gemara by when you put the ice on the very they wouldn't
What is it?
gather the wine in large amounts. Rabbi is small barrels. Rabbi are really the same as a pot and a jug in milk, a medium-sized jug. I mean, even like in Shanghai, you wouldn't put the two next to each other like this, because if this one is spoiled, the aroma from this one will go and climb into the other. So they would distance them 1-1. A lot of times they would store them 1-1, not next to each other.
You guys ready for to see your last comedian in the
Wait,
evening or what?
he said, how does the comment check the wine? This we mentioned the kind of the other bizarre and dear and think it's when the wine, when it started bubbling, the foam, he was saying to stop one. He wouldn't say it, but that's what it meant. Stop one. Oh no, Zarek, here, so smart. When these start pouring out, he's stuck on. He was thinking with this script. As a Gemara, the little lady, what did he say? He said, Yochanan, so it's actually, it helps. It proves your Yochanan right. The other Yochanan, Shem Shad, you know that when the Samish, when they made summon to the Torahs, they would say Chodek Hater. It's in his word because it's good for the summon. People were Ra Liyan. So too, speaking is terrible for the wine. Perhaps you could say that there are times that it's good to speak, and there are times that it's really bad to speak. There are times it's good to be quiet, and there are times it's really bad to be quiet. If you're going to give somebody a compliment and build him, so it's great, and you did a big mitzvah. It doesn't cost much. Build up a person. But at the same time, that's talking to someone. That's infuse a beautiful smell to it's the right thing to do. Talking at the wrong time. Talking at the wrong time. Ruined it. Killed it. And the same thing with Shtiga. Rabbi said the same thing with Shtiga. It's hard. It's not a customer to be quiet when you say something. When somebody is insulting somebody else, speak up for them, say stop. I'm a big Italian, I'm just going to be quiet. No. Sometimes somebody reads the shit up and you know that person is not whatever. Is something really wrong in the shit up? Say something. It's not, you're not decided for not saying something. Of course, with the right, within the right halachic parameters. But so you're gonna start saying no. I know people that say no. It's always awesome. It's lashon hara. Not true. Not true. If you're gonna save a person's life because the shidduch is a terrible shidduch, because you know something about the person that's going to destroy the other person, it's upsetting. So shtick in that case is mamish also. the shtika is doing something.
48-hour deodorant.
On the flip side, sometimes you're quiet, you don't say something, and you save the world by being quiet. That's what I'm saying over there. Sometimes Hebrews look for the southern, so sometimes the Hebrews rally out. Depends on the situation. The same tools can be great and can be terrible. Rabbi Yossi bowing and then the new idea. So now we have some three questions. What Rabbi Yossi on the big is sad. It's a little bit of mold on top, it really the whole barrel. What Rabbi Yossi Mount Shield, maybe I jumped. This is the famous question that we had at least 3 times, probably 4 times already. This is the 5th time. I'm not counting, so maybe not. But it says, you just said that if I'm Rabbi Yossi, the wine is no good, get rid of the entire barrel. What happens when you decide to go get this $10,000 barrel? Maybe you should get now. You know, it's not watching the puzzle, but it's sold to the norm. If it's sold, it's similar to the norm. And about norm, we know if you donate an animal, you know that has a blemish, you get malchus. And then about norm, you have a perhaps whole idea about norm is owned by the payment. I got it to Amen, if somebody donated rams, which are 2 years old, bring them from the best place in the world to the ram. To us, and if you donated a sheep that's only a year old, they have Agoli, what do you get? Thank you. Yes, quick. I go on half and get it from Shark Pit. With Zolois, how do you call that thing that has rings that goes like this? Yeah, I know it's a good. With Zolois, I can tell that. Excellent, Mark. Excellent. He said, yeah. Falcon. Beautiful. Great. There's always my we need some humor in here. We need some humor. There's always my get those birds from, I don't know. We don't even be fussing. Go home. You're not going to believe this. You bring a sheep that's its height is as tall as its width. What does that mean? So check out this place. Places says, places didn't not special government for these places, for the gracious Rabbi, I've been already factored it since last night. So last night I just threw it in there and it wasn't so nice. Because the background is the underlying, for the gracious Rabbi, all my requests shall come in, the whole choked up the way they were so tall. They're like giraffes. They eat from the top of the trees. It's not this poor made a tremendous mess. Going from iron. The animals that eat from the top, the animals that eat from the sides, the animals that eat from the middle. The giraffe is eating from a bush that's 5 feet tall. It's short. Each tree is 10-foot trees, 20-foot. And then you have all the gazelles that only eat the grass. And the wildebeest only eat the grass. They don't have the middle guys.
Can you do an American
accent? Yeah, they work in a way that they can all survive in the same area. It's not like they're all eating from the same crop. Beautiful. So this sheep for the product, they're so tall, they would eat from the top of a cedar tree. Is that okay? So everybody, even though it's not the mountain, and they put these sheep on top of a camel. Rather than fussing and growing the feet, would drag on the ground. So a number of things I want to show you. First of all, just understand the height of the camel, right? This is a camel in the platform is 7 and 8 feet tall. So if you put a sheep on top, its feet are more than 10 feet long. 10 feet, because they're dragging. That's beside the body. That's how tall these sheep were. Now I gotta show you another thing. I realized I didn't show you this. This is very important. This was 12 o'clock, 12 a.m. last night here in What is
Like
it?
if it's
Oh, that's when I picked the the 12 a.m. I picked the I'm telling Yoshi, I said, go to sleep. It's crazy. It's 4 a.m. He writes, no, it's only 11 minutes before. And he's up much later. In other words, he pulled the all-nighter together with another artist and he used and we created the mall, but they were up all night so that they could do the art for this stuff. Right before Yom he was up again, obviously doing the fest, and he told me, oh, it's almost, I heard the siren in the background, and he says, it's the siren. I said, yeah, I know, when it's finishing up, that means that they're closing another and interesting up. So and then I wrote to him, I put the right thing. We missed the great AI piece. Gemara says that
Let's do one more comedian. I'm
out
going
of
to
the
bring up
camel,
somebody who I
Halal
want to bring
eating
up.
this. So he sent me a piece. Now I'm ready for Yom Tov. It's probably taking a few minutes on me.
I absolutely love this guy.
Where is it?
It's got a
Oh, yeah.
manual
It's
for
not in there.
ladies and gentlemen. Very kind.
Okay. Send it to Mark, and hopefully Mark will put it in.
Here he is.
So for that, I think that's fine. Let's see, where is it? Maybe he was just trying to be funny. He didn't think it was a real piece because the front feet and the back feet are different. Okay. Zog the Gemara. We'll see in a few minutes. All my Rabbi Bar Rav Shilo, my time of the Rabbi Hudo. What's the shot of Rabbi Hudo? They have to bring these giant sheep. It says Yirim Nefa by Yom in the future, the sheep will raise higher as a sheep, near time, very, very wide. Here we go. The boy side. Let's see what he did here. Here's a joke. Oh,
That's a perfect example of what we were just talking about. Like, he was honest, like, people could feel it. Like, I think we all know that you really do want to fly an airplane that felt really genuine. Like, we all have real passion. Yeah, one of my favorite things is that the last guy who's bringing us his job in an Australian news casting agency, but you come right up as an illegal alien.
See, I'm from inside of Yerushalayim. It's got to show you. If I was in the basement, you would see me right now. I'm from inside Yerushalayim. Or some other nigga. On top of the wall that protects Yerushalayim, I stationed guards. All I know all day, all night, hundreds, all the time. No, you have to street. They will not be quiet. I'm going to spear this Hashem. Those who mention Hashem, they will never be quiet. I am it's what these guards say, that they're not being quiet. I'm not over there, Shiloh. Avat Kosokun Kriya Itiyoy Yeis Nefeno Kiva Komoyei Atasokun Rafin Tsiyoy You shall how do you say something?
I'm looking at it right now. 10 hours ago, we have another manual paragraph. For those of you that follow him on Twitter, it's interesting. The last time you were on stage, you were tweeting at a girl that was talking about something different. You were saying a bunch of things to her. And now I see that she's something and I see that she tweeted recently,
and before Jerusalem was destroyed, what would the guard say?
She says, you know you famous,
but
stand-up comedians are talking about you. Smiley face, like, please watch the last 10 minutes. It's a link to this show, which she was on. Now you quoted that tweet 10 hours ago, and above that tweet, here's what he said. I better get some blitzkrieg head from you now.
Says the Mishnah,
That's not the end.
there are only two measuring
All
cups.
these
Now, it doesn't mean
6.75
there's two measuring
inches of
cups total.
meter
There's two sizes. There might have been 100 of the same one, but it's the same
22
size.
hours ago, that same girl.
What are
I don't
the
even
two
think she's
sizes?
a porn star. She's just a normal girl that you tweet at. You don't know her, right? She has 5,000 followers. She's on Twitter at Dreadhead.
Those are two sizes. Now it's very popular with 100 stars and 2-3 Chatzi stars.
She said yesterday at
The
10:21.
total heights, the heights are only two. You must get to all measurements through these two measuring
It
cups.
has one like on Twitter.
The mayor I know you saw it, you saw it in the Chatzi stars. You are
But you like this
two
girl and you
heights of the
tweeted
star,
her.
which
She
is more
said
than
you
explain
told her
the
for the first
different
time
sizes of the total
He
stars.
said, don't be
And the
lying.
Chatzi stars follow it.
You fall asleep.
You saw my own child, what would he do with these stars? Says the Mishnah Shabbat, every single mincha means the mystery song. Says in the Pasuk when it comes to bowl, you bring a bowl, you need 3 Yisraelim of flour. So they didn't have a 3 Yisraelim vessel to measure that. So you use the 1 Yisraelim, and you fill it up 1 time, fill it in twice. You do it 3 times. The left just time flour, and same thing for the red, you need 2. There's no special clean that help to Yisraelim, you'd have to use the 1 Yisraelim. Hello, but in the Yisraelim, you don't need that. 1 Yisraelim at a time. So these are my chance. What do you do with the 7 3 4 5 stars? And you measure with the heavy star half of the star, measuring device,
4 days ago, I know you're a big Rob fan. Want to go back to winter snakes.
And you're there, Makamalo, he's starting to sound like that.
This was an interesting one. This one had nothing to do with the pussy. This is an interesting one. This
You
says,
say that,
I
don't say
think one of these
every day
should
how
have
much.
been for our homie hashtag
It's a right,
Chris
it's a
Cornell. And then there's a picture of him.
what's the
And
double
it's
mushroom?
three big
Sorry,
balls on it.
that covers for effort. The line just stays sorry for everything. There were 2 measuring devices called Echad Godesh, Echad Mak.
Okay.
So it says the child is like, the one on the right is lower than the one on the left. The one on the left holds the sorry when you
It just says,
erase
it's famous
muscle,
and okay.
you make the top level.
And their long-lost brother.
Godesh, they both hold the same amount, but in different ways. The one on the left, you have to level on top. The one on the right, higher it up. And by piling it up, you get something inside. The actual key is slightly smaller than the one on the left.
Winter snake
Don't
here
your
has
body and white.
226.
Because the card says I'm sorry to try. So the only way I understand to get to it right now is by making them different sizes, but cutting out the same amount.
Yeah.
Don't your body or your might be called. The full one on the right, I would use for every week. Exactly.
Innocent girl, though.
The one on the left,
One that
I would
she
use
does
for
from
every
May
week.
9th.
She's
She
after
said,
a move from
if
place to
I,
place, but I don't want anything
if
to
I
be
ever swallowed
so
your
she's
kids,
after
you owe a Mother's
a
Day
measure,
gift.
half of it
To which
it's
Baby
going to be
Boomer
the
right here responded, congratulations on having the most
Child,
crowded daycare center
very large,
ever.
make it like no, there's only one measuring device in the Shamigdash. Shenema, Yisorin Echad,
She said
says
also
Yisorin
on May
Echad is only one
9th, do you
measuring.
guys like
It
midgets
can,
or
but I have a
Jordans?
problem. Rameir has a very good. But I'm
Unless
why
those
why
midgets
is
are
the Pasuk saying
10
that
and
there's 2? No, the rabbis have to start. One is the fully start, and one is the half start. Rameir had to start another, and how does the mayor really gives up these starting starts? How did you know that the single called the half start? Not the like maybe the start. So it's not the Rabbanon, both the guys, the Rabbanon don't hold that you can make a whole Russian and Limo, the new plea from a Rameir, how you start up on a place out from the other Rabbanon learn from these start up.
I ever gave
One
him, the
measure, I
guy
suppose,
said
to start
I'm really
out.
good. Ain't even know what I was doing. Now,
But when it comes to measuring the pull and the rev,
some moms teach
you don't have a
sons
special
good
device for that.
manners.
You
Others
just
just
start
teach
with
their daughters the art of
Rabbanon.
sucking
I don't know. I don't know that you have a special device for
which is
that.
what we're like that she had on her
Started
original
measuring
tweet.
up.
This is very interesting.
Not
You're
for many
definitely
kudos, because it says
patriot.
on top of the bulb of the second sun that has a back. And that back, the sign over of Yosi, Lama Nok with the bulb, the Emsa, the Sarn, the Sarn, Rishon, the other Rishon,
I'm into it. I'm into it. I think you should stop their partner.
so even though the Lord
6 days
is
ago,
the Lord is
6 days ago,
teach us from that path. You know, to have a special measuring device. Your mayor, the video, the daughter, your mayor doesn't darshan.
Your exes be popping out of bushes.
This is awesome. Well,
Oh my god, and those were all of your tweets to her, so I absolutely love you, Manuel. How's life been going?
Turning the dots. Started by Kaila. Adar Global, experts in cross-border payments. Shout out that town. Please read the shit today. It should have just happened first. No, begin mark. Taxi, sorry, my whole sham should be remember what you tell us that what do you do with the half? You sorry, measuring it like that's for the friend government. That's the only thing we use. After the morning, like that, what we measure is the half. You know what I mean? Somebody's gonna go out there, but maybe some time. The way it works, the friend goes with the entire. You start from his house. You can't go back in the middle and take half. That's one shot. And then divide it in half. You don't even measure the measurement. All around shape is not true. You do need a measurement. My wife did not even tell you. After he has a holy sergeant in the device, now he has to take a happy sergeant and measure it out. Similar to Nazi Havidish. Here we want to ask replay.
You're actually saying clever shit on Twitter. That's
Well, yeah, Robin Bahama.
yes.
So,
6 days ago,
Robin Bahama. Taxi sergeant is amazing. I know that you said we had a focus. We may have said two sergeants, but it's not. Rabbi said that there's only one sergeant. Now, what about the half of these sergeants that were made? Is it one of these devices that you? It's a taxi sergeant up to the top that has to be flat, or it's only a taxi sergeant if you make it a nice mount. You want to run for a bottom? Why ask you only going to your mate? You want to run on this one.
Fuck you, bitch ass Roddy. You beat us a butthead motherfucker, dude. I don't need no friends, man. I gotta
Yes, the larger size of the sergeant, because I know what your mate is too device. What about going to your bottom? What is going on? That's why I asked only the happy son for your mate. The fully starting to have a problem with going to your bottom. Of course, I have a problem with both.
Hey, bitch ass Ronnie has
Over
papers.
there,
I know I got shit.
I can learn Renayer for Renayer. And once I know what
Hey,
Renayer
bitch
is,
ass Ronnie, unload these.
Renayer is all about. Once I know that, then I'll know what about. You know, Renayer, you start them off. You know, when the plane goes, everything, and you start on, flatty start on. Melo will use the taxi start by the plane goes. So, since the regular start, it's flat. The taxi start not remote. So therefore, the halfway start is also flat. And once I know the Renayer holders, everybody not even know. Everybody is also.
When was this?
Why would they wrote about something like that's wrong?
That's funny.
That was
funny.
The was green, 12 red, 6 in the morning, having the flowers, have the starting to spread, morning spreads, and having starting evening which is you have to be cool. How did you break it up? A hand, 4, 5, 7. So where she did to be out. Certainly, complete. Funny, I cool. What if you bring your scale into this amigo? Show you for a second. Over here in the video, you see those by hand. Isn't that a special food?
Really? Is that true?
This is more of the actual fun the scale. We do. It's one of let's say, for your car. Here's this. Then you also the colors. Where the Bakar doesn't get, the Bakar gets the Aliyah, nobody else gets the Aliyah, nobody wants that Aliyah. B'shiri lochem, mati lechem vavu esenosh mati for the Tanarach, 10 women are going to bake the bread in one oven, and it's going to fall apart. It's going to together. B'shiri lochem from the Mishnah, they're not going to know how to divide the bread, so therefore, since the word scale and bread is brought together in the first of the person, it's not nice to do that. It's bigger. Well, even another question another question from ask you over please go. Shulchan Maush Hadish Matsim by Great Shalom. Interesting lesson.
is it when you say,
But the
hey,
question
yo,
is
this
very
is wrong, dog?
But then this is the shulchan that we put here. Let's show you the real shulchan. This is the shulchan. Hey, the flat top. Because it has these like shelves for the bread. We'll just break it down to the physical, the simple elements. We have a shulchan. We have a mizgeres. We have a nice decorative piece that's underneath. We don't know what it says on top. But in this case, the top of the table, like the regular tabletop that we have today, doesn't have a cover. Doesn't have it inside.
How was
There's
the
no wall
sex?
inside.
Did you notice anything different in
So
the sex
Mela
with married woman that's different
doesn't
than
have the
sex with
power
married woman?
in the kedusha to the phrases the little vine. Because typically speaking, we put the little vine inside a spoon. A spoon to keep it safe. No spoons give the levina a kedusha. But over here, there's nothing what to give kedusha. There's no wall. Mount Shitash comes from the Goyish line. Why? Really, the Goyish left hand, since it has the possibility to give kedusha to the bread. How does the bread become by putting it on the table? Must not be so putting the levina on the table. So don't give kedusha. But you know, perhaps constantly only because bread is normal to put it on the table. So let's have another guy. It's not normal to put the levina on the table. Arlay, Amy has no kedusha. Amy has the Gemara of Omer. We also know the Zibri. I mean, what kind of comes to Koifel. So look, if you notice, the level of Kohanim is very funny. Why is it funny? Because it's huge. It's present. And they don't fit on the shelf. So what the Kohen would do, they would fold the bread over each other. So now, oh, 2.5 cups. 2.5 times 6 breads, 6 levels of bread. Equals 15, right? Simple 15 minutes of 2.5 times 2 equals 5.
Wow, let's see how seamless that is. First guy. This frozen right in there.
3 times 5 is 15. It's complicated. Anyways, 2.5 times 6 equals 15. It gives the douche all the way to the top of the top bread. It's very powerful. Watching the douche to the fragrance. So maybe should give kedusha to the fragrances all in top, or whatever it is. Means that you're going to do that. The difference behind the Bible, if you say it's only 2 talking for the bread, means that you're 2 times 6 is solid. Means that you're going to stay about so that the mouth gives kedusha all the way. What's all that? Hey, ain't a mekadesh arev. I would mekadesh the apostle. You're right. It doesn't give it kedusha. I wanted to do it under 50 minutes, but because I wanted to say the shot correctly, it's going to be 45 people live on YouTube. Wow. By the way, Bezer Hashem, in a few hours, I don't know how many, probably 3 hours or so, I'll try to get that thing checked. If it's still on then, you have time, hopefully you can join us before Yom Tov, so you get stuff to test it. But then you should remember to always learn Torah, even on Yom Tov. Even if you did that, of course, I know my good friend Lucky Belsky is doing the Dafim now. I know he did it every Yom Tov, but he says the Chazorah, Yom Tov. The Chazorah is always, every day should go by, every day that goes by, you should learn some Torah. Omar Lay, yeah, I do have to say, the voice I do have to say, I could give my entourage. Never before, I got a great group to learn Torah. I just don't have to worry about people walking in and without me asking. Ask my wife to get Ellie his own private room to learn it. I got a beautiful setup, so you should play out for the setup. You're right. The Levina doesn't have kedusha, enough kedusha that you should be able to put on the Mizrach. It's enough kedusha that if it's fully unplugged, it becomes possible. But that, on both sides, I will give all the Yom Tov, give the Moed, have a good day, thank you for joining. Have a good night.
Spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
I go the Moed Rabbi
I see those two things where they together. I didn't even make that connection.
A gentle reminder to say Sphere Soimer, Hayoim, Chamisho, Yomim, Loim, or some say Boim. Today's Sphere Soimer is sponsored. Therefore, it's as much as we produces more than swell the layer as the full flavor. You go on MDY.com and sponsor anything you want with all of the Sphere. These $50 a day. Well, Sphere is about 6,000. Highly strong. Oh, you remember the first night of the Omer, I might have said the story, I might have not, I wanted to say the story. I know I said it in English here, that I reminded my wife and my daughter-in-law, right before I went to my room, which was like Shmosha's time, I said, oh, don't forget to say Sphere Omer. Tonight is the first night of the Omer. And they're like, wait a minute, I just said Sphere Omer without a bracha. So then we had a whole shiloh. Do I say a bracha? Do I not say bracha? So after thinking about it, I did not want to say the Spirit, and I actually didn't want them to say the Spirit. And I was telling them, don't forget in the future to say the Spirit. So I passed it for myself, seeing that there's no real love over there. But anyway, somebody sends me this thing called that Rabbi said over that one time, this exact same story happened. Where Ezkanach and Spira, there's this Shiloh guy, I think it was like the and the Chazanish said, the edge
Daniel, I absolutely love your style. Even though you're not autistic, there's something strangely overly honest about you and overly sharing, and it's definitely a part of your backbone and comedic voice, and it's always fun to watch you.
Yes, watch you work and work with you, and I absolutely love your style. There he goes, Manuel Herrera, everybody. He's on Twitter at Windsor Snake. He's a must follow. Check out the Ryan J. Belcher when you all sat there like lazy asses. His prints are available at RyanJBell.com. That's fucking awesome. Look at you. Unbelievable. Also, both Tony posters, those are available at RyanJBell.com. Super original prints. A lot of people don't realize you can actually get the print that he draws each episode. That's on sale. A little bit pricier than the print of it, but you can get the actual drawing, hand drawn as well. Yeah, all of that's available at RyanJBell.com. So if you're a fucking awesome fan, you can get that. Support a live real artist like Ryan J. Let's do it. Sal. Promote
something.
Actually, there's a lot. There's many more people that I was supposed to be treasures. You just don't see them. First of all, you're a belly. Biggest scarf for getting engaging with fast and sure and truly privileged and experienced views about great and like myself. He's an average and strong. He works as a Hebrew. He has a real Ishmael to learn tomorrow. So basically, thank you for all the illustrators. And wants to thank Kobe and Ariel for the special Rakadat project, which is the only the daf, which boils down the shear for about 30 minutes. Thanks to them, I was able to take them with challenging days of every place. Unlike previous years, when I could barely manage to open up a safer during this time, this year I was able to review while cleaning and preparing in just 3 days. I managed to review more than 40 dafim of Gemara from Buffalo. Instead of listening to music or other things like covering the calendars with foil, I simply put on the Rakadat playlist in my headphones and review tons of dafim. Yesterday at the beginning of the show, you mentioned an incident that happened to you that after sunset Yom Tov, Then the first day, the Oimer. In fact, a similar story happened many years ago with my great grandfather. He learned there. He went to ask the Chazanish. He wrote simply these words. The Eretz is this came from. Once they told about the story, brought on my grandfather's safer. I was being on the concept school. So I learned, once again, many things. To the Raw, the third year. It's amazing, of course, we ended looking forward to what the show. It's good for the parts and one. In Spanish, with all the atmosphere of energy, even though I personally watch only on YouTube. And dear brother, I really busted it. I love listening to that because this is exactly what I learned when I spoke about it. I really pressed for you, saying that I pressed for the truth and put it as a personal request. I made it the weirdest and pain about the color. I spoke to people about this in Rabbi. People even came up to me themselves and discussed it after seeing my email. They also shared on its status. We are commanded by specific culture you roof our father guidance in our Rabbi was full. That means upon you are my Rabbi. Wow. Manita Mitzvah. And I follow every call I was taking to you. The young man put myself into the suit properly. The human being. So he went over the suit as much as deep as he can. I learned the entire suit like a Bruce and played shock for the carrier, trying to understand the softness and the nafkaminas from Maisa. I also listened to Rothschild Orson share a number of great bites with Chidushim opinion of Chodesh. In addition, I attended the Shansai Golden Drosha, where the topic was discussed by Arifos with many posting a wide area of Myrick Koidness, which gave a broader clarity to this sugya. I do also better understand you explaining that you bring awareness to topics of other areas of Big Hashem as well. For example, Farlamon is something that I and many others have become more careful about simply because if Eli speaks about it often, he gives Hashivas. The concept Chizik and Chazar makes a real impact on the tzibur. Thank you very much for everything, especially bringing awareness of Chodosh, Klal Kaslikim, Ma'ir, grow in Yerushalayim. Sorry, the Rothschild is one of the Tashim Shema Rabbi Harvest for Shemayim. The Pharaoh with the Lavinus at Perla meet the person Shema meet the already strong that I have a story of Yerushalayim Ba'ira. The Chloid Rabbi is by first I tell you, there she rose. It's quite beautiful. I'll tell you why I think it's so beautiful. Because I don't care what year she came out with, okay? It's not going to publish. I'm not going to publish. That was not the tachlis of the whole thing. The thing was to know that also in Torah, there are Tanaim that say that Chodesh is also Bizman Hazeh, that the Shukran Paschals that it's also Bizman Hazeh. To know the Sugya, and then when you decide not to keep Chodesh, so you know why. That's not to be Mizalzel and say, it's like a person who doesn't keep Holy Yisrael. That's listen, Holy Yisrael. No. But there are people who say that's Minachamura, and that people super machmir on Holy Yisrael more than foundation of prayer. I don't know what. You know it's the Rabbi. But to know that the heter might not be the greatest heter in the world, it's for Moshe Chaim. To know why, to know where. You still have no awareness. That's not to be. The idea was that all Klal should know that the Chodesh is a possible prayer. That was the number one thing. After that, does it apply today? Doesn't apply today? Is it Bach? Is it Ramad? Is that okay? Official edition of the Washatz is something about the Iranian Levi family's parent. Moshe Aaron and Miriam Landy, Kodesh of Victoria, the Oilam Chazdor, Daf Peva of Citywide Shomerim, gratitude to Rabbi from the MDY members of Citywide Shomerim. Wow. Shkoyach, Citywide Shomerim. Appreciate it. David Salomon, a dedicated Mary, the Masechta, sponsored by David Salomon, a dedicated Mary of Avi Mary of Shmuel Barker, and Chaim Tzidon, Ron Rock, Joel Vidali's, Ministers of College, Jackie Vidali's, Anonymous, and several local detachments. The Policy Founding Foundation was different from I'm going to Shmuel Policy Connections to Elu. I'm thinking to myself now, David Salomon gives so much good food at the Miami satellite location. What happens on Pesach? If you don't get food, are there any people there on Pesach? I want to hear. I'm curious. I'm not a big fan of always giving food out there. Once in a while. Anonymous. For people who stay on the radio song, more Masechta sponsors. Yisrael Malki, David Perez, speaking Malki Zova Chesed. We're so proud of you. You have more like keep studying. Sending goes to Candy Island, paying honor to Kelly Chief, my meaning of life. Money is in Markham Benny, and although I see the Sarah and the wife of Bumasham Skara. Monthly sponsor, I'm Signer for Shlema of the four Shlema of Imoiri Baruch Miriam. Weekly sponsor in honor of Mark Ashkenazi. Thank you for your kind generosity and giving of your time, particularly young. Efforts are really appreciated by all who watch the sheer consortium. Daily sponsors, Mordechai Sapaznik, he's back. Scores for Shlema, Chanito Bas, Reza Shoshana. Anonymous scores for Shlema, for Arab, Fishbench People. Shmuel Yosef Ben Mir Boyra should have a four Shlema. The Cheskel Eisenberg, learning, davening, wishing for safety and security for all those in their stroll. Amen. Ari Smith, in memory of Belo Yento Basra Yisrael, Shamar of 6 years, like Josh and Adina Brzezinski, Nicholas, our father, Phil Brzezinski, and Shlomo Ben Yaakov Simcha today on his 40th birthday. The Shamar shall have an Aliyah in the Wayar month for Shlomo Yonatan Itam and Mishra Bracha, the four Shalema, Mordechai, Ben, Esther, the Fusayela, the Eliezer, Ben Ayel. Boisai. And tonight we're just starting now. We are holding on the bottom of the Pei Omid Aleph. Copy phone on the phone. The last line. Once again, we have easier Gemaras today. A lot of it is repetitive and very, very similar to the Mishnayos that we had up until now. It says the Gemara in Rabbi when we base as well. It says in the Mishnah that you shouldn't bring the wine, the oil. Sorry, we're talking about oil here. The koya is the best place for oil. So it says don't bring oil from a field that has fertilization. Then it says on pink 9 is possible. On pink 9 we said the Mishnah is olives that blew a third. It says Gemara. So this is a shayla in the Mishnah how to be goris. Rashi seems to be goris possible, although in the Mishnah, in your Mishnah might say kosher. And that's why the following words are reversed also. But Tanya, we have a contradiction in Mevin and Takton in Hevi Pasul. This is the opposite of the Mishnah. The Mishnah says kosher, and over in the right says pasul. And if you burst in the Mishnah pasul, so this is kosher. See in the parentheses, the Tanya in Hevi kosher. Why? These olives that only brought a third, the water that comes out of it is not oil. It's moisture. It's stam water. It's not oil. Or Rabbi Yosef Bekash, or Rabbi Chia, or Rabbi Shimon Bar Rebbe. Machlokes. Rabbi Chia Zarklei. Rabbi Chia would take this oil that I packed and throw in the garbage. But nevertheless, so that's why, since he threw it out, it's possible. According to Rashi, it's years in the Mishnah that it's possible. Why he threw it out? It's garbage. Shimon Bar Rebbe, Shimon the son of Rebbe. Who's Rebbe? Rabbi Lakar, who's super wealthy, who's part of Ilu B'Mokanecha, who's the Gadol Dar, and he's super wealthy, right? He was Antoninus' friend. 2 gazillionaires. The Costco. Snowing, no. Every fall. On their table, you never, even in the winter, they had the vegetables, I don't know if it was much fun. Snowing, I think it is. Anyway, I call upon him, very, very wealthy. So, Reb Shimon Bar Rebbe Mitabazer, he wouldn't throw it out. He would dip his bread in it, but nevertheless, it's not good stuff. It's stuff that you throw out. It's stuff that you just use for dipping. So that's not good oil. The Simonach Ashir Mikam. You want to remember which one of the two. Check the wealthier one, which is Reb Shimon, the son of Rebbe, the very, very wealthy Rebbe. He kept it because many times you find that the wealthy are very, very stingy. In fact, maybe that's why they're wealthy. They're stingy. Keep every dime, and they're able to accumulate a lot of wealth. The Yismach Moshe says, why is it that a lot of times wealthy people are stingy? They have a very hard time departing from their money. Why is it? He says because when you go to get stuff from a poor person, he gives you stuff that's a tremendous footprint. It's very hard. That's all he has. He has a little money and he gives it to you. But the wealthy person who gives nothing, what's the big deal? He's large. It's nothing. He doesn't get the stuff. when a makes a wealthy person very stingy, so every time he gives you a dime, it hurts him, it burns him. Sometimes the same amount as it hurts the poor person who gives money. So then he gets this chusn. Baruch's way of giving his chusn. It says in the Gemara. It says in the Mishnah. It says in the Megillah. Mam shagadata. Shisha. In the Megillah and Purim, it's Shmat. Shisha Chadoshim b'Shemen Amor. The girls, if they grow up after Shemon, they smeared on the Shemen Amor for 6 months. Shemen Amor. This is what they were using by Vashti with Esther. Shemen Amor. This is the Shemen Amor. Great. 6 months of this stuff. My Shemen Amor. What is the Shemen Amor? It's a parsimony. They say parsimony in English. Parsimony, no? Oh, I gotta say parsimony. Parsimony. Aleph, Hey, Reish, Sama. Parsimony. Yeah. So there was special oil. You know that the Gemara always talks about the oil of MS and the rivers of a farson. The farson is it's a great oil. That's one of our key Omar stuff. Actually, olive oil or olives that didn't bring a third and make oil from it. That's what they smeared on these ones. I know you go in there and people is actually a shlish. Why do people put it on their skin? It removes hair. This is, if you use Shemen Amor, this is what happens. Rabbi said. It's very common. Okay. Listen to this. It's unbelievable. For 6 months, they had to put the soil on to remove hair and to soften the skin. What happens on day one when they put the oil on? Nothing. No hair removal garnish. No soft skin. Day 2, day 3, nothing. Nothing. But eventually, when you stick to it, it works. Right now, Yossi and his friends, Rothschild put on 20 pounds in this hotel. It's going to take maybe 6 months, maybe even more to get rid of it. But those people that go on diets, that remember, those people that work on themselves, those people that work on their midos, it's not something that happens in one day. Nothing can happen in one day. 6 months of effort. When you do the daf, you say, oh, but Eli promised that it's going to change my life, and it didn't change my life. How many days are you going to go? 1. Yeah. It did change your life. In a very minute way. But 1, that's another day. It's another day. 3 weeks later, all of a sudden there's a serious change. Same thing with this oil. Day 1, nothing. But it's not nothing. It's microscopic. But it combines with another day, and it's a huge difference. The guy told me he was in the share, still in the share, hasn't missed a day in many, many years. 5, 6 years. And he used to come every single day to the share, and I saw him recently. I said, where are you? I haven't seen you in over a year. He says, I've been working on myself. I have an anger problem. I've been working on myself, and I don't get angry about myself. 2 years I haven't gotten angry. One day, I drove to MDY in the morning, and one of the neighbors was really upset at the way I parked, and he yelled at me, disrespected me. And I got such an anger, and I yelled right back at him. And then I felt really bad. It's like I worked on myself for 2 years, I haven't been angry. And just like that, so I don't come to share anymore. He hasn't done. I tried to convince him he hasn't come back. The point is that a person works on his anger. It's not something that, it's just not a switch that goes away. The person has it in him. What a beautiful thing that for 2 years he never got angry. So one time he got angry, no, big deal. But it takes time. It takes a lot of time. You know, it takes a long time to uproot it. 2 years is garbage. It's a lifetime of work. If you're listening, Tzaddik, if you're listening, come to the live shit, please. You don't bring olives or soaked in water. If it's pickled, if it's boiled, shaloi, it soaked in water, the shell shamarim, and olive oil that's made from the sediments of the olives, the shalreach has a terrible odor. You shouldn't bring it to the Samigdash. From baby, it's not good for a mincha. From baby, possible. Hear this? Possible. So now the Gemara is going to ask a question that we asked already 3 times. But Rabbi, Dishoi, Maushi, Yuko, Shimbaum, Amen. And you made it angry. You say to yourself, why not have $1,000 worth of oil that smells? But it's $1,000. So give it to the Beis HaMikdash. What's wrong? Why can't I give $1,000 gift to the Beis HaMikdash? Because it smells. And if it smells, it has a moment. Just like an animal has a moment, and if you donate it to the Beis HaMikdash, you get malchus. So too, if you donate this oil to the Beis HaMikdash, you get malchus. Maybe. But you don't know perhaps no, because I look about an animal, not for inanimate objects like oil. We don't have that. Oh, so let me just say over the Mishnah about Peh real quick. If you look closely at this beautiful tree made out of mosaic, you see there's a top part. It's a tic-tac-toe, but it's better if we would have had only 2 lines horizontal lines. The top part is very, very light green. The middle part is brown. The bottom part is black. Okay? So the top part we're going to call Rishon. The middle is Sheni. Oh, let me turn this around too. Sorry. Okay. Got it? And maybe, okay, this we're going to blow up over here. Good. Now, what the Mishnah is going to tell us is that in each, the top part is what it becomes ripe first. It has the most sun hitting it, the fuller in the top. That's the number 1 type of olive. Later on, let's call it 2 weeks later, a month later, they pick the center part. That's Zayt. And after that, all the way at the end, when the olives, there's not even sun down there. We'll call it I changed the colors just to make it, emphasize it more. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what the colors look like. After a month and a half, we get the bottom olives. Go to the Gemara, and see. Now, there are 3 stages of extracting the oil. Stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. So now, on the top level is Zayis Rishon. Zayis 1, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. The middle level is called what? Zayis 2, Zayis Sheni, Zayis 2. So Zayis 2 has 1, 2, and 3. And the bottom level has 1, 2, and 3. So the bottom level is called 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3. The middle level is 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. And the top level is 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3. The best is 1, 1. The worst of the worst is 3, 3. Let me show you. Oh, you see, the Mishnah is going to tell us that step 1 is to take the mortar and pestle and crush it. And the oil that comes out of that is 1, 1. It's from Zayis Rishon from the top, and it's step number 1. It's called 1, 1. After that, we put it under a beam, and it extracts oil. So that's Zayis Rishon 1, step 2. So it's 1, 2. It's called a 1, 2. After that, you take the oil, you take the olives, and you put them under stones, rechayim, and you grind it. That's step 3. So now we're looking at it. Zayis Rishon 1, step 3. 1/3. You do the same exact thing all over again, both the middle olives. So the middle olives are called Zayis Sheni 2. Step 1 is to take the mortar and pestle. So that's 2, 1. Zayis Sheni 2, and step 1. We'll even call it, how do you say, in Hebrew you say sudah. Subbeh. How do you say grade? It's a grade. It's a grade 1, top grade. So Zayis Sheni has grade 1 oil, has grade 2 oil, and grade 3 oil. And then you have Zayis Shlishi. All the way in the bottom is the third one. And it also has 3 steps, 1, 2, and 3. All right, so let's see all this in the Mishnah. It's very, very simple. Just it can get confusing when I say 1-3 and 2-3. What's 2-3, Rabbi Isai? Zayis Sheni, third step. What's 3-2? Zayis Shlishi, the bottom olives. Second step. That's 3-2. Great. I'm going to teach you a trick, a phenomenal trick to the sugya. It's going to make everything so easy. It says in Mishnah Shlosh Zay something. There are 3 periods of time that we reap. How do you say reap in English? Harvest. You say harvest the olives? The harvest the olives 3 times. And in each harvest, the top harvest has 3 different extractions and grades. And the second one, the middle one has 3, and the bottom one has 3. You gather the top part of the tree, the kodesh, and you pound it with a mortar and pestle. The noise of the sound, you put it into a basket. But you don't put it in the basket, Rabbi Isai, not inside, which touches the bottom, but inside, which touches the wall. And I'll show you a beautiful video done with mosaic tile. It's great, great artistic piece. Now, Yehuda argues on all 3 levels. We're going to keep on showing this mark for a second. Zerishon. That is grade 1 from level 1. Top olives, level 1, they have grade 1, which they smash with the thing. I'm going to ask you questions, so you better have what's going on there. Can't wait. Big kodesh. Okay, that's Zerish. So let me just show you first. Yeah, let me show you a few steps here. Kodesh. This is Tisha. Take the mortar and pound it into the pestle. The oil that comes out of that, that's beautiful. That's the top of the top. That's grade 1. Grade 1 from the top level of the olives is 1-1. 1-1. 1-1 is the top grade, and the first step, grade 1. That's the best oil for the menorah. Step 2 is to crush it with this beam. So the oil that comes out of this is number 2. So you have the top olives, that's 1. And you have step 2, grade 2, that's 2. How many points does this guy get? How many points do we call it? Is it worth? This is worth 3 points. Why? Because it came from the top of the tree, that's a 1. And it's step 2, it's 2. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Why do I say that? Huh? Yes. Here's your question. You ready, Yitzi? I'm turning around to you. Let's see if you get it. If I'm going to take from the bottom olives, which are the third level, And I'm going to take from the third process, the third grade, grade 3, from the bottom out. How many points does that get? What you do is, the bottom is worth 3, plus grade 3 is 6. If I take the middle one is how many points right away? 2 points, because it's 1, 2, and 3. So the middle one is equal to. And I take the second grade of the second from the middle one. So it's 2 plus 2. You get it? It's very, very simple. We're going to do it again. And I say this because we have to know which one is worth more than the other. Which one is better for the mincha? When you go to the store and you see a bottle of oil that says 5 points on it, how can you get the 5 points? Either it was from the second level of ours, and that's worth 2 points, and it's the third process on the second level, so that's a 3. 3 plus 2 equals 5. Or I could just see Yossi Klein rubbing his head right there. Listen to that document. This is math. 9. This is 3 plus 2 math. That's it. Or the bottom level. How many points is the bottom level worth? You'd see 3 points. It's a Zayis Shlishi. The bottom level is 3 points. And the second process in the third in the bottom, second of 1 and 2, is a 2. So 2 plus 3 equals 5. So if you see 2 bottles in the store that say 5 on it, you can buy either one of them for the mincha. That's all you have. It's probably better to buy 4, or a 3, or a 2. But all they have left is a 5. So it doesn't matter if it's from the Zayis Sheni and the third process, and that's a 5, or from the Zayis Shlishi and the second process, and that's a 5. Let's see inside. We're going to continue going back to it. We're not going to get to what I just said until the next verse. I just want to give you a little Dama. Yes, you got it. Emes? I could fare you. All right. You take the hours and you crush them under the weight of a beam. Wherever you go with the Avonim, do not do it with the weight of the beam. It's too heavy. Do it with stones. It's much lighter. So it gives you less trauma to the olive, better oil. Zesheni, that's process number 2. So if we look over here in the chart, all 3 levels have the 3 processes. We're holding in this process right over here, the middle one of brushing it with a bead. Number 3 on the list is Toife. You go ahead and you grind it with those stones, the con, you put the stones on it. Zeshlishi, that's the third process. Harishonim, menorah. From the Zayis Rishon, step 1 is great for the menorah. V'hashar, 2 and 3 is good for the nachos. Hasheni, now we're holding the second Zayis Sheni, meaning the middle level of the tree. It's so simple, Rabbi said, just the numbers might be confusing. It's about the height of a rooftop. The you take the mortar and pestle and crush it. Rabbi Yehuda, don't put on the bottom of the basket, put on the sides. That's the first step. That is grade 1. That's worth 1 point. Then you take it and you put it under the weight of a heavy beam. Rabbi Yehuda, don't put it under a heavy beam, put it under stones. Zesheni, that's grade 2. That's worth 2 points. Chazar b'tocham b'ton, then you take it and put it underneath the grinder. Zeshlishi, that's grade 3. That's worth 3 points. Harisha the menorah, and we're talking about the second Zayis. So grade 3 and the second Zayis, the middle of the tree, is worth 5 points. Harisha the menorah, the first Oil that comes out from Zayit Sheni goes to the menorah. We're going to do this over and over. Now we're doing it for the third. Shlishi, the third, the bottom level of the tree that doesn't see any sun. You should put it into a barrel until it spoils, until it softens up. You bring it up and put it on the rooftop and you dry it out. You take the mortar, crush it you crush it and then you put it into the bottom of a basket and the oil comes out from the bottom. Rabbi don't put it on the bottom, put it on the side. That's grade number one. Then you continue, you put it on the beam. Rabbi don't put it on the beam, it's too heavy, put it on the stone. The oil that comes out of it is grade two. The top on the car and you put it under the grinding stones. Shlishi, that's the third. First one goes to the menorah. I'm going to show you a fascinating video that Uriel did. Our new guy Uriel, he's a genius in this stuff. Very proud of him. Tell me if you understand this, Yitzi.
The Mishnah in Menachos details producing pure olive oil. 3 olive types, each undergoing 3 extraction stages. The first olive is hand-picked from the sunlit treetop. First stage, they are pounded in a mortar to keep pits intact, then placed into a basket. Rabbi Yehuda notes they are arranged around the basket, the oil dripping in. This naturally oozing first oil is the only one fit for the menorah. Second stage, a press beam is loaded. Rabbi Yehuda specifies using heavy stones for a clearer yield. This produces second oil, valid only for menachos. Third stage, they are thoroughly ground and pressed, yielding third oil, also for menachos. The second olive is gathered from the tree at roof height. The third olive is the remaining crop, softened indoors and dried on the roof. Despite different preparations, both undergo the exact same 3-stage extraction. In all types, only the first pure oil illuminates the menorah.
So that's the chart. Either we'll see the chart or we won't see the chart. But now you get it. Says Gemara, let me show you this thing real quickly. That's Titan. That's the sound. The sound. No. Okay. Did the Mishnah say Migargaroi? Did it say they should pick Zal from the top or Migargaroi branch and leave it and let it completely ripen? Toshma. The Sanyo Shemin Zayis Mizaysoi says that you should take the oil that comes without even pounding it. The Kanobu Zayis Rishon, Migargaroi, Rosh Hazayis, the place of the Sabbat. So over here, it seems like you leave it over there to ripen. Because Levi Sabbat, and then you bring it into the press, the Toichanoi, the Rechaim, the Noisnei, the Salin, and then you grind it in the grinder we just saw, and you put it in the basket. The oil that comes out, that's grade 1. From then you continue pressing it with the beam. That's grade 2. The Chazar, the Parak, you remove it. The Tochan, now you grind it in the Rechaim. Those 2 stones. That's grade 3. The first grade goes to the menorah. And the rest goes to the things on Sheni is on Shlishi, but the third one is slightly different. You put it into a vessel, into some sort of container until it softens up. Umala you put it on top of the rooftop. Versus tomorrow, and you put it in a pile. It's wider on the bottom, narrow on top. Actually, zubu meimah until the moisture leaves, and then you have whatever is left over after that is oil. You bring it into the oil press. The toichan of your chayim, the nice of a salad, and you grind the third crop, and you put it in the basket. The first oil is different than the oil. On the curry, you put it under the weight of the beams. That's the second group. The time you grind it, that's the third group. Harishon, Liminaira, Lashar, Liminas. Great. So this is different than our Mishnah. It says, no, the price which says that you grind it with the stone is not like our Mishnah. I say, you should first pound it with the mortar, as we saw in the Mishnah. And you don't, Rabbi argues three things. First of all, you don't grind it, you pound it with the mortar. Second of all, you don't use the beam, you use stone. The solid and you don't put it in the bottom of the basket, you put it on the side of the basket. Says Gemara, we have a problem there. Who says that you pound it with the mortar and you don't grind it? Rabbi Yehudi, that's always Rabbi Yehuda. That's Rabbi Yehuda. But in our Mishnah, Kodesh was the Tanakh, not Rabbi Yehuda. In the bottom of the basket, that's Rabbanan. Rabbi Yehuda always says on the side of the basket. Says Gemara, you're right. It's a little problem. Is it Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbanan? Somebody's going to say this kind of hole that you P-shot and you put it on the bottom of the basket, so he holds it with either one, and he argues on the other. Real quickly, I heard a great part to remember the seven liquids. The Gemara always talks about the seven liquids. Today we mentioned two out of the seven: wine and oil. The seven liquids correspond to the 7 Yom Kippur. What's Purim? Very good. What's Hanukkah? Hanukkah. Shemen. What's Shavuos? That's Chol. What's water? This is drinking water. Sukkot. Why? Because of Nitzach HaMayim. What's Rosh Hashanah? Give the apple. Honey. What are we missing here? Pesach. Pesach is a liquid blood. Pesach is blood. Dama Pesach, Dama Mila. And finally, you have the Jew, which corresponds to Yom Kippur, something like this. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Okay, I'll call it about it. Very good. Says the Mishnah, Arishan Shibarishon, Ein, the Mala, Mela. Arishan Shibarishon. So remember, there's 3 levels. Level number 1, we're going to call it A1. Level number 2 is a 3. Level number 3 is a 3. Each level has 3 stages. The first stage on level number 1 is called what? 1-1. The third stage on the third level is called a 3-3. How many points is a 3-3 worth? 3 plus 3 equals 6. How much is a 1-1 worth? 2 points. The lower the number, the better the quality of the oil is. There's no better quality than a 1-1, and there's only 1-1-1. There's only one level 1, stage 1, that's a 1-1. Level 1, all the way at the end, stage 3, is how many points? 4. 3 plus 1 is 4. So, what else is a 4? A 4. 2-2. Or 3-1, 2-2, and 1-3. Right? Those are all 4. Let's see how Yoshi did it. This is a great idea. It's not a hot. See, 3-3. Oh, why is that a 3-3? I don't know. 1 plus 2 equals 3. No, that's not. That's not good. Yeah, oh, 2 plus 1, you're right. No, that is good. So, yeah, I just didn't, I'm not seeing it. Okay. You see, 3-3 is equal. The top one, top blue, the blue circle that says a 3, it's because it's inside, it's level 1, and it's stage 2, so together 2 plus 1 equals 3. But stage 2, so I'm sorry, level 2, stage 1 is 2 plus 1 equals 3. So therefore, we're showing over here that the 3's are all the same. Look at the 4's. Oh, here we go. You see them? They blew up like that. Why is the bottom level, level 3, stage 1 of 4? Just like you said, 3 plus 1 equals 4. I smell somebody from Brooklyn at the door. I don't know why. I just smell a Brooklyn. No way. What's that? It's like a sugar. What's chat? I don't know. I see a face. There's no way to see a face over there. You have to see your fucking face. Like, there's a hard tunnel. There's a. You there? I can't believe the word you said. On your phone. All right, we're going to share. How are you? So, what are you doing here? Sorry. You come over here. We're getting like. No? 6 years? Wow. All right, we're almost done with the math because I don't know if you're good at math. You know, 3 plus 1, that kind of stuff. What grade did you go to? Oh no, I'm going to turn this camera. I'm joking. It's no math. No? Why? Because you're good at math? We'll choose later about the catch. That explains a lot of the trauma, a lot of the. Yeah, okay. If you need any good Ishmaki healing, my son is doing healing. Healing from the trauma. Everything from breath work to working. He's a coach. Get like what? Ishmaki coach. Yeah, he's here. You can copyright him. Huh? No way. Did he heal you? Slow down. Give out. Zog Yumar. Top clients always, top people. I'm not joking. You can't even get into it without laughing at you. Zog Yumar. Sorry, says the Mishnah. Harisha Shiburishan Elam Alam and nothing better than 1-1. Hashini Shiburishan of 2-1. Is that worth how many points, Itzi? 2-1. Is it worth how many? Harisha Shibashani and a 1-3, 1-2. Shaman, 1-2 and 2-1 are all 3. They're all worth the same. Here, so let me just show this. Let's see if I can blow up to 3 here. Let's see. No, the 4's are blowing up. Yo, here we go. The 3's are moving. Hashlishi Shibarishan. The last stage on the top line is a 3 plus a 1 equals 4. The Hasheni Shibasheni. And the second stage on the second line, that's a 2 plus 2, that equals 4. And the bottom line, but the first one is also 4. Shalom. So let's blow up the 4s. See, these 4s are all equal. In other words, if you go into this 4, and on the bottle of oil it says a big 4, so I know it's either a 2-2, a 3-1, or a 1-3. Give out the. If Yitzi got it, you all can get it. Not really. This is from the Shvatza genes. The shield are all genes. The Emes. I'm not joking. Their mother won the Tanakh when she was how old? You don't go there. We don't talk about it. But it's true. Now it's genius. All right. The Korim Mavi people from the people. Hashlishi Shibashlishi in the Matayimel. The bottom row, the third grade of the bottom row, that's actually how many points is that worth? 6. 3 plus 3 is 6. That's the highest number you can get. That's the worst number. In other words, when we're trying to bring a mitzvah, and we have different grades on the shelf in the supermarket, do not take a 6 if you can take a 5. Do not take a 5 if you take a 4. Because you want to bring the nicest, best quality to the Rebbeinu Shalom. You know, I didn't say the part, but since you're here, Shlomo, Shalom. Can't find it, so forget the dot. I want to tell you a piece, man. Just a small little piece. Because I get a lot of people that I know. Wow, I don't have time for it. Okay, so I won't say that. But I will say, you know, you're here, there's here a lot that I thought it was important to show the island here. It's this piece. Because the Gemara talks about that rich people are stingy. She says that there's an isser. You have to be very careful not to spend more than you can. And in our society, it's very, very common. People use credit cards and build homes and they buy cars and do all sorts of stuff. It's not within their means. And he says a good thing, and I hope that the women are not listening. He says, the hard to see this issue going on another road. There's a lot of reasons why people do this. The biggest reason is idea nothing. The women, the wives, should tighten collars. Blame it on the women. The end of Royce and they don't see the future. It causes a lot of shalom bayis issues when women spend a lot of money, but also when the men spend a lot of money. The men are just as up. Yeah, the Rolex, the watches. Guys here walking around in Chicago, $2,000 watch, $20,000 watch. I guess in New York also. The big zap. What? They can afford it. They're saying that people can't afford it. So I don't have kindness on me because my article messed up. I said specifically, I called up, my wife was there. I said, change it. They typo. They put it, I lived in Chicago for 3 years. I said, I live in the modern Orthodox community. Legal. Back then, there was only three, 4 families. The rest were Modocs. What about all us? Today, you got these dozens and dozens of non-Modocs families. You got all insulted or this. I said, whatever. Can't win with anybody. No, that should be my worst one this year. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I thought that was good. Yeah, he's saying that there's a video of a guy on an amusement park on one of these rides. He's a 4-year-old spinning around, but he's learning the Gemara. So if I were to do that, last year I got caught at a basketball game. They didn't know me kid. Wasn't skiing. Yeah. I've called up an officer, it says the Mishnah. I've called up an officer, it should be that every mincha should get the pure, a 1-1, or 2-1, or 3-1. A menorah that's not for eating, all the way in the bottom of the bottom. Second line from the back. The doctrine so mincha they bring, he's supposed to eat from it. If you did cheat on shouldn't you bring the best of the oil? Only for lighting do you need the purest of the pure. You don't need the purest of the pure for mincha. I want to show you this puzzle real quickly. I know we're running out of time here. It's crazy, but it's great part. Listen to this. Look at the screen. The word chasis, a total of 830. But if you take the 2 letters in the beginning, Kaf and Kaf is how much? 420. Take the next 2 letters, 1 10 and a 400. 410. Guess what? The second base Hamikdash was 420 years. The first base Hamikdash was 410 years. So Kosis corresponds to the first and second Batim Mikdash. But then it says, Vayis Shlishi, that's going to come to Meheir B'Yoleinu. When we see our son and he ran forth, his power get a zest and fire to give it. Lahalois Ner Tomed, this should last forever and ever. Tomed Kosis. Vayis Rishon was only for 10. Vayis Sheni, sorry. Vayis Sheni for 20. Lahalois Ner Tomed, Vayis Rishon. Going to last one. Says the Gemara. Turning that. Oh, he's turning it. Okay. It's a big surprise. Hold on, Mark. Adar Global executing cross-border payments. Cross-border payments. The Shalom account is mentioned today. Every shilling that happens is first credit. Shalom. How many shilling did you make? Not even one. Saying I'm worse off than mine got married. Yeah, I only did one. Says the Gemara that pay off on the face. Shoving. V'amr is usually the Lord of Ashalom. The Gemara is asking, how did you compare the second stage on the first level to the first stage on the second level? Yeah? Let's see. We're going back to this. Yeah? The second stage. No, it's not good. Okay. Yeah, the second stage in the first level is how much is a 3. First level plus stage 2, 2 plus 1 is 3. The first stage on the second level is also 3. I think what it says is equal. 3 and 3 is equal. You see, the 3's are equal. How could that be? The first stage on the second level is good for the menorah. The second stage on the first level is not good for the menorah. They're not equal. The 2 3's are not equal. Look where the 3 on the second stage is better. Why is it better? Because it's actually the first stage of the second level. It's good for the menorah. The second stage on the first level is not good for the menorah. Says the Gemara, that's what we have to understand the whole story. When we say it's equal, like I kept saying in the store, we go to the store, we're buying it for a mincha. So 5 and a 5 is good for a mincha. 3 and a 3, they're both equal for a mincha. I'll explain a little bit more later, because when it comes to a mincha, I don't need it to be clear, crystal clear for burning. I need it to be edible and good tasting. So it tastes the same if it's the first stage of the second level and the second stage of the first level. They're both 3's, they both taste the same. It should be clear, it should be clean. If you learn causes, and causes of a cottage, it means that you pounded it with a mortar and pestle. Yochel Yezak causes, hustle and office. The Gemara has a hava mina that the very, very best oil, the clearest oil, should be no good for a mincha. Everybody asks, what in the world? Why would I think the best oil is no good for a mincha? You know the answer? One of the answers I saw is because it goes by how it tastes. And it's very possible that the very clear oil doesn't taste good. It's good. It's great for lighting a menorah, but terrible for baking. Oh, that it's good for a mincha. Bisar and soda is referring to the mincha. It says causes is good for it. Oh, this is where I should have said the time, not before. I made a mistake. Oh, I can confuse the because I didn't say the whole thing. It says the that you shouldn't spend money where you don't need to spend money. You know where your wife and you could spend money like crazy? You want the Pesach, the Shabbos. That you can buy the Rand sourdough, you can buy the Rand sourdough knife, all the stuff you need for Shabbos. Yeah? No? Okay, you can try to buy it for big money. Now the price just went up. Oh. Okay, not gonna let them on. Why does it say in the Torah that it's lighting only? It's to save money. Plus, I'm money to Israel. The Torah, the Rothschild here is about you saving money. I got it the Rabbi side. Hashem doesn't need your light. It's not for him. It's for you. I don't need a light. Check this out. It's a simple picture, not a great one. But look at the shofar. It's in the north. Look at the menorah on the other side in the south. Usually you take the light, you take the candle. If you don't have lights in the ceiling like we have today, in those days, you take the candle, put it next to your food so you can see what you're eating. Hashem says, I don't need it next to my food. I don't need either. I don't need your food, I don't need your bread, and I don't need your life. So let me just show you what it looks like today. Yeah? The following video. Look at this. If you ever went like next to the Kotel to these walls, you see there's like a small slit in the walls, but it's wider on the inside. So the soldier can fit there and put his apparatus there, he can put his bow and arrow in that wider thing. But it's harder for the enemy to penetrate with this very small space. In the Beis Hamikdash, it's exactly the opposite. Take a look. The slit is small on the inside, but it's much wider on the outside. Why? Because it gives light to the world. So it doesn't matter what the word shkufim and atum is a question what it means. We're going to say shkufim means wide, atum means narrow. Or the way we're reading is shkufim lafut, atum means thin. The point is that it's narrow on the inside, wide on the outside. Hashem is saying, I don't need light. I'm giving the light to the world. But light inside. It's a witness to the world that Israel is going to have the Shekhinah there now. That's why they're so jealous of us. Chosen nation, chosen people, jealousy. You would say, Hashem needs the light. You know, today is literally one of the first days that we are walking in the midbar. We left Mitzrayim first day of Pesach, and now we're like 3 days in, walking to the midbar. The Halkul El we followed Hashem's light. It's a testimony to the world that the Hashem Shekhinah is resting in with light. Ma'idlusa, what you see, Havarama, is a Ner Marav. Look at the center candle. One Pshat Rashi is Ner Marav because it's facing west. All the flames are facing it, as you see over here, but it itself, the middle one, faces west. That's why it's called Ner Marav. It is one Pshat. You put in the same amount of oil in the middle one as its friends. But the Kayin would start lighting with the center one. And that was the one that lasted the longest. How could it last the longest if you lit it first? The answer is it was a nace, and that's the testimony over here. I see that we're late on time, so I am going to stop here. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful
Mary Discuss is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Agud the morning grab boy side. English not see me mirror to the personal tie. We're back with the Yitz Shields. Vivaldi have a big audience. Live from Chicago. Don't tell. I want to remind Oilam, Hayoy, Arba, Yom, Loimer, Boimer, not forget, remind Mishpacha. Mark Wurzberger, on Kalamai, waiting for his car, doing the dance. We have Alicia Rubin from Neria, and high jump in Rishon LeZion. His kids are having fun, and he's doing the dance. Oh, one of my favorites, Rabbi Gold. Brings a smile to my face. David Geldman from Dallas, Texas, with Rabbi Gold. Valde. Gabelli, my son is a year and a half years old. He doesn't speak. But whenever he hears the shir from the other side of the house, he hears good evening, Rabbi side. He's in Hebrew, I do the good evening, Rabbi side. In English, it's good morning, Rabbi side. He right away screams, when he comes to join the shir and enjoy the shir. Moshe Koyach says, Yitzchak Madan. I asked Yoshi, he told me that he's in the forest with his family, a Chalmai trip, doing some of the art. I said, do me a favor, get a deal with somebody from your gallery, take a picture, and you put in the slide. So this is the best that came out. Oh, it's in some sort of tent. No, see, it's in a tent. He's doing remote work. Our dedicated staff, shkot to him, shkot to everybody else, shkot to Mark Ashkenazi. I've always said official edition of NY Shots, and the stuff is talking about the Irani and Levy family's parrot. By Moshe Aaron and Miriam Landy. I'm now happy that it was a parrot that he's planted. Okay, great. The official edition shot stuff. Hey, Ari Blumenthal using the power of the spoken word pet to illuminate the path he wrote for others. In Solomon dedicated memory of loving Mary of small Butler, Clancy Doyle, and Rothschild, that was the Jagged. And out of this, I saw the roof of the guys from the College Family Foundation, and English Master Glory, showing College of the Dimension to Elu. And I was for Shlema, the Moshe Ben Zaha, and I was complete before Shlema, and every percent to lay that test. You have strong knowledge, you feel like picking up his other test. We're so proud of you, got the more time. Keep steiging. Sending Rosa family, Candy Island, you pay an honor of Ellie, you changed my meaning of life. Plenty of money, also marking Benny, and all the ice cream, self, and the wife, you probably from Sparrow. Multi sponsors are Simon, or for Shlema, I'll be married, Baruch, and Miriam. Weekly sponsors in honor of Mark Ashkenazi, who's on my computer right now, helping out the second time today. Thank you for your constant generosity and giving of your time, particularly on Yom Tov. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch the shir, the consortium. Mark and Milshir, you better tell me who the consortium is. MDYR month before Shlemi Yonatan Ibn Meshama Bracha. Before Shlemi Mordechai ben Esther, Amen. The Kusayon ben Yosef ben Esther, Amen. Aboisai, good news. We have a good Baal B'Kedah. It's a sandwich. It starts with a little bit of agadita and ends with a lot of agadita. Easy daf. Just a lot of fun. Let me show you some of the from the shir earlier today, the Hebrew shir. So this is in the Medrash. That's MD White satellite location number 1. Yushalmi is there, comes every single night. The Sakma is next to him. Litfax, more of the modern Hebrew, everybody. Hold on. In the Kinar Hotel, they had a very nice matzah. There we go. Kinar Hotel pays a program. That's yesterday. Oh, hold on a second. Now it's Yerushalayim. First of all, the guy in the red shirt is Dave Sharfman, who does an unbelievable job on the Hebrew shir video every night. That's Dave Sharfman. I never saw that's Gershom and Moshe taking the video. Got it. Beautiful. Okay, what else do we have? Oh, we have Tel Zion. They never stopped. And we had a Haifa, even though they had the missile, just like a couple of hours or whatever, they were in the middle of a situation over there. They were searching for people that were trapped. I don't know, I still don't know what the situation is. We said that for no this year. Zog the Haley Gemara that Hey Hey Amid Aleph, 3 lines from the top. The Chulon in an boys Ella Min Hamufka. When you make a mincha, you have to bring the best of the best silas. Silas is the top of the top flour. You bring the best. Says the Gemara story. I'm really the two. I don't know if you call them. We'll call them a chashvin, black magic, sorcerer. The Medrash says that these two people, Yochna and Mamre, Yochni, sometimes they're called Yochni and Mamre, they try to get out of the Kriyas Yamsuf, the drowning in the Yamsuf. So they created wings for themselves and they started flying away. And in one sefer that I saw, it says that Gabriel Amalek came and grabbed him by the ear and drowned him. The other one said that Gabriel had a big problem with them, but they were stronger than Gabriel. So that Baruch himself came and drowned him. Upon him, these are tremendous kishuf matters. And they tell Moshe Rabbeinu, heaven at the matters for Ephraim. What are you going to sell ice to the Eskimos? How are you going to do kishuf in Ephraim? We're known for our kishuf. How are you going to teach us kishuf? What are you going to do with kishuf? Omar Lahu, so much everyone says, so people say, there's a saying, when Moshe Yarko, Yarkishkoy, if you want to sell vegetables, where are you going to go? You're going to go to the vegetable market. You go to Shuk Machne, you know what do you have over there? You have a lot of people selling different pizzukim, the nuts, but there's dozens of them. But that's where you go. If you want to buy a diamond, where do you go? Go to the diamond district, where everybody sells diamonds. That's where you go. You want to make more money, go to a mall. You open up a store in a mall. You don't worry about the competition. That's where people go. What is it called? You go to the Talmud. Nobody goes to Talmud. You go to these it's called when you go. No, not the mall, but they go to where they sell. Where the stores have their malls special, like for these, brand name malls. What is it called? I'll get the name soon. Like for all the brand name malls, they sell it for cheaper, like stores that are cheap. Whatever. Okay. You want to get clothing, you go to these places. There's a lot. Competition is good for this. So we're going to go to a place where there's a lot of kids with Dowler malls. That's right. So I want to show in the Kishuf land, I want to do my own Kishuf and show them what I have. All right, says the Mishnah. And what's nice about these sugyas is that it's repetitive. It talks about the wheat, then it's going to talk about the oil, but it's the same ideas with each one. That you have to have the best wheat. Where do you get the best wheat? This in the city. Where do you get the best oil? This in the city. A Mevin, you cannot bring wheat from a field that you have to fertilize, because the fertilization gives it a bad taste. And not from a place. Oh, let me show you. Sorry, before we start that sugya.
Forward here.
In Mitzrayim, everybody does kishuf. in his best kitchen ever, 3,000 years ago. Wants to clean his room. What do you do? People think that they invented this stuff nowadays. They had that back then. Zog the Gemara, Zog says the Mishnah, you don't bring wheat to the Omer from a field that was fertilized. Not from a field that has to be irrigated as so. Why not? Because it's not the same quality. The wheat is not the same quality. The lemon base elon and not a field that has trees in Haiti, but if you brought wheat from these kind of places, kosher. After the fact, it's okay. Case of the oisa, what's the best way to get the best wheat? Nora Shanarishan. First, you plow the field and you don't do anything. Then it says, Pesach in our Mishnah. Shivim. You planted 70 days before Pesach, and you oisa soilus meruba, and that's going to give you a tremendous amount. So, as you're going to see in the Gemara, right now in the Mishnah we understand that for 1 year you plow, you don't seed it at all, you don't plant anything. The second year you plow again, and you put in seed. But we're going to see in the Gemara that perhaps it means you plow 3, not 2. Case has pointed, how do you check the seed that's the right quality? Like Gizbar, the Gabai, Machnes Yodo, he puts his hand inside the flour. If dust goes on his hand. Now, dust is what we call today flour. Flour is no good. That's the first stuff that comes out. We want cellulose. Cellulose is the thickest stuff. You take that thick stuff and you produce, and you grind that, and you come out with flour. But the initial flour that comes under your hand, no good. Sula, actually, in a panel, it's partial until this whole batch that you have here is partial until you put it through the sifter. And if the kernels, the grain has worms, as such, I forgot to ask Yoshi if this is AI or real. You're going to say that it's real. There's a lot of moving stuff that's on there. But it's gross. So if it has worms, it's wormy, Sula is possible. It says the Gemara. You plow the field the first year. Okay, hey, you come. What did he mean? Nora Shana Rishona, Ushnia Nora Desire. Is year 1 a year that he plows and doesn't plant? Year 2, he plows and then he plants. In other words, anytime, so this we have to remember, anytime you plant, you have to plow. So when the Gemara says Ushnia Nara, first he plows, and then he plants, it means he plows, and plants. The Zohar comes with plant with a plow. Anytime you do Zriya, anytime you seed, you have to do a plow. So again, it says Shnia Nara, so that's plow number 1. Zohar is seeding with another plow. So then we're going to have 3 plows. Why? Nara Shana Rishona, the first year you plow. Shnia Nara, a second plow. Vizara, a third plow. Let's see what Yoshi did here. First year he plows. Second year he plows. And then when he gets ready to seed it, he plows again. That's the third time. And then he seeds it. Develop. Toshma. Isanyo. Omar Rabbi, so I want to know, does he plow 2 times? Maybe I didn't say it. Let me say it again. Oiduma, perhaps, Nora Shana Rishona, he only plows once in the first year. Ushnia, Zohar Balei Nara. In the second year, he only plows when he's seeding. So it's only 2 plows total, not 3. That's how Rashi is. Toshma. I'll bring you right. Beside your Omer, Yoisi, Afhiti, Krozoyim, Ufarachim, Ilmoli, Smukas, Yerushalayim. These 2 places, Krozim and Ufarachim, if they, since they're far away from Yerushalayim, if they were close to Yerushalayim, that we would have brought from them. But because they're far away from Yerushalayim, we don't bring the wheat for the Omer. Only from fields, we only bring the Omer from fields that are south of Yerushalayim. That's according to Rashi. You know, Rashi, in places says it means every field in Eretz Yisrael has a southern, if it's on a mountain, it's on the southern side of the mountain, and the northern side. So we're the southern side. But Rashi says it means south of Yerushalayim. Here we go. There's a wheat field south of the Beis Hamikdash. You can see the Beis Hamikdash in the background. Great. And they were plowed specifically for this purpose. The sun rises on the field. In other words, it has sun all day long, and the sun also sets on the field. It's a bit so. So here's our right. How do you do this? Rosh Hashanah first year. And in the second year, Chodesh, that's 2. V'shoina, and that's 3. Repeat. So that answers the question. It's 3 times. V'zoira, and then you plan, according to Pesach Shem Yod, 7 days before Pesach. Kedei shtei smucha l'chama. You want a field, you want a time of the year that has a lot of sun. But it's a kona zeres. If you do that, each stalk is going to be a zeres, the shiboilas, and the how do you say the shiboilas in English? The wheat that comes off. Say it. Smart. You remember? Shiboilas. Because of the grain, zertayim is double. It's 2 zereses. The koitzer, and you harvest the ma'amer, and you gather it, the dosh, and you separate the zoira, and you throw it up in the air, and the wind comes and separates the shaft, and then you could select and choose and pick the good stuff from the bad, the toichen, and you grind it in the racket, and then you put it in the sifter. So maybe it's a gizbar, then you bring it to the shamish, the gizbar makes it with toicha, and the gizbar sticks his hand inside of the batch, and also ba'ava, and if he detects flour, dust, oimerlich, azor, ben atelis, or shnil, go back and sift it for a second time. Yeshua of Nelson Amru said in the name of it, Nelson gizbar sofgadi shamet. First, he puts his hand in oil. You know what happens when you put your hand in oil and then you put your hand into like floury stuff? You trap, it's like glue. So all the flour will stick to your hand. But what it says, the bottom line is, it says, that in the second year, you plow for a second time. So you see that you plow 3 times, not 2 times, in order to get the best of the best crop for the oil, barley for the oil. You're explaining to me, bring it right from the prices. So how come our mission didn't use the word shoyna that it repeats? Brides of Tani shoyna, but in the brides of don't use the word shoyna. Says the Gemara like Kashio, Kamba Budo Kamshina Budo. This is a vertical text. You are said because we're talking about that before the first year, the year before the first year, 2 years earlier, you already did a Buddha, you already plowed the field. Plow the field, you only need 2 times. Kamshina Budo. But in the Brisa, where he didn't work the field before that, he's going to need 3 times to plow. So the Gemara Mahaviala explains Rashi, I don't like this terrace. So what? The bottom line is, what do? Do you have to plow the field 2 times or 3 times? You come out here, you only need 2 times. Toshma. The Tzanyo, Nor Chetzio, the Zirah Chetzio, No, that's the other way. It's a little bit more in the next Gemara. But basically, you plow the field once, but you only put seeds on half the field, on 50%, on let's say the right side of the field. The following year, you plow the entire field again, and then you put seeds on the left side of the field. So it comes out, and then you repeat. Next year, you plow the entire field, you put seeds on the right. Next year, you plow the whole field, put seeds on the left. It comes out that each area, the right and the left, before you put the seeds, you plow 2 times, but not 3 times. So that answers the question. We're only plowing the field 2 times, not 3 times. The turning of the daf is sponsored by Daz Global, experts in cross-border payments for Shalom.com. Please read a shidduch today because every shidduch that happened is first read. There was a shidduch initiative here in the hotel last night. It's his mom, father, to get together with the people, and they did a whole shidduch thing. And Bezir Shem MDY also has somewhat of a shidduch initiative. We have to get it going and do better, but we got to get some shidduch going. Zov the Hail Gemara, Omar Rabbi, a Medinas Haimer Elemanasolis from the Roman Shvar Yisrael. You only bring the Haimer from the field, according to Rashi, that are south of Yerushalayim. Shvaim comes Rav, and then comes Shat. There's constant sun. The sun goes up and goes down on the field. Kind of Alki Abishol Haimer. Haimer Hayubom Pikas Beisnikla. The Haimer comes from a place called Beisnikla. How large was it? Basholish Son Haisa. It was 3 saw. It's like 27, 25,000 square feet, something like that. Not so large. The southern Renaissance, so we see from here that the field was a southern field. It's a field that has constant sun. North Chetzia, Bezirah Chetzia, they plowed the field and only put seeds, barley seed on half. Marchetzia, Bezirah Chetzia. I know it says half over here, but I'm learning that they plowed the entire field and only put seeds on half. Is actually a street in Ramat Shemesh. It's not Ramat, but in Ramat Dal, it's called. It's Chilkiya Barisagi. And he used to have a field on the corner. He did this trick that he only planted seeds on half. So he gained that he didn't have to work as hard. He didn't have to go the whole distance. But Va'avda Chatre, and every year his field produced double the amount of a regular field. But Mizavelu was a very, very good quality, and Mizavelu was put in the Smido, and he sold it for the soilers. Anybody that wanted soilers, you buy from him. If the flour has worms, it's possible. But Rabbanon, what are we talking about? The flour, wheat, so it should be a ruba psula. If the flour itself has, in the majority of it, worms, it's possible. The chiddush should use ruba, and if the wheat has a majority that has worms, psula. But Rabbi has questions. Are we looking at the majority of the field? And that means that even if you find wheat that doesn't have any worms, it's still possible. Or we're looking at each wheat individual and say, oh, this stalk of wheat, 51% has worms, got it. But another wheat that doesn't have worms, you could use. Because that from the same field, on the side that we go wheat by wheat, so each wheat you look at it, if it's the majority wormy, then you can't use it. But the next one that's not majority worm, then you could use it. Or no, we look at the total field and say 51% of the stalks here have worms, so the 49 that doesn't have worms are also possible. What do? Take it, the Shiloh. So now let's pay attention to this question because we're going to have it a number of times. Another one today and then tomorrow as well. Same exact question. What happens if you go and take this wormy wheat and you make it hegdish? You get malchus because just like if somebody makes an animal who has a blemish, he makes it kadosh, he says, I'm giving to this amidosh. That's also. So over here also, if you take the wheat and it's a mum, it has it's wormy, it's like a mum. You make it kadosh, maybe you should get malchus like that guy that's It's magnish an animal that has a mom. Even the pasuk about mom dami, since it's possible, it's like about mom. Like the main about mom, it was a hey mom. Or perhaps the whole idea of a mom is only an animal, like not awesome, something similar. College and into boy the last, possibly on his death. Here's a piece of wood in his death. Little torches over there. You wish 5 people could move with his wood. It is for sure. Hey, oh, so when you see, is this piece of wood, Rabbi says, this puzzle? Is there a way out of it? So look what the Gemara says here. If it has worms, it's possible. And a laugh. It's only if the wood is moist. The others, this wood looks kind of dried in the beginning. Glider the caution, you can scrape out the area that's wormy, and then it's caution. By Rava, the same question as we had before. What if he takes this piece of wood and makes it heg the maushi to all of the will this person, individual, get malchus because he donated something that has a mum to his amigo? The puzzle, since this wood is possible, it's like an animal that has a blemish, and therefore it's malchus. Maybe the whole concept of balmum is only by an animal. They give out end of that. So we're going to start the Mishnah, easy Mishnah, and immediately go into a whole story, a whole regarding for the rest of it. The Koya, the place called the Koya, Alpha L'Shem, we have similar Lashon by week. You know that the Koya is number one, it's the Aluf, it's the Aleph, it's the number one for oil. That's where we should get oil for the Mesa Milish for the Menachos. Just to remind everyone, we had just recently, we had the Gemara that tells us that Rabbi was a Talmud of Rabbi Shimon Yochai, and when Rabbi Shimon Yochai was in the Koya, Rabbi wanted to bring the oil for Rabbi Shimon Yochai to the bathhouse on Shabbos. And he carried it through the rooftops, the fiefos. That was also in Tekaya. Abishalom Mishniyala, number 2 on the list. You can't find one in Tekaya. You go to Reged Pe'ever Yad. If you go over the Jordan, over there there's a place called Reged, and you get oil. Kol Arrows is very cheap. All oil and straw is kosher. It seems like also Ever Yad. So maybe, and it says over here Kol Rothschild, maybe it's referring to all cities all over the world. Last time it said Kol Rothschild, it meant only an empty straw. That's a special halacha by the owners. But now it says, gotta look that up. I was wondering that in the Hebrew shir. I didn't say anything. Now I have a raya that I'm wrong because it says Eber Yarden is good for oil. So maybe Kol Rothschild means we buy oil. Elo Mikano Yimavim. Even though Kol Rothschild are okay, but the Kaya was number 1. Ein Mevim Zvolim. You cannot bring oil. Same along the Adanomadal. You can't bring oil from a orchard that they use fertilizer because it ruins the taste of the olives according to one Shana Rashi. The Lema Beis Hashlachim, and not from a place that they irrigate the orchard, the olive trees. And I'm in a place where they plant stuff between the olive trees. It may be kosher, but if you brought out from this kind of place, it's kosher. A Naveen and Pakton. The word I'm going to explain on Pakton is that it grew with her. It may be kosher, and the verse over here, apostle. Kosher apostle. Apostle. We're going to go with the apostle. A Naveen and a garden, Shanishu Mamayim. Do not bring from the olives. You can't really squeeze them. They're too young, so you can put them in water. You soak them in water. Lemon question similar to the olives that we have today that are pickled. And not from olives that are boiled, that are cooked. The maybe possible. This is different from the beginning of the Mishnah that you brought from something like this Svalin, this Shlachim, that's kosher. Here it is possible. If you bring pickled olives or olives that were soaked or cooked, no good for the oil of a mincha. Starting that guy to the Rabbi side, it says, "Vayishlach Yoav Tekaya." This is the story when Avshalom killed his brother Amnon. The whole story of Amnon and Tamar. And David HaMelech distanced himself from Avshalom. He stopped talking. And Yoav wanted to make peace between father and son, between David HaMelech and Avshalom. So he devised a tactic where he brought a very smart woman to Tikaya. He sent to find a really smart woman, and the place that he sent was to Tikaya. He figured in Tikaya would find the smart woman. And the plan was that she should ask the Rabbi have two sons, one killed the other, should I talk to them, etc., to make a similar situation where David is going to have to haskin on her, and then he's going to realize about his own situation. It says, Vayishlach Yoav Tikaya, he sent out to Tikaya, he got a very smart woman. Why did he send to Tikaya? Why did he send to Beersheba, to Yerushalayim? Omar of the Yochanan, since the people of Tikaya, they consume olive oil, they have extra amount of chachma. The boy said, here you go. This is an idea for somebody who has a test. Chachma is here. It says to be a conscious met in the bed. That's a conscious here. Great. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. The Shmaka story. Here we go. Do it again. Mark has a heart. He says half the class disappeared in the middle of the thing. I think when he's drinking, they stop moving their pencils. The problems with it. Oh, but look, they stop moving. No. They're back. In the middle. They leave for a break. Okay, I get it. Okay. Here comes the story. It says in the Pasuk about Asher, the Taiva B'Shem Ragboy. He soaked his feet in oil. Zechav Shel Asher. This is in Shevet of Asher. Shemosh Hashem Temaya. Has tremendous amount of oil. Said, there's a place called Lutkia. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's in, I'm just guessing. It's a bad guess. Maybe it's in Turkey. Where's Lutkia? I don't know. I didn't look it up. Lutkia. Maybe Mark, you can look it up on ChatGPT. Where is Lutkia? Lamed Vav $2. Where is it? Spain, Turkey. I don't know. People in Chutzlar, they needed a lot of oil. So they hired one of their men, a guy that could do this. Go bring us, listen to this amount. 1 million, which is actually 4 million coins. Go bring us that amount of oil, tremendous amount of oil. Hold up to Yerushalayim, he went to Yerushalayim. No, you came to the wrong place. Go to Tzur. Go to Lebanon. So he went there. No, he went to the wrong place. Go to Gush Chala. Holy Gush Chala. So the Gush Chala. Later to play. Gush Chala said, we don't have 4 million worth, or 4 million. Actually, each one is a 4 coins. 4 million golden coins. You hear this? Tremendous amount. We don't have it. So go to this guy. There's a guy. Go to that field, you find it. He finds this guy that could sell him millions of dollars worth of oil. What's he busy with? He's busy digging around the trees. He tells him, so he figures if you offer a guy a deal, I want to buy from you 4 million coins worth of oil. The guy's gonna faint on the spot. You drop his shovel and bring the oil right away. So let me just show you. You also shake with this one thing. Let me show you what's going on here. Have you seen? Let me show you the room. Shalom Aleichem, guys. Okay. Strap. Great job, Yossi. Do a great job here. Every year. What year is this number? No. We're here for 7 years? Year ago? I don't know. Really? Wow. Okay. Time flies. Can you believe? Oh, Luke is in Syria, they say. Says Mark. Okay, Luke is in Syria. Makes sense. The borders with Eretz Israel came from Syria for some oil. Today's known as Latakia. Lukia, Latakia. Makes sense. Great. Okay, thank you, Mark. So listen to this. He finds a guy that could potentially do the deal of his life, and the guy says, sorry, I'm telling you that's just saying a lot. This is one of the biggest problems I have with the story. I don't understand why this guy was so stubborn. What was so important for him to finish? He owned the whole orchard, the whole thing. Why does he have to finish? Listen, basically he's telling him, I don't care. I couldn't care less. You buy from me, you don't buy from me. I have plenty. You want to buy, buy. You want to buy, wait for me for an hour. I have to finish. I have a hole here to make. I have another couple of trees. When I get done, no more problem. It didn't actually seem a lot. So you wait patient. That doesn't seem a lot for you. When he's done, you should kill a lot for you, but in the second, you pull it in. This man takes his clothing, throws it on his shoulder, and starts walking. As he's walking, he bumps into stones. He bends down, picks up a stone, puts it on the side, another stone. He clears the path. Like a pauper, not like a multi-millionaire. So he's questioning what's going on here. Do you really have 1,000,000 golden coins, 4 million golden coins? I think that the Jews may just played a prank on me. You know a guy that can sell me 1,000,000 golden coins worth of oil? You're a guy that you're a peasant. You pick up stones, you move things. Even Shigeli Ero, once they got to the city, all of a sudden a slave comes out, she brings a boiling hot water, and he washes his hands and his feet. But she brought out a jug, golden jug, full of oil. The Taval Yoda Raglo, he dunked his feet, his hands and his feet in it. And Mamish says the Gemara sticks in like Hayim Hashanemar B'Toivo B'Shem Raglo. He went to Mekayim, where he was Mekayim, the famous pasuk B'Toivo B'Shem Raglo, the bracha for Shevet Asher. He's from Shevet Asher. So he should be dunked his feet in oil. Just today, last night, somebody sent me a clip of Yoeli Landau's Seder table. And I noticed, through share, I said, wait a minute, I think there's a golden thing. So you say for yourself, see for yourself, here we go. Maybe I could stop it in the right place. Right there. That looks like a golden, unless I'm mistaken, the bottom looks silver, I don't know. We'll say it's gold, why not? For the stick. The golden cup to wash his hands with. This contains beautiful, beautiful photo. Beautiful. Beautiful person in the yard. Two of those. Okay? Why did somebody send it to him? Because, the Gemara. He didn't know, but it is. So he realized right away that this guy is a wealthy person, is golden Caleb. This is where we get today that when you do a business deal, you sit down in a restaurant, you eat and drink. He went ahead and he measured 1,000,000 coins, 1,000,000 golden coins worth of oil. Says the owner over there, the Rabbi. That's it. You only need 1,000,000, maybe you need a little more. We're like, hey, Shulishtir says yes, I need more. El Sheini Domim, I didn't bring enough money. Omerloi, you want, I'll give you more. I'll go with you. I'll accompany you all the way to Latvia, and I'll get the rest. He gave him another 180,000 coins worth. The guy had to rent every truck, every pickup truck, every car, he had to rent everything. So the amount of oil that he's bringing back to Syria, once he came to the city, people came out to give him cover. Don't give me cover, give this guy. Look how much oil he gave me. And he's giving me even another 180,000 coins worth. This I see a lot in America, more than in Israel. I know people here who don't have money. They don't have money. But they have to show that they have money. So what do? They have to make a chasana that costs $100,000, $50,000. This $50,000 they don't have. But they have to do it because they have to show the Joneses. They have to drive a car that they can't afford. Literally, I know somebody was telling me that they search for all these type of cars that look very expensive but are really cheaper because you can get like a nice Range Rover that's 5 years old, but it's a quarter of the price. But people seem to be driving a Range Rover. Well, why? Why do you need it? In my neighborhood, I must drive a Range Rover. People expect me to drive a Range Rover. A lot of us are like this. You get into credit card debt and all this stuff. You don't have the money. He pretends he's rich, but he doesn't have a dime. It's racist. But there's a lot of very poor people going around. They have a tremendous amount of money, like Warren Buffett, one of the richest people in the world. He used to drive around like a 2001 Buick. I don't know what he has today. Maybe it broke down already. But a 20-year-old car. He lives in the same house that he bought when he got married. A little ranch somewhere. No, 20,000 square foot home that you'd expect from a 50,000 square foot home. And Bill Gates says, no. Simple. If you looked at him in the street, he looks like a pauper. He has a tremendous amount. I've said this before, but I'll tell you again. I saw it with my own eyes. I went to Amnon's Pizza a number of times, and I saw a schnorr sitting there on the sidewalk at 1 a.m. He bought them to go there late at night when you're hungry. What are you doing? On 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and when you go down to the pizza, there's a couple places open back there in Bar Park. Very few. There's a big old shop in like 39th Street and Cleveland Avenue, maybe. But Amnon's Pizza, it's 24/7, I think. I don't know. It's open very late. Guy sitting on the sidewalk begging for money. One night, I seen him get up and walk. I kind of followed him. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw him get into a Rolls Royce. Got into a Rolls Royce and drove away. Today, the Rolls Royce is $500,000. Back then, it was $120,000. A lot of money. No, you got to be Yerusha, a whole thing. Anyway, yes, there's a lot of stories like that. The mice is just a quick mice, and then I'll show you this video and see that we're not that on time. So I'll tell you this mice. Also, mice, as I said in the past, a very wealthy person was embarrassed to tell people that he lost all his money. He lost everything. So he went to the Rabbi. I said, Rabbi, I have bad news. I lost everything. But the problem is I can't afford a matzah and wine. Zero. Which I do. It's not a few hours before the Seder. I don't have anything. So the Rabbi said, not a problem. Come to me right after my roof. Whisper with Yom later, and I'll take care of everything. So after Myra, he waits in line, then he gets to the Rav, and he whispers in his ear with Yom. So the Rav screams out, he goes, everything is Chametz Gomer. So if it's so, it's all Chametz Gomer. This Rabbi side, his whole house, Chametz Gomer. He needs matzah, he needs right away. What's this? If you got the oil came, you got a fish, and meat, and matzah, and wine, and Gival. But people have a bullshit. Let me show you this thing, and then let me tell you a thought. This is just the whole story that we just did. Shlomo. Go to Shlaim, go to Tzur, go to Rothschild.
יש לך שמן במי הריבו שאני צריך? המתן לי עד שאסיים. יש לך שמן במי הריבו? אני אומר לי ששכחו לי.
מתחיל בשמן רגלוי. Now I need somebody's help here. It bothered me the whole morning, and I was trying to figure out how this Gemara, to me it seems like a mashal. Like a person who worked his whole life, but people, they don't look up to him. They say, what does he have already? But his entire life is chesed, and my simchayim, and learned a lot of Torah. Bottom line is, when he comes up there, Shemayim, Yotzu Anshe Hiro Lekalsa, everybody comes out to give him Shema. And what? He has with him millions and millions of coins worth of shemen. Shemen is mitzvahs. The mitzvahs that he brings with him to Olam Emes. We got to do something with this. This is, we got to develop it. You have to help me out to develop this. It's just the beginning of the thought, but I think we could do a lot better because the whole story is something will be a Yehudim. What is this a game? He's playing with me? No. You come up there, you're gonna have a shifcha. She's gonna come out. She's gonna bring the hot water and the oil. They treat you with such cover. So at the end of the day, the hard work that you do in this world, the under, the digging around the tree, the not listening to other people. I gotta finish my job right over here. I'm gonna pick up the stones. Seems like, unnecessary. No, I'm doing the hard stuff, the little stuff. At the end of the day, he's the gazillionaire. He's the one that wins. He has all those pussy. He has that place in Olam Haba. The both sides. Have a wonderful day, and have a good tomorrow.
Merit the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor with MDY.com.
I said to say okay. Live in the hotel, Motzei, 3-day Yom Tov. Here we are. I want to remind the Olam, and we're going to do this together. We're going to be in it together. We're going to go from beginning to end. Be'ezer Hashem, Hayoim, Shloisha Yomim, Lo'imer, Lo'imer. I have a Givaldic story to tell you, but hopefully I'll remember to tell to you. In the middle of the share, if not, I'll tell you a different day. Please see catch, never missing an opportunity to do the daf, wishing you a kosher and pesach, and a huge thanks for putting out all 3-day Yom Tov in advance. High regards, Avi Ritvo, Globus Green, London, or Vashdaf Bays, a boy say, if you didn't get to see the shiur before, it doesn't matter. Today's daf Kedal, you paid out. You'll be able to make up later, Bezer Hashem. Bubble. Here he is, who serves Chavetz. Listen, posed and not posed, but it's the first time that we got somebody doing the daf by Sreifas Chavetz. So I want to give you, especially in Rebbetzin, a tremendous shukayah. The days of Erev Yom Tov, or Erev Pesach are busy. You don't even have time to say taflim. Just learn the daf takes quite an effort to grab a few minutes here and a few minutes there. To hear, share, and entail, and all it entails is unbelievable. To give it over in 2 languages is unreal. To hear and give over shit for 3 days means already no sleep. I would take all the Pesach work on your shoulders so your husband can learn. Your marriage is a malach. The voice say we're in a hotel. She is a malach, but we just closed the house and went to the hotel. To the both of you, yes, I understand that you are both not at home with the Shemesh, but I'm quite sure that every place is busy nonetheless. Garnish, the regular day. Close the door, and you just drive to the hotel. No, you have to pack. Yeah. It's not beginner malach yet. Chakash v'sameach is welcome the phase with love and appreciation of Mali involved. Okay. We'll jump into the sponsors. Official edition of the White Shots accepted by the Iranian Rabbi families, Parrot, Moshe Aaron, Miriam, Landy, Figaro, Shemkotu, Hasdoi, Daf Pei Daled, Aid and Toby Hiking, the Schus Atzlach Mishiduchim, Parnaso, Bonus Yisharim, Omein, David Salom, dedicated Mary of the Murray, small pork, better kind, speed, good for the Bracha, Joby Dallas, the Ishmas, my father, Jeff Dallas, the sponsor of the Sefer, Anonymous, that's some Roman Regashmans, the Pachi Family Foundations, the Ishmas, Rabbi Gloria, the Shem Pachi, the Moshe Spilui, again, sponsors of the Sefer, Anonymous, for Shlema, the Moshe Ben Zaha, Anonymous for continued for Shlema. Oh, somebody sent in a hara that if you want to save time, so we take out the word complete, because Shlema and complete are the same word. For complete before Shlema, and I read the song to Leah Pas Esther. Yisrael Malki, Tony Speaking of his other Chesed, we're so proud of you, Malach Mordechai. Keep steiging. Send the Grossen family, Tammy Island, UK, and Honor Rebellion, who changed my meaning of life. Plenty of money, Yossi Mark and Penny, and all the Islam something you have. They focus on Skara. Monthly sponsor, Irie Simon and Force Name of Imari Baruch and Miriam. Weekly sponsor, in honor of Mark Ashkenazi. Thank you for your constant generosity and giving of your time, particularly on our Yom Tov. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch this year, the consortium. Mark, you know what this is? Daily sponsor, Yidel Cats, in honor of Moshe's 10, Mordechai, 6 cats, Moshe Mordechai cats, for being wonderful boys. We are so proud. I'm also so proud of you. Devolver. Anyway, our month, before Shlema Yonatan Ben Moshe Bracha, before Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, before Sayela Daniel Zev Ben Yon Esther. The boys' side, we're going to start from the brand new parent of Pegimel on the days. And just a question to start off the year. If somebody plants wheat in a pot that doesn't have any holes in it, so it doesn't nurse from the ground, you make a bracha of hamoitzi lechem in the heart on bread that's made from that one. That's the question. And here's a very interesting thing. According to those, Shalmi, those who say that you make a mezainis, so that you make a British Hamazon after you eat the bread. So there are many who want to say that you make a mezainis and you make a British Hamazon. It's another question. So if I ever ask, what kind of food you make in mezainis and you make a British Hamazon, the answer could be rice, that we discussed many times, but also hamoitzi that came out of a otzitz she'inu nafos. Okay? Zog the Heilige Mishnah. Brand new parent. Called Korbanot Satzibur. In other words, all the menachos that are for the community, v'hayachid, and for the individual. So you bring them in fun. private mincha or communities mincha come even from footfalls, even from out of the country, even outside of Eretz Yisrael. Mina Chodesh Mina Yashar, it comes from the brand new crop of meaning from that already the Omer came to Mina Yashar from the previous crop. Chutz Mina Omer Mushtela. Besides two menachos, the Omer, to start the Omer, Mushtela, and the two breads of Shmuz. It must come from the brand new crop and only from Eretz Yisrael. There's a halacha that mincha must come from the best type of flour available. What does it mean? What's the best? Michnes zakcha. Alpha losoides. Alpha is the number one. Aleph. Alpha. So if it comes from Michnes and zakcha, it's number one for soilers, for this pure flour. Shneelahen. And second to them, if you can't find anything from Machnes and zakcha, you bring from Afurayim Babika. The Gemara did the story in the Gemara about Afurayim Babika coming up probably tomorrow. So let's just see. We have a short video from Machnes and zakcha.
I'm from India. I set up an MDY observation point.
أتذكر عندما حاولنا بناء هذا بأنفسنا.
Tefuah for all hamenachot. Proceed to the second hall. Tefuah for the Omer. Remain here. And what do we have here? This is a new grain from Petach Tikva. All right, not terrible. Betty have it, it's kosher. Come with me.
Yes! Yes! Oh man, I can't believe it! I did it! Yahoo!
New grain from Israel. From Michnas and Satacha.
Machnes and zakcha is the number one. I guess they're trying to say that it's not a very familiar place. Machnes and zakcha, two different places. Right there. Kol ha'arotzos ha'yucheres. Kol ha'arotzos is referring to all places in Eretz Yisrael. All cities in Eretz Yisrael are kosher. Hello, mikano yimivim. It's kosher, but it's better to bring from Machnes and zakcha. You bring from Petach Tikva, but it's better from Machnes and zakcha. Says the Gemara, says the our Mishnah doesn't go according to this time. The Sanya. Omer habomen ayoshon kosher. It says over here that the Omer could come from the older crop. Now our Mishnah says it can only come from the Chodesh. Shtei alechem abois min ayoshon sheres. Says the Mishnah about the Shtei alechem for Shavuos also. It has to come from the new crop. El shechiz a mitzvah. Okay, so you bring from the old crop, you're going to be missing a mitzvah, but it says it's okay. Omer, how do I know? Even if you take out old wheat from your attic, in other words, from the old crop, it's still kosher. It comes to exclude food. We learn from one word, you cannot bring from food. And also, it could even be, it could even be from your attic old crop. As a Gemara, I learned two things from one word. Well, a big thing you already learned. It has to be from Eretz Yisrael, not from Chutzlaretz. How do you learn that to be even from your attic? You're right. My cross Taviu, the word right before is Memoshe Seichem Taviu. Right, from the second word, Taviu, I'm not from Memoshe Seichem. I'm learning that you could bring you have to bring only from Eretz Yisrael, not from Chutzlaretz, from the word. Taviu, I learned that it could also be from the attic. As the Gemara, when we're very late, But if you, let's say, these toida bread, remember the 10 chalos that come with the toida, the chometz part, each one must be an isara. I already learned the word taviu that teaches that it has to be an isara. Says the Gemara, you're right. You came with the tavi, my taviu, from the fact that the Torah says taviu instead of tavi, so the extra vav teaches us that has to be isara. Transfer the entire thing. I learned both halachas. Boxes, ratios. What am I going to do with the fact that it says ratios that it has to be from the new crop? Mitzvah. Doesn't really mean it must be. It means it's a good thing to do it from there. If you do it from the new crop, you get a mitzvah. As the Gemara Boxes, Hadasha. Hadasha means the new crop. Now, throughout Chotshim, we had a concept that if the Torah repeats itself twice, when the Torah means business. And when the Torah says ratios, and when the Torah says Hadasha, it means dafka, the new crop. Says the Gemara, and the boy like the Sanyo, and also in Kiva Omru, Shtalechem Abonis when I Yosha, Oman, in Mikhaim Chadasha. You know what I do with the word Chadasha? So every time we have so far, when the word is necessary to teach us something else, then it's not a Shana Olav Lakit. The Torah didn't say twice to be machmer, to say that it has to be done like this. Because I need the word Chadasha or something else. So there's an halacha that the mincha, the oimer, we're going to see the oimer, the shalechem, it must be number one of that year. You can't bring anything, shalechem, we're going to start with shalechem, you can't bring anything before that, any mincha before that. That's the chadash l'kol mincha. Number one for all the minhag. Actually, pligi the chadash says the Gemara. Ababar is the pligi that pidal and aleph. It seems like there's no machloikis about Eretz Yisrael, Chutzlaretz, the Omer Shtalechem, the Aretz in the Chutzlaretz Loi. Everybody seems to agree, and we're going to see there's not a problem. The Omer Shtalechem, the Omer that allows us to eat the brand new crop. And Shtalechem is the two brands that we bring on Shavuot that also allows us to bring the other barley mincha, the new crop, must be from Eretz Yisrael and not actually Chutzlaretz. So the Gemara commands like that. It doesn't go according to the other time. It's telling you Rabbi Yehuda Omer ba the Chutzlaretz. She says that an Omer should come from Chutzlaretz. Uman mikayim b'savoyu el haaretz. Stop. I'll tell you a joke. I didn't say it in a while. The guy was leaving Russia, making Aliyah. Russian Jew making Aliyah to Eretz Yisrael. As he's leaving Russia, the guy in the customs over there, as he's leaving, says, "What is this?" So he says, "It's not what is this. It's who is this? This is Lenin. I saw admiring Lenin, and I want to bring a big statue of Lenin to Eretz Yisrael. So I'll never forget, like, every time I see him, I put down him. Okay, fine, go." He gets there to Israel, and the guy, the Meches, stops and says, "What is this?" He says, "Not what is this? Who is this? This is Lenin. This is a statue of Lenin. I want to remember Lenin. Every time I see Lenin, I want to spit at him. I'm going to put him in my diary. Every time I see him, I'm going to spit at him." Fine. He brings him home, puts it on the dining room table. And his grandchild shows up. He says, "Who is this? Not who is this. What is this? This is 20 pounds of gold that he smuggled out of Russia." So what do I do with this piece of oil? It's not that you cannot bring the oimer from Chutzlaretz. You could. But it only starts when you come to Eretz Yisrael, when Klal Yisrael comes to Eretz Yisrael, that's when it starts. And listen to this, because Sovar, Chodesh B'Chutzlaretz B'Raisi, he holds that Chodesh, you hear this, the Isra meaning Chodesh in America and in England is a D'Oraisa, the Ksiv M'Moshe Seichem. Chomakim Shatim Yiddish Mashma, every place M'Moshe Seichem, any place you live. But he survived was Mambiyah. Oh, but Chisavaya means, and when you come to the Yisrael, it starts. But even though he writes it, he actually not even must be there. And since it's a doiraisa, since America, Chutzlaretz, is a doiraisa, so therefore I have a connection to the Omer. And I can also bring the Omer from Chutzlaretz. That's what he's saying. Since it's a doiraisa in Chutzlaretz, and it's a doiraisa in Eretz Yisrael, that means that Eretz Yisrael and Chutzlaretz are the same for the Isser. If it's the same for the Isser, then it's the same for bringing for the Omer. So I could actually bring the Omer from Chutzlaretz. Has to be connected. Has to have a shaykhis. Says the Gemara, not awesome. We learned over there by Shkolim. Shoyme Svichin, the Shvi is Noikum Schara Mitrum Salishim. So it goes like this. We need to bring the Omer every single year, including the year of Shemitah. Now you're not allowed to plant barley on Shemitah. That's what you do. So if there is Svichin means you have barley that grew by itself. You didn't plant it. It's hefker. Now you don't want people to come and grab it, because if they come and grab it, now you're not going to have barley for the Beis Hamikdash. So what do? You put guards to watch it. And who pays them? The Trumas Halishka. Let me just show you what Trumas Halishka. This is based on a drawing that I did myself in this room, actually, on Pesach a number of years ago. So this is the better one, but look what Yoshi did like today, I guess. He took that and he did this one. It's almost the same. Let's see. See the sheep and everything is there. See, what's Trumas Halishka? That every Rosh Chodesh we start collecting the matzah shekel, so that we have money for the sheep or whatever's left over, goes through the buildings, and we say, maybe it's okay. So since this is for the carbon from the Beis Hamikdash, this is for the Omer, so we pay these guards from the Trumas Halishka. Here, let me show you a little video.
This is grain for the Omer and the Shtei Halechem.
Just one moment. The money from the Lichka for you. Good gesund.
But it's hefker. You can't be shoimer on the tivua. It's osir. Oh no, I am not a shoimer. Just reminding.
It's not a shoymer, it's just reminding people. Get a reminder. Talking about a shoymer, this was interesting. He brings a maisa. The guy that was working in drinks. He's bringing the money into a bank in Eretz Yisrael. And somebody that knew him from back in the day bumped into him and said hello to him, and he ignored him. He said again, nothing. Later on, when he got the money and everything, so the guy from drinks came back and said hello to him. He said, what happened? He said, I have strict rules here. There's strict, what's the word I'm looking for? But the way it works in drinks, policy, thank you, strict protocols, strict policy, that I have to focus and not take my mind off the job. And if people come over to me and talk to me, I'm not allowed to answer it, because it's a way for me to lose focus, and then, they have robberies, etc. So there's an interesting how we should be like that when it comes to tefillah. Because with tefillah, somebody comes over to you, Shalom Aleichem, strict policy. When I'm here in Shul davening, I don't say hello to anyone. It's me and the Rabbi. Now, the Stamazim is an interesting thing here that says that if you watch your field, you have the shiloh about a sroigim. This is what people watch their sroigim. They don't let people come in on Shemitah and take it sroigim. Are you allowed to use it or not? So the halacha is you're not supposed to use it. So the question is over here, since they were watching it, how come you're allowed to use it for the Omer? Chazanish says the Isser is when the owner of the field watches it. It doesn't allow other people to come in. But over here, the Bezdin, the Beis Hamikdash is watching somebody else's field. So that's not a problem. Rabbi Racham Rav Chizda, so Rabbi Racham asked Nam, learn, show me speaking, we just learn that the watcher gets his money from the Beis Hamikdash. How could you take this wheat from Shemitah wheat, Shemitah barley? How can you use it? It says in the pasuk La'achla, you can only eat it and not burn it, and the omer goes on the mizbeach and it's burned. It says by the omer it should be for all generations. What do you want? You want it to not happen? You want them not to bring the omer this year? This is what we need to do in order to bring the omer. We have to watch the speaker. I never said it should be completely bottled and not be done at all. All I said is you should bring it from last year. Bring the older one. That's not from Shemitah. The year before Shemitah, that was mutter to you. It says in the Gemara, how can you bring that? Well, caramel, like we learned caramel. Remember the word caramel means rach umal. It says in the Torah caramel, and I take the word, it's in the Greek one. It's what did he say it is, your brother? Aaron said a word. He said, synonym. No, there's a maflag is what it was. He had the best word. I like to do it. Anyway. No. Caramel Galactic. We got Yitzi Shields here. Yitzi Shields. Caramel Galactic. It says the Gemara, raising the caramel stuff. Okay, so bring caramel. Bring something that was soft last year. My throat caramel takrid, caramel which has a problem like it has to be nice and soft when you bring it today. And therefore, your idea of bringing last year's crop is not good. It needs to be soft now, not soft last year. Itmar, just make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, it's coming up. So we have two sources. Rabbi says that to bring the new crop because it has to be soft caramel. Rabbi Lazar Omer Reishis K'tzircha. Reishis K'tzircha v'Lischa K'tzircha. That's to be the beginning of the crop, but not the end. Moise Rabba. That's Rabba. In fact, the Minchas Bikurim. The Minchas Omer Akasim Daber. Says if you bring the mincha of the bikurim, talking about the omer, what do you bring the mincha? This is a sugi we had already. Minat soirim. The mincha must be brought from barley. At the omer minat soirim, perhaps it should be from you. And there's omer never oviv b'mitzrayim. The never oviv l'doros. Let me just see the pasuk first. Famous pasuk. So when he talks about the barley, this is the word aviv in reference to the barley. Let's see what he has. I didn't have a chance to see this yet. So the first one with you. Aviv. Okay. So it says by Mitzrayim Aviv. The bar came and it's right here. English. The old-fashioned TV from 2,000 years ago.
Pharaoh home front command. Hail and fire barrage detected. Enter protected pyramid space immediately.
Is it over? Can we leave the wall now?
No.
There is still concern about hail fragments.
Yeah, those are the ones that know exactly what's going on. That's always the kids ask, "Can we leave? Can we leave?" It says the word Aviv by the Omer. And just like by Mitzrayim says Sa'ir in the same puzzle as it says Aviv, so too when it comes to the Omer, the bottom of the Sa'ir must be from Bar. We find that an individual brings a mincha when he has to, let's say he's a chayta, minchas chayta. Who maybe he wasn't a Sa'ir and a Saita, whose husband warned her not to be misyakel with another man, so she has to bring a mincha. Part of the process is a mincha, because it's from barley. So you have an individual brings wheat, and an individual brings barley. Baftibu. If you recall this Gemara, we just had it like less than 20 days, 15 days ago. Baftibu maybe chabasim and achitim, or maybe chabasim and asayir. So too, the community sometimes they bring the mincha from wheat, which is on Shavuos, it's wheat. Who may be chayvasim and not soirim, and when does the community bring from soirim? Must be it's the barley of the oimer. If you say that the oimer is from chitim, now both the shtei alechem on Shavuos is chitim, it's wheat, and the oimer is wheat. Now you don't have a situation where the community has to bring from barley. So most bases are Akiva that the oimer is brought from barley. Like this, you have the individual brings from wheat, and the individual brings from barley. The tzibur brings from wheat, and the tzibur brings from barley. What's the barley? From the tzibur, the oimer. So the afer no pshat. Ema to oimer bomen afit. If you said in ancient Allah and be cool. So this is the pshat that we wanted to touch upon. This pshat. Well, it comes out, Bikur means it must be the from Bikur. Because Oimer comes first on Pesach, the second day of Pesach, and the Shtei Alechem comes 49 days later on Shavuos. Now, if the Oimer came from wheat, and the Shtei Alechem is from wheat, and the Shtei Alechem is not the first time that you saw the wheat, it's not the Bikurim of wheat. The first time that you brought wheat to Israel was the second day of Pesach. It's a problem. Shtei Alechem is supposed to be the first time you see the sweet. Alam should be Purim. Oh, so you're telling me that according to Rabbi Yosef and Rabbi Yochanan, what does Rabbi Yochanan say? Carmel, let me just show you the thing. We'll go back there just for a second. He says the whole thing is it has to be. How do I know that? It has to be barley, because Carmel has to be soft. Not how do you know it's barley, but how do you know it has to be from the new crop, because it has to be soft. No, it has to be new crop because it has to be poured. In fact, the kasha on tribulation. Not also, hey, maybe before the Christmas tree, let me just make sure there's nothing else here. I love this one. Why not? Let's just show it.
חרמי עובד אבי וירד מצרימה ויגיר שם מלכי מעט, ויהי שם לגוי גדול עצום ורב.
Not also. Ein Mevin Bikurim Chutz Mishris Aminim. Bikurim is only from the 7 minim. Eretz Kitu Sorino B'Gefen V'Eino B'Rimon Eretz Zeishemen Dvash means dates. Gival. It has to be from these 7 minim, not from other fruit. Not from apples and oranges, etc. Oh, and also V'Loi Mitmarim Shebahar. Not even dates that grow on the mountaintop, such as this. The pairs of Amokim are not from fruit that grows in the valley. Why? Because Rashi says that the smarim that grow up high, they're very sweet. They're too sweet. They're too good. You hear this? They're too good. And not pairs of Amokim because you have wheat that grows in the valley. It's not good at all. On our law, we have to remember the Sula in Hevi Loikidash. If you brought things, even though it's from the Shivas Aminim, but it grew on the mountaintop, Loikidash is no good. Turning to the daf by a dark global experts across border payments, Shalat Tatam, please read the Shillah today. Every Shillah that happened was first one. Yosef, Rabbi, Kalmar, Lo, Hoshman, so Isra, Rabbi, corporations, it says by the Shtel Lechem, it says, corporations. They raise the common lechem. The Shtel Lechem should be number one, the first mincha. V'cheinu oimer ba'krivta mincha chadosh l'Hashem b'shavua yiseichem. Ein elo chadosh shepitim, chadosh shel so'erim minayim. So there's a number of shatim here. We're going to go with the top. How do you know that the mincha, a mincha so'erim, any mincha of so'erim, like the mincha of the so'erim, doesn't come before the regular oimer, which is so'erim? In other words, just like the shtea lechem, which comes from wheat, is the number one mincha of wheat, and only after you bring that, can you bring the other wheat of that crop. So too, the mincha of so'erim, meaning the oimer is the number one mincha for all mincha. Chadosha, it says chadosha twice. Imin chadosha shechitim. I don't need it that it should be the chitim has to be first, but we have to be first. Imin chadosha so'er. The oimer is the first mincha of barley. Umenayin shtei kudem to before. Now we're going back to the shtea lechem. Shtea lechem, 2 bread and shvuos have to be before you bring the fruit, the bikurim. The Chag Shavuos, first Chag Shavuos has to fall. And then only after the Bikurim Tzir Kippur. First, the Shtea Lechem that comes for Shavuos, and only afterward, let's take care of the Bikurim. Ve'en elo Bikurim Tzir Kippur. Okay, so the Seder, I'll know that the Bikurim of wheat comes after the Shtea Lechem. Because it's also wheat. So wheat and wheat, shtel comes first. The wheat of bikurim, you're bringing bikurim in your basket, wheat, that comes after the shtel. How do I know that when I have so'erim, I have barley in the... Yeah. Look, in the Shir Saminim you have Kita and so'erim. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. So so'er is barley. So how do I know that when I bring barley as a bikurim, it's also after the shtea lechem, which is wheat? The chag hakotzir bikurim ma'asecha asher tizra basoder. The chag hakotzir shvuos bikurim ma'asecha asher tizra basoder. It comes the chag shvuos, the chag hakotzir shvuos, with the shtea lechem comes first. Me'ela asher tizra. It says in the pasuk, "Asher tizra," that you planted. And what if you didn't plant it? What if it grew by itself? Anything that came up in the field, even tzvichim, things that came by itself. Oh, how do I know to include something that grew on the Here we go. This is the Churva. Let me see if I have a Churva here. This one. Okay. Vishva Otzitz. And something that's in a pot. We're going to go into the Churva, into the pot. There's different types of pots, different types of Churva. Vishva Svina on a ship. How do you know all that comes after being Shtelechem, Tamaloimar, Bikure, Kol HaShavarsim. Everything that's on in the world. This is more of an Einstein with them is doing a softening comparison. How do I know that the Shtelechem should be before the wine? And all the other Perisi Elon, let's see. Go back to this passage. Ta'ena, Rimon. Maybe Geffen also. Well, I wrote over here that has to do with the date and the Zayis. Not sure why I wrote them. Last night. But anyways, Paris Elon from the Shivas Haminim that brought it. How do you know Shtelechem must come first? Nemar Khan, Bikurim Secho, the Nemar Alon, V'Ospechos Ma'asechem and Asal. Now, interesting, we must see this passage inside, because it happens to be the same exact passage. The Chaya goes to Bikurim Ma'asecho. It says the word Ma'asechem in this passage in the beginning, which is referring to Shavuos. And then Nemar Alon, V'Ospechos Ma'asechem and Asal. It says later on, the last part of the puzzle wasn't only Masecha is referring to, believe it or not, Malalon, the southern Paris Elon, just like in the beginning of the puzzle, referring to the southern Afghan, the southern Paris Elon. Sorry, just like the end of the passage, Sukkot is referring to all types of fruit. So too in the beginning of the passage, Shavuos is also talking about all types of fruit. Shtelechem comes. That's the Gemara. It says that you're allowed to bring Bikurim from a rooftop, from a ship. Just don't bring it before Shtelechem, but you're allowed to bring it. It's enforced. You're allowed to bring it. Just don't. What position? Number 2. It comes after you bring Shtelechem. Ask the Gemara. So how can you tell me that the top words of this Talmud? Morim Shibaharim is no good. How can Ula say that if you bring it like it's not even, it has no kedusha? If I bring wheat that grew on a ship, it's okay. So certainly if I bring a thing that grew on a mountaintop, it should be okay. Says Gemara, Seifa Salmon and this is what we said, that it's no good. I'm sorry, this is when we said that it's okay, Menacha, it's referring to Menacha. But for Bikurim, it's Taka also. You are making a difference between Menachas and Bikurim. We're not talking about Bikurim. Your own question was, on Ula, how does Ula say that if you bring a date that grew on a mountain? Also, here we see that it's talking that it's more. No, that's talking about a Menach. Okay, I need to see if you're telling me that it's talking about a mincha, so how could the pasuk say that everybody can eat this mincha? Only a male can eat a mincha, not a female. There's 2 parts of the pasuk. First part is let's see if I have it over here. Yes, 2 parts of the pasuk. Bikurim kol asher ba'aretz Moshe Yaviu Hashem. It's in the same passage, but part number 1 in red, it says only to you the Zachar Kohen, and part number 2 is called part of the base anybody's car in your house could even Isha on a cave. So okay, so how do we do this? If everybody could eat it, why did say only Zachar? Bikurim, everybody. And Menachas only is Zachar. Vashomar Kula Menachas. The sacred grove I saw on the Lachmin Korid. Says Rashi, the whole passage is talking about a Menachas, not Bikurim, but just Menachas. But we're talking about Lachmin Korid. the 4 threads that you must give as truma to a that a woman can, a regular mincha, a woman can have. It says in the Gemara, short here. Okay. This halacha that we said, the top word, whether or not you're allowed to use dates that grow on top of a mountain, is actually machlokes Amoraim. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, maybe like Kiddush, Rabbi Shlomo maybe Kiddush. Rabbi Yochanan says, like Gula, that if you bring these dates from the top of the mountain and it doesn't have Kedusha, Rabbi Shlomo says it has Kedusha. Why? He explains. If one was to bring a very skinny, emaciated animal, it's Kaddish. It's a terrible thing. It's against the pasuk that says you shouldn't bring. You wouldn't do it for the ruler. Okay, but the kedusha grabs onto it. So over here, you shouldn't bring this date, but the kedusha grabs. Mishnah Shlakish, Shlakish means a good reason. Why does Rabbi Yochanan say that it's not Kaddish? Omer Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Yochanan, Chazai B'Chalai. Says Rabbi Lazar, I saw Rabbi Yochanan in my dream, and therefore I knew when I saw Golador, like Rabbi Yochanan in my dream, I knew I was going to say Gibal Kusha. What? Oh my God. Voracious means from the some of the fruit, meaning some, only the best of the best, the shit is meaning, but not all fruit. The arts of this comes to teach us from your land, but not all your land. Things are no good for dates. The Abba McKellum says, why did the river have to come to Rabbi dream? Because there's none else. If people in this world are having difficulty understanding your Torah, then it's not accepted in the world to come. And immediately you had to come down and explain. This world, you understand it, that it should be accepted in that way. The real learning from Aristotle that you cannot use dates that grow on a mountain. But Rothschild says dates that grow on a mountain are okay, so what do you do with Aristotle? The Bible inside of Rabbi Omer Nemakan Eretz. They're not allowed on Eretz. It says by Bikur the word Eretz. It says later on Eretz Yisrael Eretz. Malalon Shabbat Eretz. It's the best. It should is convenient. Kan Shabbat Eretz. That's where Shlokish gets before Rabbi Yochanan learned the narrations like it. He learned it from Eretz. The one that's the Shimshon Shivas Amina. Middle Eretz Meretz. So how is the real one? Eretz Meretz. From within the word Meretz, he also has the word Eretz. Middle Eretz Meretz, no matter if somebody doesn't learn Eretz Meretz. Honey Chanda. Let me just pause here for a second. Now, how do we know that the Purim is Shivas Amina? Maybe we could. You know what? Maybe we'll pause over here. Let's see. We can go. Let's do a little more. Fine. We're doing good on time. Maybe we could. On the one hand, it says that if you get produce that grew on a rooftop, or in a ruin, or in a pot, or on a ship, you can bring it as the Purim, the Kairi, and you read all the Psukim. Another place it says that you can bring it as the Purim, but it's not good enough to read. Read it so. It says Gemara according to your Shlokish, who says that if you bring in fear, product, it grabs. I'm going to say that there's 2 types of roofs. There's a roof. Here we go. There's a regular roof, which is no good. You cannot read the psukim we bring from this week. But this is a roof of cave. I just want to focus because he goes right past it. So here you see the opening, it's a cave. So what he's saying is, so what if it's a cave? Lamaisa, it's ground. On top, it's real ground. It's not a rooftop. And a Mela, it's considered regular Bikurim, where you could read all the psukim. Churva Natasha. Don't ask me a question from Churva. One Churva you could. Oops. Regular, this Churva you cannot read. But this Churva where he found it and did the work, you could read. Churva Natasha, Churva Avuda. The Churva Avuda, you can read the psukim of the Torah. Churva Shena Avuda, it's good, but you cannot read the psukim. Otzitza Natasha. And when I have the question about the two different paths, not simple. One has a hole, and therefore it emerges from the ground, and therefore you can say the psukim. And when it doesn't have the hole, so it doesn't emerge from the ground, you cannot read the psukim. Just in case it didn't go on the screen. This is the model, right? Okay, and the next one is Svina Lekash. Have the Svina Shalates. When you have a wooden boat, so see, Yoshi like the shot, you didn't shot in there, attached to the ground. So you have this doesn't nourish from the ground, but if it's made out of terrace, made out of earthenware, so then it does nourish from the ground. It's like a knuckle, and therefore there are those who say that it doesn't even have to be attached to the ground. Okay, conversation patterns. We're going to learn that it touches the ground. Okay. Hello, there's a very known passion who says that when you have inferior product, or the things that grow on the mountaintop is no good. So how in the world you make bring these things as Bikurim? If they grew on the rooftop, they grew on a ship, how are you going to bring it? Forget about reading the psukim. You're not reading the psukim for problematic according to good. So the Gemara Tanoi is in fact Machon Tanoi. This is Shiva Kov will make the good prayer. One time it says if you grew on the rooftop and in ruins, you can bring Bikurim and read the psukim. Over here it says Shiva Otzis, Shiva Spina, and it may be calling but if they grew in a pot or on a ship, you can. You see some Machon Tanoi. Rabbi Sai, and with the Moed and have a wonderful
Merit Disclosive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Agu Order Pizza for Rabbi Sai. Do you listen to the girls who was one of kind? Unbelievable. We're sitting here. It's 3 in the afternoon, right before Leva Seder, Beis Hashem. Shiurim, the Olam is tracking away. We have people here in the room. We have people online. And it's Siyata Yishmael. That's all the Shiurim I had to give. Dave, this is a demo. This is ready for, our money, basically, or install our money, or whatever. But we're ahead. We're ahead of the game. We're going to do a short cheer so that I can give both shiur and still make the hotel. I want to remind everyone to say Spirit Sa'imer. If you're staying here, if you're today, don't say Spirit Sa'imer. But if you're somewhere else, let me just do the sponsorships real quickly. The official edition, MDY Shots, is something like Rabbi and Levi families, Kelly Dykeman, Elias Zusio then raised last level of Poland Yonim, official reason Shas, Dr. Gimel, Moses Marketing, in honor of our children and grandchildren, a lot of hope, and I talk on everything. Some stuff in sound and dedicated memory of reminding of small world, memory, friends, seeds, letters, from the Rafa, Joel Gals, leaders, for five Gals, and honors, the social workers, the actions, the house, the information, the information, the Sarada, Gordon, the social culture, the next to Eloy, anonymous, with Postman, the mention of Zar, anonymous, with Green, Postman, I was some to Levas, Esty, Storm, Marky, Don't Try to be Mountains of the President, so Patty, Yakamot, like it's Steiging, Sailors of Gamma County Island, in honor of rebellion, change my meaning of life, many are money, listen back and Benny, and all the innocent stuff on the life, and focus on the Sparta. I decided the monthly sponsor of Kusema Hobby Murray Park for Miriam, weekly sponsor in honor of Mark Ashkenazi. I have to say again, Shkut for Mark. Hopefully I remember to say middle of the year, Shkut for Mark for doing 4 year and 2 days in a row. And today, Arab Youngin, it's already 4 o'clock, 4 to 10 in New York. He's about to go to shul in about 2 hours and he's doing room right now. Shkut going like, Shkut for all the editors, Shkut to the artists. We had 5 artists working till 1, 2 in the morning to get the shur out. So we have art, the days and the Zimel, and Mamish to the last minute right before Shkia. They were working. Thank you for your constant generosity and giving of your time to be on Erev Yom Tov. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch the share of the consortium. WIR, Mom, Kushemi on Canadian Sherwood Rocker, Kushel Morgan and Asli, Kusayo, Daniel Zed, Ben Ayel Nessie, the holy side, here we go. We're holding on the bottom of 8 days on the base. The Gemara asks the question, how does your people learn that anything that's a pipe, if he must bring it, and what's beautiful, what's beautiful with here, literally during the hours of Shepni the Carbon Pesach, and we're discussing about Shepni the Carbon Pesach, that's today's subject. Crazy. How do you know that carbon Pesach that you must shep? You don't have a choice. You cannot buy it with my sustaining money. You must buy it with your own money. So you might do this whole puzzle. I'll remind the Olam. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but just that's the puzzle, the famous puzzle that we're going to sing tomorrow in Shul. So the Gemara says this puzzle teaches us every word. La toida, la oila, la milcha, ha toida. Sorry, the word. La oila, la milcha, ha v'zrosh, and yilud, v'zerosh. Every word comes to teach us something. And we're going to see there the kiva. Finally, it's a very long answer, but meanwhile we'll go through very deep stuff. We're going to get all the way at the end. In about 20 lines from now, we're going to see where the kiva learns this is stuff. Mincha. So now we're holding the word. What do we learn from Mincha? 3 lines from the bottom. Ma mincha eno nefesh ela zivik lehuna. A mincha can only be eaten by male Kohanim. This isn't called Zohar, but named Aaron Yefan. It's talking about a mincha. Only the Zohar Aaron from the planet. Afkal in a column elo zivik. So to all the other things, only a Kohen and a Zohar. Now, what does that mean? The R, we know the method of run is the waiting to be, Israeli to be, not Payanim. You heard that noise? You didn't even hear it, but me, as someone living in a straw, I heard a and immediately my whole body, like I go into, it's crazy. And then so also there's a motorcycle, they rev the engine, everybody, you like catch your breath. Okay, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Go on for shame, you don't know. Mincha, ma mincha in the nefesh. We're not calling it calling it. Mai, what part are we talking about? In Hadis, for Asham, we're talking about a regular Hadis for Asham, the endings. Where? In this week's Parsha, a lot of, Vayikra, Perikov, which is the Parsha we just read, Chol the Koyanim, Yochal, Oisov. Again, it's talking about a Chakras. We know that a Chakras, which is such a function, that a woman can eat Oisov cannot. Is the case Shalitibur? What is Zukei Shalitibur? Zukei Shalitibur are the 2 korbanos that we bring on Shavuos. Islam. And we bring the Shavuos together as 2 bread. We're the prayers that we learn from the Limud. The what? This is about the Kedush of Kedushim Kedushim called Zohar Yochal. Only eaten by says, why do I even need a fucking neutron? You just was very learning from other people. Awesome. From other people. So why right? I know he's not going to tell what comes to learn from. They can the next level. Some people learn this person will say it's production factor. Yeah, the people just read but it's production. They can the next level. Some people learn from our culture from the middle. Great. Chatos, the is possible. The chatos, the lashon, the mu'urim. Chatos, what do you do with the word chatos? It's extra. Why is it extra? Because every part of the Torah says, Zois Torah chatos, Zois Torah law, Zois Torah mincha. No, why did the Torah take the whole passage and talk about all the Torah? Which one comes to each other in each Torah? Chatos. Chatos is Hacho B'Gedua. There's a special halacha. Interesting halacha. I don't think people know this. And it's kedai that you can't just fix halacha. You know what? Take one halacha out of today. If a chatas, the meat, after you shak, part of the chatas, somebody was over on a full shot of the shake. He brings the part of chatas, shuts the animal, you take the meat, and that meat touches a shlamim. You know what it's like, it's like flesh, it's lipids, it's like kumah bahara, it's like kumah. If a piece of meat is coming and it touches another piece of meat, it becomes coming. If the chatas touches another piece of meat, the other piece of meat becomes like a chatas. In other words, people speaking in Shlomo eat for 2 days, and they can only eat for 1 day. That's chatas. Chatas is coming, also, that one also comes. Whatever the chatas is, it transfers its halachas into the other piece of meat. Finish done. You do this? Probably not. So yes, we learn from it. It absorbs a public catch of Balua, it becomes published through absorb. Asham, what do we learn with the word Asham? Not Asham, ancient, Shafir, Bishuli, public place, but Asham is a male. So just like the fetus of the male of the Asham doesn't become public, why doesn't the male's fetus become public? It's impossible. You can't have a fetus. You're going to see something in America when he's controlling something else. A male cannot have children, so therefore its fetus and its amniotic sac, the shafi, children, they don't have production. Why? Because they don't exist. The Gemara can say so. If it's impossible, how are we going to teach something else to a female that's possible? That's what we had the other day. It's impossible. It's just cutting the lyrical. Oh, so we learn from here. In Shofar B'Shili, you're cutting about everything else. The fetus doesn't have pollution. Now, you have to understand, because we know that fetuses are like the mother, they do have pollution. Why? For somebody. Love is production by being also pollution. Number one, we hold that a fetus doesn't become pollution with mother's stomach at all. When they become pollution? When he's born. We can learn other korbanos from an asham that's impossible for an asham to become pregnant. Nevertheless, hey, the asham's baby, its fetus, never has a pollution. Why? Okay, the nice its baby can become, its fetus can become published. So all other korbanos, its fetus can become published. End of that too. We're doing like funny stuff, you know? Manage, read. Miluyim. What do we do with the word Miluyim? Just to remind the Miluyim is the 7 days of inauguration of Rabbi brought Korbanos. This is nothing. But Miluyim is Miluyim. In his way, you're going to see him abroad. All of the 7 days is one time thing. Not the Miluyim is strange, but any meat, you see the footage of any meat that's left over, you must eat for it. The aim by the time Mitzvah, but let's say you brought an extra carton as a backup, as a price. You don't burn that light animal. I suppose it's very fun. Anytime you bring in a price, you bring an extra animal as a backup. Or let's say we had the other day that a fetus that was born is considered money, is considered extra, considered addition. So if there's meat, burn the by the time it's from the from sorry, I'm calling it straight from maybe I'll find it. If it's alive, you don't put. You know, before I said it during the email, but maybe somebody skipped the email. So I want to say it again. I want to say a tremendous amount of for being there every single day of my trip. It's about a 30-day trip, so every single day. In the last few days, 4 shiurim a day, which is 4 hours of him just sitting there and watching the computer. It's on the computer right now. Erev Pesach, about a couple of hours before Shkia, computer doing shiur. Let's check the hour entire staff from Ariel, Shimmy, Kobe, the editors, and we have Dave, Sharpsburg, and Abram, and Gary, and who else? Oh, our artist. So I don't know, it's a bunch of new guys. They're not the new guys, the real new guys. Slow them up. Yoshi, Abdi, yes, Shakal, and this one, the sixth one. Okay, but anyways, these artists work crazy hours. They work overtime, way into the hour 2, 3 in the morning. Yoshi was texting me last night after he was coming. He came right back to the office and he was Shwaya, we gotta finish the shit. Shlomo. It says in the pasuk the word Shlomo. What are you doing? Shlomo, Shlomo. By the way, you're still in the middle of a question. What's the question? You to know that a part of Pesach you must pay with your own cash. You can't use nice change money. Shlomo. What are you doing with the word Shlomo? Now Shlomo in fact means Kagan. We know the halacha of Igor means that when the client checks the animal in some English and he thinks himself, I'm going to eat Shlomo instead of 2 days, I'm going to eat it 3 days from now, 4 days from now, a month from now, that makes it legal. And if he in fact eats it, it's high price, he doesn't need to use it. But it's fakta. That causes the wine. We know that Shlomo and an oil come with wine, and they come with flour, which is in the stock of the wine. Sorry, no cut today. Oh, but how do you respond? The last isn't done on the Shredder and Kiva. So, too, every other carbon you can use for the kindness legal, it also makes the wine the food, right? Because there's a thing, the kindness thinking about this animal, he's not thinking about this. He's thinking about this, and not about this, the wine. Oh, no, I have real wine. Wine. When I have a carbon on this, I'm going to eat this in 3 days from now. So in 3 days from now, this becomes also. That's the finish. Great. I've come to find this bag. The Masisa come in the studio. Oh, finally. They say the name of the people. Zoris Hatoira. The same person. Using the same person. But we learned from Mincha something else before. What do we learn from Mincha start off the shir? That has to be Zikr Kuna. He's doing something else. Mincha, not that from the Bilua, he's doing this, the Bilua. That a Mincha absorbs from another carbon. So whatever that carbon is, it becomes a carbon. So the other carbonos also absorb. If they touch each other, they become punish each other one. You limit the days, etc. Dusha, Tuma, Mitzvah Lamikha, the Pakas, Mitzvah Lamikha, the Mincha, they teach it in 2 places. Because they're one of the Mincha, the sure they're a Kicha Bala. A Mincha, the flour is soft, it absorbs. Avocado is in the lard, but maybe meat, tough meat before you make it a steak. It's tough, maybe it shouldn't absorb. And it shouldn't have that lot of the other things. Because of one of the Pakas, it's in the butter, I got Shana Padim, maybe Shakari, meat has, it's oily. So that's why it absorbs, goes in deep. Ava Mincha in the lard, maybe flour. Now, here's how you go. Finally, after learning yesterday, and after learning a bunch of minutes today, 15 minutes into the shir, here we get to this line right over. What I do with the word Chavis Kadir? Machatos ema ba ela menachuli, just like a chatos, you only purchase from your own money and not from Meiser Shady money. Oh, and that's it. So that's it. Now I know that a carbon Pesach I must purchase with your own private money. That's it. This is how we're going to do it. The Gemara continues, Uganon, and Hadis can only shop during the day, not at night. Would be only how you want to use your right hand, not your left. After every other part in the bottom of the phone, you can only buy other components, like on Pesach, or have to buy it if you want to. Personal money would be and you shop during the day, running on your monies. The Hadis people, how do I know that if Hadis can't use my shaming money? I'm not who's going to throw the acre of iron is part of Hadis Shalai. Mishalai, so it has to be his own and not from Messaging. As the Gemara, you're telling me that you learn from here that you have to shut the Chats during the day. There's another passage that teaches that you have to learn that to do it during the day. It says Gemara, you're right, the Dean Nazba. I just said it for the fun of it, for no good reason. The real source that you have to shut the carbon copies during the day is from the Yom Tzavos. What is doing? We have a whole thing here. You have to buy your own money, you have to do it during the day with your right hand. In fact, the right hand is also for fun. You gotta with the other how your money is. I don't learn from this puzzle. You gotta fun and after that use the right hand. Don't gotta learn how to use sluggish. Should never etzba ukuna. Anytime you heard it says the word etzba or kuna, they don't really use. You got a whole discussion over there. Etzba, that kuna, etc. But have another puzzle. Source we have to do it right now. If the tomorrow we just threw it in, they're kind of, but it's not the real source by us. The real source is over there that it says Etzba. Asha, what do I do with the word Asha? Now I'm doing it. My Asha, my listening from the bones of the Asha, the carbon Asha, is very similar to the fact. It's close to the Asha. The bones of motor you let it split. After that's what's in the car, you rather use bones of other components. Now the Gemara says that the Kiva is about the Pesach. The other Tana learns from about the Pesach that you must purchase the carbon. I can't believe that we're talking about the carbon Pesach. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Klal Yisrael in the Beis Hamikdash is doing the carbon Pesach, and we're talking about a carbon Pesach in Daf Yomi. I'm telling you, it's very rare. Trust me. It's rare. You can be learning about rationale, you can be learning even Shkalim. Whatever we learn, because Shkalim, I did Erev Pesach. Whatever the stuff we were doing last year. Was it talking about carbon Pesach? I don't think so. What? Really? You gotta go back. It's incredible. I'm talking about Erev Pesach, Chef, you had to buy it. You have to buy it from your own. But anyways, what did Rabbi do with the puzzle? They learned that you have to buy with your own money when he learns already from the word Chef. Says you want to big little days. Sponsored, executing cross-border payments. The shot of Pakam, is going to check today. Every show they happen, first red. I don't know what this is, but we just said before, so show it. It says that he holds that when an animal gives birth, that's when the Kedusha goes onto their baby, not before, not when it's in utero. Okay, that's it.
Are you sure you're Hekdesh?
Sure.
Sorry, I don't see any Kedusha here.
Congratulations. You just had Hekdesh.
Before I was born, I never saw this one. Before I was born, I almost didn't show it. Before I was born, it's Summer Russia. Smoking. Bro, it was had a hearing, nervous. But the moment I was born, became hectic. Word. So, what does he do with this possible? They learn that you have to buy from face out from your money. So, what do they do? You use it for a black, no, not. Oh, Rabbi, what do I do with leftover carbon paste? Now, there's 3 types of leftover the Korban Pesach. There's a Korban Pesach that's like a year after Pesach. You missed Pesach, and the animal just became 3 years old. It had a 3-year-old birthday. So it has 2 things going with it. So what do you do with it? It becomes Shlomim. There's another one. It's after Pesach, but the animal is still a year old. So then it's for tears. Use it as a Korban Pesach. That's what you do with Pesach. It's also Shlomim. And then there's another one. It's 2 days before Pesach, and you shift the Korban Pesach. What happens to it? It's not a Korban Pesach. So it also becomes Shlomim. So we're going to see 3 psukim. And that's it, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, how do I know that, let's say, let's say you brought a second Korban Pesach, you're nervous that someone's going to have the first one, so anyway. Or 15 people on YouTube. Nishlech, Rabbi, Nishlech, they're Pesach, instead of Charois, they're on YouTube. Or maybe German. Like, they're roiling this roya and they're watching. Give out. The case is as follows. Your Korban Pesach ran away, and you got another Korban Pesach. And then the other one showed up. Now you have an extra. It's Moisa. It's the extra one. How do you know Shekar Shalom? How do you know that you can check it as a Shalom? So that we saw in Psukim and throughout Shas, you see the idea that a Korban Pesach transfers into a Shalom eventually, if you don't read it. That's what Rabbi Kiva does with this book. I learned and turns into what's son of Bakr. We discussed this yesterday. But later there's a ball element of causing the music. A Korban Pesach only comes from sheep and goats. Coming to teachers, why do you say Bakr? It should become something that could come from sheep and cattle, which is the Shalom. That's the Gemara, but I have another source for that. I don't need this pasuk that you're telling me is about the Pesach. I have 2 other sources. From Rabbi, and I'm going to be Shmuel aspect, to learn from Shmuel's father. You see, the minute I think Rabbi, Mizeva Shlamim, the word Mizeva Shlamim is really abstract. We're talking about Shlamim. Well, when Shmuel is about talking that side, Mizeva Shlamim, the Korban Pesach comes from sheep, which become Shlamim. That copy, Rabbi, I have another source, 3rd source. What's the second one? The sign, the Rabbi says, what do you do with the voice? What do you do with the tail of the Korban Pesach? Eat it? It's delicious. What do you do? So, the famous story, very famous story, where there was a guy that came over to a Jew and said, I eat Korban Pesach every year with the Jews. So, we didn't like that, because he's pretending to be Jewish. And maybe you spy, whatever it is. She told them, did they give you from the good Shmach of fatty tail? They don't. Those do they? No. She says, you better ask them to do it. They're not giving you. They don't give it. So the next year he comes there. I'm just throwing that in. As he comes in, he says, I want the new tail. So they look into it and they realize that he's not. And that's the famous saying. You sit in the tzibin, and your net, your chokmah caught this aspect. So, in other words, what do you see in this whole story? I don't like in the story. Tail is not the tail of our Pesach goes under this guy. I don't know this. The Rabbi says, Pesach Ra'alyo, that the Pesach, the tail goes under. I don't know. Shroy Merim Keves, Mahavi Pesach Shabbat Shnasa, Keves. These 2 words in Keves are both extra. So the word Keves teaches us that the tail goes over. Ishmael in Keves, the word in, what I mean, Lahavi Pesach Shabbat Shnasa. Now I have a 3rd source that the Korban Pesach that is no longer a year old, comes to be within a year of 565 days from when he was born. He's 67, no good. Pesach Shabbat Shnasa. So let's just see. I saw that there's a video here, which I didn't see that. I'm gonna watch it together with you guys. This is a context that is cool.
Oh, sure. A young and fresh sheep.
Are you sure? He looks a bit old.
I haven't been this sure since I was born. A little shot, everything is fine. What is it? Who are you? Oh, man, you scared me. It's Botox. I am 48.
Okay, that's from a real. I can tell it's a real. I don't know from his music. He does this. He does the music. Anyway, and Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim. Compare the original. It's too old. Ushlame na boy makas face after calling Ushlame. So I used to ask this kind of, I go around asking about all these questions, what kind of, I thought you were just pick somebody, guru, it's nice. Back in the day, I used to ask this. When it comes to Yisrael, when it comes to this in English, on Pesach, how many animals are you doing with you? And the answer is, a lot of times, 5. A lot of people don't know. There we go. I'm trying to take it. Pesach, way less real, because you see it with Baruch in a long time, you haven't been to this English. You do a special order. Chagiga Gedalia, which we're talking about, is unreal. I'm serious, it's crazy. I'm emotional. This is these are the tails of the sheep, the real tails. Sheep usually should have this. That's the alley they open. Now, this is goat. Let's see. Shmak Yashir, you see, they work hard on this. So the Gemara said, so no. So the Gemara's question is, why you tell me that if you learn from the Pasuk, if you have extra leftover carbon base and return to Islam, correct? I just brought 2 more sources that return to Islam. Says the Gemara, what's it right? It's actually 3. You're right. Why are they 3? God, love is not a love. 1, I'm telling you in a situation where it's after Pesach. The time of Shechit is tonight. 3-4 hours from now. It's over his mind. Too late to catch up on it. The other Shlasa is, which are ready before it's ready for it. The Chag, so that's one part. That everything is going wrong for it. It's after Pesach and it's already 2 years old. The Chag, the other is Mana, the other Shlasa. It's too late to chef this year's Pesach, but it's not 2 years old. It's only half a year old. The Chag, the other is Mana, the other Shlasa. One is talking about 3 days before Pesach. It's not even the time to do it. It's I need all 3 psukim. Why? Yashmin and was Nanoi, Babu Shlasoi. This guy is not longer. Okay, beautiful. I need all 3. The Yashmin and others, Nanoi, Babu Shlasoi, the worst of the worst. That's already past Pesach and the guy's already 2 years old, which should be clearly the gamut. This animal is completely destroyed. I have a lot of Nanoi, Babu Shlasoi, but if the Pesach went by, but he's still the right age. The Chazak is a shady. You could use this carbon maybe on the second Pesach. a month after Pesach is the second Pesach. For those who couldn't bring in carbon. Hey, Malone, maybe he should not turn into a shlam, maybe he should remain in the carbon Pesach. I'm not only including this one. The Ashman is not a little bit shlam. What about a case? The Ashman is not the little bit shlam. The Yitzel because of Rishon. That's because he was already pushed off a little bit in the first place. He's like, I'm a little bit shlam. But in the situation that he's before Pesach, he's not even 3 years old, but he's available for this Pesach. So maybe he shouldn't turn into Shlamim if he shafted it too early. Aim Allah, he shouldn't turn into Shlamim. That's why I need all 3 sources. Rabbi
Married to Swift, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Live from Chicago. You know what? I'm very proud of you for even watching this video right now, because that means that you're trying to be with the daf. You're binging dafim right now before Yom Tov, after Yom Tov. With Chuscha, we're gonna just go stick right to it. It's gonna nothing but the daf. Today is nothing but the daf in a very particular way. So Baruch Hashem, Baruch gave us Siyat L'Shmayim. Us, meaning learning the daf. Today's daf is a short daf. Tomorrow's daf is a short daf. And then Layla, we're going to be able to keep with it without falling off the bandwagon. I want to say Nechama for the 4 soldiers who were killed in Lebanon. I'm giving away that we're basically killing for Yom Tov right now. It's a sad day, probably strong. If you didn't get to, our shields are with them. A reminder for Sfiras HaImer, if you're doing Sfiras HaImer today. So, just a reminder that you should do it. If it's before Yom Tov, please don't do it. What do we have? Do we have anything else that I could talk about? Not really. Okay. The sponsors, official edition of the White Shots, presented by the Iranian Legal Families. Eric is sponsored by Reuben Harrison with Heart for the Gender Rebellion. And all the little while in the cards they utilize the United for Torah connect Jews everywhere to the eternal living Torah. By the Salad, dedicated memory of Avi Murray, the homeless settler, Shmuel Baruch, very kind to the Israel Bracha. The second sponsored by Joel Gedalis, the English Russian Father Jack Gedalis, and I'm the Philippine National Deposit Fund Foundation. The nation was a rabbi, Goyer, Shlomo Palachik, the Mensch the Evil. Anonymous before Shlomo, the Mensch Minizor, anonymous before Shlomo, and the Rita Song to Leibas Esther. Yisrael, Magidon, Kalskin, Magidon, because you're so proud of Yakum, I keep steiging, telling his family, can be out, you cannot ever really change my meaning of life. Plenty of money, yes, Martin Benny, and all those things, okay. MDY, his Hope Sham Skara. I Simon, and Kushnema, Avi Murray, Baruch, Amir, his monthly sponsor, weekly sponsor, but the Richie families, the Christmas, are the cousin of Simcha Loud, is in Shana Alan and Aliyah. MDYR, month, before Shnemi on Hanik, members of a Brachel, before Shnema, before Kadenessen, before Sayel, Daniel, 7 days. So, Rabbi said, here we go. We're holding on daf 8 days on the Aleph, and we are holding 8 lines from the top. Omar Rabbi Hamatfis Mois Naisu Sheni Bishlamri. So for this, we need to see the video. We have some very, very schmucky videos today. Our new artists have been working all week long on doing videos for these few dafim so that they're not empty and there's some title to it. I want to remind you, if you have 100 fruit, so you take 2 fruit and you give it to Truma. You take 10 fruit, let's say, and whatever's left over, you take 2% to Truma. from whatever's left over, 98 fruits, you take 10% of that, 9.8, it's called 10 fruit, and you give that to the lady. The lady takes 1 out of the 10 that he just got, which is 10%, and he gives that to the clay. That's just nice. You take another 10% from whatever's left and give it to yourself on years 1, 2, 4, 5, and that's called Meiser Sheni. On years 3 and 6, you give Meiser Ani. Here you go. This is what Meiser Sheni looks like in the video. You can redeem it for money. That's what we're talking about today. That money, what do you do with that money? So you can either go to Schlein and buy fruit with it, buy meat with it, buy food, go to a restaurant, go to shallots. Oh, what if you take this money? I'm not just money, the Shlomo says, I set it aside for Shlomo. You're permitted to buy Shlomo with this money. You're permitted to buy an animal Shlomo. You're not permitted to buy an animal, but you're permitted to buy a Shlomo. Or if you put the money aside for Shlomo, like on the Shlomo, the money does not become Shlomo, almost just as a muscle. Any Isser Chala Isser, you can't put one Isser on top of another Isser. Over here, you can't put one Kedusha on top of another Kedusha. The money is called Kedusha as Meiser Sheni, so you cannot make this money Shlomo. My time, Kedusha is a Shlomo, Lemechal Kedusha is Meiser Sheni. The Kedusha of Shlomo cannot pop itself on this money. It's money. You're not buying Shlomo. You're putting this money aside for Shlomo. So one Kedusha is not found out. Nice, I have a question. So I just had to come off. When you have money, and Meiser Sheni money, you're not allowed to buy an animal for yourself to eat at the steaks. Certainly, you're not allowed to buy chaya. Chaya is a deer, venison, right? You used to serve venison once in a while. The child, back in the day, on a special day. I remember you told me a whole mice of a giraffe. You never had a giraffe. You wanted to bring giraffe. What was the most exotic animal you ever served over there? Water buffalo, bison. That's really standard, no? Grasshoppers you had. Then you also had, remember that wine? You had the champagne with gold. Fleishman milk, which is, it comes from with peppercorn. Is it considered Fleishman? It's Fleishman milk. They expect you're allowed to make a burger from a cheeseburger? They make a cheeseburger from it? It's not the schmuck. Fleishman milk. Back in the day, I thought you said people got on a jet, flew in, private, Japanese, what? But no, so when I used to fly around in Chicago, it was called the $1,000 burger. $1,000, $100? $1,000 burger. Listen, you go on a little plane, fly somewhere, and it costs you $1,000 for a burger. This is a $30,000 burger. $30,000 burger. Okay. Mace the jet, yeah. Back then, one people used to fly private in the room, so Mason, Halakar Chayil is a Kushlamni, Kubahina looks like, oh, I'm not supposed to be talking now. This is a shit for okay. Halakar, well, you can leave it, don't cut it out. Mason, Halakar Chayil is a Kushlamni. Oh, it's Kalamai. Yeah, this stop is for, well, it's Kalamai there, it's strong. It's nothing from there. You take this Meiser Sheni money and you buy venison, you buy a deer, chaya, no gold. Because you're thinking that it's a shlomo. There's no shlomo made out of deer. Shlomo has to be sheep. And you buy an animal for yourself, for taiva, for a steak. That's also no good. You can only buy shlomo with that. If you buy a behemoth for shlomo, that's okay. Not a behemoth for taiva, and not a chaya for shlomo, because a chaya cannot be shlomo. So if you bought an animal for shlomo, you took the Meiser Sheni money, you bought shlomo, that's okay. and immediately the hide, the oil, the Kedusha leaves it and it becomes chulin. But if you bought a venison, bought a deer for shlamim, then the skin, the hide doesn't go to the chayra. Now remember the shlamim. Are you telling me now that the shlamim worked over here? It became shlamim. So you didn't understand. All my rabbis become shlamim. No, when you buy a deer, it does not become a shlamim. So then why is it that the skin doesn't become clear? If it didn't become shlamim, why is the skin not clear? Well, you didn't understand. It's nothing. It's not even in the parsha of shlamim. If you try to make a deer shlamim, nothing happens to it. Not the body of the deer becomes shlamim, and not the hide. And that's what it means. That the hide doesn't become full. Meaning the deer didn't even have any shaykhus to shlamim. My time, why? What if you took my shame money and you bought a tractor with it? Nothing happened. What if you took my shame money and bought a bull to plow your field? Nothing happened. So if you take my shame money and you buy an animal, a deer, for shlamim, nothing happened. I'm not just money for shlamim. If you take your shame, this exact same case that we said a second ago, just from a different angle, you take the money, shame, and you buy shlamim or a side. You don't buy shlamim. You put it on this side for shlamim. Oh, I forgot to tell the this is shear number 4 for me for today. So I did 2 shearim on Ayin Tes, 1 shear on Hay Days, and now this is the 4th shear towards the end of the day. You're going strong. Shem still going strong. Tomorrow morning you're gonna have to do this all over again, another 4 shear. So says the Gemara, the Yochanan argues on what he said before. He says that the matches, when you put the money aside for shlamim, it works. The Gemara says not. If the Ma'aser Sheni money is your own private possession that you can do Kaddish with, you can do whatever you want with it, you can have like you can set it aside to buy a shlamim. Keep thinking, where's my fight? Only for the mayor, only for the mayor, don't have a nice money to buy. Ma'aser Sheni money is considered holy, His money, and you cannot be Kaddish with it. You can't do what you want with it. So obviously the whole money in your mayor, you could say, I don't like your mayor, and he says it's not your money to buy your shlamim, to set aside your shlamim. Why? Because it's already Ma'aser Sheni money, and you can't add another douche on top of the Ma'aser Sheni. If you hold that it's money devoya, but it still works in shlamim, why? Even the Ma'aser Karlei shlamim, since I can buy shlamim with it, I can go ahead and buy the carbon straight out with this money. So if I set it aside for the carbon, it also makes a question. I'm not this money Ma'aser Sheni. Let's think about this. I set aside Ma'aser Sheni money to buy a shlamim. Now, anytime I want to redeem Ma'aser Sheni, anything Ma'aser Sheni, if I want to redeem myself as the owner, I have to add 25% penalty. What's it called in English? 25% surcharge. What? Some sort of surcharge. Now, if I'm redeeming this Ma'aser Sheni money that I set aside to buy a shlamim, what kind of surcharge do I have to pay? 25%. No, over here it says that you pay 50%. Why? 2 times 25%. Why? One, because I'm redeeming Ma'aser Sheni. The other one is because I made it in the shlamim. I set it aside for shlamim. So for that itself, I have to pay another 25%. So you see that by setting aside money, Ma'aser Sheni money for Hegdish, it actually, for shlamim, it actually works. You told me it doesn't work. You are very good. You already said it's my focus. It's not really that problem. I'm not here to review though. You're allowed to set aside Ma'aser Sheni money for shlamim. And that's why you have, when you redeem it, you pay another 25% according to says a person says, I want to bring a paida. A tremendous nice happened to me, I want to bring a paida. So now you have a heel to bring. So you are the element of good. You only you cannot use my sheni money. You have to use your own private money. How do I know this? The boy said, listen to this as a kiss from Hashem. You should share from Pesach out of sheep and out of cattle. Now the big question is, everybody knows you cannot bring from Pesach made out of a cow. From Pesach is a sheep, a goat, not a cow. Now the Pesach involves element fussing, umino isim. Again, like I'm going to why does it seem very popular? Was to tell us a hekesh when in another case when you're allowed to bring a cow to be similar to this my parents are going to the point of and brother and they're going to buy your money, which is more than established. How do I know that? I've called going to the point of and so too, anytime that I have to bring it like this carbon that I promise that I'm going to bring, it has to be from Fulham. Now I want to show you a beautiful video. Check this out. You'll love this. This is Homer, our good friend Benny. You see this here? It's a son of Bucker.
And cattle, of course.
He's willing to puzzle too much more. So you let him bring a farm visit from a cow.
Give me a bull.
If you had learned the Dapper Belly, you would know the Korban Pesach comes either from a sheep or a goat. I'll come with me and I'll hook you up with a good trading for your house.
Hi, Benny. I'll be over the next trading. Yeah. Oh, says the Mishnah. Says the Mishnah. What's he called? You English? You're English. Look at where they play the Harel Shlamim. Somebody promises to play the Shlamim. Therefore, if you're quick to bring it, you have to bring it from your own money, like you probably pay but the wines that you bring, the butters, you have to bring it from food. As the Gemara we're learning Taida. That's a Taida. You accept it by yourself. We're learning from Korban Pesach. And you know, Korban Pesach has to be bought with your own Chulin money. You sign the words that Oimer, Nemar Pesach with Yitzrayim, Nemar Pesach with blueberries. The very first time Christ spoke did Pesach in Yitzrayim, and we're going to learn for the rest of the generations. Now, let me show you Pesach in Yitzrayim. Beautiful video of Oisa with Pesach. Pesach in Yitzrayim. We're in Pesach, and we have a video for Pesach. It makes Egypt look nice, no? The Nile is beautiful nice. The roasting is hot. So the pyramids were outside of Egypt. Oh, okay, outside of the wall. And it also says Pesach L'Dayra. Here we go, another one. Now he's in Egypt. He left Mitzrayim. About the Rabbi Yameinu going to be in the Beis Hamikdash this year, it's not even never Mitzrayim. It says the country needs Pesach for the very first time in Mitzrayim. They never Pesach L'Toris. I'm saying it for all the generations. Not Pesach Mitzrayim. You could not buy. How come you can't buy a part of Pesach Mitzrayim, the very first Pesach Mitzrayim, with Meiser Sheni money? So there was no Meiser Sheni money. There's no Meiser Sheni yet in Mitzrayim. So it's a little not fair. How are you going to learn all the generations from something that's not possible? That's where we keep this passion. You have to learn from it. It's a technical thing. There's no Meiser Sheni money. Okay, how do we learn from there? Just like Pesach in Mitzrayim, you had to buy from your own money, not from Meiser Sheni money. Pesach on the Lord, you'll go in the court. So too, the rest of the generations have to buy from your own private money, not from Meiser Sheni. Although it says if you don't have how can I learn something that's impossible, or something that's impossible from something that's impossible? It's impossible to use Meiser Sheni money in the church because there's no Meiser Sheni money. Oh my Lord, your blizzard says even though you're right, you can't do it in the church, right? But that's the source for Pesach. That's the first time. It's a great source. Says the Gemara, so Kiva says, you know what, let me tell you another reason why you can't learn from the first Pesach. There's no Mizbeach in Mitzrayim. If there's no Mizbeach in Mitzrayim, there's no Yimur. You don't take the kidneys and the Yuseris that cover and the skirts that can put on top of the Mizbeach. There's no Mizbeach. And there's also no Zukas Dami. Oh! There's no Zukas Dami. That's why maybe you have to buy with your own money. The days on the days. Because that's sponsored by that global exercise cross-border payments, which are that count because you had shit today because of the shit up that happened this first red. On it. It's not, you can't learn one from those as a kid because for the rest of the generations we had him as bad. Even the second year around. Lord, it says I have a heck. It says for back to Sabbath, I'm just showing you the Pasuk. Zroyo, Kiyach Hashem Hashem El Eretz HaKnani, Chonim in Eretz Yisrael. So we have a hegesh between going into Yisrael and in Mitzrayim. The what? Because some people, I'm serious, some people learn from this puzzle. Like, and that's why I mentioned the Balat Sabayis of this house. She's a full month. She's working here. Even though I don't want to talk too much today, I need to make a quick shift. I gotta tell you this is spicy. So this house is complete for Pesach already for who knows how long. And on this past Shabbos, they walked from the Balabas and his wife. They walked like 15 minutes to get to another place to eat chametz over there. Won't eat over there. So because I was getting really short, I told the Balabas, I said, I'm still hungry. So if he's at a restaurant, bring some schnitzel. He comes in and brings the schnitzel. Then I realized, wait a minute, they don't have chametz in this house. But he didn't care. Even though he got special permission from his relatives. This is a big time. This is a big level of testing. Person who doesn't eat, who knows where so they shouldn't eat chametz, but his guests can eat chametz in his house. Unbelievable. So this is, it says in the first apostle, it's a full month worth of work. For what? Now you see why he said it's nice. So that all the avoidance, says Rabbi Lezer, should be like the first says, just like the first Pesach, there's no Matzah and you couldn't buy it with Matzah money to buy it with your own private money. So to all generations, you cannot buy a Pesach with Matzah money, only with your own money. Ask the Gemara, what's going on here? Rabbi Kiva asked Rabbi Lezer a bomb question. How could I learn our day Pesach from the first Pesach in Mitzrayim when there's no connection? First Pesach in Mitzrayim, there's no Matzah Sheni money. So of course you had to buy it from your own money. There's no such thing as Matzah Sheni. So then if it's true, if Rabbi Kiva really knows that, why do you have to come on with another type? Oh, there's no Mizbeach and there's no Imurim. What's wrong with the first one? He should have just stayed with his first catch. And if he took it back and he hoped that he could learn something that's impossible to year that's possible. By the way, going to this right, you should hide people because of the Simurim. Oh, the reason why I didn't learn is because, the first year of Pesach is no Mizbeach, there's no Imurim, there's no doubt. For that, I could say Pesach Libri. What about the second year? The second year in the Midbar, there wasn't Mizbeach. And there was Imurim. There was blood. There was Zrigas Adam. And there was no Matzah Sheni. So you're kind of like, oh, there's no Mizbeach, and that's why you can't use Matzah Sheni money. No, the second year there wasn't Mizbeach, and you still can't use Matzah Sheni. Oh, it's too late now. But I guess I have to say you should probably have, so I don't forget. Abba Renner sent me, very, very geschmacked up 2 bottles of wine. The boy said, stop sending me wine. Please, I know it's late. By the time you hear this, for not sending me wine. I have a choice I place for you for not sending me wine. I don't want to become a drunk, and then this wine is very heavy. Dennis. And somebody else just sent me more bottles today. That is name. Kiwi. Someone Kiwi. Okay. When I get the letter, I'll read the resolution. Says the Gemara, so why did we have to come with another time? Says the Gemara, very simple, for the Rabbi Eliezer. He was just talking in Rabbi Eliezer. I'm good enough with the first shot, with the first kasha having. In Dona Mesha Mashiach, that's a tremendous time. Now, what are you bringing me a raya from the first year of the Karban Pesach when there's no Matzah Sheni at all? There's no Meiser, there's no Matzah Sheni. So of course, how am I going to learn future generations from something that's impossible? But to you, Rabbi Eliezer, that you could learn something that's possible from something that's impossible. That's why he added another time. If you actually hold that you can learn future generations from something that's impossible, there's no Matzah, have another time. But guess what? The first year, there's no Imurim, and there's no Mizbeach. There's Zrigas Adam, and there's Imurim, and that's why maybe you could learn, you could use Matzah Sheni money to buy a congregation. That's why Rabbi Lezer answered, no, I have a Hekesh from Pesach for a few generations to the first Pesach. As the Gemara, what is Rabbi Lezer from just answer the question. Rabbi Lezer, what are you asking me that there's no Mizbeach on the first Pesach? Okay, the second Pesach. Second Pesach, there wasn't Mizbeach, and there was no Matzah Sheni money. Let's learn from there. The reason why I didn't ask him that is he's going back. The Lord's going to Rabbi Kiva comment. Rabbi Kiva was talking to Rabbi Lezer according to his shita. Rabbi Lezer is talking to Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Kiva's shita. Rabbi Kiva comment. According to me, don't mention I anyway hold that I could learn future generations from the first Pesach, even though in the future generations there is Matzah Sheni. In the first generation there was never mentioned. And you're going to ask me this question that there was Pesach from Mitzrayim. Pesach did we you asked me from the first Pesach. No, the second Pesach is going to prove it. According to you, that said, don't measure but you said you can't have learned from generation. Okay, you can't learn from generations, but I have a Hekesh that says you could learn future generations from the first Pesach that you cannot use my shame on the Bible. Says the Lord actually not good for how come you should ask, okay, at the end of the day, In other words, there are many halachas in Hilchos Pesach. So yes, for avata is a good hekesh, but to have avata, you should only use for 90% of the halachas. But something that's impossible, that was technically not possible in the first year. So that don't learn the Mezasheni part. Learn all the halachas. You have to roll, you have to roast it, you have to this, whatever. You have to have a menuhin, you have to all these halachas of Korban Pesach. The halacha that you can't use Ma'aseh money is not fair. It's not fair. Why? Because there's no Ma'aseh money there. Why did he ask him that? The reason is because once you have an hekesh for a bata, so it doesn't matter if it's fair or not fair. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Once you have a hekesh, you learn. Someone should have learned because the hekesh is like Zer Shabbat. I got it from my room, I got it from the room, I got it from the Torah. So if Rothschild said there's a hekesh, there's no questions on the hekesh. Some argue with someone, Zer Shabbat, none of the hekesh. Okay. It says in the Gemara, Karbitza Omor, and in Yeshiva they said, so why is it called Karbitza? Because in Yeshiva like they hit the player, and even the lashon of ani makbit steigen. You ever heard this lashon? Makbit steigen. I hit the steigen. So it was every time it's a lashon of a base medic. And in Yeshiva they said, Davar along the hakish, plays him along the hakish. So check this out. Sorry, on the screen. What am I learning? I'm learning from the very, very first Pesach in Mitzrayim to all future generations that what? You cannot use Ma'aseh money to buy Korban Pesach. Oh, but from that, I'm going to learn, I'm going to get rid of that against the other Korbanos. What's the question that we just had yesterday? The middle one, I'm learning from Hekesh, so it doesn't have the ability to teach other things. What's the lashon? The Chidara, I learned the Hekesh, the middle one, basically Doris, which I learned with the Hekesh. Why is it learning the Hekesh? It has the power, it's a student. The student doesn't have the power to teach. You want to know the clothing. He said a general one. As I'm going to take the middle one, and the one on the right, the two Pesachs, I'm making them one. They're all the parsha of Pesach. And once I have a parsha of Pesach, okay, you ran one and learn from the other, but there's a general concept of Pesach. And from that general concept of Pesach, I know that you can't use Ma'aseh for Pesach. So till all the korbanos in the world, I can't use for Ma'aseh money to buy those korbanos. And now we have a very, very simple Gemara. Rabbi Kiva, Pesach didn't involve element of Chum and Oli, and how does Rabbi Kiva know that the Korban Pesach himself, you can't buy for Ma'aseh money, you have to use your own pocket. Not really Mahal, like the Shmuel Shem Lazar, Zoy Sakira. He's a famous concept, I'll show you the video. But first, what's the saying about Zoy Sakira? These are the rules, La'oilav, La'minacham, La'chakas, La'asham, Bezer Shem, on Pesach, we're going to sing it. Yeah, I'm going to show you. The question is, each one of these has a pasuk that says Zois HaTorah, Zois Torah HaChapas. Just like the other day, Zois Torah HaMinach, Zois Torah something. So why does the Torah repeat itself? It says Zois HaTorah La'olam. From each word we're going to have to learn something. The Olam word, the Mincha, the Chapas. And that's how we're going to learn tomorrow, not today, how Rabbi Kiva learned that you cannot buy a Korban Pesach from Ma'aseh money. Well, let's just see the video first, and then we're going to learn some of the stuff. Okay. So what do I learn with the first word, Oila? Not Oila, Tunut, just like Oila means a vessel. I've called Tunut, all korbanos in it. Now, what's the Kli? Elater Mizrach, they tell me something like this, this cup, a cup. It needs a cup. I can learn that from the Shlomim of the Tzibur, the korbanos you bring on Shavuos. It doesn't matter, it says, hello, So then what I have to learn from Monday? I have to learn from Shamati. I was sorry. But I need to use a knife on a carbon and not like a stone and not a sharp wood. Oh, but how do I know that if I only have to use it? The situation Abraham is the only thing in my house. Abraham took the knife and he shot to his son. And what was Yitzchak? Was an oil. And Yitzchak was an oil. See, then he brought the ram instead of the son who was a oil. So you see that the oil you need a knife. It's a knife. A boy say, I could yontif, I could moyed, a good weekday, whatever it is for you. Have a wonderful.
Merit the Schluss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, guten Erev Yom Tov, Rabbi It's Mordechai. Oh, the kids woke up. Look at this. Live from Lincolnwood. Sorry. They were quiet for us in the afternoon, but we'll be quiet for them. Listen, our boys, it's a tremendous schus. I feel tremendous yafid d'shmaya that we're here tonight and able to do a total of 4 shiurim. 4 shiurim yesterday, 4 shiurim today, a total of 8 shiurim in 48 hours. Tremendous respect to Mark Ashkenazi. Usually I do it on Erev Yom Tov and I'm a wreck and I start crying, shir, it's all campaign, it's a lot more relaxed. It's not easy, but it was Bezer Hashem, it's going to get done. We're not done yet. Still have 2 more shiurim to go. But here we are. It's a tremendous effort I've got to do. I have to bring a carbon fiber that I'm able to do it. That somehow it worked out, and Bezer Hashem, the Olam won't fall behind. It's a question that the Olam shouldn't fall. Whatever I can do to help, and you do your part. I want to give a mazel tov to Mo Landy, who, as a Magid Shir, finished another Masechet today, Masechet Smakis, preparing, he told us a lovely message to prepare on their blunders. I prepared the last half, so you should to him. Oh, I brought something. Like I said yesterday, I think I have enough wine for the Seder. Let me show you something different. I've never seen anything like this. This is from Kiwi. You said Kiwi Nussbaum? Look at this thing. And you open it up, it's like a whole suitcase. It's heavy. Is anything like this? So, here we go. It says 5 French bottles. My son looked it up, and they're like $200 a bottle. You can't just give a gift today. Everybody on Google, it's not. So it's about $200 a bottle plus. Very, very nice bottles. This one year, then here. They're very cautious. And each one comes, it's like wrapped in leather. You see what's going on there? A whole fancy stuff. Cups and exactly. Heard something. Shkoyach. So Shkoyach TV. You know what? I have an idea. I opened up one bottle here. We did a tasting. I'll give it out to the island. You got it under the leather. Pop it out. Here. So we'll do a shtickle. I'll also do a shtickle of fine. We won't affect the shear. The next one either. All right. What else do we have? Real quickly, because no, you don't have to bring glasses. Forget just plastic. Yeah, it does come with wine opener here. Moshe Ludmir, Rebelli, see my son Avi on a marathon on Miseftas Brachas, or Boisai. Miseftas Brachas is not short. It's very, very long Miseftas. There's also, it has a lot of davenim, not a lot, but but the amount of words per daf are the most in Shech today. So my son Avi on a marathon of Brachas, to make a siyum b'chayim Erev Pesach tomorrow. Here he is on the plane. You guys see him? Yeah. Okay, good. One more. A few minutes ago, there was a hazakah here in Siren while I was on the bus to work. For Regil, the bus stops and everyone gets off to find the best cover possible, wherever they can find. Where we stopped, there was no place to hide. It was so emotional and heart-wrenching to see an elderly lady behind me, not the church, completely terrified, hands up to Shemayim David. Rather than pause and stop and search for the smoke trails in the sky and the puffs of smoke as the latest pastime in Israel, I did my part for Am Yisrael and kept on steiging. The booms above our heads were so loud, you could feel them. Thank you, Rebellion and NDY team. I've been through some of those booms that he's talking about. They're incredibly loud. The people, I mentioned in Shir, I was in a car with Louis Colum, and we heard a boom, and we thought that the missile fell next to our car. We thought it was like right behind the car. But then my wife called me, and she was a few blocks away, and she said that she also felt the same thing. So, and then everybody was talking about it as like one of these incredible booms, and I heard the lock, it's even louder. They're incredible. There was an interesting one, I'll just say real quickly, because we got to do the share. There was a huge boom right before we left Eretz Yisrael, and it turns out that it was a weird thing. It was an Israeli interceptor intercepting their own missile. They shot up, let's say, the David Sling, whatever it's called, and it was a mistake. It was an error. It went to the wrong place. So they intercepted their own one with another one, and it blew up right over the challenge. Incredibly loud. So he's saying this woman was, davening and him steiging. They rebellion team for keeping prayer going and protecting all Yidden wherever we are. And the true Iron Dome, the Kippat Torah, Yishai Mendelssohn, Tainus Dav Days, Arnei Shomro. And I think one more. This is Yaakov. Well, didn't know, it says over here, they didn't know that the picture was taken, steiging away on the train. Rabbi said, if you're in Orlando, there are 2 satellite locations, because I heard tens of thousands of Yidden in Orlando. Don't forget, you could join another Chevra and be part of it. Ari Blumenthal from Cedarhurst over there, and I'm not sure who the other one is, somebody else that told us that they're doing it. Oh, the Vemurgi brothers from Miami, that's right. So, Givaldi, these are the 2 places. Take a look at this and see if this is next to where you are in Orlando. Baruch Atah. Boirei Pri Hagofen. L'chaim. This is l'chaved, the fact that I'm able to give HU in 48 hours. It's not a bunch of things. My kids came into my room today, like just an hour ago, and they go, Yalla, you gotta learn. Like what are you talking about? You don't realize every time we talk to you, say Yalla, I gotta go learn. No, I didn't realize. He said, okay, they want to make sweatshirts that say Yalla, we gotta go learn. Official edition NDY Shas, Masechta by the Iranian Levy families. Eli Deichman, Eliezer, Zusio Ben Varez, Latzal Cholion. Daf Ayin Test. So this is something that I missed on Daf Ayin Test. Moishe Markovich, in honor of my parents David and Devorah Markovich from Mexico, a lot of help, nachas from the entire family. You should have nachas from the entire family. You should have Balavais. I don't know if you want me to say your name. Reb Shmuley. You should have a lot of nachas from your entire family. You should make simchas upon simchas in his house. It's a beautiful home. It's a new home. And it should be used for simchas. Daf Peyala from the same Moshe Markovich. Markovich, And he's Mexican, he speaks Mexicanish over here. For the Hatzlocha, Hatzloje, of Fegi, Shimi, Shachi, and Chaim Markovich of Mexico, Amen. I got it. Shachi, yeah, we got it. Shai, it says Shai. David Salomon, dedicated memory of Rabbi Meir Shmuel Baruch Better Chaim Tzvi Dovish Baruch Bracha. And it's sponsored by Joel Gedali's Indian Shows, my father Jackie Downs, and I'm so from Roof Mitigations, Pouch Talent Conditions, and Conditions, and Rabbi Gordon, and Pouch of the Stealing. And I was for Shleiman Moshman is so, and I was for Shleiman, or so to live as Esther. This from my coming to speak my musical Chazim, so proud of you, that come up like Steiging. And some Spencer said the Gross and Family Candy Island, and honor rebellion changed my meaning of life. Money on money, Yossi Mark and Penny, and all the ice and stuff from the wire, with Rothschild Scarf. Monthly sponsor, our Simon for Shleiman, Rabbi Meir Baruch Miriam. Weekly sponsor, in honor of Mark Ashkenazi. Thank you for your constant generosity in giving of your time, particularly on Erev Yom Tov. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch the shir, the consortium. Look at that means that. You know what that is? We'll figure it out. I can figure it out. Ask the secretary where it came in from. Or maybe somebody just threw this in. Yishkoyach Mark, Bamis. It's not Pasha. We did 4 shiurim yesterday. We're on our 3rd shir today, and we're not done yet. The Yom and Gross, the Schus, for Shleima, Perel Bashprinza. These are the daily sponsors. I already check it out. I love the rebellion. For all those trying to stay on track of Yom Tov, thanks, Mark. I'm Hirsch. Shkoyach Aryeh, Reb Aryeh, the Rebbe, Cheder, Aaron Hirsch, Gertzeb, the Avram Yitzhak Ben, George Kron Bracha. It says, Dear Peilim, friend dear Peilim, tens of thousands now from his avodah. Oh, director. Founder, I got it. Wow, just putting the whole world, but you don't have enough words. So you said, I have to sit here and waste everybody's time. Founder and director of Peeling, tens of thousands now from his avodah. And the way you are, Lefush Nami Yotaneta B'Shav Bracha, Lefush Nami Mordechai Ben Esther, Lefush Hayel Daniel Zen, Ben Hayel Esther, Rabbi Isai, here we go. Wow, 10 minutes. Okay, and it's Erev Yom Tov, and we gotta do a bunch of shir. So to remind the Olam, we're in the middle of a beautiful sugya, and if you missed the first year, so this, today I had this whole discussion with the Mishpacha. When you order something on Amazon, there's a certain hana when you open up the package, and I want to know if the people that live in America still have that hana all those years later. For us, it's like, wow, like what came? Ooh, a pencil, wow, a pair of socks. It's a whole discussion. And you saw it on the screen an hour ago. So these lambs, I was able to purchase, and they came within an hour and 20 minutes from the time I purchased, which is a pella ticket. And I used them for the end of the shear, the previous shear today, and we're going to continue because Rukia says that if a person brings a taida, let's call this guy number 1 the taida. He brings a taida, and then he brings another carbon, another animal. He says this should be instead of this. Number 2 should be instead of number 1. What is that called? Tamura. And they both got mixed up. Wait, a phenomenal video. I'm going to show you the video. And now he doesn't know which one is what. They don't have numbers on their head. They look identical. The all small sheep look the same. So he says we have a big problem. One of them dies. If they're both alive, then you can bring the matzah here. I'm going to take out Shimmy Bruin's matzah from his. Has these very cute matzahs for children. You take the 40 loaves of bread, and if you have both of them in front of you, all you need is 40 loaves of bread, and you say, make a condition. If the matzah, the lechem, belongs to number 2, and the number 2 is the real taida, boom, it goes over there. If the real taida is number 1, so the bread goes with number 1, shalom is gone. Problem is, one of them died. He's gone. Shalom. All we have now is this guy. This guy's a big suffix. He's either a beautiful taida, and the bread to go with it, or it's a terrible tamura. He's something that he shouldn't have done. And there's no bread that goes with the tamura. So there's nothing you can do. The kid says, you're lost. You're lost. There's nothing you can do. You can't bring the bread because maybe he's not a taida. And to bring the chef this guy without bread, you can't do it. You can't bring the Taida without bread. Nothing you can do. So the Gemara is going to have a total of 8 attempts. See, why not? Why can't I do it? Let me just show you this video. Because if you didn't see the share, I know we cheated a little bit. We did the share earlier than we told everybody. Here's a live picture. Oh, Alfie, you made it into the picture. Beautiful. Now here's the video. Unbelievable. One is a Taida, one is a Torah, and one dies. Now, so we are holding the Pei Aleph, Holy Aleph, 80 daf into the Septus office. 80 daf. You heard what I'm telling you? That means that in 1 month from now, we're going to be starting the phenomenal Masechta called Chulin. Unbelievable Masechta. We're holding 6 lines from the Prophet. It's attempt number 5. Rabbi Cholash, not a name of a person, it's something that happened to him. Rabbi got weak, he got sick. All the Gabe, Abaye, Rabbono, the Asim, so people went to visit him. People find Abaye was one of them. They're saying, the Misa, what do they do? A lot of these stories in Gemara, people go to visit sick people, and it always ends up in a discussion of Torah. Reminds me of my father, he called him Chaim Kaidim. Anytime you go visit him, sick, not sick, whatever it is, it's going to be a discussion in Torah. So you better get ready. It's not like, oh, how the bull's doing and what are you doing for Pesach? It's a discussion in Torah. So, Rabbi I have an eitzah over here. What can I do? I mean, you need to know a little bit of what we discussed yesterday, but it's not yesterday, just a few hours ago, the other year. So he says the eitzah is as follows. There was a Rabbi Yochanan that we had the other day. I don't know what day. It's all confusing. There was a bunch of documents. Somewhere, maybe yesterday or the day before, not too far ago. Maybe it was probably yesterday. Well, Rabbi Yochanan says, if the breads, when I shech this taida, let's say this is 100% of taida, these breads become kaddish on the spot. Through the shechting of that taida, they don't just become kaddish. Initially, they become kaddish, which is done, a lower level kaddish. But in order to make these significantly more kaddish, I have to shech them. Now, they have to be in the vicinity of this carbon. There's a mechalik to Rabbi Yochanan. It says Rabbi Yochanan, even if this the breads are outside of the wall of the Beis Hamikdash, this is where you're not meant to try to correct me. I think he's wrong. I didn't have a discussion. I'll give him a chance to correct himself. But I showed him share that I took this laser and I went like this. He said, outside of these walls right over here. And he said, no, I'm wrong. It's outside of these walls. No, he was talking about base Pagi. These are the walls of base Pagi. And I said, it's over here. Anyway, he was going with the upstairs Rashi, which is not Rashi. Everybody already says that the bottom one is the real Rashi. Top one is some other Mefarish. But because he goes with the Dirchu test, he has to prepare himself with the Dirchu test. So he goes with the top Rashi. That's what they test you on. Which is interesting because, as I explained before, because not every Gemara has the bottom Rashi. Okay. So Rabbi says that if the bread is over here, past the Azara, this is the Azara, this box right over here, this is not even included. You see this box over here, this is called a Znashim, that's also outside. But let's say the bread is over here. So there's a bread, when you chef this animal, it has the power to transfer Kedusha into these breads. That sounds a big problem, because we tried to say before, says the Gemara, Leisi Lechem, I have an eitzah. Bring the bread. Bring them outside of that zara. V'leiman, he should say, you have the kaima toidahi. If this guy that survived is the actual toidah, so these breads go with the toidah. If he law, you let people food. And if not, these breads will just be simple bread. We tried the same idea in the other shir, on other days. But over there we were saying that you brought the bread into the Beis Hamikdash. And the Gemara says you're not allowed to bring bread into the Beis Hamikdash because it's full bazar. So for that I have an eitzah. Don't bring it into the Azara. Bring it outside of the Azara. And it won't be full in the Azara. And they still have an effect on this taita has an effect on this bread. As soon as I shecht it, this becomes kaddish even though it's not in the Azara. Now if it's not the real bread for this, because this guy's a kura, and this bread is fake, this is just regular kulan bread. I didn't do anything. I didn't bring bread into the Azara. It's outside of the Azara. Great. It's a great eitzah. So you want to know? When I bring 40 breads, I have to give 10% truma to the kohen. And he has to wave them. If he'll have it. How is he going to wave them? If he waves them outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the Pnei Hashem, it says it has to be Pnei Hashem. We had all sugi with Pnei Hashem, and it's in a particular part of the Azara, next to the facing the doors of the Heichal. The Rabbi come out for Azara. And if you want to bring them inside, wave them like the Torah says with Pnei Hashem, you might be bringing in chulin into the Azara. That's not allowed. So that eight is no good. Look at play up. Another eight. Eight number 6. Masgular of Shisha Bereder Avidi says of Shisha, the Misal of the Kitzkiel, baby, still doing the daf? No way. Every day? It's okay with the yeshiva, it's now. Let me turn this around while you're talking. Yeah? Okay, I don't even know all the deals. But you're getting it done. Somehow you're getting it. Now, what about this tzaddik next to you? He's in your yeshiva. What's your name again? And you've been doing it now for a whole year, you told me. But you're in a young grade. What grade? You're in 11. He's doing good. You give him shit up. You talk to him about it? Not really? Is there anybody else in the yeshiva? Not really. That's it. Cool. All right. Going back. So says the Gemara, the Chizkiah. So we had a sugi the other day. What if a person doesn't know the halacha well, and he decides to be a big tzaddik, and he brings 80 chalas instead of 40. So the Misal, the Chizkiah, this is not a problem. One man over says nothing is cut. Chizkiah says no, we'll take 40 out of the 80. Lacy behema b'lacy shmonim ba'do b'lema. Oh, so I have a grade 8. What's the 8? So bring another animal and bring 80 breads, because according to Fiscal, we could say 40 out of the 80 is okay. B'lema, you should say. Yeah, if this guy, the kind of koida, if the one that survived the washing machine whole thing, he's a real koida, so then so this new one that I just brought, I brought a second one, so that both of them will be regular koida, and I brought 80 breads, perfect, 40, 40 to this guy, 40 to this. But you have to kind of worry. But if this guy that survived is false, he's not the real koida. So this new one will be a koida. This number 1 guy, the new one is the koida. And what about the 80 breads? It's not geferla. For the Chizkiah, I could take 40 out of the 80 breads. Says in the one, no good. Why is it no good? Mishum become a mayid ba'achilo Rabbi. Because, as we mentioned the other share, there's an isser to shorten the period of time of your carbon. So let's say you have a shlom, they could eat for 2 days. You're not allowed to say, I'm going to only eat it for 1 day. So that's why you cannot treat a shlomim like a toida, and you cannot Why? Because the Torah is only 1 day, Shalom is 2 days, and you might it's also for you to shorten. So now that you have 80 breads, now you have to eat all 80 instead of 40. It's a big problem. Look at the problem. This is our guy from the Pesach Seder. We had a video once. He's our eater. Let's call him an eater. That's to eat 80 bread. And but if you have 80, it's a problem. You remember about it. Okay? Oh, I'm there, Bachelor of Kahana. We're going to do another 100%. So what happened again? We have two sheep. One was the original plate. One was the Tamura. Then they got mixed up. One got lost. One died. Happens to be. I mentioned this to Mark Ashkenazi, with his friend that found his radio. But I think a lot of people find stuff now. Like during the whole process of cleaning. So it's a good thing. Like I found a sefer that one of my children took home from yeshiva. So now I have to send it back. No, seriously, from their library. It says, they open it up. It says yeshiva this and this, not the set. So 10 years later, I'm sure they replaced it or whatever. All the books that you borrow from your neighbors, etc., all the, sometimes you borrow a car, and you forget to give it back. So give back your stuff. So, says the Gemara, what happens if you set aside chatos that's pregnant? Yeah, chatos is a female, and she's pregnant. And she gave birth. So there's a concept throughout Shas called Uber Yerachim. Yeah? What's going on here? Uber Yerachim. Which means, we show it always like this. Is the baby, the fetus, like part of its thigh? Is it part of the mother? Now we're assuming that according to Rabbi Yochanan, the baby is not part of the mother, not part of the thigh. Uber love Yerachim. And therefore, we view them as two separate entities. I can either use the chatos, the mother, for my chatos, or I can use the baby for the chatos. Okay. And therefore, so I have eight says. Bring a pregnant animal, make it a chatos. And you'll wait until the baby is born. By the way, one of the 5 chatos that dies is, that has to do with this. Huh? Vlad chatos is a Vlad chatos. You must die. So how come over here it doesn't die? Because I made it a chatos while it was in the mother's stomach. If it became pregnant afterwards, then it's a Vlad chatos. But if I purposely designate it as a chatos as it's pregnant, then the Vlad doesn't die. Okay. So it's a similar concept to what we said before. Nothing new. And what? Bring the mother, bring this, and wait until she gives birth. And bring 80 chalas. And you say like this: if the first guy that was left over from the initial problem is a fake one, it's a tamura and it doesn't need chala. Now I'm going to make the mother and its offspring a toida. We'll make both of them. We'll make the baby a Torah. V'hashman in the Rabbi, because the baby is nothing to do with the mother. So make both of them. We'll make both of them. We'll make the Torah. V'hashman in the Rabbi, and now we'll make the mother and the baby a Torah. We have 80 challahs that are for the mother and the baby. But if this guy, from the original story, it's the real thing, it's a taida, hanami taida. So the mother is going to be a taida. So now you have 80 breads, 40 for this guy, the original, 40 for the new mother, that's 80. The high and the baby, Levi Maisa the taida. All it's going to be is the leftover outcome from the taida. So, if you remember, whoever saw the share before, we had the concept before of imafishim moisris lefatila. You're not allowed to designate a carbon that it's going to be. Here, if you look at the top words of the Amr, it was a very strong lashon that Rabbi told Levi. It seems like he doesn't have a brain in his skull. Well, bring a carbon that's extra. You can't do that. So I come over here, you say, oh, the vlad is going to be moiser, and that's okay. Because the vlad, the option was in the stomach. It's part of the mother. And you designated the mother. Okay, so it came out as a secondary thought. So what do you do? Think about it for a second. This is a very cute thing. You have the original. This is the original. This we said is a tiger. The mother, what do we say? Is a tiger. And the baby is a moiser of a tiger. And what are you going to do? You chef them. Now here's the problem. How are you going to chef them? The mother and the baby cannot chef them one day. And if you shut them on 2 different days, then you have a problem with the bread. The bread is not going to, you have the 80 breads. They're going to be nice. So they say, that you chef one, no, you chef, I forgot the answer. Chef the baby with the original. Okay, fine. A different type. It says Gemara, Amar Lei. Man Leimalad, Amar Yachon, Shirin Shuya. Who told you the pshat is? We said the whole sugi started because the vlad is separate than the mother. No. Who told you that you're allowed to designate the offspring separately than the mother? Maybe in fact, the vlad, the fetus is exactly like the mother. By the time they're evidence, why should we ever say that you could use the fetus, the Omar, the vlad is actually kadosh because of the mother. But you could use the vlad, use the fetus to receive a kapara. That's the chiddush. That you can use the vlad that a person could use miskaper b'sheva chegdish. Be miskaper with the outcome, whatever offspring the hegdish has. Now, and what's the Gemara's kasha? So at the end of the day, it's going to be moiser hegdish. If it's moiser hegdish, there's no bread on a moiser hegdish. So who told you that Rabbi Yochanan meant that the offspring is a separate entity? Maybe the offspring is part of the mother. He just meant to say you can use the offspring. Okay, so we're done with that one. Last and final one. Again, what's the question? The question is, you have 2 sheep. One was an original title, one was a Tamura. They got mixed up in the washing machine. One died, and one is left, and now I don't know what to do. The piece is nothing to do. You cannot bring the bread together with it because it might be Tamura. You cannot treat it as a toida and not bring bread because toida needs bread. So, so the final attempt to see maybe we can do something here might be the closest to a real Eitzah here. Ravina Ikla the Dam Maria. He went to this place called the Maria. All right, Ravina Breder Apuno the Dam Maria the Ravina. And so Ravina told him the lace of the Hema, the Lema Hare of life. You should bring an animal. You should say, "I am accepting for myself a toiba. I really like. I make a nether on myself that I'm going to bring a toiba. The lazy man, my feet, the lazy showing about doubling. And then you should bring a second animal, and you should say, and you should bring 80 presents, and he'll make a condition. You have to kaima turi. If this guy that was left over from the whole situation is tura. These two new guys, how they died to so much money to their value. So these two new ones are both toidas and I have 80 breads, 40. You have to kind of toida here. But if this guy is a real toida, and this that I accepted for myself should also be a toida. Much money to their value. So I have 80 breads, 40 for the guy, the original toida, and 40 for the new one. The ida. And the third one, the heavy, it should be as a backup. Why are you accepting upon yourselves new nether? You shouldn't be accepting upon yourself a new nether. It's better that you shouldn't make a nether. You should be accept upon yourself and not pay. When you the tzadka asks, says, what's the finish of the puzzle? I need a puzzle to tell me that I shouldn't lie. Don't promise staka and then don't pay. Okay? Obviously. So he says, because sometimes people, they think they're big tzaddikim. They promise staka and shul, and they say they throw out a number, a large number, but they never have an intent to pay it. But they say, I'm doing it to inspire other people. That don't do. I just had this argument with somebody in Shabbos. There's a person who's a big honor, a real big honor, coming to the shir. He doesn't want to come. He deserves to come to the shir, and I have to give him the proper cover. But he won't come to live shir because he's scared that I'm going to give him his cover, and he doesn't want it. I know that he's big. So I told him, I said, look, my shita is that it's kedai sometimes to give stuff up to Rabbi. It's kedai to do things and say, hey, I learned on a plane, so the other guy can learn on a plane. Whatever it is, you encourage other people. So he said, you're right. I mean, I forgot to record it. Somebody came from Chicago. I really think it was a Tesla. Okay, he said, no, maybe not that. Tesla, maybe Tesla. The older thing. He said that it has to be a balance. But the new, exactly, because he doesn't have a balance. He's always been this. He always gives all his money to say certain things. That's very bad. Sometimes when you're encouraging other people, then you say it. And sometimes it's down for a guy, but then you don't say it. So you have to know there's a certain balance. Okay? But certainly don't get up and show and say, I'm giving $20,000. I heard that they do this at dinners and certain things, like, they'll hire people to lie and say, I'm giving to this, I'm giving, and you make a whole matzah, and then the wealthy people feel stupid. Hey, all these 5 guys, this guy's giving $100,000, this is giving $400,000. I should also give. Meanwhile, these guys, what are you smiling? You know about this trick? They don't do it away to people. They did it, but it doesn't work. Okay. Oh. These, just as another thing, just because it's in Yonah the Yoima, the Toida breads, 10 of them are chametz, and 30 of them are matzah. So, we know that the chametz is like the Yitzhar. It's the symbol of the Yitzhar. So Shimshon Pinkus asks, if it's the Yitzhar, so why do we eat it all year round? So he says, when you have a newborn baby, and the bottle falls on the floor, what do? You run, you boil water. you cook at that, the bottom, make sure you're all good. So a week goes by, 2 weeks, you still, eventually, when it falls on the floor, you take your dirty tzitzis and you wipe the thing and you just put it in his mouth. Yeah. So he says, Klal Yisrael, they were born on Pesach. So be very careful with the Yitzhar. The rest of the year, we get along with the Yitzhar. Okay. I see you all, and I'm just going out to the hotel. So I remember, he's a new parents, the first kid. They wouldn't let anybody hold their kid. Nobody. Nobody touched my kid. How can you China, kids are already 6 months old. No, nobody touched. Fast forward 4 years, they have 3 kids. The kids are going with the janitor, with this, every waiter, waitress, they're holding their kids. It's a joke. Yeah. Zog the Gemara. Oh, Vadamis, Leico, Melindor, there's a concept not to make new Nidarim stop. So why are you encouraging this guy to make a Neder? All right, brand new Mishnah, Rabbi Sai. A person accepts upon himself a Toida, so you cannot use Meiser Sheni. I want to show you a brand new video of Meiser Sheni. Phenomenal. This guy, we have top talent, I'm serious. Because we have a lot of Meiser Shenis. This is like number 5. Each one is better and better. Check this out. Shmuel, check this out.
After separating Truma Gedola and Meiser Rishon, we take 10% of the remaining crop. This is Meiser Sheni. These are holy fruits, which must be brought up to Yerushalayim and eaten in a state of tahara. But if the farmer lives far away, and it's too difficult to carry all the produce to Yerushalayim, the halacha allows him to redeem them. This way, he transfers the kedusha from the fruits onto the money. It's important to remember, when a person redeems his own Meiser fruits, he must add a chomesh. With the money that has now absorbed the kedusha, he goes up to Yerushalayim. There, he uses the money to buy new fruits or other fruit, and the kedusha transfers from the coins to the newly bought fruits. And now, when he is finally in Yerushalayim, he eats the Meiser Sheni fruits in tahara, with kedusha, and with great joy.
No, it's phenomenal stuff. All right. So the person says, I accepted by myself a Toida, I want to bring a Toida, something beautiful happened to me, I was saved from a terrible tragedy. You should bring the carbon, the Toida, and the bread from his own private stash, from his own pocket, not from Meiser Sheni. Toida, Shkaya, remind me. He gave a better wine than this one? Who knows? What? You familiar with that wine? Yeah, it is very good. Fresh kiwi. I hope he's okay with me sharing with Doyle. I don't think he thought I was going to drink all those bottles by myself. I did drink, but it's very good. Excellent. Now, if he says, what if he specifies? He says, I want to bring the animal from my own pocket, but the bread should come from Meiser. So what happened is, once he's chayiv in a toida, so the bread that comes afterwards is very chayiv, it's a chayva. And once it's a chayva, you can't bring something that's a chayv. If you have an obligation to bring it, you cannot use Meiser Sheni money for it. Meiser Sheni money is for something that's not an obligation. What if he says, so I want to bring Toida from the Meiser Sheni money, and the bread should come from Kulim, Yavi. That you could do. You could bring the Toida from Meiser Sheni, purchase it with Meiser Sheni money, and bring it Toida. You could purchase an animal and bring it as a shlamim, you could bring it as a Toida. And the bread you can bring from what if he specifies? He lachmim in a Meiser. I want both the Toida and the bread that come from Meiser. That's the only way I'm going to bring it. Yavi. The Gemara is going to explain you can bring it also from Meiser, but of course if you use his own private money. Says the Mishnah below, Yavi Mechiti Meiser Shein. You cannot use, you can't bring the bread from the wheat of Meiser Shein. Let's say you're a farmer and you took 10% to Yerushalayim, the wheat, 10% of the wheat to Yerushalayim. You cannot make bread from it. Element Mois Meiser Shein. You have to purchase for money of Meiser Shein. That you transferred the fruit, the wheat, you transferred into the money, and from that money you will go ahead and purchase wheat to make your bread. All right, the Gemara. Oh, sponsor, thank you. Oh, here. Before I remember what? This guy buying a Toyota from Mexican anymore.
Hey, I want to buy a korban todah. How did you hekdashta the korban todah?
What do you mean? Is there a difference?
Yes, certainly. It is prohibited to bring a korban todah from funds of maaser sheni, unless you said at the time of the neder, Harei alai lahavi mehama aser.
Well, then bring shlamim.
Okay. Says the Gemara Omer Rabbeinu Omer Harei lachmi toida, maybe toida v'lachmo. If a person just says, you hear this? This is something completely different. We didn't see this in the Mishnah. A person says, there's two components here. There's the animal and there's the bread. And he only mentions the bread part. He says, Harei alai lachmi toida. I'm going to bring the bread. You know what? Maybe toida v'lachmo. He must bring the animal as well. My time, what's the reason? Maybe the other haidaber delachem below toida lo yikar. Everybody knows that you can't bring bread without carbon. You really meant to say that he's going to bring both. Why did he mention just bread? So he was talking, that was the last part of it. In his mind, he skipped the main part. The animal, he forgot to say animal, bread. But in his mind, he knows he can't bring bread with an animal. So obviously, that's what he meant to bring. So now, but we learned in the Mishnah, if a person says, I'm going to bring the toilet from Meiser Shenima, and the bread I'm going to bring from my own pocket, what's that? He should bring the toilet from the Meiser Shenima and the bread from his own pocket. But once he says, at the end, he says that the bread should be chulin. That's what he meant. He was going with the last word that he meant. It says the Gemara. What did I skip? Oh, sponsors. So if Wilson, we're going with the last thing. Hold on, let me just finish this thought. So you want Shani Hassan, the King Omar Toidam and Amaiser. When a person says Toidam, and he became Chayv in a Toidam. So Toidam, he said, I'm going to bring from Mexican. Now, why did he add the word lechem? Why did he say bread? So what Nasik Oimer Harei lechem the point liftar to us shall point. You know what's going on here? When a person says I'm going to bring a title, that's it. He's done. He has to bring a title. Whatever comes with the title, we're going to buy the bread. Why did he add bread? The bread is Ki'ilu is coming to fulfill his obligation, as if Ki'ilu, it's a mushroom, as if I'm fulfilling my friend's obligation. As if I'm saying, I'm going to bring bread for my friend. My friend's bringing a title. I'm paying the bread's on me. So he's doing it to himself. I'm bringing a title, the bread's on me. But it's different. Now it's separate. Oh. So you cannot bring from Meiser Sheni. The title is Meiser Sheni. But the bread is as if he's coming to fulfill his friend's obligation. On his friend's obligation, he cannot use Meiser Sheni. But we also can't use your Meiser Sheni. That's why point. Let me just finish this up, then I'll do it for this. Ratio the Kali. But the other case, the reverse. That the animal comes from his private money. But the bread is coming from Meiser Sheni. Yovihi lachem and achulin. So the halacha is all that come from chulin. Isn't it as if he's saying that I'm bringing an animal? Before he said I'm bringing the bread to fulfill my friend's obligation. Now he's bringing animal to fulfill my friend's obligation. This is what I know. You don't. Animal is not an afterthought. The bread is an afterthought that can be fulfill the obligation. Animal not. Actually, just let me let the see. Bread comes to fulfill the obligation of the Does anybody ever bring a toilet to fulfill the bread obligation? That doesn't work. Okay. So the turning the dot by our global exclusive cross-border payments, the Shana.com, these read the shidduch today. Did it ever happen? His first read through Rabbi Denson, whatever you shidduch, you read it? Let us know. Because of this. Let us see. Let's see. I want to hear the first shidduch that happened because and why? Because this guy. This is an old one.
I'll donate $5 million for mosque.
So we should do that. Okay. Yeah. This I didn't do. Okay. Say it. Zog the Gemara. So let me just see what I put this. Okay. Toshma. What does Rav say? Omar Rav the first words by the Gemara. If somebody says, I accept by myself just the breads, he must bring the animal also. Toshma, I'm going to ask a question. This person says, I'm obligating myself to bring the animal, the cargo, without the bread, the zeva, and let's say I'm going to bring shlam, without the wine. We force him, who may be we force him to bring a taida. Before I say, I don't want to forget this. The famous Rabbi Yashin, when he was in his upper 90s, he had a huge surgery. I forgot which tzaddik had a private plane, used it for the right thing, flew in a surgeon from America, top, how do you say heart guy? Cardiologist. Top cardiologist surgeon. And he brought him in. And Rabbi Yashin said, I want to learn how to say thank you in English. So we told him, you don't have to learn how to say thank you. We'll say thank you. Say in Hebrew. He says, no. Hakaras hatayim, nobody can help me. I have to do it myself. I have to say it myself. So teach me how to say thank you in English. They just see you, shout me, guy in his 90s, thank you. Okay, fine. Rabbi Yashin also says that that's why in brachas, is machlokes, in brachas, if you don't have kavanah when you say the bracha of moedim, you're not yotze. Why? Because in hakaras hatayim, you have to know what you're saying. And you cannot force somebody to say thank you. You can't force them. You can't say over here, we're saying, I'm going to bring the bread. Or maybe force him to bring the I'm just throwing it at him. This idea of you cannot force somebody to say thank you. You tell your kid, you better say thank you. But it's not from the heart. That's not a person. That's not a thank you. If a person says, I'm not going to bring the bread, doesn't force him to bring the bread. What's the second case? The person's supposed to bring your oil, and with every oil, with every shlamim, you bring wine, you bring flour. He doesn't want to bring it. It's enough. I spent $500 on this on Amazon, 2-hour Amazon. That's why it's there. In the time of Mikdash, you push. What card do you need? A year-old card, a 2-year-old card, Pesach, both comes to the door. It's a Shiloh. Time to Omar, it's because he said, Toido without the bread. Omar, what if he said, I'm bringing the bread, Lachmi Toido. Omar Toido lo. Then you know. Well, then I forgot Omar Toido. No, you only said Lachmi Toido. But I did the Toido, Mr. Zeva Balloon Soccer. So the Gemara says, no, don't bring a riot from the first line. Because don't forget, there's two lines here. One is that he said, I'm going to bring a tali without bread. Another one is I'm going to bring a shlamim without wine. But guess what? You can't flip it. You can't say wine without shlamim. Why? Because you could bring wine without shlamim. There's a concept of a person who just brings a bottle of wine, brings back. So in Mela, that's why in the first case, by Taida, I couldn't flip it. I could bet and flip it. I could say bread without the Taida. But I don't want to flip it. I want it to be consistent with the second line. The second line doesn't work on the flip. The Zev line itself doesn't work. So Mela, the first line also, even though it works, I'm not going to say it like that. In other words, don't make a deal that you could, the Gemara didn't say the opposite, so Mela, it can't work the opposite. The Gemara didn't talk about wine, just the bread, and not the Taida, because yes, it does work. But the reason why I said it in such a fashion is because it has to match the second line, which is Zev line itself. Let's just see inside. I'm making it more complicated than it is. It's very simple. The idea the Kabbalah is the Zev line itself, and the second line says that he promised to be in Shlomo without wine. And over there, you cannot say the reverse. You can't reverse the word. That a person said, I'm going to bring wine without a shlamim. Why? Because that would work. If a person says, I'm going to bring wine without shlamim, we say, okay, bring it. That's one of the karbanis in the Besamim. So that's why the mimic, the second line, that's why that's why it only says Taida and doesn't talk about the bread. When a person says, I'm bringing the Taida without bread, he says specifically, I'm bringing without bread. So he has it's called the Pesach Shel Charata. He has an opening to regret what he said. When a person says, I'm bringing a Taida without bread, he says, without bread. There's nothing to do about it. He's saying straight out, I don't want to bring bread. So how are you going to force it? In other words, he's saying, I don't want to bring the Taida. You can't explain what he meant. Oh. But everybody who learned a lot of Daf Yomi knows, when a person contradicts himself in the same sentence and he says, I want to bring a Taida, but I don't want to bring bread, so there's a contradiction. There's no such thing as a Taida without bread. So why did he say without bread? Because we don't care what he said at the end. We care about what he said in the beginning. Basil says, go with the last one. The Sham said, I go with the first one. His first word is, I want to bring a Taida. Oh, bring a Taida. You said no bread. I'm going to force you to bring the bread. Because now, as we learned, I already know the Minagir Gara is in that page. I'm going to show you a video of what this great Gara is. It's figs that are dried off. Beautiful how it did. We get so used to this. It's like day after day they produce. How it opened up like this. The vela, right? The round velas. These dried out figs. A person is a nazir. What's a nazir? A person who cannot drink wine, can't be metamal and mix, can't go to field. Why is he talking about figs? There's no connection. Bishami, I'm a nazir. Because he said, I am a nazir from figs. So you chop. First words don't count. Harini nazir. I go with the first word. Second words don't count at all. Really says, no, I go with this. He explains himself. And had I known that you can't say that, you can't stick in figs. I would have said from wine. So why did it say, oh, sorry. And that's what, in our case. When a person says, I'm bringing a Taida without bread. I didn't know I'm not allowed to say without bread. Had I known I'm not allowed to say bread, no bread. I would have said with bread. Oh, you want bread? So my question is, why do I have to force you to bring bread? You just said, you just explained, I want to bring bread. Oh, the boy other man. He's finished. He said, I want to bring a Taida without bread. Then they told him, well, wait a minute, you can't bring a Taida without bread. You need bread. So, okay, I'll bring bread. And they says, you know what, I don't want to bring bread. So that's why I have to force him. Because he explained himself that he would bring bread. But if he wouldn't have explained himself that he wants to bring bread, then we wouldn't. Ashman, I have a little bit of a problem. I'll tell you the problem before we get there. The problem is that I started at days yesterday from 8 lines down on Beis and Medallion. So now we have to get there. We don't have a choice. Usually I can stop wherever we want. We can stop here. And tomorrow we start from here. Now there is no choice. There is no in-between chair. So you guys just stop. Toshma. There's going to be a share. We're already 57 minutes. There's no way we're going to get there under an hour. Toshma. I really like you just fly through it. I really like instead of little stuff. The person says, I'm going to bring the Taida without bread. And he would have said, but here's a case that contradicts what you just told me. You're telling me that he explained himself that he would have brought the bread. But over here in this price, he's even foolish. He doesn't say I would have brought bread, he says I would not bring bread. And listen, which the Gemara is going to explain in a second. According to Chizkiah, that we go with the first lashon. What's his first lashon? I want to bring but I don't want to bring bread. Boom. I don't care what he explained later and what he didn't explain. It says I go with his explanation. And over here he explained that I would not bring the toilet had I known I have to bring 40 bread. No, expensive 40 breads are. No way. I wouldn't have brought a toilet. So it says over here that we force him to bring the bread. He's just explaining he doesn't want to bring a toilet. Why are you going against his explanation? Cash, it's indeed a cash. Oh, look over here. It says it's not a cash. What? You're right. This particular price, it says that we go by his words of I want to bring a toilet, but I don't want to bring the bread, and we don't listen to him that it doesn't. I'm going according to this. Now, just to finish up what we said, we force him to bring the bread, and we tell him, Shamar v'shamata. What does that mean? Rabbi, Shamar Shamar is referring to the carbon, to the animal. V'shamata is referring to the bread of a lachma. Rabbi Amar, Shamar haveita the little lachma. No, the word Shamar means both. Bring the animal, bring the bread. So what's the shamata? Don't say that you're going to bring a toilet without bread ever again. We're warning you. It's a dumb thing to do. Don't do it. If a person says, I want to bring an animal, this animal from Meiser Sheni money, and this from Meiser Sheni money, bring it. So that's the Gemara, what do you mean? And if I want to pay with it with my own pocket, I can? I'm not worried because maybe if you want to bring it from Meiser Sheni money, you could. If you want to bring it from your own private money, you could. You do whatever you want. It's not only for Meiser Sheni money, it's even Meiser Sheni money. 6 lines from the bottom. You cannot bring your wheat, that's Meiser Sheni wheat, to Yerushalayim and make breads out of it. You have to purchase the wheat from Meiser Sheni money. But I'm not going to but from wheat, that was from Meiser Sheni money. So this means that he bought it for something else. He's going to make challah for Shabbos. In the last minute, he flipped it and said, "I want to make the matzah for the party." But obviously, how else are you going to do it? It's okay. It's okay. But he's going to go all the way around now. There's another way. There's another difference. That's what you think. No, I'll take some time at a time. I don't think really good is my shady time out. Oh, I'm just explaining. What does it mean? How else are you going to bring these breads? If you buy the chatchila, when you go to the store, buying hareni koina almanas to make bread for the koina, that's a good purchase according to everybody. But what happened was he bought it to stop to make cake, and then he flipped it into toilet bread. That would be a problem. When you buy it, that's okay. Just said it's okay to buy it with money. I say you cannot buy it with money. So when could you buy it with money? When you buy deliberately to make the bread for the plate. Let me explain what you're saying, and let me explain what I'm saying. It reminds me of my father. Every time we used to talk and learning when I was a kid, much younger, so he'd tell me, let me explain to you what you're trying to say. It's so annoying. What you mean to say, what you're saying very good. You mean to say something completely different. You know that? Surely, but here, I said A, and he'd say like Z. No, you seem very good, very good. Like you give me the film, and I know that he knows that I didn't mean to say that. Okay. All you guys listen to this show, the young guys, maybe your father doesn't care. He's straight up. Yeah, probably. Oh, worried. You seem worried. Let me just say it a little better. But this is basically what you're trying to say. Oh. So He says, the aim of time of the D, the aim of time of the. Let me explain to you why you said what you said, and let me explain to you why I said what I said. Aim of time of the. Let me explain to you what you said. You're permitted to buy the wheat for my sharing money. Toy the man, the Abbas law, Mishlami. Look at this possible. I haven't answered in a while. Who besides that? Toy that Shlama. The word Toida and Shlamim are the same, they're right together. So Toida and Shlamim are the same. They are very similar. The Toida is a type of Shlamim sort of. So type of Pebez of Allah. Shlamim, Sham Sham Meiser. I learned that I could purchase an animal to make a Shlamim for my Sheni money from Sham Sham. When I learned, not Shlamim being good for Meiser. Shlamim themselves are not Meiser. After they're not being good for Meiser. So to the Toida, it itself is not Meiser. And these wheat, the wheat that I purchased to make the bread with my sheni money, ain't good for Meiser. It itself is not Meiser. Fine. It's okay. So I could use it for the bread. Every time you do, but I'll explain to you my reason. I do the same thing as you. I learned Toida from Shlam. And I'm doing the same thing that you do. I'm not going to argue against it. Shlamim ain't minerals. Shlamim is what? It's meat. It's protein. It's not a fruit. Toida ain't min meiser. So the Toida also is not a fruit. It's not meat. It's meat. It's not a fruit. La fruit yechidim al good words and sheni the min meiser you. And therefore, it's a problem. I cannot buy meat with money because that is like meiser. It has to be something different than meiser. Rabbi Sai, have good yontif. Thank you for coming. Have a wonderful.
Merit the Schluss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. You're here. You guys call it on a marathon. Yesterday, we did 4 shiur. Today, Be'ez Hashem, another 4 shiur. Number 2 out of a 4 shiur series. And the point is to have enough shiur for the oilom so that they don't fall behind. I know it's a very tough time for everybody, and it's difficult to learn. But Be'ez Hashem, if you have all the shiurs, you can learn a little bit before you have to learn what's the answer? Wherever you feel like doing it, but if there's to do it. So I'm going to try to do the shiur on a pace. I'm here, Mamish Mechabrusa. What's your name again? Barnetsky. Phil Barnetsky from Munts. From where? Barneville, Munts. Ah, that's right. Your neighbors were Mark Ashkenaz. Evans? Wow, okay, cool. So Shkot for being here in Newport, here at Kodesh Nidor. So Mamish, you and the Balbais, sleeping in and out in Shino. To remind the Oilom, if you want to be part of the reminders and do Sirius Haimer from beginning to end, help you. So here's the way to do it. I'm going to skip for now. Skip for now all the sponsorships, and we're going to go straight in to the shiur. The sponsors, official edition of the White Shots by the Iranian leading families. Perek is sponsored by Ruben Harrison with Heart for Reject Rebelli And all the why living Torah utilizing the Levites for Torah connect Jews everywhere to the eternal living Torah. By then Solomon dedicated memory of all the Mary, the home settler with small bar, very thanks to those from Racha. It was second sponsored by Joel Gidab. How Jack and Dallas and Amos, the former local industry, the positive family, the nation. The nation was a rabbi, Goyer, Shlomo Palachim, the next to the Yilud. Anonymous before Shlomo, the Mishman is all anonymous with three before Shlomo and the Rebbe Tzom to live as Esther. Yisrael, Magidov, and Dallas, Magidov, because we're so proud of Yaakov, I keep steiging, Senegal's family. Can be out, you can never really change my meaning of life. Plenty of money, got some marketing, Benny, and all those things are playing. MDY, his Bob Sham Skara. Harry Simon, the Fushnema of Imari, Kork, Amir, his home sponsor, weekly sponsor, the Vici families, the Kushnas, are the cousin of Simcha Lauer, and is the Shama Heaven and Aliyah. MDYR, month, the Fushnema, Yom Hanekim, the Bishop of Rachel, the Fushnema, Morkadenessen, the Fusayel, Daniel, the Seven Ayukas. Also holding a daf, Ein Tessimonies, 3 lines from the bottom. And to remind Ireland that we had 3 cases where there are 2 taitas involved. A taita is when something good happens to you, a person gets out of jail, and is able to go over the ocean, the midbar, the desert. That's when for Shlema, he brings a taita with 40 breads. What happens if you end up with 2 taitas? Do you have to bring in this situation two breads? In other words, 2 times 40. What are the situations? Situation number 1 is, or out of order, without order, the taida had offspring. So you have 2 taidas now, remember. Which says you don't have to bring more bread. The other one is, you did a tumura. Tumura is where you say that this, I bought today, shmak. It's one of the minus of dollars. I wanted 2 sheep. I went on Amazon and everything was coming tomorrow. But these sheep, if you push the button and you pay extra $3, $4, or $5, it comes to your house within an hour. With sugar. Thinking about like in other countries, you order Amazon, it takes literally 2 to 3 weeks to come. Just to show the oil. I know you're not so familiar. So this is today. If you push in 3 hours, $4.99. So there it is. Total 2 sheep, $24.81. Yeah, $24.81. Yeah. So it's basically it's a very hush-hush thing. 10,000 were bought this past month. Squeaks, it's developing. So anyways, we have sheep number 1 and sheep number 2. This was the original. Sheep number 1 was the original. And then you saw sheep number 2, you liked it more. He said, I want this sheep number 2 to be instead of sheep number 1. That's Tumura, that's awesome. Now, so now you have 2 sheep. How many breads do you bring? So it says in the Mishnah, you only bring 1 for breads, 40 breads. What if sheep number 1 got lost? And you brought sheep number 2 instead of sheep number 1. And by before you even had a chance to check this, sheep number 1 goes up. For that, we actually have a good video. It's the continuation of yesterday's video. Here you go. You know, this one. You know,
thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem.
So now you have the option of giving the bread, checking the yellow one. Thank you, sir. But the option of bringing the yellow one, checking the yellow one, and bringing the bread to the yellow one, or you have the option to do it with the smaller one. Why? Because both of them are in front of you. If both of them are in front of you, you do whatever you want. A whole bunch says the Gemara like this. Sholach Rav Chanina Mishmei Dirgir. So we said in the interview, when does the Mishnah mean that you don't have to bring a second pair of bread? And you check the number 1, and now you have number 2, so you don't have to bring bread. This time, But before the kapara, you need to bring bread for both. Now, what are we talking about? Habiba, Rabbi, so that's Rabbi, what is it called? What am I going? There's two types of Torah that have is the double. Double means I'm talking about one particular one. I said, I raise zoo. This particular one, that's the one I'm bringing. If this one dies, gets lost, whatever it is, I don't have to replace it because I said zoo. But if I make a neder, not in the double, I talk about myself and say, at least the guy's going to bring the neder. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter. If this one gets lost, you bring another one. There's a big enough meaning. Why? Because if I made it a double, as Gemara is going to say in a second, so now my chiyuv is dafka on this one, zoo. So if I bring another one, number two has nothing to do with number one. It's as if I decided on my own to bring two doubles. Okay? So on both of them, I have to bring bread. Why wouldn't I have to bring bread? Last line on the Alma, I'm talking about that I brought my toilet got lost. But what kind of toilet? I said, it's on me. I have a feel. It's chayva. It's on me. On both of these cases, we learned that what? That we saw over here that if both of them are standing in front of him, he's standing in front, and we're over here, right over here. At this point, when both of them are standing in front of him, he could choose. He could say, I want the bread to go with the yellow, I want the bread to go with the white. And if it's after I already got my kapara, I shut the yellow, then white does not get bread. Elo that failed with Aleph, we must be talking about Elo Khalife Toidas Lidov. He said, Hare Zu. He pointed to one and he said, this particular one. Bein the fake kapara, bein the Africa kapara, to his letter. Why? Both of them are going to need bread. It's literally that he decided to bring two titles. There's situations where a person has a car type, like in this case. Yes, when is a car type to reverse? So here's another title. There's in Hebrew it's called Asir Todah. He's a prisoner of a car type. He constantly wants to give a car type. But there's Soharei Todah. There's a person who's how do you say this word in English? The guy that's in charge of the prisoners. Warden. He's the warden of. He's constantly telling people, you have to be macrodomi to me. Remember, I once gave you a ride. How come you don't appreciate it? I gave you a ride. How come you don't let my kids into your school? He's constantly pulling up the favors. And what's super interesting is that the Mordechai in Rabbi Psachim, Rishon, he says in Rabbi Psachim that the carbon paste that we bring is a part of the Rabbi. It's a toilet. It's a sort of toilet. We're saying thank you Hashem for releasing us from slavery from Mitzrayim. So it doesn't matter if you bring one or two. If you bring two, the second one has nothing to do with the first one. The first one is my field. If it gets lost, I don't have to bring the second one. Why do I bring the second one? Because I'm giving a price to the Rabbi. So both of them require bread. Hello, Avlad Toidas Lidov. Must be talking about the offspring, the other case in the Mishnah, not the case where one got lost, but rather where the mother had an offspring. Let's see this one. There's the offspring of an adult. El Havlad Toidas Lidov. So there's the Toidas Nidava and there's the Chayvas Nidava. So we're talking about the Toida that's in a Dava. I said, I want this one. So Bein Lefeka Kara, Bein Laka Kara, Bein Unim Lechem. So you see in the bottom over here, there's no bread in the basket. Why? Before Kafaram? Because it's Maisar the Toida. This is just the leftover from the mother. It's not its own thing. It's under the mother, and therefore the bread that goes to the mother is enough. You don't have to bring bread for the offspring. So, Elavlad, Toidas Chayva. The next case, that you're mechuyev to bring. I like the wheels on the scroll. You made it out of matzah, challah, the vlad and the Toidas Chayva. So the Frei Kapara Kol Nachem. If I must bring it, I said I rail live. So before the kapara, I could use the offspring, and therefore I have to bring bread. Here, let's just press this button right over here. So before the kapara, it would require bread, but after the kapara, it does not require bread. What's the big chiddush here? That I'm permitted to receive a kapara through the offspring of the original. That's Rabbi. So I can't receive, and that's why the offspring is kind of in the Abai went through the whole sukkah and he came up with the same svara. And now we're going to do a review of what we just learned. So here it is in pictures. If my toidaf ran away, got lost, and I brought a replacement, but it's an adava. In other words, I said, this particular one is what I'm bringing. So it doesn't matter if it's an adava, which is the one on the right, you always have to bring bread that we said. Why? That we already established that the second one is not necessary for you to bring. Why? Because you accepted upon yourself only the original one, and the second one is completely extra. It's the second one. It's as if I brought two separate tables, 3 tables. A person can bring 5 tables, but in each and every one that he brings, has to bring bread. What about Vlad Tavis Nidava? But if the Nidava had offspring, why doesn't it need bread? It's the offspring. It's the outcome of the original title, which that had bread. So the offspring doesn't need bread. However, it's glad it is flavor, but if you said upon yourself, I'm bringing fight, and it had offspring. So if you use the fake apara to left, if it's a chayva, you said I realize, which is the one on the left. Once I got the kapara, I don't need bread. Okay. Nu sugi Rabbi said, Omar Shmuel. So Shmuel, what are we like? 12 lines from the top? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines from the top. Omar Shmuel. It says 2 halachas. He starts off saying 2 halachas. The Gemara is going to say at the end, he only said 1. The first line. What are those 2 halachas? If in the same situation you have a chatos that must die, there's 5 types of chatos that must die, 5 situations. To remember it, it's timna. We'll go through them one by one, real quickly. That same situation, in the taida, then don't bring bread with the taida. If the chatos must die, so if it's a taida, don't bring bread. Which chatos must die? Offspring of a chatos must die. Don't do it. Because the chatos only comes for forgiveness. For another. If the chatos had offspring, what are you going to do with the you can't use it. That's it. It was designated for the full Shabbos I did last week. I can't bring it for full Shabbos this week. So that chatos must go in a room and die. Or is chatos, if you say this B is instead of A, so the B has to die. What's the next one? Chatos shemesa bala. If right before the person was able to bring this chatos to the Saluda, she died. That's it. Here's the case. Shema.
Sorry, buddy. You're at Chatos Shemesa Baila.
של הכבשה הקדושה
Okay. Kitzer, they made a levaya for this Chadash Shemesi. If the owner dies, she must die also. Fourth one is Chadash Shniskaber Balel. If the owner already had a forgiveness because it got lost, the original got lost, and he brought a second one. And the fifth one is Chadash HaMishnah. So if a Chadash went into the second year of its life, so that one doesn't really apply to Taida because it's supposed to be older. But if these cases happen to Taida, in other words, Taida had an offspring, you did a tour to the Taida, the owner died, whatever, then you bring the Taida as is without bread. That's what Shmuel says, without bread. Halacha number 2 that he says is, if the Chatas must graze to the fallen one, which is what we call Kevis land, send to a special place that you do all sorts of sports to break its bone. Once it breaks its bones, it becomes like a balloon, and then you could redeem it. That's the case. Same case happened with the Taida. If a Chatas would have to go to Kevis land, then by the Taida, the same case would require the because of Ram, so that's cash. This is a study that we did yesterday. This is super easy. It says in the pasuk, you should bring the Taida as a part. How do you know that if he designated a Taida and got lost, maybe she tells you tell, and you designated a second one instead of the first one? But this is a Rothschild and you found the first one, the video that we showed. How do you know I could be back here either or? And bring the bread with it. Whichever one you want. Perhaps both of them need bread. One. Singular. Bread goes to the one that Milo asked the Gemara would have a big problem. You told me that in such a case, in such a case, if you have the two in front of you, there's actually 3 cases. We'll go through them real quickly. But just pause now for a second. You have 2 hot toys in front of you. So you shut one, and the second one goes out to graze. You don't kill it. When do you kill it? In the other case, where you designated one, it got lost, you bought a second one, and you shechted the second one, and then Shalom Yisrael, the first one, Shalom Aleichem, the first one comes back. Then you must kill the first one. But when both of them, it showed up before you had a chance to shech the second one, now you have 2 options in front of you, then you let it graze according to this man. This nan, Hirish Chatos Ibahag Hirish Chatos Nachtel, Binim Tzisar Yishayno, Barashtei Mandos, both of them in front of you, the Skarma Babas Man, Bishkei Taros. You're Rabbi, but we don't pass it like Rabbi. We pass it like Chachamim. Any Chatas Mesa, you don't kill the second one. Else you need to stop. She's got rubber left. Only you found the first one after you already shot the second one. But if both of them in front of you, she's got right. Roya. And if it's Roya, we said let's look again in what Shmuel says. What's his lashon? Paul should have had this Roya if in the case where the Chatas raises. That's the case we just said. The Taida tuna lechem. You would have to bring bread for the Taida. But Shmuel says you don't bring bread in such a case. What do I do? So the more Shmuel Kerevi Suru. Shmuel, oh, the Kerevi, the Omer, Agudim Shas Safrosh Amei said, no. There's another man done. We brought. Rebbe holds, not like Chacham, that if you find the second one, you find the original. We'll do it again here. This was the original, but you put this aside for a pint. They got lost. So you bought number 2. And then number 1 shows up. Now you have 2 of them in front of you. What do? Rebbe holds that you shech one, either one, the other one must die. The other one must die. Then there's taka no bread. That's why Shmuel says in that case there's no bread. The Rebbe. Now what is the case? So you say Shmuel doesn't bread. What? When you have 2 of them in front of you and you shech one, the other one must die. So what's the case of grazing? Where in the world does he graze? So there is a case. Let's go through the 3 cases. Case number 1 is you set this aside as a chatos. It got lost. You bought another one. Now, case number 1 is this guy came back. So you have 2 from you. Case number 2 is this guy did not come back. You shechted this guy. And then this guy comes back. That's a case. That's a flat through. This guy must die. According to everybody, this guy must die. This is the third case. Now, from day one, I brought 2 Rabbanos to the English. I only have to bring 1 chas, but I brought 2, and I said one of them is an achrayus. If something happens to one, I'll have a second one. Oh, in a case like that, according to Rabbi, you're not gonna kill him. You're not gonna kill the second one because you brought both of them on condition that I'm gonna use one. There's never does that right. So stop for basement on shear, so you can use 1 or 2. That's a case where you send it to Kevislet, you let it go graze at the fall of them, because you brought both of them as achrayus. Tomorrow, we got to play the guy Gavno into an lechem. But here's a case where by the chatos it goes grazes. What's the halacha? Let's go. Let's see what you mean. If by the chatos it grazes, I'm going perpendicular to the top. The toida to the lechem. In that case, the toida would require bread. No, but we're just saying that according to Shmuel, it doesn't require bread. But Gabi toida Gavno ain't to the lechem. There's a problem. I can't keep the Shmuel's solid rule. So we must say, Shmuel, Reb Shimon's rule. The Shmuel holds by the one, the Omar Chamish Chatos Mesos. There's no ifs and then buts. The 5 chatos always die in all situations. Even in the situation where I bought 2 as a price and 1 minute windows, if you're going to shut number 1, number 2 must die. If you shut number 2, number 1 must die. What about the second part of Shmuel? Royal or Shimon Leslie Clown. Now, there's no such thing as grazing. Because in all cases, every chatas must die. So which chatas is going to go graze? There is no such thing. You're right. According to Shmuel, they never graze. Shmuel says that if it grazes, it requires bread. Shmuel, he never said that. He only said 1 line. If the chatas must die, there's no bread. He never spoke about a situation where it grazes. Mike Amashal, what's this Kiddush? The Rabbi Yochanan said earlier, the Omar, Adam Skaper B'Shavach Hegdish. Rabbi is the one that says you can have kapara with the blood of the Hegdish. He says, no way, no kapara, there's no bread for the blood Hegdish. Because why? Because by the Chatos in such a situation, the blood of Chatos according to Shmuel must die. That's one of the 5 chatos that must die. So the same situation bad toida would be no bread. If you have an offspring of a toida, there's no bread. The Bergen says there is bread. Shmuel comes along, Kamashon, there's no bread. Below. Okay? The boy side. Another soup. All my Rabbi. If a person says Zu toida v'zu lachma, he points. So Jimmy Braun, sent me a lot of boxes. They sent me these small cute boxes for kids. In these boxes, small little matzahs, like this, not real matzah, but baby size. I don't know about gazation for these kids. So guy goes and we use these matzahs for him, right? Because you need matzah for play. And you can't have hummus in this house. Zu toida, the zu lach. This is the toida, this is the bread. What if the bread got lost? Maybe it's not a big deal. Go buy more bread. Of the toida, but what if the animal got lost? Maybe toida peres. You can't bring another toida to go together with this bread. It's farfara. Why? Because the ikar is the animal, not the bread. My type of lechem l'glal toida. Vein toida l'glal lechem. The bread goes for the toida, not the toida for the bread. This is the ikar and this is the tafel, the bread. I see them like to say on this. They say lechem glal toida that you're supposed to eat. You heard this word? You're supposed to eat in order to daven well. You're not supposed to daven in order to eat. A lot of people, they're davening because they even come to shul. I know a guy who's the opposite of religious. Okay, he's an atheist, but he goes to shul so he can have kiddush. He loves kiddush. He remembers back in the day he had kiddush. Socializing, that's what's good about it. From people, the social, blah blah blah. Whole Rosh Hashanah. But unfortunately, we have a little bit of it also. We're waiting for that shalom, for the Kiddush club. Do not daven to get to the food. One time they asked for shteiman. I don't know which Mechutz asked, but okay, somebody asked for shteiman to give Muslim the Amshon Rebbe. The Amshon Rebbe is coming to visit him. It's a good opportunity to put him in his place. To tell him, what are you davening in all these crazy hours? It's halacha, shulchan, you have to daven zman. So the Amshon Rebbe came. Then she would offer him some fruit, some grapes. Amshon Rebbe takes a grape. She was Haminu. It makes a very, very long bracha. Let me get the grape. It made a very long bracha. Right? So they asked Rothschild, so why did you give him Musar? He says, I can't give Musar to somebody who makes a 3-minute bracha and then eats for 3 seconds. If the guy makes a 3-second bracha and eats for 3 minutes, then I can give him Musar, but not the reverse. Oh. The Iker, he's the Iker in the Tafel. Roma. So we have 12 opposites. Hiffish Muslim to us are 27 minutes and we're turning to that day, on the day, Hamisha, a record for Erev Yonte, did it tell you? 12 lots. If a person sets aside money and he says, this money is for a Torah, think about it. If he says, this money is for a Torah, could he buy the Torah bread with that money? Says, well, yes. If he has leftover money, first he buys the Torah. If he has leftover money, he can buy the bread. But if a person sets aside money and says, this money is the Torah bread, he cannot buy Torah. Torah is not included in bread. Bread is included in the Torah. That's what we just said. The Iker is the Torah. So the breads come after. They come because of it. Maybe go ahead and lechem. If you have leftover, in the place you have change, you can buy with the bread. But what if you put aside money and he said, this is only for the bread? The other time you have leftover money, hey, maybe it's not permitted to buy the actual cargo with it. Why? By diamond. Lego, Elam should have Kahano, Rats would have Kahano, how do you know the breads that are called Hatoido? Shanema Baker does it. Hatoido Lachal. It says it in a funny way. Hatoido Lachal is that the Hatoido is called bread. Okay, so the Hatoido is called Chal, it's called Hatoido. Yeah, but Lechem Ikir Hatoido, Hatoido Ikir. The bread follows the Torah, so it's called the Torah. But the animal's never called a bread. The bread is called a Torah, but the animal's not called bread. Okay. So now we have a sugya of the world's biggest shlamata. He set aside a Torah and ran away. And so he went and he bought a second one. What happened? And it also ran. The Chazar, the Hifrish, the biggest shlamata. We had stories that are better than this. Right. So now what happens? The Nintzor Rishonis, he has all 3 animals in front of him. Now all 3 of them are there. So Mark Ashkenazi told me about a friend of his, a big tzaddik in that Tzala, who lost his radio. Searched, no staff. So he contacts that Tzala. He says, listen, I need another radio. So they send him a radio. Love Ligas Hamas tonight. He's doing this Hamas. Guess what he finds under his bed? His pants, or in England, his trousers, with the belt, with the radio on the belt. I don't understand the story. Like, he didn't have that he's missing the belt, but he's missing his trousers. Hey, one of these guys, for states. This Sugi Mamish Pak story here, that he lost his Toyota, bought another one, lost that again, bought another one. Okay. And as Mazel would have it, all 3 show up. So here they are, right here, all 3. So now Sugi, right, the yellow one, maybe Hashem one is the number 1. That was the original. Let's push the button here, look what happens. There's a kapara, in other words, he shuts number 1. What's number 2? Number 2 was instead of number 1. What's number 3? Number 3 was instead of number 2. So number 2 for sure doesn't get bread. Why? Because number 1 had bread. And number 2 is instead of number 1. So the bread was taken care of in number 1. What about what? Number 3. Number 3 is far removed from number 1. Number 3 has no connection to number 1. So number 3, you chef, but you have to bring bread for number 3. What if you chef number 3? Number 1 is far removed from number 3, so you would have to bring bread for number 1, but not number 2. What if you chef number 2? 1 and 3 are connected to 2. So both 1 and 3 would not need bread. Let's see inside. It's got Rothschild in the tuna left from here. See? Empty basket, no bread. Shlishis, tuna left. 3 doesn't need bread because 3 has nothing to do with 1. Scapper, the Shlishis, what if we're adopted? There we do kapara with number 2. Here we go. Where is it? New. Boom. Bread. So number 3 had a kapara, so this is bread. We brought bread. Shnia, and to the left. Number 2 doesn't get a bread. And number 1 doesn't get bread because 1 has nothing to do with 3. We're trying to do 11. Very exciting. What? Here's another. The middle one you shefted, and you brought breads to get the middle one. Oh, so the middle one took care of 1 and 3. The middle one is connected to both. And so it's statement to this stuff. 1 and 3 go to each other. Abai says no. Abai Omar things come back. Has my head. Statement things not them. It doesn't matter because 2 comes because 2 is instead of 1 and 3 is instead of 2. So in essence, 3 is instead of 1. They're connected. They're all connected. 3 is for 2 and 2 is for 1. So 3 is instead of 1 also. So Avela what? It doesn't matter which one you use. Even if you do a kapara with number 1, you do not have to bring bread for number 3. Each one is instead of the other one. Omar and say wrong. The boy said, mamish easy stuff. Man, the whole daf, everything is easy. The same exact halal apply with the chatas. Oh what? If you have 2 chatas and you shecht 1, what do you do with the second one? It has to die. So what if you brought 1, it got lost, so you brought a second one. The second one got lost, so you brought a third one. So if you shecht number 1, number 2 must die. But number 3 doesn't die because number 3 has nothing to do with 1. So what do you do with it? It has to break. If you shecht number 3, 3 and 1 have no connection, so 1 must break, but 2 must die. What if you shecht the middle one? Both of them must die. Let's see the chart. Maybe there, right? Oh, 3 chatos. If you shecht the number 1, they got to go part of number 1. So number 2 must go into the kippah and die. And number 3 raises long forward. In fact, has knees and everything. Same applies if you shecht the number 3. So number 2 dies, number 1 raises. What if you shecht number 3? Both must die. Because they're all connected. 1 and 3 are connected. Inside of there, you set aside and it got lost, and you set aside another one. You set and it got lost, and then you set a third one. And it's a Rishon, and you have all 3 now. All 3 are here standing. It's kind of a Rishon. If you got to go with the first one, the second one was died because the second one is instead of the first one. Shlishis, which has no connection, the third one has no connection to the first one. It should graze. It's got from Shlishis, the same thing with the reverse. Got a kapara on the third one. Shnei was the second one, which is instead of the third one. The third one is instead of the second one. So many law the second one is that. They're showing that the first one must go. It's capital in size. And if you think apart with the middle one, Shtei Musa 1 and 3 must die. The same as the Torah comes along again and says, listen, it doesn't matter. 3 and 1 are connected. Why is there a 3 here? Because there's a 2. And why is there a 2? Because of the 1. So 1 and 3 are connected. Therefore, check 1, even number 3. As the Gemara might have said, why do I have to call another cake when it's the same? Same by the Toida, there's a concept saying, I want to give more shak to the I want to bring more Toida. Great. It's also for you to bring more chatos. You only bring a chatos when you do not there. And maybe they're not connected to mash. They are connected to mash malon that they're both the same. Toida and chatos are all the same. So now we have a Rabbi that says something, and it's interesting. We're going to try 15 times, 15 different ways to see if we have a Eitzah for Rabbi. And that's going to go all the way tomorrow on the Aleph, on the Aleph. Today I'm going to give today, put to the bottom of the Aleph on the Aleph. Basically, it's a whole Aleph and a half. What's the case? Simple case. Who may so happens now. The boy said, here we go. The guy brings number one. Then he goes ahead and he makes the Torah. What's the Torah? He says, I want this to be instead of this. He likes this guy more. He thinks it's nicer for the version than number two. That's this is the right. So, one of them is a Torah. Number two is a Torah. Now he got mixed up. He doesn't remember, and he got mixed up. What's this? The sentence here. Oh, so we've been bring to the Hebrew. Got mixed up. Beautiful. The title and the Torah got mixed up. Wow, I hope Kobe can throw that into the Hebrew. Mark, can you please tell Kobe you want to see it again? Mark, are you controlling the shear or I am? What's going on? Do you want to watch it again so we all have to suffer? 2 thumbs up. Anyways, please tell Kobe to throw this into the Hebrew if you can. Great. Kobe goes by where it says, so now, I have numbers on these, but we don't know the numbers. They all look the same. They're all mixed up. We don't know. One of them got lost. So I'm left with number 1. Great. I don't know if this guy is the also guy or this guy's the original guy. Is this guy Tamura or not? What's the difference? Tamura, no bread. No bread with the Tamura. I have to shech it. No bread. If this is the original, this is my real Qaeda because I came on a plane from America to Israel and I want to bring the Rabbi Shalom Qaeda because I crossed the ocean in the desert and everything, and you hold like the Shito, like 95% of the Israel. So who make Qaeda? So you bring one of these. Eli Stefanski doesn't. That's his problem. So you would bring two of these and a Qaeda. My own father makes Qaeda. I have a big fight with him about it. Okay. But he's not a pilot. I'm a pilot, and I decided it's not a sakana. And I'm not getting into it. Because it has nothing to do with sakana. It has to do with crossing over. I didn't cross. I was in the air. Okay, that's their fight. But I heard later on the briskers don't, and ballooners don't, and yes, I'm going to this. Fine. So, listen to what he says. One of them died. You don't know what to do with it. You can't as a carbon. Why? What you do? Not give lechem b'hador. If you're going to bring the bread with this guy, number 1, perhaps it's not a real type. How are you going to bring bread with it? Not give lechem b'hador. If you're not bringing the bread with it, how can you bring this without bread? So let's just understand the question. Then we'll try to solve it. Solve it in 15 different ways. Hey, you don't alive. If you said I accept it by myself, that's different. Why? Then you're gonna, if you accept it by yourself a title, then you must buy another title. So you're gonna buy another title in the store, and then what's it called? I have to be mad at my voice. I have to be mad. I forgot the very important thing. If one of them died, this is problem. What if both of them are in front of us? One is a Tamura, one is not, and they got mixed up. What do? Very, very simple. I bring the bread, but I make a condition. If number 2 is my real one, the original one, then the bread goes to number 2. And if number 1 is the original one, then the bread goes to number 1. That solves all issues. I don't have any issue. I can bring the bread, and one of them is going to get the bread on the condition. But what happened was one of them died. So, but I said I accepted it by myself because of this. I'm going to have to bring another one. I bring another one. Then I do a condition. I say, if this is the original number 1 is the original, so the bread is going to go with the original. If number 1 is a Tamura and I can't bring bread to it, so the second one that I bought is going to be a new Qaida, and this is the bread for the new Qaida. You know, I lied, so it can't be that I accept it by myself. The second thing I see, let's say, you should bring another animal, and he should bring bread, and he shall say, You have to come out if the first one is Tamura Hot Toida Valachma. So the second one is an original Toida, and that's my bread. Number 2 is my original. You have to kind of Toida, but if the first one is the real Toida, oh, Lachma, this is its bread. And number 2, the second one that I bought is just in a price, just as a backup. Okay, you're right. The whole question is, Rukia's problem on Harezu. He didn't say Harezu. He said, this should be my Toida. Then it got mixed up. Then I don't have to buy another one. There's no price in such a situation. And I don't have, you asked me, you should go to the store and buy another one. I don't have to. And if I don't have to, I can. One has nothing to do with the other. I can't use the second one instead of the first one. There's no price. Simon, this is Rabbi Said, I think, the longest simon in Shas. Just to remember, you have to be Jews. Simon, Limuda Midas Allah, Sheshochen Dimel, Gama, Vertsho, Cholash, Moisek, Muro, Chutz, Chizkia, Ribish, Chatos, Lacher, Yois. Omru Lemeidim Lefnei Rabbi. Anytime you have a Shiloh, you don't know what it means. Anytime you have a funny name in Shas, like Achir Moimrim, you go to where? You go to Sanhedrin, David Zayin, go to our Monopoly game. And then you look at the Monopoly game, it says over there, and Rashi says this is the same thing. The Meidim Vnei Chacham, top right corner, the Meidim Vnei Chacham, it means Levi asked Rebbe. So let's see. The Meidim Vnei Rebbe, Meidim said, in front of Rebbe, in other words, Levi said in front of Rebbe, Leisi Lecha Leimah, he should bring bread and he should say, Yihach the Kaima Koidahi, Alachma, Eloi, Levi Yuchule. All right, so you got this guy in front of us. We don't know, is this guy a Torah, which does not require bread, but this guy is the original Toida and it requires bread. Bring bread and say, if this is the original, Gevalbik, here's 2 breads, 40 breads, great. And if this guy is not the original, this guy's Torah, okay, it's the bread. We'll go back to the store. So the more you can't do that, why? It's also for you to bring chulin if it's not, if this is a Torah, so then this comes out, this bread is not Toida bread. This is just regular angel bread. Anjin. You're not allowed to bring Berman bread into the Beis HaMikdash. Another question. So bring another one and say, so this is the problem one. Number 1 is the problem. Bring a number 2 and bring bread and say like this. If number 1 is a piece of Tmura, then I'm going to use number 2. So I have a great Toida and bread. Toida with bread. But if this is the Toida, I'm going to bring number 2 as a Shlami. Wow. So I have a question for the Oilam. Think about this for a second. Tomorrow, we don't say Mizmor L'Sayda. Why don't we say Mizmor L'Sayda? Because on Pesach, you're not allowed to bring a Toida. Why can't you bring a Toida? The whole Pesach, we don't say Mizmor L'Sayda. Why not? You're not allowed to bring a Toida on Pesach because part of the Toida is Chametz. You can't bring Chametz on Pesach. So why not at Pesach? Because part of the day you can't eat Chametz. You can only eat Chametz in the morning. And from the Zman, you're not allowed to eat Chametz. So I'm lessening the time of me eating the carbon Toida. Even though I can finish it, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to bring a carbon knowing that I'm going to be able to eat in less time than necessary. Knowing that, now we can understand why I can't make number 2 a shlamim. If this is not a Toida, it should be a shlamim. Well, a Toida you can only eat for 1 day. A shlamim you can eat for 2 days. But now I'm going to have to be machmir just in case that this is actually a Toida. I don't know if this is a Toida. I brought it as a condition. It could be a Toida, it could be a shlamim. But on the tzad that it's a Toida, I can only eat it for 1 day. So even if it's a shlamim, I have to be machmir and only eat it for 1 day instead of 2. That's also because I'm lessening the time that I'm allowed to eat it. The other guy with Toida, Sorry, Amar Levi. No. Mishum because Amar Lahu. So Rabbi tells Levi Mishum Bachilo the Shlamim because he's lessening the time that you're allowed to eat the Shlamim. Omar Levi LeRebbi. I had a good shot. I think it's a good shot. The middle share before it came to me. I hope it's right, but not Amaratis. Over here, the Gemara says Levi tells Rebbe. It says Rashi, didn't Levi tell Rebbe before? He said Lamedin is Levi who told Rebbe. Oh, it says Rashi because Levi was talking privately to Rebbe. 25 people are live on YouTube right now, learning the Gemara a little earlier. Okay, great. Shalom Aleichem. 25 people. Shalom Aleichem. That doesn't give you better not to watch your life later on. You can do that pay out Bezer Hashem later on, maybe 10:30 New York time. Somewhere there. Zog the Gemara. Oh, but listen to this. It says Rashi because he's private. So if he's private, he's not limited. It's called Levi. Levi Rebbe. Asks Levi to Rebbe, the lazy behem of a lechem, you should bring an animal and bread, and you should say, you have to time the Tmurah. If this guy, number one, is the Tmurah, which is nothing, Toida, so number two will be the Toida, and Halachim is the bread, but if number one is the original Toida, so what am I going to do with the number two? The bread goes with number one. This should be the leftover of the type. On my legs, Rebbe didn't like this at all. I love this lashon. I used it many times. It seems to me that this guy is brainless. He doesn't have a brain. Brainless. I like it too much. Sometimes I use it on my kids. Not good. I go like this to some of my kids. Not good. It's hollow. It seems like it's hollow. There's no brain in it. How can you say such a silly thing? Can you bring a leftover animal? If it's leftover, it's leftover. You have no choice. But to bring it and say this is a leftover, either it's a good taida or it's a leftover. You do that. So, first of all, it occurred to me another share. It could be this. I don't know. It seems so simple. Then maybe that's why Rashi points out that it's Levi in front of the Rebbe that was private. That's what Rashi says. It was private. And the Mela, it makes sense now. What's his lashon here? Levi. Rashi's pointing out that it was private because he embarrassed him. He wouldn't do it in front of other people. He yelled at him, but in private. Different than the story about Rothschild. He says, Rothschild says, and when he learned in Hebron, one time they died a mincha very late, it was close to Shkia, and when the Chazan finished Shmonesra, it was already after Shkia. So Rothschild knocks on the bima, screams, Kaddish. He tells the Chazan, go Kaddish, don't do that. Yeshiva was there. After davening, the Yeshiva calls him over in front of the whole Yeshiva, in front of the whole family, and says, I want you to read this Mishnah Berurah out in front of everybody. What does it say here? It says in Mishnah Berurah that when this situation happens, you do say tafnun, but you don't put your head down. You don't know nothing feels up high. What business do you have to tell everybody the wrong halacha about? I gave it to you. Says Rothschild, he went into the dorm, went to sleep for 2 days. He was so depressed, so sad. But then he got over it. He says, in that generation, the Yeshiva yelled at you like that, it was good, it was chaos, I got out of it. Now the generation can't do it. The Rambam actually learns from this Gemara that it's mutter to embarrass your student in front of other Talmidim. Although, from Rashi, that's what I'm just saying. From Rashi, it seems like he wasn't done this. In order to be mechanized. Okay? And then we'll just do one more here. Yosef reads about Shmuel Bar Marto, coming to Rav Nachman. Yosef Omar, and he says, that pay Aleph Omed Aleph, 80 daf into Menach, it's unbelievable. The lazy behem of Alechem Aleim. You should bring an animal and bread, and he shall say, where's my bread? Oh, brings this bread. If this one, the original number one, is Tmura, so then this guy, great. So number two is the Toida and the bread. You have the Kaima, But if number one is the actual Toida or Lafla, this is the bread. What about number two? Oh, that is Tmura. It should be it's exactly like it. It should be Tmura of it. What's the problem? You just did it. It's a deraisa. Orale, Ani Mari. No way. Our boy Mikatze the kosher, you're gonna tell him to get 40 malchus and it should be kosher? No way. You don't tell a guy to do something like that. Why should he do l'chatchila isur to make something Tmura? Not a good idea. So for the rest of the ideas, we're gonna have to do the next year. Praise Hashem. After biggest fathers, Rabbi said, have a wonderful day. Please remember, do not fall off. Do whatever you can to Chaparai and learn another daf. Learn over Yom Tov as well. Every single day we learn something about the daf, about the Yomi. Have a wonderful day and Chakosher B'Sameach. This is the last year before Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Side. It's nice to meet you. What a welcome. So finally, made it here to Chicago. Thanks for having me. We're doing a private tour here. Those who would like to come to share, please get in touch. Rabbi Side, because we have a 3-day Yom Tov, so I'm gonna try to give shiurim, more shiurim than usual, so that there's enough shiurim every time when it comes along, all the shiurim. So today I gave 2. This is shiur number 3. Today's Talmud, today's Daf. And the Israel Hashem, so first of all, I have to say, it's no such stuff, the Daf that I'm giving, the days of people are very short. I'm making them shorter, they got a lot of stuff, shorter Daf and easier. So less trauma this time around. Shkot Mark Ashkenazi for doing all the shooting with me. This is number 3 for today for him. And then right after this year, we'll do another shooting about days in New York. I'm going to try to go as quick as possible. Take down most of the emails. I want to remind the Olam that I don't know why this is here, but this is for Hebrew, for English, we're doing 2 different styles. But you can get a daily reminder. I know there's a lot of daily reminders to share. Also, during the share, I'm going to remind the Olam to begin to share. And one email, there's a pretty nice email. It writes like this. It's an email. It's translated. So this guy, the young mayor, he wrote to me a while ago that Erev Sukkot, I don't know who wrote it, this other guy, I don't know who wrote it. Basically, Erev Sukkot was called up, and he decided to do the Sukkot. That's what he did with his kids on his last day, and then he went to Sukkot in Gaza, whatever it was. So now he's back, he's saying like this. We could all learn from it. I want to share with you one point of light within these days of the fighting. And since I started, I joined the Dafyani in the Zara, I was very not good not to miss a single day, whether it was the 3 times he went to the war, and his mom, and when he had his 5th child, he's a father of 5. About a month ago, when the whole thing started with Iran, so on Shabbos, they asked him to come up again. And he took with him his, his uniform, thank you, and Mesechtes Menachos. He took with him two things, his uniform and Mesechtes Menachos. And now he's in war in Lebanon, and he's in a situation where he can't, it's very, very difficult for him to learn. It's almost impossible. He's very, very sad about it, but he had an achama knowing that this is the Rothschild. But he wants to know, he wants the other side, the Hezbollah, he wants him to know that they caused him a lot of pain, that they are the ones that are the cause for him not to learn Torah. And that's why he sees this picture. I show this picture. It's an emotional picture. And he says, I very much love learning together with you. And at Tefillah, and we should live Surah's Toivos, everything, we should go back to peace. And young Meir, Reza Hashem, and God should bring him back, and all his brothers and sisters back in one piece. It's true here. Today was a bad day over there. I heard some terrible news. Hopefully true. But here's the picture. Rabbi said, I can't believe this. On each one of these missiles, it says, Menachos of Ayin, Menachos of Ayin Vav, Menachos of Ayin Zayin, Menachos of Ayin Ches. These are the datim that he missed because he's 11. And each one, in Hashem, will blow up a few names to show my room.
Everybody knows that Ellie is a superstar.
This is at least 15 years ago when I was honored here at the dinner.
Few people know that Ellie also comes and helps me in the operating room. The first time he came, we introduced him as a visiting professor from New Jersey. The nurses were a little suspicious when he forgot to put a mask on when he came into the operating room.
So that picture is the real picture. People wonder. The official edition of MDY Shots was sometimes by the Iranian Levy families. The parent is sponsored by Eli Deichmann and the Ezra Yusuf and Murray Razel of Slav Clothing Running. David Salomon dedicated in memory of our murder report, Shalom, the school part of very time to best. It's going to be one of these nights here. My head is bad here. The small part of time to good, you kind of rock off. Second sponsor, Joel Gedalius, Lily Schwartz, my father, Jack Gedalius, and I'm the Russian Gashers, College County Foundation. Jose Schwartz, Harab, Adler, Shlomo College, the Mention City. Anonymous for Shlomo, the Motion of Zar, Anonymous for Cleve, for Shlomo, and Erection, Leah Bassassi. The show not be very close to him, I'll be so offensive, so proud of Mordecai Kitschkai. So they go to family, family, Ireland, and honor, and belly, change my meaning of life, and I'll remember this Market Benny, and all those who accept in the wife, and publish on his father. Shuli Bernstein, in memory of Avram Leib Ben Meir HaLevi. Ari Simon, for Shlomo, I'll be married for the sole mother sponsor. David sponsors, Ari and Chavi Davis. Are they here? I don't know. I don't recognize. In honor of our son Yehuda, who started MDY exactly 1 year ago, not missed one day, did this day. It's interesting. His father and mother sponsored, and he himself sponsored. I don't think they knew about it. Shimon Abigail swore for Avi's 1 year learning Dafyori twice a day with MDY and in Chabura, keep steiging. Beautiful. And Weiss of Hollywood, Florida, in celebration of 1 year doing the job with Rebellion, totally changed my life. Magis and days. And you too. Changed your life? I'm fabulous. Oh, might even see whatever it is. Wow, look at this. I'm going to start from the bottom. We scroll Tesla. In honor of March, his dedication on the road in Yom Tov season in Shred to the Machnas Order. Wow. Nice. And now it's a memory of my grandmother's yard side, the Suda Pat Shin. Joe Gedalius and Lita Nish was my mother, Mary Gedalius, Allah, Shalom, on the 6th yard side, 15 recent. Anyway, Yehuda Davis. Yes. His parents, Ari. The celebration of completing 1 year of doing the job without missing a day. Mom, you said me, you're going to get the Bracha. You're going to more Kabanes. You're going to yell, Daniel said, then, that's the point side. Here we go. Holding on the Tessin days, towards the bottom, the brand new Mishnah, 600 from the bottom. Says the Mishnah, we're discussing the carbon toida. Carbon toida. Shchada chuz zman or chuz in toida. So before we jump into it, I just want to say this. Toida. What is smart? Are you ready? Carbon toida is when something parable happens to somebody and he's saved. The marshal like a kid in Iraq that flew out of a third-story apartment, landed on the ground, and landed on a mattress and was saved. So he would have to see clearly. A lot of people come to Rabbi these days and asking about. I was walking, and a missile mamish hit the spot where I was before. I went by there, and if I would have been there 5 seconds earlier, so what's the answer to that? One of their bums said, listen, my wife, she hung the pants on the clothesline outside, and mamish 5 minutes before that, I was in those pants. And we fell down at the clothesline down there. So what he's saying is that, you know, just because it almost happened, Yom Kippur almost happened. One of the Rabbanim, he was a little different. He said, like the guy went to the Rabbi said, you know, last second, so you know what? So what you do is you go up, you get an idea for when you go up, and as you get to the beginning, you turn around and you go back to the seat. Last second, just you don't do it. So the good it is, like it has to happen. It has to happen. Almost happen is not. And one last thing I gotta tell you is that I couldn't understand if you put an arm and then somebody say that if you hear a siren while you're driving, you should get out of your car, park on the side of the street. In my mind, like if you see a missile coming, you know you could die. If you're out of the car, it's a problem. So somebody showed me a video, nice to show you. He's pulled over to the side of the road, got out of his car, and he walks to the street and boom, part of the missile hit his car. Like, yeah, but if you've been driving, what is it? You always hit the car because he went to the side. So next, they got out of the car. So I still don't have a shot in that. If anybody knows, please let me know. Okay. I hope one way that's like, we all remember what puts his mouth puts on nothing. Basically, when the Kohen is doing the shkita on this part of the he thinks to himself that he's going to be eating this in a week from now. A week from now is no good. Or he thinks he's going to be eating it in the channel, out of the place that you're allowed to eat it, out of the time that you have. So puts his man is worse than puts his mouth. Puts his man, if he goes ahead and so a lot of the videos today, for two reasons, they're on high speed. First of all, we saw them. Here. People. How many times have you seen this one? So we want fast speed. So as you saw in the video, you didn't hear, but basically as he's checking the carbon, he says that he's going to eat this carbon by his kid's breast. Then his wife told him out that the kid has jaundice, can't do the bris milah. So he takes a bite out of the meat right then. So because he thought they were going to eat it because he's not, he ate it on the spot. He's but then he's had first because he ate what was cheap. So what happened is over here, he shafted the Al-Qaeda with the wrong machshava. That's going to be puts his mouth with the mouth. What happens to the bread? The Mishnah tells us a big finish here over here. You all would have guessed it. The finish is that the bread become part. But if it's another case, listen to this. And then I'm going to ask you how in the first case is different. Shchata v'nitzis treifa. If you shut the Qaeda and you find out that there's a hole in the heart, here, watch this. This is a good follow. Brand new video from there. What's a treifa? Look at this. The guy's doing this obviously. Oh, that's why. It's not connected anymore. Mark, the screen here is not connected. Here, I'll do a spin around. Everybody say, no, wow. Ariel, here we go. We're about to cut right back into the chair. This is a trade for no. treifa. Worthy. I love it. So if you shept an animal and you find that it's a treifa after you shept it, so what happens? At the time of the shkita, you didn't have a real animal. You didn't have an animal that's kosher. So the bread is no good. But when during the shkita, the kohen is thinking that it's that he's going to eat this animal, and a week from now, so the shkita is good to make it equal. So it is a good shkita. And if it's a good shkita, then bread does become covered. The 40 loaves of bread that come together become covered. Again, if it's kreva, we find out that the shkita was not even a shkita. What makes the bread covered? Shkita makes the bread covered. But if there's no shkita, why is there no shkita? Because there's no animal. Why is there no animal? This is kreva. There's a nail in his esophagus, whatever it is. He has a nail in his heart. So it's not a real shkita. Oh, so the bread is not covered. Right? So let me ask you something. If the bread is not covered, so what is the bread? The bread is regular food. So here's the question. 30 out of the 40 bread are matzah. They eat those matzahs on Pesach night. The answer is no. Why? Because they weren't made the Shem matzah. They were making the Shem matzah, they were made the Shem Pesach. But here's the finish. The guy sells these matzahs in front of the Pesach. He sells them because he knows people are bringing Pesach. And he has leftover matzah before Pesach. He wants to sell them for matzah. The law is you could sell it as matzah. You didn't make it the Shem matzah. The answer is he did. Why? Because he knows he's not going to sell everything. In his mind, he thinks there's a very big chance that he won't sell everything. And the Mela, some of it is what they'll have kavanah from that. Okay. Shahad is about small. In your mind, your body side, you just said that it's a tray for, and it's not a good shkita. It's not a good shkita, the bread is not published. What about a tray for? Is that the same halacha? What? About what I said, about milk. Is about milk the same thing as a trade? That's the question. The answer is depends. According to Shkot, if it's about milk, that's all I know. It's different than a trade. So we're going to see in the Gemara that we're talking about not so about milk. We're talking about the small parcel, which is Pukul Jabai, category. The Chomer and Loy Kogan. Among said it's like a trade for have an animal that's about milk, and we're going to see the Gemara and like to go. Yeah, not to go. No milk, the Layla, the bread is not the milk. What does the Shema? What does the Shema mean in the context of apartment? If instead of thinking that it's a corridor, the Kohen thinks that it's something else. The thing another type of karma that we said yesterday, we spoke about Kilam Miluim here. It also comes with bread. Alright. But Kain Shnei keeps in that Tzeres. And the two sheep that we bring on Shmush, chocolate Shlei Shmon, chocolate Shlei Shmon, Lord, punch left. The bread's not punished. It says, the Gemara says, "Man, even made." Our mission was going to do it. Signs are cloud. So our boys are now we're going to do Tazara. We're going to English word for word. So we got a free beer. All should pursue like financial anything that became possible before like a great ball, Lloyd Banchala, the bread is not. We saw the Akashito, and then if you still have it after you shut it, Father Shala. So we made a Shkodosh, puts his man up, puts him Koima, Banchala. You shut it with the wrong intent. That to be after the time, you're going to eat it after the allotted time. And you're going to eat it outside the allotted place, not in inside, in the German. Because the soul happened after the street. And the Mela says it's found to be a trade, that means that before the street is already possible, the Shkito doesn't have the power to give Kedusha to the bread. That's how you pass it out. Shkot is bounce low. And my point is, when you're mayor, get a bumble. That's where the college and show the low college. They're in there. Okay, that's what exactly we learn word for word. All our Rigo contribute and he argues are in there. On 2 points. Point number 1. Okay. When that was going to the Yeshua, she should cultivate his favorite shlit product. That everybody agrees, even mayor, this doesn't matter. Go on. If you chef an animal, you find that it has a nail inside of it, it has a big hole in an important vital organ, light published. It's not a good chicken, therefore the bird is not published. Now, put this manoi, nobody argues, says, the Yehuda, on this manoi, that is published. But the Abalmum, here he argues on it. The Abalmum, so everybody holds by Abalmum is no published. Why is no published? Because that's a trade. You find out after you show that it's Abalmum. Well, it's not a good thing, it's not a good. So here he argues on it. Here he says that Abalmum is a machlok. And the machlok, I'll put some time. I'll put some machlok, bring your home that's 100% published. And Yehuda holds another machlok, is a machlok is different. Okay. So in the Talmud, according to Yehuda, it's no machlok. This is according to Meir. If it's a machlok according to Meir, there's no machlok, and no Meir is machlok. We don't have to remember that by heart, but we don't like it. As long as you remember, this is what's a machlok. This is from the that went outside its ladder from. Then he's traveling. You could either learn what's a machlok from what's a man, right? They always go together. This is one, so machlok, person got the wrong intent, going to eat it outside the ladder pie, not outside the ladder place. The religion says, I want to learn what's a machlok from what's a man. The Yeshua says, no. I'm going to learn what's a machlok from the Talmud. Okay. So what's inside? It's very simple. I mean, that's it. You're going to tell me it's green or blue. What is this thing? It's not happy. Yeah, you go for that? Don't exist. Both of these in text. Yeah? Maybe back it up. I'll back it up. Sorry. This is what it is. He says, I got to compare Chutz Makom and Chutz Zman. Why? Because they're very similar. They're both possible. You have that intent, it becomes possible. Not Chutz Zman and Kodesh, but Chutz Zman. If you have the intent of Chutz Zman, the bread becomes Kodesh. So too, if you have the intent of Chutz Makom Kodesh. On Yeshua, how do you know the Chutz Makom Kodesh? No. Let me learn from a Talmud. Oh, sorry. I went too fast there. Even this is too much. Let's take that off. She says, no, I want to live from Talmud. And look back at Talmud. There's no fish on the bread. So too, by I think you see the Chutz Zman. I compared him to Chutz Zman. You compared him to Talmud. Nearly done. Let's see. It's very, very smart when you argue something and like kind of knock him out right away. You listen. I see what you're doing. I say this, you say this. Let's see how we can figure this out. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that I compared to this, you compared to that. But at the end of the day, let's see who's more likely similar. In the end of the minority, in the end of the minority. You know what? If we come out at the end, let's make a deal now. If we come out at the end, that's more similar to Chutz Zman, I'm going to go with Chutz Zman. If they're about one, then we're going to both go with Talmud. Hitler learns a lot. So he started. Not so much short. Oh, Chutz Zman, Chutz Makom. There's something in the head of the coin. The coin decides that Shkita is going to eat it at the wrong time. He's going to eat it at the wrong place. So much short. So like both. Oh, no, this. As you see, Talmud is a problem in his own body. He has a broken leg. But Chutz Zman is a problem in the head. And so is Chutz Makom. Problem in the head. It's not a physical problem. It's a problem in the machshava. So maybe they don't so much it's like yes. It says like this. The only partners here on this list right over here is Chutz Zman. So Makom and Talmud don't have partners. Here. Only partners and partners. And Chutz Zman has partners. another shot, another shot. And then that is what the shmai should also. If a client has the wrong part of the partner, what type of partner? Client instead of thinking that it's a partner, he thinks that a chata, that's a chata. What happens? It becomes possible. And the bread doesn't become public. The Rebbe is what you call Shlu Machshava, very big part of it. The kids are the Shostak, the Eliezer, the Greek, the Yeshua, you're right. You took it back. You know what? You're going to go to Yeshua, they're going to compare to Sabakam, about mom, and just like about mom, it's the bread is not published, so for Sabakam, the bread is not published. So for Sabakam, the bread is published. So we have to understand what's going on here. What in the world the one side? I already answered this initially. But if you had to think about it, what would be the difference between a trade fund and Balmum? Both of them are not a good carbon before the Shkita. Nothing happened after Shkita. Both. The trade fund was a problem before they shefted it, and the Balmum was a problem before they shefted it. So they both should not be attached to the bread. My sister is favored out to the Kohen Shkita, and the bread is no good. The bread is not published. But my sister is about more. The bread is the Kohen Shkita. We're talking about a cataract. Oh, you better remember the video. The class is still with people. The video says it's kosher cataract. עכשיו יראה לך תמונות ואתה תעשה את הקולות שלהם. אתה לא יכול להיכנס, אתה בעל מום. רק עופות במצב שלך יכולים להיכנס. Hello. Okay. Dugan Shabbat. That's a cataract. That's a cataract by a bird. This is Rashi by a bird. One of the children Rashi. By a bird, it's kosher cataract. So the Mela by a balmum, an animal, the bread becomes published because it's still, it's not the worst one in the world. If by a bird it's kosher and it goes on the mizbeach, that's cataract. So by an animal, it's a good enough shkita to make the bread published. But even if you keep going, although lo yerdu, you saw the other lo yerdu video. We cut it and we sped it up because it's whoever's been doing the share for a while has seen it many times. You guys know the nigga? This with the line. Yeah, you know?
נשתה בלילה, לא יורד, דם שנשפך, לא יורד, לא יורד, דם שיצא חוץ לקלעים, לא יורד, עלד, לא יורד, יצא, לא יורד, תמל, לא יורד, איש החפוץ לזמנו, לא יורד, לא יורד, איש החפוץ למקומן, לא יורד, מסלולים קיבלו וזרקו, לא יורד, ניתנים למעלה שניתן למטה, לא יורד, ניתנים למטה שניתן למעלה, לא יורד, ניתנים בפנים שנתנן בחוץ, לא יורד, ניתנים בחוץ שנתנן בפנים, לא יורד, מסכו חתן שנשחטו שלא נשמע, לא יורד, אם עלו למזבח, לא ירדו.
It's one of the hits, big hits. I mean, the sweaty one is not. Huh? What? We can get negative news. Negative is on a different rap, a different one. Alright. Actually, Kevin Slan is also one of the top ones today. It's on today's video. Okay. What happened? Oh, yeah. I came into the shit. you so much. Wow. You went there or they came there? Really? Where? Says Gemara. Just higher. Okay. Well, thank you. Send regards to just higher. Tell us, I'll see our numbers sometime. First day numbers. Rabbi Shua. Yomer Kiva in all of the years to she Mom said just higher. I was learning all of the broken presents. Mom said, you remember China? She said, I didn't come out of the room for a long time. She realized she better keep the other way. It's not really good. Rabbi Shua, the Yomer Kiva in all of the years so it says the people trying cataracts. If it goes on, what does it mean? If it goes onto his bath by mistake, just leave it there. In other words, it has a certain function. So it's very good. It says it on the animal itself. It has a cataract. You put it on his bath. Don't take it off. But it doesn't have enough power to prevent function. Yeah. On itself, it has a little bit of power. Okay, fine. You don't take it off. But not enough to say that, oh, it's such a good shita that the bread should become part. Usually let them go. It's not. Chatash shchata put his mama. Then also loiter. What's in Paima? Oh, now the Gemara makes an afkamina between. We're arguing what we said before. It's an afkamina between. It's not an argument for what we said before. It's really an argument what we said in years before. Okay, that's a different discussion. Chatash is a good. It's not really good. Chatash is shchata put his mama. If somebody shuts an animal, chatos, and he has intent to eat it in the wrong time, so the carver is a good carver, then also like Taylor, if you put it on his back, don't take it off. It's a kaima, but if you have intent to eat it outside of its right place, rub on the Taylor, rub on the way Taylor. You have a place, rub and rub it right now. Rub a jersey shoe. Rub a whole different shirt, to remind everyone. Yeshua is the one that says that we learn the Chutz L'Makom from a Balmor. Chutz L'Makom, the middle one, from a Balmor. And that one is the Balmor comes off to his back. The Balmor comes off. Chutz L'Zman doesn't come off. So the question is, the middle guy, the Chutz L'Makom, who do I learn it from? If I hold a good Yeshua, that I learn Chutz L'Makom from a Balmor, so no Yerim. Yerim, sorry, Yerim. So then inside. Rabbi, like a Rabbi, baby Yeshua. Rabbi holds that if you shechter an animal with intent of Chutz L'Makom Yerim, because it's similar to Balmor. You see, Balmor, you should put over there in top. Yerim. Very important. Yerim. Oh, Rabba holds the Gebeza. And the Gebeza holds that Chutz L'Makom is like Chutz L'Zman. And Chutz L'Zman does not go off in his back. Put it on. So when Chutz L'Makom also doesn't go off in his back if you put it on. Yes, this is the Gemara. The Chutz L'Makom is Rabbi the Rabba. Very good. Remember before they had an argument. The Belezra we tried to argue. Good said, I believe that Chutz L'Makom is similar to Chutz L'Zman. And Rabbi Yeshua said, no, I believe the Chutz L'Makom is like Balmor. Rabbi said something that's true. Rabbi says Chutz L'Makom is like Chutz L'Zman. And Rabbi Yeshua says Chutz L'Makom is like Balmor. But what happened that day? The Belezra took it back. I hold the Rabbi Yeshua. He beat me. We made a deal, but if he's able to prove that the Balmor is more similar to Chutz L'Makom, the Chutz L'Makom is more similar to Balmor, I'm going to give it, and he gave it. He shuts up. Okay, so there's no more Rebbe Eliezer. In other words, when Yeshua is the win, and Yeshua wins, that means it's like a Balmor, that if Allah, if it goes under the Mizbeach, Yerim. So the Gemara, if so, in our Machlokes also, you just told me that the Rabba holds like the Yeshua. The Rabba gave Yeshua, the Rabba gave Eliezer, but Rabbi Eliezer already holds like the Yeshua. So Mela, Rabbi Rabbi got the Rabba. Therefore, Rabba also agrees to Rabba. Then what? We're going to go with Chutz puts him up on his life. Come home, and it goes on his back. Gave it another shot. It would be much better if this chart had a sign on it, and that's the editor's good. I'm not gonna ask my this. There should be a sign on the bottom side. It should say gave it. Then on the closest man side, it should say loyal. Oh, that would help this at this point in the night. Bring it down, and some people say, I'm going to other babies over there, so we got to do Yeshua. One thing I learned with you're right, really is a research on this chart right over there. That puts the monkey similar to foot, to Talmud, and not to this one. That is great. Rabbi, I mean, you know the other way, but in our question, don't worry. When you shut a chutz the monkey, you shut something chutz the monkey, whether or not you go off the Mizbeach. Shabari with the intent to put the money to go to the Mizbeach. Rather than not put your other. Why? Possibly become within a Mishloim Shmai. Over there, Rabbi Yeshua beat the Levites and he called him, hey, let's learn from Shloim Shmai. And he beat it. Aber Acha, he died in Shloim Shmai. If you're going to learn, put the money from Shloim Shmai, the Muslim there, it's going to come out that if it goes onto his back, it should come off. So Layla, Rabbi is not a good girl. And then he's going to hold him over. The mother lay fine, rather soon. Shchodesh lo yishma. It's in the Mishnah, if you shut an animal without the right intent, you think yourself that instead of it's a hot dog. Instead of Elam Miguim, it's a hot dog. So the bread is not cooked. He's bred by Elam Miguim. Remember I showed you Elam Miguim? That bread. He says, if you were a kind of what case would you bring of an animal that has the carbon that comes with bread? You would not bring Elam Miguim. Why? Elam Miguim happened one time. Mystery. Back in Miguim. Rosh Chodesh Nisan, the second year of 512 in the park. Rosh Chodesh Nisan, when they made Mishkan, both they had Miguim. That's it. It's one time deal. I would bring a raya. I'll bring a case and a raya. I'll bring a case of the ram of a number, which happens in any generation. Even in our generation, we have Rabbi Rothschild. They have all sorts of Nazirim running around, and they have to bring Rabbanis. Why would they bring a Nazir? That's a much more appropriate case. Sometimes you don't know Nazir. You left the case of a Nazir, the Shkiach, which is very common. They're not going to so the word explains it. And it becomes Ikar Musinaka. You know why the Mishnah brought Elam? Because that was the first time in history that we had a cargo of bread, and whether or not it's Kaddish or not. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, and the suffering should punch you with meat. What's the suffering? The suffering are the wines that you bring together, wine and flour, you bring together with an oil or a shlamim. There's two components they have to bring wine, oil and shlamim. So if you brought the wine and you put it into the shards, so here's the trick. It doesn't become Kaddish right away when you put it in the chart. When does it become Kaddish? The Lord didn't say right away. I just do Chazar now. It becomes Kaddish when Shech. Now when you put it in the food. Although the Mishnah says between, it didn't say Zerach Pasuk. You find that the carbon is no good. Now what do you do for it? The wine has a certain Kedusha to it. Because it was in the chart and you shecht it. And then you found out that the animal was great. So Apostle, what do you do? If you have Zerach Hafer, if you have another animal to use it with, somebody else brought an animal, use it with the second animal. You can really if you don't have another animal, it's possible, let it stay overnight. If it stays overnight, it becomes possible if you throw it out. Long as it uses. Even though it's in the Mishnah that the Kedusha is really clean, the wine is clean, becomes other, and then it's off of the catchment, it's not enough. You have to shut the animal, like I'm going to throw. Zeba, don't suffer. If someone goes together with the skin of the animal, we learned it out. Someone's punching the tree. It says, unfortunately, become punching the tree. And it says, apostle, yes, after you do the emo, not be possible. There's no Kaddish. You have another animal, you use another animal. My God, you already see that it become Kaddish. Even though, when did it become possible? What happened to this animal? It became possible at the Shkita. Let's say you mix a bad shkita, you mix it the wrong way. It is a kilo shkita. Why the slip sorry? Why? You just told me that the only way the wine could become pater is through shkita. But shkita is not. So you tell a man, how do you become pater? You put it in the golden vessel of shkita. You don't tell him. No, that's not what happened. Yes, it was Rico. That one was a bit of great shkita. And it was an English one. Because Kabbalah and Ricky others, so what did happen? Also, when we screw it up in his back. 6 weeks. So each one to make the wine puddle. One of them.
That's all.
Or maybe you have both things. How do you have both things? You have the shkita and you have the blood is in it, then it's spilled. But if it's spilled, it is rico. So how do you have both? I feel that every level of skin all my skin people bump on because it is fat. And so you just get it on. What's in your stomach? How does it spill? It's an Israeli that did it, so it's funny words.
Tell me, what is the hour?
It's 11:25.
What is the hour?
Where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
It's 11:25. Okay, so think of what's
ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from a point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully it will enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series on this playlist, Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. We'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after all of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting production-free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
So, let's do a
little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkaba and Rothschild mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly. Because in some ways, they're going to link us to the topic we're dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the eclectic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which
is that it seems to encourage a kind of bellicose warlike behavior, and it's to commit people to a kind of determinism. Determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just has exceptional faith and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of Judaism is a kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shir Kama mysticisms are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you look at rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. There's just not evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing this form of mysticism. They just didn't parse us out a bit to make a jump in your brain. Our Merkava literature, or mysticism, is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and decoder rings, and decoder rings, all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what now called a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God, and some of the literature that was sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine like when you're a little kid, you sit in the big kid chair, you would sit in like the big maple table chair, and you'd be like real small sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in front of God. It's like really worn out, like 3D recliner that's super comfortable that you're like granddad sit in for 50 years. That's what I imagine being the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know. But you will. Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you can do the nerd option. The nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring, right? You measure it in this parasite version. Unit 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. That eyebrow is very regular, all these things, and you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we're this is very bizarre form of very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkava Shir Kama literature in the guidance. That might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the guidance. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Rafa Filter makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream, it's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated or underlooked. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I have no evidence to prove this to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about for mysticism is what is called the Sor Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sor Torah, the Prince of the Torah, and this angel would teach them rabbinic lore and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam as a C student and asks to see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam. They're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elite elites, they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their technical test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could smart the Lord for summoning an angel, I would have done that. So, just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survive, right? You found pirates in Egypt. The odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are really low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashdi Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied,
the Greenbottom is in charge of the pirate list stuff, man. Greenbottom and Irish over and over again. We see elements of the Hexham literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hexham literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you, is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hexham literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what we call quasi-magic. I say quasi-magic because the Psalm Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being. Magic can teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly. You have to download them somehow, right? It's like putting a jack in your head, downloading information. The SARS Torah somehow has the ability to do that. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed. It illustrates for us, at least at some level, the distinction between miraculous mysticism, where you descend on the chariot to the SARS literature, which are bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. Okay, great. So when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. Alright folks, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic, the concept of magic, is basically impossible to pick up. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple hundred years, maybe more than that. Really more than that. Because the problem of magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin, right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature. About 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. But guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So the scholars even they are rolling ink, trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to mean magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice. Right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion. Right? We do real religion. giant beautiful
those birds, and they do magic. Right? They are magic.
animal.
So Mike did it right with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles.
The small one, the big
What do
one
witches
instead
do?
of the small
They do
one.
magic.
Giving the rich people
Witchcraft.
do.
So you can see here, right, that the lines are drawn about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle, what's not, what's sorcery, what's legitimate religion. The line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who they control, who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other knows. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day so I just want to say here is putting magic in a very specific circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operating within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic. You can't. It's much more problematic.
Everything that some people like it.
Second, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's illicit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is kind of does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive combination that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right, that with the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterated here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, there will be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through the fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice of Joseph of Yosemite, Memeonin, a Menachesh, a Mechasheth, and a father of Heber. And one who asks of an oath or a Kedemoni, and the one who seeks the dead. Right? Now, what you see here, right, is I've maintained all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are really. We don't know any of them are. Right? A Meonin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word Anan does mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A mechasheth, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Yedoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin in the Babylonian Talmud is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed and what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous combination in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, I would say, this line, that line calls the lives, I would say, thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages, the early modern period. This famous
I just wanted to show you this from today. I gave the shear, the Hebrew shear earlier today, and this is live in the Yaakov. It's unbelievable. This satellite location, the majesty that comes on a daily basis.
Suffer not the witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. I think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women.
The Henry Cohen is the guy that runs the whole thing over there. This is in our measures, another satellite location.
It's so brief and so terribly profound.
So
now, of course, we have this line, by the way, you'll notice.
I read this article over Shabbos, and it starts with the pasuk that you have been emphasizing that Yoshin is a pasuk. On page 2, listen to this. On page 2, the circled area mentions your family and how they were one of the first food classes in the U.S. whose only Yoshin in the products. Please say check it out. We're talking about it all. Again, it says over there, Rabbi Mordechai. Oh, I thought it was the but anyway, it says somewhere in there, just transfer your spot. So here's the pasuk.
Well, you can contrast it with other sections of your Bible, which seem perfectly at home with supernatural.
Now, Mike is third. Hi, thanks so much for the amazing shiurim. The pasuk will pre-record already the young couple, so it can be ahead of the game. It's a great idea. Like a pre-record, so to record the whole week or the whole month. The answer is it's not so simple. But the biggest problem is that if I record tomorrow's let's say I do a test, then I have nothing to do tomorrow. I can't give hey. So basically I have to skip ahead. So that's probably the plan. I will start the Ezra Hashem, all shiurim will be done before Pesach. So check them out, make them available before Pesach. Nevertheless, you have to be mindful that it's a difficult time because at the end, and if you're mindful, you're there, you think about it, you have a plan, you'll make it work. Also, I use an amazing tablet from MDY, and every youngster resets the streak. Times the streak. You know, like, you do exercise every day, the thing tells you, oh, you did it every day. My son does, like, he learns the language, and it tells you, oh, streak, you did it every day. You miss a day, then you ruin the streak. So you want to keep up the streak. And which tablet, the MDY tablet, which is a very popular tablet. No, we're going to have to call the tablet that younger doesn't count. It's good titles. Thank you so much. I'm Moshe's Skills, and I do too. Maybe I'm going to forget, so maybe Mark could send this email to my brother. Once the Swiss Army was starting on a brand new look, that was Swiss Army reminder. Every year, many people tell us that because of that I say the Swiss Army at the beginning of the year, plus it's a reminder, the first time in their life they've done Swiss Army. The second time, it's been a thing. So we're here to help. Wow. He was in Utah, so my son-in-law, he goes around with this Israeli flag thing on his thing, and all the Jews, not all, a lot of the Jews, they're skiing around with their mugging dollars. And so people go over here and they say, oh, you're Jewish. Oh, I love this picture because look at this background. Three more. Now, you're not going solo, are you? You do this solo? I don't know. You're crazy like that. You gotta talk after share. Really? On this is a video? Oh, let's see. I didn't know. I didn't know I've seen this. And look at all the other guys up there. What's the fatality rate on this stuff?
Well, does the Torah contain all magic? As we see. Kinda not.
So, have you done it in Switzerland and these places as well?
Remember, this is image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem.
Yeah, I did it in the time. I did it, but I wrote it from the pen.
The priestly benediction
in a grave. But that's off the clip, off the...
Well, you might put it in a grave.
What? Switzerland? You have to be good enough?
Protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are ancient Near Eastern people.
But Italian seems like it's very specific to where the wind comes off the shore, hits that cliff and goes up. So they're turning around. You're going right next to the hotels. Very cool. Very cool. The official edition, everyone said, oh, hold on, I do want to say, chart 11, no? I'll just read it. But it's not, you guys see it? So I want to say thank you to all the anonymous MUIers who gave this stuff, the original MUI belt, and there's a guy from the Hebrew shirt, and he gave an envelope with cash. I don't know what that means. He said it's a market. And a box of Hanshwer matzah from Lamir. So I'm really appreciated it. And it's called out there. Very good. Official edition of Emil Shas, accepted by the Iranian and Yiddish families, carried by Eli Deichmann, Eliezer, Zusiot, and Boyer Rezel, Aslach, Cholinyon. Oh, is that Eliezer? Aslacha, Eli Deichmann, Ariel, Chaimov, is Daf, Tafanaskes, in memory of Gabriel, Misha, Chaimov, Ben, Rothschild. The section sponsored by the Salvin dedicated memory of Rabbi, which will borrow from times to blows upon the Rothschild. The section sponsored by Gogi Dallas, the Nishmas and College Jackie Dallas, anonymous and self-group in the Gashmis, the House of the Family Foundation, the Nishmas are allowed going to Shalom College of the Nation Season. Anonymous, before Shlema, the Nishmas brings up. Anonymous, for a complete before Shlema, Teresa Song, the Leah Basester. The Shalom Malki, Pilkos, Puma Apizot, Pesach, so Patty Yakamor, I keep striking. Sending us the Thousand County Island, Cage, Honor, Wood. That would change my meaning of life. Money, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all those who told them the word, the focus on the spot up. But this part that is Simon, the Shlema, I'll be married, I'll be married, the response is Moshe Warga. The first I talked to Ellie and the entire MD1 my first year with MD1. You have an anonymous person sitting in this room. He started with us from Marcus. What is it? Exactly a year? Wow, 350. He's counting the days. That's what I like. So again, the combinations we see here are not combinations of practice typically. MD1, once you wired up, Mazi Club, Yishpaya. Ari Blumenthal and memories. No, not just Yishpaya. Keep on stagging, keep on going. Moshe, been here, the reason started right before Pesach last year, the worst time of the year. So you already know what to expect. This was even worse. It's harder because it's 3 days younger. The boy said, 3 days younger. Keep that in mind. There's a Mitzadaf, keep on stagging, keep on following me afterwards. I Blumenthal, a memory of my grandmother, Rose Blumenthal. Rothschild got stopped with Irish in front of Rothschild on the first York side, and Trump should have an Aliyah. And I'm supposed to say with our neighbor's daughter. We used to go back to Mama Shtava, before Shlema. In Spanish, happy birthday, Chaim Nyman from a Shver. Wishing you another year full of happiness and success. Amen. Anyway, Mom, anyway, you're not going to go to Rothschild. You're going to go to the Suppose I yell at Emil Zev, then I yell at Esther. What's in the last line of that anxiety base? Nisim and Floyd are holding Mamish on the box today. Yesterday we learned about the carbon fiber. Carbon fiber has 40 breads, consists of 40 breads. 10 of them are hummus, 30 of them are matzah. Something like this. 10 hummus on the right, 30 matzah. Now, we learned yesterday that the hummus is made out of penicillin, and all 30 matzah are made out of the same amount of penicillin. And we learned from actually 2 sources. We're only going to talk about the one right. This moment we're talking about the same one. That's like 2 left-hand untruths. What? The 2 left-hand untruths are the 2 breads that come with the bonus, 2 each bread is 1 Yisrael. Therefore, each one of these 10 hummus breads is 1 Yisrael. 10 times 1 is 10 Yisrael on the right side. As the Gemara, Wait a minute. If you take two breads for shores, each one is one side, so that's two shredded. So the total is two shredded. So what I'm saying is that the 10 chametz breads, the total should be two shredded. All 10 breads should be two shredded. Where did you get that each bread is one side? So that's what Gemara said yesterday. Oh, by the way, I gotta tell you. Greens. Today we're skiing greens. Those are yellow, Europe. Red, I don't know what it's called. What do you call Europe? Red. Here it's called green. Green is super easy. In fact, in Park City, there's only one mountain that's in our side. There's only one mountain that's green, and it's jam-packed together, and it's very hard to get the lift over there. Very, very small area of the green. Most people already are skiing blue. Okay. Today's Gemara, green. Smooth sailing, no math, easy stuff. So the question is, the Gemara says the word Tiana. From the word Tiana, I learned that each bread gets one inside. My Talmud, I said, really. My Talmud, what do you see in the word Tiana?
Oh, dude, I was just gonna. I'm responding to you. Okay, well, I mean, are you ready to lose? Let's just get down to brass tacks. It's over.
And I'm telling you, that means it's right. So tomorrow, that's right. Do our possible.
Yes,
that's right. It's over, folks.
Dude, you fucking rigged it. You rigged it. Yeah, you sat there and made sure that you had all of the words that you needed. Dude, I'm not stupid. Folks, this motherfucker sat here until he had a beneficial role and then sent it to me. That's fucking... Yes, you sent me one, but you kept doing it until you had a really good thing. No, I wouldn't know. That's not how it works.
And I am really interested to read it because
it says shy. Yesh, the opposite of yesh is shy. Yesh, doesn't matter how you read it. Shy or lomos. 310 words. Those of you who I'll give you 310 words. People says the world. Maybe
I mean, I've never. This is the highest level of cheating I've ever seen.
Why really? Because for the Rothschild, his denomination is
I just saw the title
Garbage. Garbage and lies.
Money blocks, don't have sucking blocks. Go large.
Is a clear example of an Israelite narrative.
It says also by Sphere Cyrus, we count the days, these are the days of Hashem, which they represent. So Hashem, in other words, if we're dealing with destroying them, so that's the denomination now. That's the measurement that we're dealing with. So in other words, that's the measurement that we're dealing with by as well.
She doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to
okay, so you told me how we know the chametz gets 10 bread. Each one is inside. We learned from the Shayla. I saw the matzah. How do I know the 10 is straining from matzah? Yeah, so back to this picture again. We dealt with all the breads on the right side. 10, each one is one side, 10 is side. How do I know that? Another 10 is straight into the 30 bread on the left.
This term is described as
left and common. It's like I have
the translation which and ignore. Because the term which
and
is
the
so loaded in our imaginary that it's so
the matzah is doing how is left and common. Together with the chametz. You never tell it for the matzah. So whatever the chametz is, that's what I do for matzah. Now here's the problem.
That she's an expert.
Where did I learn math? Where did I learn from? It wasn't the right. Where did I learn from? I learned it from Shia left. There's a concept of touching, only touching, not in the rest of the better. If I learn something from somebody else, I can't teach. I can't use that. The thing that I learned. Somebody else, what did I learn? I learned tongues. I don't know tongues. I don't know how many. I had to come on to Shavuos. I learned it from Shavuos. So that's it. I'm stuck there. I can't learn matzah from tongues. Because tongues is something that was learned from another place. How can I continue learning?
At the same time, the
I love the Hekesh. Why is there a lot of the Hekesh?
Right? One weirdo, right? One full weirdo. The most weird perhaps for Elijah and his student Elisha.
The dialects, I'm over on the right, teaches the Muhammad's power. What? That's me one sort of so I haven't done it really.
That's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy, but
so
also.
how am I going to take the talisman? The Muhammad says teach from here the talisman. The guy in the middle is something that was learned from another place. If it was a puzzle, okay, I can take something that learned from a puzzle. I'm teaching that. It's not a puzzle. I learned bad things. So I can only do Hegesh once. I can't continue on with another Hegesh. If you know I learned Hegesh with another Hegesh. I'll tell you. And then we're over after that. This middle guy, how he's coming, is actually two sources for teaching. First of all,
by the Second Temple period, Solomon, King Solomon, the son of David, also associated
I don't know what's
with magic.
Who told you that it's 10 bread?
Again, remember,
Now we learned that shit.
Garbage.
Who was nicer? Who was nicer?
I don't know how you help them. Dude, you used the fucking. You used the blank tile there? Dude, you're getting every fucking advantage ever.
I'm learning from two different sources. As you can see in this picture, I'm learning from two actually a lot of different things going on.
During the process of the so, Solomon has the ability, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know, there's an entire branch of Western magic tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea of the piano and also the word out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survive all the way back to the Second Temple period. That have survived into the Galatians until now. I will sit there exactly meticulous what at least tradition of Solomon to the specific nature of the first temple. Now that story doesn't occur at all in the Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period, the apocalyptic period. And we see again this and things like that. Where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon to Solomon. Demon,
past one. How
which could
left our comments by the way, 4 lines down, off in this week's Bible. His men are British
place, right, where we also
the
see
end of the moon,
the
last day, the final day, the big one is today.
Jumping, hopping with weird dudes.
I mean,
You may know Tony the Circle Maker, right? He was famous. I think it's
just like the title. Let me say, the title has 3 massive one of 3 massive so the members college, no one else, so is everybody members, college
infamous for forcing God to make it rain, would not make it rain a lot, right? So he said, I'm going to stand in the circle, and God, I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God punished Tony and made it a torrent.
What kind of breads? As you can see over here, the whole basket of breads. Only 3 types of tomatoes. What's the single hummus? Colloids, Uribikin, Urubuka. Urubuka is the boiled alcohol.
Oh,
Zero
fuck that.
is shtei others. If a person is a Nazi and he finishes up with zeros,
What's up with this word helper bullshit?
how many?
Dog, you fucking sat there and set me up. You straight up set me up. You may have sent me one invitation, but you kept scrolling through until you had favorable tiles. And that's obvious. That's how you made it work.
Even my granddaughter should do this right over here.
Oh, look at this. Okay, tell me this is rigged. Tell me this is rigged.
I'm telling you it's rigged.
That's the bingo. Look at this. Second bingo of the round.
Dog, this is so rigged. It's not even fun. This game is rigged.
No congrats on any of the bingo.
Fuck no, man. I'm getting rigged here. This is rigged.
I'm getting rigged here.
15
This shit is bullshit.
each type is 5 red. 5 times. 5 plus 5.
Sorry.
Let's we have 3. Now we only have 2. How much do you need? 5 plus 5 equals? Wrong. 7.5. Getting 2 times 5 is 10. Hurry up. Making your choice. Okay, great. You're psyching yourself out. It's like it's math for it's fire shit, but one of them is so easy. Okay. So again, Milton, I saw a copy in China. It's yesterday. Like 3 breads, there's 15 cows. So for 2 breads, there's only 10 cows. Shaheen, Shisha Schroeder's volume.
I have no idea. I'd like to believe that.
That's how you explain that each type of bread gets 3.3 destroyed. 3.3 is right. So 3.3 times 2 is how much? 6 points. 3.3 times 2 equals 6 points. That's why she says she's just right. It's going to be 6. There's always going to be a little more. No way to say in Mishnah language 0.6. Usually we just say 5 and more. Okay. Not usually. How do I know that 5 and we need 3 types of bread? Jesus and those two sound again. Conscious of the war. Yesterday. What do you see over here? It says Chalas Matzah. Is it very slow for you because you do 1.5? You don't pray. You know what to do.
Fuck you, dude. This is the most garbage setup I've ever seen.
So basically, we have these 2 in the puzzle. What's missing? The revoke. Based on the Chalos, the puzzle says. Rocket, I don't know that you have to bring a rocket. Shemin, I need. But when the Torah says the Chalas Lechem Shemin, what are we referring to? What's very early? La Revucha. The Torah is talking about the Revucha that has a Revi assembly. Quarter of a Revucha. Has a lot of more. Maybe it's referring to that you have to bring not only a challah, not only a keeping, but you have to bring
There are
oil.
incantations specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a.
Wait, listen, I'm in a massive mind here. We need a dessert for Pesach, but it's really complicated. My wife is on a strict diet, so zero sugar, okay? The boy is allergic to gluten, so absolutely no dessert. The girl has an allergy to nuts. And me, I have a dairy allergy.
Seriously?
And of course, we're my clear on everything. So no caboose, zero kidneys, and no spice. And oh, the water didn't boil before Yom Tov. Do you have anything for me?
There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the biblical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything.
I like the dirty hands, no? A little touch. But we can't get the lip syncing. Estelle wine, her voice like Estelle wine.
Witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more untruthfulness, and the more servants, the more theft.
It's an oil king.
The more women who are more wives, the more witchcraft. Misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? In women. And yet, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis
You must
do,
be
summoning demons and
turn all the things in.
is when women do stuff like that.
No word.
That's witchcraft.
Okay, so as the Lord told you that you move, and maybe it's these.
And this again, here's an example of what seems to be patently a form of magic, right? It's from tractate 18. 18 has to do with divorce. Rabbis taught, one of them coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because he's a bad demon is with him at that time. And if he does have sex, his children will get
taste test. I was going to say one, so you know, when so it's constant,
good theory of epilepsy. Well, what's the reason?
Okay.
If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then you're is that magic? Well,
how do you know
they don't do it until magic gets here. Looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion. The boundary between all these things today. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple of weird things,
Doug, you should even talk. You set me up, and it's just left a bad taste in my mouth.
So you're getting basically
every single day, you have to drink morning, evening, first time that is inaugurated, that's the bring from the
so after the time period of the apocalyptic Jewish magic really goes international. Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there.
Why does the Pasuk say that when you inaugurate the sun, it's beyond Moshe?
In the early modern, in the early common period, Jewish magic was also Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices were attested. These are gathered together in these important magical pottery, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God. Why?
Is also
because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God
so here I know
had
that
some
there's a
kind
book
of
about
special magical power.
The fact that it's a Russian compiled from the past. I was searching for a book on
Some of the magical
or
devices that are definitely associated with Jews that survived from the ancient and late classical world.
And I said it in the Russian, I just saw that we used it, that's what sent me the clip. So that someone shared that, and sent me the clip. I said, well, what's the same exact way around?
In metal that would be used to curse
You see amulets here that invoke
The Rav
angels, right,
says,
to
how,
protect you from
the
various
question
kinds of
is really,
spirits.
how do
You
we
see a curse
become
here
like
on your
right?
left-hand side.
How do we
That is survived
how do
from
we
the late
become
fossil
like
period.
different levels? You know what? At the night of the Sabbath, Saturday night, we wear a white shirt. Why? It is the morale. This is not some, prayer. The morale says that the white kittel resembles the big Kohen Gadol.
The skull incantations we
The Kohen
have
Gadol wears
put
all
up for
white
you later if you want to
versus
read
the
the
regular
entire
Kohen
incantation.
who wears a white robe, but he
These skull
wears
incantations
the
have been found throughout the
Kohen
ancient
wears
places
all
of the
white.
world.
And that's why,
these skull incantations
well, let's say
are
we're
something that
we're
most
going
Jews
to
would
say it
be shocked
in a way, like a Kohen
the
Gadol.
touching of a dead body to do
Says,
anything at all.
Star Lavoido,
Unimaginable.
sorry,
The
State,
use of a
say,
skull to
when
write
the
an
Kohen
incantation
Gadol
on to harness some kind of
is
magical
up on
powers.
his first day,
Fill
imagine the excitement.
many ancient Jews
Yeah,
with
he's the
shock,
Gadol, he's the Kohen Gadol.
disgust,
Goes to this
yet
meeting and doesn't
no
look as good
denying that
first
all
about
these
it.
forms of magic
Plus,
practiced by
he has to
Jews
bring
in
the
the ancient world.
Chavitim that every Kohen Gadol is every day, so he has to
You
bring
look at
it.
Greek,
Achashim
Egyptian,
Moshe,
other
one
practices
for
in the
daily.
ancient world, you will find the exact same
The
forms of
Achas
magic.
the Kinuch by a one is an
Their tablets, magical amulets.
That's
The skull thing is kind of weird.
It's not two, it's three. The one thing is no like
Magical spells,
we had a
right?
studio right
You cast this little fire and it says, if
David
burns, may the heart of Rachel burn.
if you're ready to phone out with the Samido, so today this is first day as a praying Bible, so you have to bring
But also we have
the Chaskim first praying Bible, plus the Chavitim for the praying
So,
Bible.
needless to say, right,
Right?
looking at this on the screen,
Well, if he's never
people say,
phoned
geez,
out before his
that's
life.
not a thing we do. Well, you guys
So
know
now he has to
archaeology
bring
do it.
one Chaskim as a praying Hedyot, as a regular prayer.
Like you got archaeology.
Then he has to bring another
There's a lot
one
of
as a
this
praying Bible. You can't
Right,
skip.
again,
You
this
can't
is
jump
just
to
what
the President of the
survived.
United States
If
before
this
you're,
was survived,
I don't know what.
you can imagine how much there
You know what I'm
was.
saying?
You can imagine there
In
was a
praying
ton
Bible, you
of
have to
this
first be
going
praying
on.
Hedyot,
In
then a
fact, what's
praying
great
Bible.
about this one here
But you
is that
never
there's
phoned
spaces
out
left for
Look,
the names to be put in,
this
which
kid
meant
right
this
over
made
here. Some of the days, Bernard,
commercially, right? So this stuff
kind of
always
like
made
the
commercially,
Shalom
and then
Rebbe.
the magical practitioner
Little
would go
kid,
in
boom,
and add the names in
inside
later
your praying Bible.
to kind of make it work. This
Zoom
is
is like genius. Those color
this was a
cool
commercial
permits.
object you could buy in the shoe
So
or
there you
whatever
go.
in
But
the
you never
market
phoned
from
out like that. Oh,
from a ritual expert, and they would
people are gonna send to me one this that. Okay, I get it. Point is, how is it possible that praying Bible is never phoned out praying Bible
Christian
as a praying Bible? And the evaluate jumps in his first time ever is as a praying Bible. How did I come?
images typically
What
of
did you say?
demons. Some of our earliest depictions
You have
of the
another
demoness
answer?
Lilith were found in these incantation bowls. They would be
Oh.
drawing an image
So,
of the
and the third
demons
answer.
in mind. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains.
Who died?
You can see that their hands are tied
Yeah,
here.
but how did the new guy who never did it before ever do before? He must be like 56. Imagine today, who's the Kohen Gadol? He has a gold book, the biggest Gadol out there. He's probably 90 years old. And it's like, but he already did that right 100,000 of times. But, and you get to English by shady, he's having by shady, or a place where the guy's managed unbelievable or whatever. I don't know. It's fascinating. The Malvin says that by it's amazing.
Evil spirits from entering your home by turning
But
it
I
upside
don't
down,
have
burying
to
them in
do
the lentil of your home.
another mental skill.
This exists
You don't have to.
are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases, where there's a terrible illness,
He says, yes, that you are another that to start all over. It's sort of you're the Kohen Gadol for 50 years. But it's amazing that when you first you have to bring another okay, so that's the whole China, Yugo, shit, everything up. A lot of interesting levels.
You can see this exact.
The zero size of all, the others can have some pilots in the mission that do not hear.
But you
When
can
he's
see
finished
this
with his
exact
whole zeros,
incantation ball from my
he's
mission
doing
people.
two out of three types
Down,
of
go to the Kelso see the incantation ball.
also,
You guys hear this
kinds of the Rabbi Shalom Nazir, Rabbi Sarah's Karen, Shalom it says, Al-Qaeda, Shalom Shlomo, so it comes to include to say that the Nazir has to bring 10 half of the Shalom, 2/3 of what a Qaeda is, and a Rabbi Shalom. As the Gemara, maybe it should be exactly like the Qaeda, and you have to bring another bit of he has to bring it. How the learner is not so what if it's like
I won. Fuck yeah, baby. Even when this motherfucker cheats, I win.
The South matters. The second word in this passage is matters.
You set me up.
Urikige matters. So it says the word matters. But by Urikige, it's a matter. So it's not included. Baby Shmuel.
I loved it.
Check this out. The Mishnah. One of the first words on our place.
All right, it's William Montgomery's theatrical debut tonight.
Look at this. I'll say about that. So I'm making me less
Ever heard of Busboy's Son? Dude, why are you judging your favorite comedian? If he's so funny, don't you think he'll make you laugh? So then it should be really funny for at least a few scenes. Get the fuck out of here. No, I read it. I'm not going to give you shit. Sweet dreams, way to cheat. I don't understand why you would cheat like that, but okay, that's cool. Take care, man. Peace. I won. Wait. Champ. Best.
And in the cloud, all the much in the cloud is only very specific. You can't ignore how we do it. The pain of law is that I test on the page, sponsored by our very, very good friend, Harry Simon, about global experts in cross-border payments. The channel account, please read the shit up today, because every shit that happened spurs Zorgen, the mission. So the way it works is you bring bread, you buy bread. You say these bread are coming with my plate. What happened? Down to the guy had a disease and he got a guy went over those days and wouldn't vote. You're gonna come out alive. Comes out of the other side of the ocean, he has to bring a fight. So the Kaiser is a carbon, which is fucking power. Plus he has to bring 40 bread. The 40 bread, when he president has bread, they are they have a lower level of when do they pop up to be dushas? When the chef the carbon, if dusha gets infused with more dusha, it becomes super holy. Provided that the shita, the bread were in close proximity to the animal as it's being shafted. So it's like cell phone coverage. You have to be within, you have to have coverage. If you're outside of a dead zone, there's no one. So I showed you this at those of you. You have to be inside. Now the Gemara is going to have Mahal. You have to know what's inside. Inside you Shalayim or inside you Mikdash. The lack of system if the bread is outside of the wall, it's the wall. The wall is the wall of the wall. It doesn't get the extra dishes of the shop actually for move from there. And the bread didn't get crusted on the top in the oven, which makes the bread. I feel it's from the cooler. If all 39 breads became crusted, it's not going to go. One of them did not get crusted. You have to have that all 40 breads are ready and they're actually considered bread. Otherwise, they don't become bread. What does it mean outside of the wall? You have a beautiful picture of it as a spoke first time. We had this kind of 3 years ago. We don't believe it. There was some walking around, the animals you can see over here outside of the wall. People coming and going, camels, donkeys,
from the Middle Ages and noticed
so according to this
but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star.
It's outside of this one.
So this, I just find this image interesting because it's forced to wear a bit of a marker, but it's not the star here. It's the circle. This is also a
Here.
It's
Very tight stuff. You have to be within these walls in order
famous
for
book of Jewish magic and history
the
is the
Reverend
Sefer
knows.
Raziel.
Expanding all this, all this. The wall of
Raziel, of course, is a name that means the
The
secrets
Reverend
of God.
knows because he's back. If you're the church, the church still doesn't work. You're still going to come to Azor. You're still going to come to Azor, being on Al Basar. When the church says Al, the master should be Al, it means next. Literally next. You can know how people come to this party, you have to Azor college, even if it's outside of the Azor. So in flying book, the Lord will eat an Al Basar. You don't need it to be next. That's the moral. What you need is not to argue. This is what they already argued this one. It's not. I showed you this at Pesach. It's unbelievable. Almost the other shit. We're talking about Erev Pesach. We are 2 days before Pesach right now. And the Gemara is bringing the Mishnah from Sottam. When you check the carbon Pesach on Erev Pesach, out of the so check this out. There's a famous apostle that not everybody knows what it is. They just say it, but they don't really know. When it says about al-Chometz, this is a good stuff. We got to know this today. And we're shuffling the carbon Pesach in the Pesach. We got to know. You cannot own any comments when you shut the carbon. You gotta get rid of it. We do. We should be getting rid of it by the time we go to the meeting. We're not going to get rid of it. So this is about how comments that not have any comments. Now where's the comments? The comments in the pocket, the comments in the house, the comments in where is that you're up? I should have so here we have the Machloek. You the over have a comment. If every place you check the comment, you have to check since you did the year, you check this in the afternoon. While you own comments, you're a bummer. The shortcut has to have the comment. Or the guy doing his Rishon. Or the anybody that's part of this carbon, even that has Zara, has to be inside, has to be enclosed. So basically, the same amount of the same sheet, the same over here, he's saying by us also that the bread, the plate has to be inside the Azara. And over here, your comments has to be right next to in the Azara. The same Rebbe who argues over here in our sugi argues in something. I would be sharing in your house, you're over. So why do I need two McClays? Three you come about me, you only send my flavor by the place on. I eat Mama Rebbe said so. To go ahead and these be suitable. Listen, you all comments. I don't care where you live. When I sell my comments here in America, I have to be very careful. Tell them, hey, I own comments in MDY, I own comments in Noam, I own comments in different places, in all places. It's not just here, wherever I am, for free. It's even in every shop. So the business with comments obviously goes everywhere. So Mela, if you shut the button Pesach and you own comments 1,000 miles away, who cares? You own comments. That insurance is attached to you. So it's going to affect the department. You're going to be over. Oh, I departed play though. It doesn't work like that. I really need Mikadosh. Nothing here with the now I'm trying to use for the bread, so maybe the bread has to be close. It's not good that the bread is cast down there. It's not going to be something. You will be something that's to be inside that Zara. Here's the thing, Shadow. If the bread are inside that Zara while you shut the public up, then the bread becomes public. But if they're outside, then it's too far away.
The prohibition almost certainly made sure
seriously, what are we doing? Green to blue.
Practice all through
the
time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have practice. We have evidence of Jewish magic.
No, sometimes listen. She already. I learned this tonight, so I really think it's didn't have a hall. And if it only say by the title, all commerce, I want to call it funny. You know something. It's green slash blue. Didn't have a hall, all commerce, luggage. The reason why your show says over here that has to be closed, I would look out in the Muslim. Maybe when you have this apartment, even 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles, 6,000 miles away, that it's a scroll. The comment is yours. You're gonna suffer the consequence for owning the comment. So if you shut the carbon, when it comes to 6,000 miles away, you're still over on the Israel. This is not how Hamas comes to. Oh, this is just moving reverse now. And when it comes to Pesach, the most of the Rabbi can be far away too. That's why I make my points in both places. And it says exactly like this. Why? Because the first of the is when you shut the third inside the windows, and the breads are outside. What should it say? What should it say? The breads are outside of the Azar. Why does it say and the breads are outside of the line? It's much more like we're born for the breads, not for work. That's why I have to just that be far away. Outside of the line, it's not enough to get outside.
Thank you for watching Esoterica.
What's actually carbon panel about that? You shut the carbon fiber, and the bread didn't even come crusted enough. You know, really, how do you know they have to be crusted? The comes Rabban al chalos. It says they have to be bread. It's not a bread until it's crusted. Al chalos is nothing. Chalos got to go money on them. The Lavich and my family, my boys, they love my younger boys. I don't know if I call them ones, I don't know them anymore. But they make my wife put the challah on the blech, and they need the. Nice and crusty. If it's not 100% crusty, like hard rack, they're not gonna touch it. It has to be crispy. You have to turn on the oven and with this. They have a whole mahal. Okay. Anyway, so it's a thing. From here, you see challah. It has to be that it's crushed. It says in the pasuk, Yaakov Karboni al Zebach. Milami Chin Alach Chodesh Elo B'Shkid Zebach. Yaakov Karboni al Zebach. These breads, Yaakov Karboni, that in order for the breads to become Chodesh, you have to share the carbon. Zebach Chodesh. It says in the pasuk Zebach. That's Milami Chin Shchoten Shlei Shmon. Lo Yikodesh Alach. Like everything else in Yiddishkeit, you have to have the right intent. I can sit there at the Seder. It's difficult. We prepare a little bit. To have kavanah, what we're doing, why we're sitting there, we used to be slaves, we would have been slaves today, we're eating this, the matzah, to be yikes, the matzah, and the mar, to be yikes, that's not like, just a slight thought changes the whole thing. Harabah, yikes and the matzah, no. This is Gishmu. Maybe something like the video. What is this? Ooh. Regards from Shlomo Daskal, an 1800 Bucher event just ended in New Jersey. Let's see. He's studying the camera.
Going to record the biggest act ever. Are you ready?
That was good. That was good. Shlomo, very good. The Shkoyach, in the middle of the year, I got this. I did not see this before. Mark, do me a favor, if you don't mind, if you're able to put this into tomorrow's daf in Hebrew. I see you shaking your head. I didn't cut that you're on my screen. I see you small. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. Very good. Good. We're at Shlomo Daskal. He came to sing by us at our Shabbat a year ago, not this past year before, and I convinced him on stage to do the daf, and he's with it. Every day he's with it. We're talking about Morocco now. I don't think, but okay. I need to talk about Morocco. Those who don't know, no? Morocco is a trip that we do for our appreciation trip. So we go once a year, last year we went still having an opening. Over Shabbos,
before we even talk about that, we're fucking good. It's Joshua Van. He's been invited out for 5 years. That's what science here. Crazy. 5 years. Crazy. He has some balls for sure.
That's what I thought. I don't know what that is. Why you that's cool?
He's not the best on the ground. He's also 24. So 24.
It's gonna be good.
Crazy.
Nice month. great speaker, guitarist, music, great food, pretty great player, all time player, shooting the movie, even I used to shoot it. Love the Gemara, we're all in.
Josh Davidson,
Listen to this.
Josh
You like to remember to know,
24.
what about
That's here, Tyra.
a rear grip? Rear. Like, you know, there's a rear space, a rear mount. You guys, so the matzah actually be able to, this I think will come as a surprise to a lot of people. You made a matzah on a frying pan